Traveling into the world crafted by the pen of San Gio, Lin Qiye finds himself amidst a realm of divine slayings. Li Shaoming operates a modest jar shop. The very first customer is none other than General Zhao Kongcheng, who, for the sum of 10,000, procures his fateful forbidden ruin. Following this initial encounter, Zhao Kongcheng becomes the catalyst for a steady stream of patrons to the quaint jar shop. Chapter 1. The first customer, Zhao Kongcheng. Why is no one coming? It has been 10 days, and not even a shadow of a bird has appeared. What a plight! In a dim corner of a residential complex, a small shop is nestled, showcasing a row of unremarkable jars. At the front desk sits a young man, seemingly in his 20s, propping his head on one hand, a visage of despair etched across his face. His name is Li Shaoming, indeed a traveler from another world, having arrived in this realm for 10 days without encountering a single soul, nor even knowing in which world he resides. The complex itself is inhabited, he can hear voices, yet the shop's location is so obscure that even mosquitoes pass by without a second thought. Li Shaoming glances up at the entrance, rakes his fingers through his hair, and exclaims, "If no one arrives soon, I shall surely suffocate from the monotony." He possesses a unique advantage in this world of shop, and the jars displayed therein. Unlike other travelers whose jars vary in color and hue, his jars are merely plain earthen vessels. Whenever someone opens a jar, whatever skills or items emerge are directly transferred to him, without any extravagant returns, merely a wanton exchange. Quite simple, isn't it? The only drawback is his inability to exit the shop. If he could venture out to attract customers, his fate might be different. Just then, a middle-aged man's voice pierces his thoughts, causing Li Shaoming's eyes to brighten. "Little boss, of course no one will come when your shop is situated in such a wretched location." As the words fell, a man clad in a trench coat, sporting a slight stubble on his chin, steps into the shop. Li Shaoming gazes at this middle-aged man as if he were a beloved, hastily approaching his side and grasping his hand tightly, unwilling to release it. "Hey, little boss, what are you doing? Let me tell you, old Zhao, I am as straight as they come. If you seek something else, you must go abroad." "Wait, but there's no longer an abroad." Realizing the misunderstanding, Li Shaoming awkwardly releases his grip. "Ha ha ha. Fear not, I was merely overcome with excitement. Now that you're here, would you care to open a jar for some fun?" "Ha ha. You possess a discerning eye. Little boss, my life can be summed up in one word. Handsome. But just one time will suffice. My name is Zhao Kongcheng. You may call me old Zhao." Zhao Kongcheng pats Li Shaoming on the shoulder, a grin stretching across his face. Li Shaoming feels as if a heavy hammer has struck his head. He is no stranger to the name Zhao Kongcheng. During his anime watching days, he recalled a line that resonated with him. "Behind me stands not only countless souls, but also the entire world of that child. This strike shall be magnificent." So this is the world of divine, slaying a realm filled with gods and dangers at every turn, yet it matters not. Upon this realization, Li Shaoming feels a wave of relief within the confines of his shop. He is invincible. "Little boss, what are you pondering? What exactly are these jars in your shop? Are they akin to blind boxes? What might they contain?" As for the jars, they are indeed similar to blind boxes. As for what they yield, I cannot say. "And the price?" 10,000 each, limited to 10 jars per person per day. Zhao Kongcheng's face darkens. 10,000 for a jar, and you have no idea what's inside? No wonder no one comes. Your heart is rather dark. He assumes Li Shaoming considers him a fool, the prior flattery of calling him handsome vanishing in an instant. Li Shaoming, draping an arm around Zhao Kongcheng's shoulder, chuckles. "Old Zhao, there's a reason for the price. It is absolutely worth every penny, devoid of deceit." Zhao Kongcheng gazes at the sincere smile beside him, shaking his head in resignation. "Boss, business does not operate in such a manner. Rest assured, I guarantee, with over 20 years of virtue, that each jar is worth its weight in gold." As Li Shaoming speaks, he hesitates for a moment. "While I cannot predict what will emerge, I do know that the items include the forbidden ruin." "Who are you? Were you really?" Instead of being awed, Zhao Kongcheng recoils, retreating several steps, his face a mask of suspicion. Knowing of the forbidden ruin's existence, this shopkeeper must belong to their faction. If he is from this side, it is manageable, but if he is affiliated with the ancient divine church, danger looms. "Old Zhao, I am merely an unremarkable jar shop owner." Li Shaoming blinks, his sincerity palpable. "You're talking nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? Quickly, tell me if you are from the ancient divine church. What plot brings you to Cangnan?" Zhao Kongcheng remains unconvinced, recalling the child from the complex, sensing the puzzle beginning to unravel. "You two came for that child, didn't you? In that case, I cannot allow you to succeed, even at the cost of my life. I shall thwart your plans. Die then. Li Shaoming can only smile wryly, realizing he has been mistaken for a member of the ancient divine church. Old Zhao, I am not affiliated with the ancient divine church. I am truly just a simple shopkeeper. Why won't you believe me? Chapter 2. Acquiring the Forbidden Ruin early. Will General Zhao still meet his fate? Minxing Shanyue. Old Zhao truly has a connection with this forbidden ruin. Li Shaoming is astonished. To think that upon his first attempt at opening a jar, Old Zhao would uncover his destined forbidden ruin indeed. Luck is on his side. Boss, is this for real? Zhao Kongcheng trembles with excitement, his heart racing as the forbidden ruin accompanies him. If you wish to ascertain its authenticity, merely pinch it. I go. Old Zhao, you are not as innocent as you appear. I meant for you to pinch yourself, not me. Li Shaoming rubs his arm, inhaling sharply. Zhao Kongcheng regains his composure, laughing heartily. Boss, I too was overcome with excitement. Please forgive me. How could he admit to being afraid of pain? Boss, come collect your payment today. I, Old Zhao, shall close shop early, and we shall share a drink this evening. With that, Zhao Kongcheng attempts to sweep his entire fortune into the shop. Li Shaoming hastily intercepts him. Old Zhao, do you not recall what I just said? One person may open only 10 jars per day. You cannot exceed that. Then let me open 9 more. That will be 90,000. Upon hearing the delightful chime of his phone, Li Shaoming nods in satisfaction. Excellent. This state of affairs is all too familiar to him. Zhao Kongcheng is clearly exhilarated. He has experienced this feeling during gaming sessions before. It's impossible to stop. Simply uncontainable. Clatter. The jar shatters, scattering debris everywhere, yet nothing is found inside. Zhao Kongcheng, puzzled, exclaims, Boss, why is there nothing here? You've encountered this scenario while buying drinks, haven't you? Thank you for your patronage. Please come again. Indeed. Zhao Kongcheng thinks nothing of it as a modern man. He understands such rules all too well. Boss, today I shall demonstrate how genuine the luck of the invincible handsome man truly is. Let's go. Betting my handsome face, grant me an incredible ability. Zhao Kongcheng bellows, raising his hammer high before bringing it down forcefully upon one of the jars, producing a resounding crack. Ha ha ha! Congratulations, Old Zhao. You have received a pair of auspicious red undergarments. As Li Shaoming witnesses the item that emerges from the jar, he is unable to contain his laughter. Zhao Kongcheng inspects the red undergarments, recognizing them as plain and unremarkable, causing his lips to twitch. I refuse to believe that. Let's try again. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he finds it hard to accept the emergence of mere undergarments. Clatter. A completely ordinary superhero outfit. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. A complete guide to middle-aged men's gymnastics. A bottle of happy water. A cup of original milk tea. A chess set. Whoosh. Zhao Kongcheng gazed at the useless item he had just unearthed, panting heavily. It was not fatigue that caused his breath to quicken for him. This trivial exertion was far from exhausting. It was pure frustration. One glance at his reddened eyes revealed the truth. An item worth 90,000 was available for merely 100 in the marketplace. What tremendous loss! Although his salary was substantial, money was not so easily acquired. Boss, this. Zhao Kongcheng was at a loss for words. The thought of having discovered a forbidden relic lightened his spirits immensely. Old Zhao, you must try to take it easy. Remember your earlier vow. If you were to uncover something remarkable, would you truly wish to tarnish that handsome visage of yours? Li Shaoming gently counseled. Indeed, the luck of the dashing figure was palpable, so much so that he could only offer words of consolation without any further advice. Forget it, I was overly greedy. Just discovering one forbidden relic today in your establishment is a tremendous fortune. Zhao Kongcheng exhaled in relief. By the way, I haven't yet had the pleasure of learning your esteemed surname. You may call me Li. My given name is Shaoming. Friends simply refer to me as Shaoming. You may do the same. Old Zhao. Li Shaoming had a fondness for the character crafted by Sanjiao, and he felt fortunate to count Zhao Kongcheng among his friends. Friends indeed? Zhao Kongcheng laughed heartily, sensing the sincerity in Li Shaoming's tone. Excellent, truly excellent. Shaoming, what prompted you to establish your shop here? Should I assist you in finding a more suitable location? I am certain many patrons would flock to your business. He pondered whether he could persuade Li Shaoming to relocate his shop next to their office. This place was extraordinary, and if they could unearth more useful items, it would greatly benefit the world. I wish to leave this place as well. There are hardly any people around. I have long grown weary of it, but I am unable to do so. In the shop, I am invincible yet, at best. I am merely an employee, albeit with a rather curious salary. Of course, Li Shaoming kept these thoughts to himself, and instead said, Old Zhao, I have grown accustomed to this place and prefer not to move about. He could only utter this lie with a heavy heart. Very well. By the way, I will be bringing some associates over shortly to assist with your business, and during that time, my companions may inquire about certain matters. I hope you will not take offense, Shaoming. Zhao Kongcheng broached this delicate subject, aware that Li Shaoming regarded him as a friend and that his companions would inevitably conduct some form of investigation, fearing any misunderstandings might arise. Chapter 3. Has General Zhao eluded his fate? As the dark night approaches, I shall stand before thousands. A young man on the upper floor silently gazes at him. Suddenly, a sound crackles in the earpiece. Zhao Kongcheng promptly connects and, after listening to the content, feels an undeniable thrill. Are you certain the Phantom King is heading this way? If he had not entered Shaoming's shop today, if he had not acquired the Forbidden Ruin, he might have been concerned. But now, it is time for old Zhao to take the initiative. It is crucial to note that upon obtaining the Forbidden Ruin, he had transcended from a mere mortal to an enlightened state, coupled with the essence of the Forbidden Ruin and his mastery of swordsmanship and combat experience. He faced the severely injured Phantom King without an ounce of fear. Old Zhao, what are you planning? Your voice carries a hint of excitement. Do not act recklessly. The Phantom King is from the Chuan realm. Even in a wounded state, he is not someone you can handle. Hong Ying is already en route to your location. Understood. I will first create the boundless void to trap the Phantom King. You all hurry here. I have some matters to discuss with you. That's all for now. Zhao Kongcheng ended the call and swiftly departed, soon locating the Phantom King. This time, I shall revel in the battle. The boundless void. Today is truly fortuitous. Not only have I acquired the Forbidden Ruin, but I also have an unworthy opponent delivered to me for slaughter. Excellent. Simply excellent. Zhao Kongcheng surveyed the Phantom King from a distance, utterly unperturbed. Suddenly, the Phantom King clapped his hands and bellowed towards Zhao Kongcheng, causing a grotesque visage to materialize in the boundless void, distorting the realm into chaos. Zhao Kongcheng's expression shifted slightly. The Forbidden Ruin Sequence 176, Phantom Faceland. TCH. If not for your injuries, I might have struggled against you. But now, it is time for you to perish. Zhao Kongcheng unsheathed his accompanying sword and charged forward with exhilaration. Aha, what a thrill. Is this the power bestowed by the Forbidden Ruin? Absolutely exhilarating. With each slash, he overwhelmed the injured Phantom King, rendering him powerless. Just as he was immersed in the thrill of combat, an urgent voice pierced through his concentration. Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng. Stop hiding. I know you are in the boundless void. Open the door and let me in. He ignored the voice, focusing solely on the Phantom King. However, another disruptive sound momentarily separated him from the battle. Zhao Kongcheng watched as Lin Qiye stepped into the fray, his expression momentarily stunned. As Lin Qiye approached, he inquired, How did you get in here? Lin Qiye shrugged nonchalantly. You might not believe it, but I simply glared and then walked in. Zhao Kongcheng smirked and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Since you are here, the battle must come to an end. Lin Qiye noticed that Zhao Kongcheng bore no injuries, while the creature before them was battered and bruised, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, Kid, pay attention to this strike. Why? Because it will be magnificent. This round is mine. Lin Qiye stared in awe at Zhao Kongcheng's speed. He could only catch glimpses of afterimages. If that strike were aimed at him, could he evade it? Wait, how did he become so powerful all of a sudden? Has the world changed? Be careful. Zhao Kongcheng instinctively attempted to dodge at the sound of the warning, but it was too late. A spectral hand pierced through his abdomen. Uffed. He had been careless. Zhao Kongcheng coughed up a mouthful of blood, gazing at the gaping wound in his stomach as his body slowly succumbed to gravity. Seeking death. Lin Qiye, the starry sky dancer, closed in like a specter, seizing the sword from Zhao Kongcheng's hand and severing the Phantom King's head with a single blow. After completing the task, he hurried to Zhao Kongcheng's side, feeling the weight of his grievous injuries, and awkwardly remarked, You're hurt. I know. Is dying acceptable? Hee hee. Everyone dies eventually. Zhao Kongcheng replied, spitting another mouthful of blood. I just lost a great deal of face. Had I known, I wouldn't have acted so brazenly. Where's the embarrassment in that? Today, you are the most dashing. Zhao Kongcheng dismissed the comforting words, muttering to himself, Today, I made a new friend. We had planned to help Shaoming with his business tomorrow, but it seems I shall have to break that promise. Kid, do me a favor and deliver a message to the shop on the 88th floor of this building. No, you must do it yourself. You can't die. Do you want me to live with guilt for the rest of my life? Cough cough. Guilt? What guilt? This is my mission. You need not worry. Chapter 4. Zhao Kongcheng recovers. Hong Ying opens the jar. Today is a day of true joy. Slurp, slurp. Inside the 88th shop, Li Shaoming was diligently slurping noodles. Having encountered a real person today and completed his first transaction, with Zhao Kongcheng's contract in hand, his shop would undoubtedly be bustling with customers. The gloom of the past 10 days had vanished. He couldn't resist adding 2 extra slices of meat to reward himself. Boss, hurry and open the door to let us in. At this hour, who would come to such a desolate place, especially a woman? Li Shaoming paused, setting down his chopsticks, and waved his hand calmly. The door vanished as if in a sci-fi fantasy until it was completely out of sight. Boss, old Zhao said you could save him. Please help. Hong Ying, in a state of great urgency, paid little mind to the disappearing door as she and others rushed in with Zhao Kongcheng. How did old Zhao sustain such grave injuries? Boss, don't ask. Think of a way to help. Li Shaoming sighed. In this situation, you must take him to the hospital. What use is he doing here? He was invincible in the shop, but that only pertained to combat. Regarding medical knowledge, he was proficient in everything except healing. Impossible. Old Zhao said you could save him. It's not that I can't help, but in my shop, everything hinges on luck. Do you see the jars behind me? They are blind boxes. Within them lie healing elixirs, priced at 10,000 each, limited to 10 per person per day. Lin Qiye? Team member 1? Team member 2? The others wore expressions of confusion. Who would believe in such a cursed blind box? Everyone in the room had played the blind box game before. They were well aware of the tricks the boss employed, and they understood all too well that trusting it was foolish. However, Hong Ying believed, money is not an issue. Boss, please bring them to me, and I will pay later. Clinging to even a sliver of hope was her only option. Akin to a person trapped in quicksand grasping at a blade of grass, Li Shaoming ceased further discussion, gesturing at the counter, and 40 jars flew out. This shop currently sells only 50 jars a day. There are 4 of you, and old Zhao opened 10 today, leaving 40 in total, which amounts to 400,000. No need to say more. I have the money and will pay you later. Hong Ying did not allow Li Shaoming to finish his sentence, raising her fist and smashing it against the jars. Bang. The jars remained unscathed. I said you need this hammer to break the jars. Li Shaoming handed her the hammer. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of shattering jars resonated throughout the room, each chime clear in the ears of all present. After breaking all the jars, Hong Ying looked up expectantly at Li Shaoming. Boss, do any of the contents have what it takes to save old Zhao? Haha, your luck is remarkable. Li Shaoming pointed downwards, and one pill radiating a faint white glow floated into his hand. This is a regenerative pill, perfectly suited to address old Zhao's current condition. With that, he flicked his finger, and the regenerative pill swiftly flew into Zhao Kongcheng's mouth. In just a few fleeting seconds, the wound on Zhao Kongcheng's abdomen completely healed, his skin noticeably paler, resembling that of a delicate young man. Hong Ying sighed with relief upon witnessing Zhao Kongcheng's breathing stabilize. Lin Qiye was left in a state of astonishment. How miraculous! This scene was utterly astonishing. Though they were not ordinary individuals, none had encountered such extraordinary phenomena. A man on the brink of death had, astonishingly, been snatched from the jaws of peril by a mere pill. Such a pill would undoubtedly fetch not just 400,000, but even 40 million, drawing countless eager buyers. If you give this to old Zhao, he will awaken shortly. Before long, after sipping some tea, Zhao Kongcheng regained consciousness. Surveying his surroundings, he chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha. Shaoming, we meet again. I owe you one this time. No need for thanks. It's merely a standard transaction. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards this valiant young lady, who paid 400,000 for 40 jars to procure the pill that saved you, Li Shaoming replied, nodding towards Hong Ying, curiosity brimming in his voice. Old Zhao, with your sequence 83 of the Oblivion Flash Moon, how did you sustain such grave injuries against the heavily wounded ghost-faced king? Haha, Zhao Kongcheng chuckled awkwardly. I was careless. I was too focused on putting on a show in front of this brat and overlooked that the ghost-faced king still had a breath left. He refrained from questioning how Li Shaoming knew it was the ghost-faced king who had injured him, having entirely regarded Li Shaoming as an expert. What? Old Zhao, you've awakened the sequence 83 Oblivion Flash Moon? Hong Ying exclaimed in surprise. Ha ha ha. Keep it low-key. I've already been labeled a genius. Chapter 5. Zhao Kongcheng ready to show off peacekeeping office. A petite girl standing nearby inquired. Xiaonan, don't speak nonsense. Hong Ying and old Zhao will be fine. Perhaps they were delayed on the road. Lung Xian murmured the latter part in a voice barely louder than a whisper. Chunmai rose and took out his phone, stating, a quick call will clarify everything. There's no need for idle speculation. You're right. Store 88. Hong Ying was thoroughly enjoying her experience with the firearm. Zhao Kongcheng was equally delighted with the knife. Shaoming, You certainly have an impressive collection. You possess numerous forbidden items. I truly adore you. The knife in his hand, known as the electric knife, infused each strike with a current strong enough to incapacitate an ordinary person. However, for powerful beings like them, such electricity was negligible. There are indeed many fine items. So, old Zhao, why not procure more? Li Shaoming reclined with his legs crossed. Zhao Kongcheng pouted, I would love to acquire more. But you're not providing the opportunity. Why not bring out all the jars? No matter how many there are, I can consume them all. Care to consider? That one do, old Zhao. Li Shaoming shook his head. Rules are rules. They cannot be easily changed. Very well. Zhao Kongcheng ceased his persuasion. Hey, apologies, Captain. I encountered a remarkable shopkeeper, which delayed me. Old Zhao is fine. The ghost-faced king has been dealt with, and the crisis is averted. What? You wish to know what is so extraordinary about this shopkeeper? It's quite astonishing. Old Zhao has obtained Sequence 83's Forbidden Ruin Oblivion Flash Moon here. Ah, Captain, are you coming over? However, the shop only sells 50 jars daily. Old Zhao opened 10 this morning, and I opened 40, so there are none left for today. We can come together tomorrow. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before asking, if I join you, will the salary be substantial? You're in. You've moved up. Li Shaoming, with clarity of mind, recognized that Lin Qiye's inquiry regarding salary was a prelude to his desire to partake in jar opening. Indeed, once a lure was presented, none could resist the allure of the truth is fragrant principle. Haha, it seems you've also been enticed by the treasures here. Fear not. Your monthly salary will allow you to open several jars, and given your uniqueness, you may not even need to spend your own money here. Zhao Kongcheng sheathed the electric knife. Lin Qiye, nonchalant, remarked, who doesn't desire power? I'm merely an ordinary person, drawn to temptation as any would be. I'm pleased to become your colleague. I look forward to your guidance. Let us go. In a shadowy corner not far from the entrance of Store 88. When did another store appear here? How was I unaware? The rule power emanating from within is extraordinarily potent. Even the most supreme deity would find no chance of survival under its influence. Who exactly are you? Is your presence a boon or a bane for this world? Will it be dangerous to enter? What woof? Only when he saw Lin Qiye and the others exiting the store did the man depart with his small black dog. It's getting late. Old Zhao awakened the Oblivion Flash Moon and learned to wield it himself, acquiring a modicum of spiritual energy, suggesting he has reached the lamp realm. As for the items procured, if they hold no use within the store, they can be placed on display for resale. I wonder when I can leave this store. Contemplating this vexing issue made him irritable. He had read numerous novels about jars, where others had guidance or the ability to leave. Yet here he was, only aware of how to open jars and the names and uses of the items procured, knowing nothing else. How frustrating. I wonder who created this and why they didn't refine it better. It shows a lack of responsibility. Having muttered a complaint, Li Shaoming collapsed onto his bed and soon began to snore. Chapter 6. Speculations of the Daxiao faction at the usual training ground of Team 136. The onlookers watched the two figures engaged in a fierce battle, their movements dazzling. Among them, one wielding an electric knife left Lung Xian in shock. Wu Xiangnan was equally astonished. Lin Qiye felt the tremors of disbelief. Xiaonan's jaw dropped in awe. Is that really old Zhao? To fight at this level with the captain is truly astonishing. Is it the jar shop? I wonder what kind of person the owner is. Hong Ying, observing the combat, felt eager to join in. I want to discover who the owner is. Let us go together tomorrow. Continue watching. I will also join the fray to test my newly acquired marksmanship. A glimmer of cold light flashed, followed by the swift movement of her firearm. She brandished her long spear, leaping into the fray. The battle transformed into a chaotic three-way clash. Sister Hong Ying has also acquired a new ability. It seems she is showcasing her newly learned marksmanship. Long Xian pondered, stroking his chin. The only one capable of providing answers in the arena was Lin Qiye. Sister Hong Ying has unlocked Zhao Yun's 7-Dragon Spiral Snake Spear technique and a skill known as Observation Hockey. What is Observation Hockey? Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow. Such skills were entirely unfamiliar to him, and the name sounded rather peculiar. It felt oddly uncomfortable to pronounce. The owner explained it as a skill of mental perception, allowing one to sense an opponent's approach during battle. Lin Qiye relayed Li Shaoming's explanation. Wu Xiangnan nodded. By the way, you are the agent of Sequence 03, Michael, right? If you're referring to the angel who glared at me, causing my blindness, then it must be you. Yes, there can be no mistake. We'll discuss your matters after the captain finishes his match. As they conversed, the attention of the others turned towards them. So this is Michael's agent? Quite pleasing to the eye, with a somewhat delicate appearance. Haha, I truly am a genius. Zhao Kongcheng was elated beyond measure. Indeed, quite formidable. Old Zhao, with the Oblivion Flash Moon and your proficient knife techniques and combat instincts. Ordinary adversaries in the Pond realm would stand no chance against you, Chinmai remarked. And Hongning too. Her spear technique is extraordinarily elusive, making it difficult to counter. Truly a renowned general's technique, very powerful. As the evening approached, Chinmai instructed Xiangnan to handle the necessary formalities for Lin Qiye, as he needed to report the significant events of the day to the higher-ups. The occurrences had been too momentous for him to make unilateral decisions. It was imperative that he awaited instructions from those above. The following morning, the entire team of 136 assembled. Zhao Kongcheng, concerned about the situation, inquired. What did the higher-ups say, Lao Chun? After all, he regarded Li Shaoming as a friend. You might not believe it, but after I reported the situation yesterday, the authorities conducted a thorough investigation into Bosley. However, their conclusion was that there is no such person in our country, Chinmai replied incredulously. Having spent a sleepless night contemplating the implications of the higher-ups' suspicions. Moreover, the so-called Room 88 does not exist in the old residential complex. Impossible. Zhao Kongcheng frowned. I spoke with Shaoming for several hours yesterday, and the sign out front clearly states Room 88. Captain was telling the truth. I was present during the investigation, and indeed, there is no Li Shaoming in the country. There are many with the same name, but none matched, Chinmai confirmed. Room 88 simply seems to have materialized out of thin air. Hong Ying, recalling the higher-ups' conjectures, also found it hard to believe. Could it be that the boss is an otherworldly being? What could he possibly want in Songnan? No, Chinmai shook his head. You've all read novels. Haven't you? The higher-ups speculate that Li Shaoming might not be from this world, but rather has come from another realm. The group, accustomed to the extraordinary, found this explanation somewhat palatable. In a world shrouded in haze, where deities had manifested, the idea of a traveler from another dimension was not entirely unfathomable. Why speculate endlessly? Zhao Kongcheng waved dismissively. Shaoming is quite amiable. We can simply ask him directly. If he harbored any ill intentions, I would have perished countless times by now. And we wouldn't be here. We should scout the way first. Someone from above will arrive today, after which we need to intervene, he added. Lao Chun, don't act recklessly. Just ask, but be mindful of your tone. Zhao Kongcheng urged as he hurried to catch up. Chinmai patted his shoulder. Do I look like a fool to you? Just based on the remarkable jar in Bosley's shop. I can assure you that I will not engage in any wrongdoing. The items that emerge from that jar are beneficial to our world, so you need not worry excessively. That's good to hear. Zhao Kongcheng sighed in relief. But I must say, you can be quite foolish at times. The group shot him exasperated glances, accustomed to his bluntness. Lin Qiye observed the playful antics of Team 136 and mused. Joining such a team doesn't seem so bad after all. Shaoming, the sun is up. It's time to receive guests. As soon as they arrived at room 88, Zhao Kongcheng shouted at the entrance. Li Shaoming, stirred by the commotion, opened his bleary eyes. Glancing at the time in confusion. What a mess. It's barely 7 o'clock. Who would be receiving guests this early? He grumbled, yet obediently got out of bed. Not bothering to change out of his dinosaur-themed pajamas as he descended the stairs, his tail swaying comically with each step. Chapter 7. The team visits Wow. Shaoming. That pajama set is quite impressive. Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed as the door swung open, swiftly stepping inside and circling around Li Shaoming. The other members of Team 136 followed suit. Their curiosity piqued, save for Hong Ying and Lin Qiye. So this is the boss? Quite the pretty boy, I must say. Lao Zhao stopped staring. You might give the wrong impression. Li Shaoming shuddered at the attention. Ha! What impression? Just look at my pure eyes, Zhao Kongcheng declared, gazing intently at Li Shaoming to emphasize his platonic intentions. Allow me to introduce everyone. Hong Ying and Lin Qiye, you've met yesterday. The man in the center with the pronounced features is our team leader, Chinmai. The one beside him is our vice captain, Wu Xiangnan. The young girl is our medic, Si Xiaonan. Lastly, the one who resembles a pretty boy like you is Lung Xian, rumored to have a complicated relationship with Xiaonan. And I must say, I'm the most handsome of the bunch. With each introduction, the expressions of the individuals mentioned darkened, especially Xiaonan, who glared at Zhao Kongcheng in indignation. As Zhao Kongcheng introduced each member, Li Shaoming greeted them warmly. After the introductions, Zhao Kongcheng glanced around the modest shop. Shaoming, your place is a bit cramped. With all of us here, it feels tight. Have you considered relocating to a larger space? Upon hearing this, Li Shaoming surveyed the area and replied, that is easily remedied. With a swift gesture, the small shop expanded to several hundred square meters. Remarkable. The members of Team 136 stared in astonishment. This is utterly unbelievable. Li Shaoming, surveying the newly spacious interior, waved his arm again, and furniture appeared in their designated spots. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I assume none of you have had breakfast yet. I'll prepare something to eat. Feel free to help yourselves to tea and drinks at the front. Understood, Captain. Shaoming stepped out of the shop. Li Shaoming, unceremoniously, replied. Then I want tea stand on ceremony. I'll brew some tea. It's quite good and invigorating, perfect for a morning like this. This time, Jinmai didn't refuse. Acknowledging that it would be rude to impose on someone to prepare food so early in the day, and a cup of tea was a reasonable request. Soon, Li Shaoming returned with tea for everyone, pouring himself a cup and feeling significantly more alert after a sip. Jinmai, recognizing Li Shaoming's amiability, got straight to the point. Boss Li, may I ask you a few questions? Of course. Just call me Shaoming. Feel free to inquire. Li Shaoming gestured invitingly. Then, could you share with us your origins? Li Shaoming took a sip of tea. I suppose you've already investigated me yesterday. I imagine you found no information at all. Correct? That's a fair assumption. When the state machinery is set in motion, acquiring information about a person is rather simple. The absence of data is also quite telling. Considering I'm from another realm, information about me would be non-existent here. Indeed, we did investigate you last night, and there's no record of you domestically. Everyone was sharp enough to recognize that at this juncture, there was no need for concealment. Even without my disclosure, you would be speculated, though perhaps hesitantly, Li Shaoming remarked. The group nodded in agreement. Correct, we do have our suspicions. Oh, Li Shaoming's interest was piqued. I am quite intrigued by your conjectures. Do share. Shaoming. We suspect that you are not from this world, Zhao Kongcheng stated bluntly. Li Shaoming nodded. You are indeed correct. I am not from this world. You may consider me a merchant of dimensional jars. Such a scenario feels straight out of a novel. It's astounding, truly astounding. To encounter someone from another realm in my lifetime. The vastness of the universe holds countless wonders. I can't believe I've made a friend from another world. Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, the revelation sending ripples of excitement through Team 136. Lao Zhao, don't speak recklessly. I'm not an extraterrestrial, strictly speaking. I am also a citizen of Daxia, just from a different dimension. Are you familiar with the concept of parallel worlds? You may regard me as someone from a parallel realm, though the most significant difference is that this world is rife with gods and demons, while my previous one was a time of peace. Li Shaoming could not help but explain when he heard Zhao Kongcheng mention his extraterrestrial beings. Who would want to be an alien? In his mind, aliens were characterized by their large eyes, small hands and feet, and round bellies, which, by his aesthetic standards, appeared bizarre. Is that so? In that case, they seem quite relatable. Jinmai chuckled. Shaoming, how did you come to this world? Chapter 8, The Romantic Canon. Zhao Kongcheng dabbles in mysticism. Lin Qiye opens the jar. Brother Shaoming, is it sufficient to smash the jar with this hammer? Shaoming looked at the tin jars before her, unsure of how to proceed. Shaoming, if you're uncertain, let Zhao Gu assist you, Zhao Kongcheng eagerly suggested. Absolutely not, Indeed, Shaoming, you can just break the jar. It can only be opened with a hammer. No other tool will suffice, Li Shaoming clarified. All right. With a clang, the jar shattered, and an object flew into Xiaonan's hand. Is this a gun? Xiaonan was bewildered. The others looked at Li Shaoming, hoping for an explanation. However, Li Shaoming wore a strange expression. Isn't this the imperial tool known as the romantic cannon from the world of slaying maidens? The greater the danger faced by the user, the more formidable the cannon's power. The object in your hand is called the imperial tool, also known as the romantic cannon. Once it recognizes its master, it requires no ammunition. The cannon can load itself according to the user's mental strength. The more perilous the situation faced by the user, the greater the cannon's might. Strictly speaking, a person at the lantern stage wielding the romantic cannon against someone from the river stage would have a chance to strike back in life-threatening circumstances. Everyone understood. It was simply a forbidden object, albeit a powerful one. After all, they were all aware of the existence of such items. Upon hearing the full explanation, aside from Lin Qiye, the others turned their gaze to Lin Qiye. The romantic cannon seemed well suited for him. Li Shaoming smiled slightly and said, you need not look at Lin Qiye. The romantic cannon will choose its master, and not everyone can wield it. Follow me. He pushed open a door behind him and stepped inside. Jinmai and the others exchanged glances before following closely behind. Shaoming, you have such a remarkable training space. Zhao Kongcheng marveled at the several thousand square meters of training ground. This space, including the ability to expand the store, was acquired only after selling 50 jars yesterday. It was Li Shaoming's first visit. This place could be considered a realm of its own. Everyone, take a turn with the cannon. Once you gain recognition as its master, the cannon will change its appearance. How astonishing. Let me try first. Zhao Kongcheng snatched the cannon from Xiaonan. However, no matter how he attempted to fire it, the cannon remained utterly motionless. It seems old Zhao has no fate with it. Let me give it a shot. Hong Ying took the cannon. But the result was the same. Everyone took turns trying, but there was no change. Finally, only Lin Qiye remained. The moment he grasped the cannon, it transformed shape, quickly morphing into a large Barrett rifle. Excellent. The cannon recognizes you as its master. Now, test its power. Li Shaoming snapped his fingers, and a small mountain appeared in the training ground. Focus your mind, aim, and fire. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye immediately raised the cannon, aimed at the mountain, and visibly concentrated energy at the muzzle. Once it reached a certain point, he swiftly pulled the trigger. Whoosh. Boom. Wow, what tremendous power! Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, eyes wide as he beheld the hole blasted into the mountain. The others were equally astonished, staring blankly ahead. Lin Qiye ran his hand along the gun's surface. With such a weapon, I am confident I can contend with the strong from the river stage. Thank you, Shaoming. Li Shaoming shook his head with a faint smile. It's merely a transaction. Besides, this was Xiaonan's doing, so you ought to thank her. Moreover, do not rely too heavily on the cannon. If you venture into the river stage, the cannon will be of little use, as the mental strength of the river stage experts exceeds what the cannon can withstand. Lin Qiye nodded. That's sufficient. Who knows what the future holds? Perhaps I will discover a method to evolve the cannon. Indeed, Li Shaoming chose not to dwell further on this topic. Since we are in the training ground, let us continue opening the jars. With a thought, the jars from outside flew in. Xiaonan, you can still open 9 more. Your luck is remarkable, so carry on. Okay. Xiaonan smashed 2 more jars in succession. She did not mind what was inside, as she had already profited immensely from the cannon today. By the 5th jar, another object emerged. Xiaonan gazed at the item that landed in her hand. Her face instantly flushed crimson. The others looked at Li Shaoming with peculiar expressions. Zhao Kongcheng, embracing Li Shaoming's shoulder, laughed heartily. Ha! Shaoming, how did you manage to place these items in the jars? What Xiaonan held was a set of revealing lowly attire, which was not particularly unusual, but the clothing was quite transparent, leaving little to the imagination when worn. Xiaonan gasped and hastily shoved the outfit into Hong Ying's embrace. Hong Ying, unfazed, casually set it aside. I have explained before. The jars contain all sorts of items, so nothing should be surprising. Li Shaoming shrugged. Continue. Xiaonan's complexion returned to normal, and she smashed the remaining jars. Very well. Among the 3 items, I shall not elaborate, as you all likely recognize them. Overall, Xiaonan's fortune surpasses old Zhao's significantly. As for the last item, except for team leader Chun, you all can use it. Li Shaoming took the pill from Xiaonan's hand. Chun Mai was bewildered. Why can I not use it? Li Shaoming explained. This is a realm advancement pill. Those below the river stage can use it to directly elevate one major realm without side effects. Team leader Chen, as a river stage expert, of course cannot use it. What? The group exclaimed in unison. This pill truly astonished them. If it could be mass-produced, it would send shockwaves across the world. Chapter 9. The Wonders of Fate. Li Go, what are these 2 items? Lin Qiye inquired, gazing at the unfamiliar objects before him, utterly perplexed. The others were equally stumped by their appearance. Li Shaoming smiled and replied, Qiye, you are quite fortunate. Both of these items will be highly beneficial for you. At this point, he squinted and added, that small white pill is a mental health medication. Once consumed, it will forcibly restore 20% of a mental patient's condition. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye felt as though he had been struck by a hammer. A tempest of emotion surged within him as he widened his eyes. Li Go, how did you? Isn't this medication excellent? If sold to those with mental issues, you could make a fortune. Li Shaoming shifted the focus of the conversation. Lin Qiye thought to himself, so, he intends to sell the medication to others, and I assumed Li Go was privy to my secret. With this thought, he spoke. Indeed, listening to Li Go, it seems I have struck gold this time. He refrained from mentioning it to Chen Mai, as the mental health medication was immensely useful to him. Everyone has their selfish motives, even the protagonist. Li Go, what about the last item? I know this one. Hong Ying interjected. Shaoming. Is the item in Qiye's hand the observation hockey? It is a form of hockey, but not observation hockey. It is armament hockey. Observation hockey pertains to perception, whereas armament hockey allows one to envelop their body in a layer of armor, enhancing both defense and strength. Hong Ying. The observation hockey you opened yesterday was at the beginner level, while the one in Qiye's hand is at the intermediate level, allowing for full body armor coverage and significantly boosting defense. Li Shaoming explained to the group, learning armament hockey can be quite useful in the early stages. After hearing this, Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before handing the book in his hand to Chen Mai. Captain, this book is from your jar. The mental medication is useful for me, so this armament hockey skill is for you. Good lad, quite the tactful one. Chen Mai accepted without hesitation. Then I shall take it. Hong Ying, Captain, just place the book on your forehead, and you will automatically learn it. Chen Mai complied, and as the book touched his forehead, a surge of information entered his mind, detailing the method of using hockey. Armament. Haha. Captain, you've turned into a black man. Shaoming mockingly chuckled. If the lights were turned off and no one laughed, people would be completely lost. Hong Ying burst into laughter, while Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye struggled to suppress their amusement. Lin Qiye felt a strange sense of relief as he considered the absurdity of transforming into a black person. The imagery was too beautiful to contemplate. However, Chen Muyi remained oblivious to their antics, wholly absorbed in the sensations of newfound power. Indeed, both his strength and defense had seen significant enhancement. Who is this black guy? Haven't all the foreigners disappeared? Zhao Kongcheng entered, noticing an unfamiliar black figure, and his words slipped out before he could stop himself. Yet, upon closer inspection, he felt a peculiar sense of familiarity. Had he previously known a black friend? That seemed unlikely. If he had, surely he would remember. Chen Muyi, overhearing, immediately stepped out of his imposing demeanor. Oh, it's you, old Chen. I thought that black fellow was particularly handsome. Turns out it's my dear captain. Zhao Kongcheng, sensing the murderous glare from Chen Muyi, forced a compliment before hastily shifting his gaze. Shaoming, it's my turn now. 2 jars will surely yield 2 remarkable items. Let me show you just how extraordinary my luck is. Zhao Kongcheng declared, wielding a hammer and murmuring incantations. Li Shaoming, standing closest, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing his words. Come on, asking Guanyin for blessings? What on earth are you hoping for? Clang, clang. Zhao Kongcheng opened 2 jars without hesitation. I told you my luck is unparalleled, he exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. Shaoming, what can you tell me about these 2 potions? Although he didn't uncover a divine item, both jars contained objects he had never seen before, which could only signify their quality. Old Zhao, listen to my advice. You can't handle both potions. With such bizarre items, it's no wonder they came from jars. Is there anything Zhao, cannot manage? He retorted confidently. Shaoming, feel free to explain. I am certain I can handle it. Chen Muyi and the others were intrigued by Li Shaoming's words. Reluctantly, Li Shaoming shook his head. Since you wish to know, I shall tell you. The pink one is a gender-bending potion. As the name suggests, men who consume it become women, and women become men permanently. Even effective on gods. Lin Qiye was astounded. Chen Muyi was equally dumbfounded. Everyone was left speechless, marveling at the wonders of the world. Only Zhao Kongcheng trembled with excitement. What a splendid item. Shaoming, I can definitely manage this. Li Shaoming, observing Zhao Kongcheng's enthusiasm, felt a shiver run down his spine. Old Zhao, why are you looking at us like that? Hong Ying interjected angrily. If you intend to use it on us, you'll be in deep trouble. Wu Xiongnan echoed her sentiment, equally furious. Chapter 10. Black Monarch Captain Qin and Captain Wu Chenmuyi stepped out of the line, still with 4 jars unopened, with over a dozen jars yielding valuable items. His patience wore thin. Old Qin, my luck has been nothing short of invincible. Let me open the remaining jars for you. Zhao Kongcheng insisted again. However, Chen Muyi was eager to try himself. No way. My luck has always been exceptional. If you can find good items, so can I. With that, he grasped the hammer and struck one of the jars. Clang. It was empty. Unfazed, Chen Muyi targeted the next jar and struck again. Still empty. His expression darkened. Yet he remained determined, swinging down for a 3rd time. Once again, it was devoid of contents. At this moment, Hong Ying and the others gazed at Chen Muyi with bewilderment. They had seen the color black before, but never in such an extreme form. Could it be due to his earlier transformation? Old Chen, I advise you to wash your hands. Your luck is truly abysmal. Zhao Kongcheng remarked, unable to contain his laughter. Wu Xiongnan concurred. Old Zhao is right. You should wash your hands, or else you'll submit your title as the Black Monarch. No one can be this unlucky continuously. The first 3 jars were merely flukes. My good fortune will surely manifest in the 4th. Zhao Kongcheng scratched his head. Old Qin, confidence is admirable, but don't speak too boldly. If this one turns out empty, you'll be the one embarrassed. Facts are more convincing than words. Chen Muyi, with a defiant expression, raised the hammer and struck the 4th jar, exuding confidence outwardly, but feeling anxious inwardly. Buddha bless me, 3 pure ones bless me, Guanyin, just 1 common item would suffice. 4 jars, for voids. Ha ha, I told you so. Zhao Kongcheng laughed uncontrollably. The others joined in, reveling in the rare sight of their captain's embarrassment. Don't fret. It's just 4 jars. It's quite normal not to find anything. Even old Zhao only found 1 item from 10 jars yesterday that was useful. Li Shaoming consoled him, though a chuckle escaped him as he attempted to suppress his laughter. Chen Muyi sighed. Shaoming, has anyone told you that one shouldn't laugh while offering consolation? It only makes it worse. Li Shaoming feigned seriousness. Captain Chen, you're overthinking it. I wasn't laughing at you. I merely recalled something joyful that made me chuckle. That rationale left Chen Muyi speechless. Laugh away. Tomorrow will surely be better. These 4 were merely warm-ups. Fortune will grace me tomorrow. He silently vowed to rid himself of the Black Monarch title when he returned to open jars again. Wu Xiongnan made a jest, and then declared, "Shaoming, let me take my turn to open a jar." "No problem. Old Shun, pass me the hammer. I'll help you find something good." Wu Xiongnan extended his hand. At this moment, Zhao Kongcheng couldn't resist meddling again. "Old Wu, haven't you learned from old Chin's lesson? Never speak too confidently. The only one who ends up embarrassed is yourself." Wu Xiongnan weighed the hammer and retorted, "Old Zhao, please spare us your ominous predictions. It's perfectly normal for old Shin to have 4 empty jars. My 10 jars will yield something." Clang. "See? Ignoring old Zhao's advice has cost you dearly." Zhao Kongcheng nodded with satisfaction. Qin Muyi watched as Wu Xiongnan opened 10 jars, only to unveil a single basketball, feeling a sense of relief. The title of Black Monarch shifted from him to Wu Xiongnan. Wu Xiongnan, confronted by the grinning faces of his companions, felt his face darken. "I was careless. Had I heeded old Zhao's words, I wouldn't have spoken so boldly." But wait. He recalled hearing magpies chirping that morning. Surely today would be lucky. Why then did his luck turn so grim? Perplexed, he resolved to follow old Zhao's advice next time. A bit of purification would keep negativity at bay. After several minutes of laughter, the group finally settled down. When Qiye stepped forward, "Lang Xian, it's just you and me left to open jars. Shall I go first?" "You may go first," Lang Xian replied tersely. "Then I shall not hold back." When Qiye approached the still grimacing Wu Xiongnan, took the hammer from him, and struck a jar. "Thank you for your patronage." Indeed, a note flew out from the jar, and upon unfolding it, when Qiye's excitement turned to dismay as he gazed at the darkened text before him. "Shaoming, your jar is quite peculiar. It's just an empty jar, yet it contains a note that reads, 'Thank you for your patronage.'" When Qima was filled with resentment. Just a moment ago, he had seen an item fly out and was filled with anticipation, only to discover upon opening it that it was merely a note of thanks, causing his spirits to plummet. In Chapter 11, when Qima found himself engulfed in darkness, after a brief pause, he looked down at the note in his hand that read, "Try again," and he felt utterly despondent. He was at a loss as to whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. On one hand, out of 10 jars, only one yielded a note of thanks, while the others all urged him to try again. On the other hand, it had been nearly 5 minutes, and apart from the repeated "try again," nothing else had emerged. Was he destined to be at odds with the phrase "try again" today? When Qima felt utterly helpless, "I've knocked on this jar so much that my hand is sore. Just look at Hong Ying and the others. They're about to doze off. Can someone please give me a straight answer?" Even Li Shaoming was at his wit's end. This guy's luck was truly unmatched. In 5 minutes, he had opened over 100 jars, all yielding "try again." "Qima, if you keep opening jars and they still say 'try again,' perhaps you should stop for today," Zhao Kongcheng remarked, unable to bear it any longer. "Little Qima, if you continue like this, it's not going to end well for you. Let me help you open some." Hong Ying and the others perked up, eagerly looking at Wen Qima. "No, you all must not interfere. I am determined to open these 10 jars today." After saying this, Wen Qima struck the jar once more, and yet another note flew out. Despair washed over him. He didn't even dare to look. His very soul felt as if it had been extracted, leaving him listless and vacant. At that moment, his world crumbled before his eyes. Zhao Kongcheng plopped down onto the ground, covering his eyes with one hand. "I can't bear to watch. This is unbearable." However, at that moment, Li Shaoming revealed an odd glimmer in his eyes. The information flooding his mind indicated that this situation was unlike the previous ones. "Qima, take a look. This time there might be an unexpected surprise." Upon hearing this, when Qima's spirits were rekindled, and everyone quickly rose to their feet, gathering around the note. Finally, it's not "try again" anymore. Wei finally escaped the nightmare of "try again," seeing that the note no longer bore the dreaded words. When Qima leaped in excitement, his smile unwavering. 6 styles, shave. What in the world is this? Zhao Kongcheng voiced his curiosity. It's a type of movement technique, stemming from the same realm as the domineering aura. Its drawback is that the movement is straightforward. "Qima, once you've learned it, please demonstrate," Li Shaoming explained gently. "All right." When Qima placed the note on his forehead and instantly mastered the shave technique. "Whoosh. Impressive. My speed has doubled compared to before," Chenmai remarked, stroking his chin. Lin Qiye was equally astonished. The steps of shave were nearly akin to his night dancer, and in a straight line, it was even faster than the night dancer. Though not by much, his skill possessed additional mobility and flexibility, making the night dancer superior when night fell. Not bad, not bad. "Qima, how did you achieve this?" Hong Ying inquired with great interest. When Qima realized that while learning shave was not difficult, teaching it to others would effectively cut off Li Shaoming's source of income. If he wished to continue opening jars in the future, he would still need Li Shaoming's consent. The others understood this reasoning, their gazes fixed on Li Shaoming. Don't look at me. Whatever you open is yours. If you wish to teach it, go ahead. This skill is hardly rare among various realms. One could say it's quite commonplace. Li Shaoming waved dismissively. In truth, others can also learn the domineering aura, as long as they compile the methods of application. With your talents, mastering it would pose no challenge. Li Shaoming smiled. Hong Ying, your observation haki would be the most beneficial for you. If it can be developed to a higher level, observation haki could even allow glimpses into the brief future. Glimpses into the brief future? Long Qian furrowed his brows. Brotherly, just how brief are we talking about? It's hard to define. It depends on how far one can develop it, but at minimum, one could foresee a fraction of a second into the future. Do not underestimate that fraction of a second. For instance, Lang Qian. If you could foresee the future during a confrontation, you could anticipate your opponent's next move. In other words, your neural reactions would consistently be a step ahead of your adversaries. Does that clarify things? Li Shaoming genuinely did not know how long the foresight lasted. Observation haki was inherently subjective. What if they were to develop it to a level beyond that of the pirate world? Who could say for certain? That's true. It seems that observation haki is quite compatible with me. Long Qian raised his gun, mimicking a targeting motion. Hong Ying, could you compile the information on observation haki? Chen Mai suggested, feeling out the workings of armament haki. Armament is relatively easier to learn. It's essentially a method of luck enhancement. With your clever minds, you could master it in less than half a month. In Chapter 12, Zhao Kongcheng's luck was explosive, and the sword Saint Zhoping arrived. Chen Mai opened his mouth, repeating the process a few times before uncertainly stating, earlier you mentioned that upon entering the Forbidden Ruins, a beam of light would emerge from the jar and enter the mind. This time, it was also a flow of light. Could it be another Forbidden Ruin? If that is the case, it would be extraordinary. The world is vast, and while I've seen many, I've never encountered someone possessing 2 Forbidden Ruins. If old Zhao truly had 2 Forbidden Ruins, it would be unprecedented. There exists a being who can replicate others' Forbidden Ruins, but they can only utilize one at a time. Why is it that he gets try again while old Zhao opens a Forbidden Ruin? This is simply unfair. If there were a reporting agency, I would undoubtedly submit a complaint. Li Shaoming pinched his chin with 2 fingers, observing Zhao Kongcheng who was lost in joy, and knew he had to elucidate. Old Zhao's luck this time is genuinely remarkable. He has unlocked a domain technique known as the Domain of Swords. It could also be referred to as a Forbidden Ruin. However, when old Zhao activated this domain technique, his body transformed into a blade, imbued with the essence of sword law. At this point, old Zhao's training aptitude can be considered the pinnacle of the world. Once he reaches the boundless realm, he will face no bottleneck. With effort, he could very likely surpass those so-called outer gods. Upon hearing this, a glint of disappointment flashed in Chen Mai's eyes. Having miraculously survived, he was burdened by the resentment of the goddess Shiva within him, causing his realm to stagnate at the river realm, unable to advance further. Sighing, he gazed at old Zhao with envy but no jealousy. He understood that as long as Li Shaoming remained, he would still have the opportunity to seek his own path. When Qima was stupefied, mirroring Chen Mai's expression of envy, yet devoid of jealousy, Hong Ying and the others were equally stunned. The concept of reaching boundless without a bottleneck was unthinkable. They struggled to even break through to the river realm, let alone the sea realm beyond it. At that moment, everyone gazed at the jars, their eyes igniting with unparalleled fervor. Old Zhao, stop grinning like an idiot. Let the domain of swords descend and showcase it to Captain Chun and the others. Very well. Allow me to show you. Zhao Kongcheng ceased his self-indulgence, a confident smile gracing his lips. I am one with the sword. Let the domain of swords descend. Boom. An indescribable aura emanated from his body, swiftly spreading across a 100-meter radius, with threads of sword law permeating the skies above. On the outskirts of Chang'an City, a figure cradling a sword with both hands paused upon sensing this law-like energy. The sword law, such domineering energy, alas, it is still too immature. Having uttered this brief statement, the figure transformed into a sharp sword and shot toward the source of the law. Not only here, but top-tier experts across the world also sensed it. Indeed. Meanwhile, on a river in the Summer Kingdom, a carriage halted. Master, can we depart now? Interesting. It seems that Little Jar Shop possesses some secrets. Even I cannot discern what lies within. Let us go to that cursed place in Chang'an City. Hong Ying and the others could only smile wryly. This was simply outrageous. Previously, when Zhao Kongcheng awakened the moon of oblivion, she could still contend with him, as they were merely one realm apart. However, with this domain emerging, in the event of another confrontation, enduring even a few minutes would be commendable. Do you not see the whole realm suffused with the sharpness of blades and an aura of dominance? Even if one could evade numerous strikes, would it be possible to escape countless others? As long as Zhao Kongcheng does not exhaust his physical strength, that domain shall persist. However, Lin Qiye remained composed, although surprised. He was not yet alarmed. Strictly speaking, if he could heal Nikes, he might also have the opportunity to acquire the Law of Night. Old Zhao, it's time to set aside your prowess. Chinmai exclaimed with a smile, congratulations. From now on in Team 136, you will truly be the most dashing. Of course. Zhao Kongcheng tossed his head, pausing for a moment before addressing Li Shaoming. Shaoming, could you extract the domain of blades from me for Qimo? After all, the vessel belongs to Qimo, and he previously stated that anything produced would belong to him. Now is the time to fulfill that promise. He was quite satisfied to be impressive for these few minutes. Li Shaoming recalled their earlier conversation and refrained from bringing it up himself, wanting to see how Zhao Kongcheng would respond, and as expected, his reaction aligned with what he had anticipated. This was quintessential Zhao Kongcheng. Despite his self-absorption, he would always uphold his word. In truth, self-love is a trait inherent to all individuals, including Li Shaoming, who, upon rising each morning, would gaze into the mirror, captivated by his striking visage. It can be done, but are you certain you wish to proceed? To relinquish the domain of blades means that you, old Zhao, would be forsaking a path to greatness. Do you not feel a sense of regret? Furthermore, it seems Qimo is not inclined to have it returned to him. Zhao Kongcheng responded nonchalantly. No need to regard him. Shaoming, proceed with the extraction. Leave nothing behind. Drain it entirely. When Qima chuckled and shook his head, enough, old Zhao. You excel in the art of the blade far beyond me. To bestow it upon me would be a waste, is it not? In the future, you may produce something more suited for my use. There is no need for debate. The domain of blades was crafted by you and is inherently yours. Chapter 13. Li Shaoming, who does not fight. The arrival of the master the domain of blades descended. Unlike Zhao Kongcheng's domain, Li Shaoming's encompassed at least a radius of over 10 kilometers. Shopkeeper, there is no need to suppress your realm. In a battle of equal standing, you shall not be my match. Please unleash your full strength. Zhou Ping remained remarkably calm. Li Shaoming, feeling helpless, replied, I am merely a merchant. Combat is not my forte. Even were I to elevate my realm to the divine, I would still not match your prowess. Elevating further would be beyond your current capacity. It is merely an exchange of skills. There is no need for full intensity. He did not belittle himself, for one raised in an era of peace. Combat was an alien concept, and in past brawls, he had resorted to unsophisticated tactics. Was he to employ such moves against a sword saint? Such a scenario would be unbearably embarrassing. Of course, all of this was within the confines of the shop. Outside, he was but a small fry, devoid of combat experience. And even with the domain of blades and other skills, a mere strike could easily dispatch him. Zhou Ping fell silent for a moment before nodding. Very well. He uttered a single word, then drew his sword, unleashing a swift strike. The sword aura surged like a rainbow, sharp to the utmost degree, moving with boundless speed. As the saying goes, a single sword chills 14 states, and that was precisely Zhou Ping now. Li Shaoming could perceive the trajectory of the attack and quickly summoned the regulatory power from the domain of blades, coalescing it into a transcendent longsword to counter Zhou Ping's ultimate sword light. The members of Team 136, observing from a distance, began to comprehend the essence of true strength. They all maximized the restrictions of their domains, certain that they could not withstand the Sword Saint's casual strike. It was power far beyond their understanding. Old Zhao, your domain pales in comparison to Shaoming's. It is a chasm between heaven and earth. Hong Ying's words dripped with subtle sarcasm. Zhao Kongcheng's earlier smug demeanor was etched in her memory. A woman's recollection is indeed sharp. Isn't that obvious? Zhao Kongcheng chuckled ruefully. All abilities stem from what Shaoming has manifested. It would be strange for me to outshine him. However, I have confidence that one day I shall reach the level that Shaoming currently possesses. Old Zhao, to quote your earlier words, confidence is commendable, but do not be overly confident. Beware of a swift backlash. Wu Xiangnan's mockery was unrestrained. Xiaonan stuck out her tongue. That's what you get for your earlier smug expression, Zhao uncle. Now that the opportunity has arisen, it is only natural for Wu Gu to tease you. I even wanted to say a few words myself. Xiaonan was not wrong. Long Xian wholeheartedly agreed. When Qima nodded in affirmation, Zhao Kongcheng turned to Lin Qiye. Little Yi knows how to empathize with Zhao Gu. Look at those little eyes. There is no hint of mockery. Lin Qiye silently observed for a few seconds and spoke sincerely. I too wish to tease, but I had not thought of any words until now. How disheartening. You all cannot bear to see my good fortune. If I were to perish, so be it. Zhao Kongcheng continued to pound his chest. Enough of the theatrics. Do we not know you well enough? Hong Ying rolled her eyes. Focus on watching the battle. This opportunity may never arise again. Do not squander it. There is no need for further combat. After exchanging but a few moves, Zhou Ping lost interest. Li Shaoming possessed no understanding of combat, and continuing would serve no purpose. Shopkeeper, may I witness your true realm? Li Shaoming? His true realm was that of a mere novice. How could he show Zhou Ping a novice S level? However, utilizing the shop's rules to elevate his realm for Zhou Ping to witness was feasible. What is this? It is called showboating. Boom. In an instant, Li Shaoming's realm ascended to that of a high-dimensional sovereign. The aura emanating from him compelled Zhou Ping to brace himself against his sword to avoid collapsing. Shopkeeper, is your current momentum at its peak? No, not even 1/1000th of it. Zhou Ping pondered for a moment before asking. Understood. Could you disclose the name of this realm? Li Shaoming shook his head. This realm is still far beyond your grasp. Even knowing it may not be beneficial for you, and could lead to a disturbance in your Dao heart. My heart is steadfast. Nothing in this world can disturb my resolve. Speak freely, shopkeeper. Very well. Remember, this realm is known as the high-dimensional sovereign. Shaoming, what of it? Who emerged victorious? Zhao Kongcheng inquired with childlike curiosity. In equal standing, I am no match for the sword saint. After all, I am merely a merchant. Combat is not my area of expertise. There is no shame in speaking the truth, Li Shaoming responded candidly. Friends outside, since you have arrived, why not come in? Another visitor? Hearing this, Zhao Kongcheng and the others immediately turned around. What era is this? How can there still be individuals dressed in ancient garb? Zhao Kongcheng scratched his rear. Chapter 14. The puzzled Wen Qimo remarkable. Truly, it is a wondrous vessel. The master opened 5 jars, 2 of which were empty, while 3 contained items. This is impressive, Li Shaoming remarked with an odd expression, as the master had surprisingly unveiled a hint of Confucian Tao's essence from the jars. Despite the master's affable demeanor, Confucianism was fundamentally unrelated to him. Li Shaoming gestured to the master, and an ethereal essence was extracted and transformed into a talisman. I shall craft this essence into a talisman, master. You can seek out someone fated to possess it. No problem. The master accepted the talisman and, after a moment of silence, stated, Since Zhou Ping has yet to express his intent, allow me to take the lead. Shopkeeper, we have come to inquire about your stance. Li Shaoming smiled nonchalantly. I am but a merchant of realms. Without a stance to speak of, I am neutral. Realm? Chun Mai and the others furrowed their brows, hastily summarizing the situation for the master. Is that so? The master appeared somewhat astonished. Truly, the world is vast and filled with wonders. Today has certainly been enlightening. Shopkeeper, if members of the ancient deity sect were to arrive, would you sell them the jars? Indeed. Li Shaoming nodded with certainty. Of course. If they wish to cause trouble in my establishment, that's a different matter altogether. Understanding this, the sage handed the hammer to Zhou Ping. I shall not disturb the shopkeeper further. I will pay another visit next time. You're too polite. Take care, sage. Li Shaoming replied, not insisting on keeping him there, watching as the sage departed. The members of Team 136 stood upright. Zhou Ping, holding the hammer, appeared contemplative before swiftly shattering 5 jars. Congratulations, Sword Saint. You have uncovered a sword manual. Li Shaoming expressed his congratulations. Zhao Kongcheng and the others hesitated to approach and see what the manual contained. Zhou Ping flipped it open and remarked, It is of no use to me. Perhaps your team could benefit from it. He tossed the sword manual to Lung Xian, who caught it hastily, emboldening Zhao Kongcheng and the others to lean closer. Their curiosity piqued. Is it the Qing Feng sword technique? How impressive is it? Does it rival my blade domain? Zhou Ping glanced at Zhao Kongcheng, who had asked 3 questions in a row. That feeble blade principle you demonstrated earlier was indeed yours, correct? Report. Affirmative, Zhao Kongcheng saluted. Despite his age, Zhao Kongcheng had acquired a principle, granting him the potential for divinity. Li Shaoming looked oddly at Lin Qiye, wondering if this would lead to a scenario where the guide usurps the master. Come on. Hong Ying urged Zhao Kongcheng. This is an excellent opportunity. Why hesitate? Others also attempted to signal Zhao Kongcheng, anxious to step in for him. Thank you, Sword Saint, for your graciousness. I, Zhao Kongcheng, am most grateful, but, he continued, I have comrades and friends in Songnan. Understood. No need for further discussion. It simply implies our fates do not align. I hope when we meet next. Your blade principle has advanced, Zhou Ping concluded, setting the hammer down. Indeed, guests are always welcome. As the proprietor, I shall never turn them away. Zhou Ping, if you have matters to attend to, please, welcome back next time. Li Shaoming watched Zhou Ping leave once more before turning to the others. There are 7 jars left. Who will open them? Not only was he speechless, but everyone else was as well. Even Li Shaoming struggled to find comforting words. Old Zhao, why don't you take a turn? Open one to comfort Qi Mo Hong Ying nudged Zhao Kongcheng. Then I shan't be polite. Here goes. I wish for a divine item that Qi Mo can utilize. Outside the old residential area, the sage paused, waiting for Zhou Ping, who who approached holding a sword. What are your thoughts? The sage squinted. It seems we must cleanse the aberrants from the great Xia territory. There are no secrets that remain hidden. The news about the jar shop will spread. It is only a matter of time. Zhou Ping's voice echoed in the distance. Songnan. That cursed place is nearing its end. Will the proprietor still be here then? The sage did not turn his head. As long as the proprietor remains, Songnan shall face no further calamities. I have a feeling that Songnan still holds a chance for rejuvenation. Is that so? The sage said no more and silently turned away. Strangely, amidst the bustling streets, no one seemed to notice them, as if they were invisible. Aha! My luck is truly remarkable. Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed excitedly, holding 4 distinct items. Chapter 15. The initial upgrade of the jar shop. The mushroom in your hand is called Timo. It is a bomb. If planted in the ground, the mushroom will enlarge and become invisible, and those caught in the blast will be afflicted by a poison known as mushroom, significantly slowing them down and causing continuous damage. As for that small sword, it is called the long sword. If you drop a drop of blood on its blade, it will bond with you, increasing your attack power by 10 points, a negligible benefit for you. The vial contains a red potion, used for healing. It has surprising effects on those near death. Li Shaoming did not expect to uncover 3 items from the league. The mushroom speaks for itself. Anyone familiar with the league knows how insidious it can be. The longsword and the red potion are merely basic items. Finally, there remained 1 item, and Li Shaoming couldn't help but marvel at old Zhao's luck. He truly revealed something useful for Qima. The final item of use to Qima was a spherical object containing a strand of telekinetic energy. Upon shattering it, the energy would merge with the body, effectively granting the ability to utilize a form of forbidden domain. Haha, I told you I would uncover something useful for Qima. Zhao Kongcheng laughed heartily, when Qima, unceremoniously, seized it and promptly crushed it. I see. How intriguing. He unleashed the telekinetic energy, causing the shattered fragments of the jars to levitate in midair. Wow, this ability is impressive. Soon, Qima will be able to fly on a sword. Indeed, henceforth, the dust in the office shall be your responsibility. Qima, they jested. During water shortages, this ability will be quite handy. We won't have to carry water by hand anymore. Even helping the elderly cross the street will be a breeze. Truly a practical ability. Hong Ying and the others chimed in. When Qima ignored them, Li Shaoming, where should these fragments be placed? No need for such trouble, Li Shaoming replied. And the fragments vanished into thin air. Congratulations, you have completed the first task set for you. This shop has now upgraded. Zhao Kongcheng and the others looked around in confusion. Li Shaoming, but nothing seems to have changed. There are changes. You will see once you take action. With that, Li Shaoming led the way outside, and the others curiously followed. Upon entering the reception area, they immediately noticed the significant transformation. If the previous decor was rudimentary, the current ambience was opulent, surpassing even the grandest of mansions. The spacious room was filled with furniture and appliances. Exiting the door, they observed that apart from room 88, everything else had been embellished with inscriptions. Opening jars brings joy. Spending money brings happiness. Spend a little more. The group was left speechless, utterly dumbfounded. But it was not incorrect. They were indeed quite pleased and exhilarated. You should not focus on these trivial decorations and inscriptions. Look closer, and you may find a surprise. Really? Intrigued, the group entered the interior, scanning every corner with eager eyes. Suddenly, Hong Ying's eyes lit up as if she had uncovered a secret. There are jars. I specifically counted them on the way here. There were 50 before, and now there are 100. Realizing a certain possibility, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Shaoming, does this mean we can all open jars now? Congratulations, you are correct. Except for Lin Qiye, you, Lin Qiye, and old Zhao can each purchase 10. After all, Team Chun had previously provided the funds, which would be accounted for under Lin Qiye's name. Regardless of who opened the jars, the quantity would be attributed to him. Noticing their confusion, Li Shaoming naturally clarified. Lin Qiye chuckled bitterly. Li Gu, I want to open mine. Let Lin Qiye do it. The others looked at him in puzzlement. Don't look at me. Do you think a student like me can come up with 100,000? I'm broke. At this moment, Lin Qiye, lacking even $100, could be considered impoverished. You won't need to spend your own money. The situation will be reported. The higher-ups will transfer funds to the team account. The expenses for opening jars will be covered by the Great Xia. After all, it was Chun Mai who had provided the funds. This information was known only to Hong Ying, and he had forgotten to mention it to the other team members. Li Shaoming, I have transferred it to you. All right, you can distribute the 30 jars amongst yourselves. It's getting late, so you should start opening them. We can have lunch together afterward. Old Zhao, try not to drool. Didn't you want a drink yesterday? Li Shaoming pulled Zhao Kongcheng away from the jars and added, Qima, lend me your Susanu. He actually possessed one himself, but since he already had one on hand, there was no need for redundancy. Honging, you all handle the distribution. I'll assist Li Shaoming. Good, Captain. Remember to make braised pork. In the kitchen, Chenmai opened the refrigerator and was utterly astonished. Goodness. Not only could the room expand, but even the refrigerator seemed to exist in a realm of its own, filled to the brim with a myriad of food items, some of which he could not even name. Could the food within surpass the size of Chang'an City? The view was endless. How on earth could one extract any food from it? Chapter 16. Lin Qiye unleashes the frozen fruit. Zhao Kongcheng embraces Qiye, singing with excitement. A racing heart and trembling hands, Lin Qiye wielded a hammer, his icy demeanor momentarily faltering. Xuanzi, what are you so nervous about? This doesn't align with your character. Zhao Kongcheng forcefully nudged the motionless boy beside him. Noticing the peculiar gazes of the crowd, Lin Qiye quickly regained his composure and silently shattered one of the jars. As it broke, a bizarre, sky-blue fruit soared out. The onlookers were bewildered, and Zhao Kongcheng eagerly seized it, scrutinizing it closely. Why is this fruit so cold? Lin Qiye, you should taste it to see what effect it has. Wu Xiangnan interjected without a second thought. Don't eat that recklessly. Wait until Shaoming comes out to clarify its effects. If it turns out to be a miraculous healing fruit, it would be a waste. The vice captain agreed, emphasizing the importance of understanding the effects before consuming anything. It's all right. Lin Qiye is quite fortunate. That is a devil fruit, specifically a natural type. At that moment, Li Shaoming and two others emerged with dishes in hand. A devil? Does that mean a devil resides within the fruit? Zhao Kongcheng and the others stood up, gazing at Li Shaoming in surprise. Old Zhao, you're not mistaken. That fruit has been traded with a devil. Consuming it will cause one to be abandoned by the sea. Upon contact with seawater, one will become utterly powerless. Li Shaoming placed the dishes on the table. However, the abilities gained are quite impressive. This fruit, known as the frozen fruit, allows one to elementalize their body, rendering them immune to physical attacks. Just like this. Shaoming you. The crowd gasped, unable to intervene, as Li Shaoming plunged a knife into himself. Yet, instead of blood, a chilling aura emanated from the wound. Chenmai and the others gasped in astonishment. If that's the case, wouldn't anyone who consumed a devil fruit be invincible? The effects were terrifying, enabling one's body to transform into an element, immune to all physical harm. Not to mention those with special abilities. If Lin Qiye consumed it, he would often find himself in an unbeatable position. Not invincible, Li Shaoming wiped his hands and sat down. You all understand the principle of mutual restraint. Theoretically, extreme temperatures can harm an ability user. Additionally, the fruit and hockey originate from the same realm. Captain Chun's armed color specifically counters natural type users. I once saw someone wielding the frozen fruit in another realm. That person was among the top tier fighters there, able to freeze others solid with a mere flick of the wrist. In another realm, there was a woman who could freeze time to a limited extent, albeit only for a fraction of a second. Due to the elementalization that grants immunity to physical strikes, the frozen fruit, in terms of your realm, is classified as a high-risk forbidden fruit. If the armed color is not activated, its ranking could easily place it among the highest tiers. Having spoken at length, Li Shaoming felt somewhat parched and reached for a bottle of soda, finishing it in one gulp. The entire 136 team was still digesting the information. After a while, Chenmai broke the silence. Lin Qiye, logically, consuming the frozen fruit offers more benefits than drawbacks. But the significant weakness of not being able to touch seawater is indeed a considerable flaw. The decision to eat or not rests with you. Xuanzi, what are you hesitating for? Zhao Kongcheng suggested, extending the frozen fruit toward Hongying. If you want to eat it, let Hongying have it. Turning her into ice and fire would be splendid, a reversal of extremes. Lin Qiye truly hesitated. Who wouldn't desire such a perilous ability? Yet, the weakness was hard to accept. Never being able to touch seawater was a daunting prospect. Li Shaoming conjured bowls and chopsticks before the crowd and cheerfully declared, actually, Lin Qiye, you need not hesitate. There are items in the jar that can eliminate side effects. The seawater limitation is temporary. The ability is lifelong. This is a great choice. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye finally felt reassured. Even if he could not activate it, someone from their side would surely manage, and he would only need to pay a price to obtain it later. All right, I will eat it. Having made his decision, he took the fruit in hand and consumed it without hesitation. Ugh, what happened? Chenmai and the others looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend why Lin Qiye's face turned purple after just one bite, accompanied by persistent retching. I forgot to mention that the taste of a devil fruit is notoriously unpleasant. Li Shaoming chuckled, though he had never tasted one himself. He had seen others do so in the anime, where they exhibited a similar reaction to Lin Qiye's. After gagging for a moment, Lang Qian lifted his head, his icy countenance morphing into one of distress. Is this what you call unpleasant? It's simply. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, wanting to express that it was far worse than something he could compare it to. However, with food laid out on the table and everyone preparing to eat, voicing such sentiments would only disgust them, wouldn't it? Simply what? Do tell. Finish your sentence. You've left us hanging. Everyone stared curiously at Lang Qian. Enough. Li Shaoming interjected, recognizing that discussing such matters now would be quite unappetizing. Let us eat lunch first. If you manage to activate it later, you'll know what it's like. Continue reading. Chapter 17. A Gathering of Heroes, the Twin Forbidden Realms. In a clandestine location stood a grand hall, with several statues emanating an air of authority at the forefront. Beneath the statues, cloaked figures sat on chairs, leaned against walls, or embraced one another. How intriguing. Is the information accurate? One cloaked figure swirled a goblet, obscuring his expression, but his tone betrayed his buoyant mood. There are many of our members among the Night Watchmen. Although the news has not yet spread, some individuals are already aware, including our own. The information is undoubtedly reliable. This task will be entrusted to you, and you may mobilize personnel as you see fit. At this moment, another seated figure calmly interjected. The Night Watchmen have numerous formidable individuals heading to Tsangnan. You cannot accomplish this alone. After a prolonged period of inactivity, your abilities may become rusty. I shall take it upon myself to extend an invitation to that small establishment. If the esteemed one wishes to stretch their legs, that is certainly agreeable. The agent Michaela will be entrusted to me, since the task has been assigned to you. Manage it as you wish. You may disperse. Sir, the training site for this session is in Tsangnan City. The master has requested you to visit an old residential area at shop number 88 in advance, stating that there is a jar within that can open a forbidden realm. A middle-aged man stood at the entrance of a hotel, briefing a robust boy. Remarkable. We must make haste. By the way, instruct the new recruit to book the tickets. We will depart tonight. Understood. 2 trees standing tall. The 8 gods converge. 10 years of night shall ferry the world. Can it truly cleanse my sins? Esteemed one, I am on my way. Even after my departure, the rules must remain firm. Understood? Boss, we understand. Good. Today we shall subdue them. Let us go. Shop number 88. After the meal, Zhao Kongcheng collapsed onto the sofa, utterly unconscious. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye and the others resumed opening the remaining jars. Lang Qian was the first to unveil the frozen fruit, while the following 4 jars yielded several useless items. As the protagonist, Lin Qiye's luck was undeniable. Out of 5 jars, for contained items, the others gazed at Lin Qiye with intrigue, solidifying his status as the Emperor of Luck. Li Gu. What is this card labeled Sever the Agent? For instance, divine agents receive tasks from their deities. By using this card, the task becomes irrelevant, as even the gods would not dare to cause trouble. The card is sealed with 3 energy forces, apart from beings of the same caliber as the creator god. No other deity can withstand the harm inflicted by the card's energy. The first energy alone cannot slay a god, yet should the opponent remain obstinate. The second energy is capable of inflicting severe injury, while the third can utterly annihilate a deity. All of you agents are essentially volunteers. The card may seem of little use, but in dire situations it proves to be quite effective. Upon hearing the possibility of slaying a god, everyone was momentarily stunned, and the subsequent words barely registered. It seemed that Li Gu understood what would transpire in the coming time. Naturally, given Li Ji's strength, it was not surprising that he could foresee future events. He chose not to ponder further and casually placed the card into his pocket. What about this? Lin Qiye raised a glimmering golden orb in his hand. The orb is a sacred artifact of the Buddhist sect, which, when worn, provides a profound calming and clarity effect. Beneficial for your forthcoming endeavors. You may keep it for now, Li Shaoming explained, expressing astonishment at the items Lin Qiye presented, none of which were intended for his personal use. The mental elixir could be applied to Nikes, but it is a worthwhile investment. The progress bar of the Goddess of Night would indeed move, granting him abilities in return. The orb was solely for that ruthless killer sycophant. Very well. Li Shaoming shook his head. Among the 4 items, the first 2 are significantly more useful, while the other 2 hold little value. Never mind. Lin Qiye had no intention of transforming into an animal. Captain, I shall relinquish this to you. Shinmai nodded silently. Anything they could utilize, they would. And what they did not wish to use must be surrendered. After all, it was funded by the great Xia's treasury. The final item was merely ornamental. Qiye. You might want to attach this accessory to your backpack while attending school. It would certainly add a touch of brilliance. Chapter 18. The fusion of Howling Celestial Dog and Black Sovereign. Are they collecting pets? Ah, how delightful. In room 88 of the shop, Li Shaoming, clad in a dinosaur costume, rose from his bed and stretched by the window. The sunlight streamed in, illuminating him like a cheerful young lad. It was 2 in the afternoon. 2 hours had sufficiently dispelled his drowsiness, and it was time to open the shop. He glanced at the time, muttering to himself, and descended the stairs without changing his clothes. Upon reaching the jar hall, he promptly opened the door, gazing at the empty entrance, and leaned his head on one hand at the counter. It appeared he recalled something. With his free hand, he spread it out, and a medicinal pill materialized in his palm. Boundary pill. After consuming this, I shall also be a minor master in the pool realm. Splendid. Having murmured to himself, he placed the pill in his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. Not bad, a faint herbal fragrance, devoid of bitterness, with a hint of sweetness. Others toil tirelessly to cultivate their skills, yet I merely chew a few times to ascend. It feels somewhat like undeserved gain. Not quite. I have indeed paid a price. And a hefty one at that. I have lost my freedom. Reflecting on this, the feeling of unearned gain vanished from his mind. Romantic cannons. Susanoo. Telekinesis. Freezing fruit. Dominance. In summary, Team 136 had unearthed numerous treasures today, with the most significant reward being the domain of blades obtained by old Zhao. Even though he is currently in the pool realm, after exchanging a few moves with Sword Saint Zhou Ping, he has accumulated combat experience and is now capable of contending with the Shanghai realm. Being unable to venture outside is indeed quite vexing. At that moment, a youthful figure entered the doorway, yet his face bore no smile, only evident wariness. Beneath his feet was a small black shadow, a diminutive black dog, gazing at Li Shaoming with a spark of intelligence in its eyes. Welcome to our establishment. Noticing the arrival of a guest, Li Shaoming warmly stepped out from behind the counter, hastening towards the boy, his smile unwavering. Yang Jin was momentarily at a loss for words. Ever since he had seen Lin Qiye enter this little shop, he had been observant these past 2 days. When Team 136 departed, he and his dog had intended to leave as well. However, recalling the blade law emanating from the shop that morning, he found himself rooted in place. After pondering for over an hour, he decided to enter the shop, but upon reaching the door, he discovered it was closed and had to wait until it reopened to step inside. What does your shop sell? After a few seconds of hesitation, Yang Jin finally spoke. Li Shaoming's gaze traversed between Yang Jin and the black dog, understanding dawning upon him. This configuration, along with that extraordinary aura, unmistakably belonged to Erlangshan and the howling celestial dog. Would the customer like to play? Each individual is limited to opening 10 jars per day, and each jar costs 10,000. Excuse me. Yang Jin shook his head, not expressing his desire to play, but the lack of funds was undeniable. Please, take your time. Li Shaoming extended an invitation to linger. Yang Jin turned warily. Since you have entered, it signifies fate. I shall gift you and your little black dog each a jar. Li Shaoming waved his hand towards the counter, and 2 jars floated before Yang Jin, a hammer nestled between them. The hammer is necessary to break the jars. Originally, he could not bestow jars upon anyone, but after the shop's upgrade, he could now open 10 jars a day. He had been preparing to do so when Yang Jin and the howling celestial dog entered. Since the other party was Erlang, gifting 2 was no issue, while reserving 8 for himself to indulge in his whims. Yang Jin set down the ring. If Li Shaoming were to make a move against him, he would possess no means to retaliate. Boss, can you discern something? With Yang Jin's inquiry, Li Shaoming did not hold back. Are you inquiring about your identity? You are none other than Yang Jin of the great Xia mythology, alongside the howling celestial dog? Am I mistaken? Indeed. Yang Jin sighed. What remains of Yang Jin? I am but an ordinary person now. I sensed the law emanating from the shop this morning. It was also released from the jars? Seeing Li Shaoming nod, Yang Jin continued. 10,000 for a single path. Do you not think it a loss? Haha. In the endless flow of time, one must seek out engaging pursuits. Boredom is simply not for individuals like us, is it? Li Shaoming feigned nonchalance. After all, the items within the jars hold no value for me. Bestowing them upon those destined to receive them brings me the sole joy as a merchant of dimensions. A merchant of dimensions? Yang Jin pondered. Are you from another dimension? Indeed, you may regard me as a merchant traversing countless dimensions, with the singular goal of allowing others to experience the joy of spending. Your companions have unearthed numerous treasures from my shop. They are quite pleased and joyous. Li Shaoming's expression morphed into a sly grin. Open. As long as you open the jars, good fortune may restore you to that once mighty Erlangshan. Open. Open. Should you unveil divine artifacts? Perhaps the peculiar land of Cangnan could be revitalized, breathing life anew. Chapter 19. The Nanda Serpent Demon. Zhao Kongcheng strikes again in Shop 88. Clang. Quite remarkable. It seems that metaphysics holds some utility. Li Shaoming reveled in the newfound abilities coursing through his body, thoroughly satisfied. The first jar yielded the conqueror's haki, a splendid beginning. Onward. Clang. Empty. Li Shaoming remained unfazed, shattering 3 jars in succession, all empty, and now unable to sit still, he hastily bid farewell. Ultimately, gritting his teeth to break open the remaining jars. Gazing at the 4 cards floating before him, he frowned slightly. Alas, opening these is akin to not opening them at all. Best to store them away. They may prove useful in the future. Having said this, he tidied up the fragments and propped his head up with one hand, lost in thought. The following day, the entire Team 136 appeared at the school Lin Qiye attended. Zhao Kongcheng, upon hearing the voice through his earpiece, swiftly retrieved the boundless ring, sliced his hand to let blood stain the restricted object, and after completing these actions, he rapidly performed several gestures, shouting, "Boundless ring, activate." As his voice echoed, a barrier unfurled, enveloping the entire school. He dashed into the school just then. Inside, chaos reigned supreme. Everywhere he looked, there were man-eating serpent demons and panicked students and teachers fleeing in all directions. The apocalypse had arrived. Run for your lives. What on earth is happening? Don't eat me, please. Goodness, why is this monster chasing me? Why not pursue someone else? As the students frantically attempted to escape the school, they soon spotted a figure moving against the tide. It was Zhao Kongcheng, who had just rushed in. Facing the oncoming serpent demon, a confident smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Not to mention the myriad of abilities he possessed now. Even when he was an ordinary person, he had the confidence to slay creatures that only existed in nightmares, relying solely on his combat experience. Now, it was akin to slicing through vegetables. With a long knife in hand, Zhao Kongcheng moved so swiftly he appeared as a fleeting shadow. The gust of wind he created lifting the hair of the students as he passed. As he approached several serpent demons, the knife cut through the air, a flash of light dazzling in its wake, and a few humanoid snake heads floated down from above. Boring. I can hardly gauge my current strength, 7 knights. Have you located the leader of the serpent demons? I'm going to take him down. A youthful yet grave voice crackled through his earpiece. Not yet. I'm still searching. Numerous serpent demons are heading your way. Be careful, old Zhao. Just in time. This will save me the trouble. Zhao Kongcheng glanced at the students, who were gazing at him with admiration, lifted his chin, and departed, leaving behind a silhouette that sparked their imaginations. Wow, who is that uncle? He is so cool. I wish he were my dad. He killed the serpent demons with a single stroke, and the blade shimmered with a faint glow. Undeniably, that handsome man is a cultivator. I want to learn from him. You must be joking. It's crawling with serpent demons inside. Stepping in there now is tantamount to seeking death. I'm leaving, farewell. Inside the girls' dormitory, Hong Ying donned her school uniform, yet her innate charisma could not be concealed. As she wielded her spear, flames erupted with each movement, vibrating at an intense frequency. Any serpent demon that came into contact with her spear was not only subjected to the cleansing flames but also the damaging vibrations. A mere brush could result in severed limbs, and the worst outcome would be utter dismemberment. Sister Hong Ying, with the combination of flame and vibration. Your explosive power has intensified. Xiaonan, dressed in vibrant youthful attire, observed. Hong Ying efficiently dispatched the last serpent demon, remaining composed as she replied, after all, this is a high-risk forbidden zone. Such effects are to be expected. If my realm were to break through to the next level, the myriad of frequencies would be even more formidable. After her response to Xiaonan, she placed one hand to her ear. 7 knights. Hurry and find the leader of the serpent demons. Don't delay, or we won't be able to open the jars in time. Zhao Kongcheng added. Exactly, 7 knights. Speed it up. We still need to head to Shaoming's place to open the good stuff. I have a feeling today is going to be exceptionally lucky. From a distant building, Lung Xian gripped a romantic cannon, surveying the school. None of the serpent demons could withstand a single shot from him. I feel that my luck is also quite favorable today, especially the sensation of holding the gun. It's destined to be a fruitful day. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan were in a car outside the school, listening to the conversation in their earpieces. Chen Mai calmly remarked, no need to rush. The students want to arrive for a couple of days. We still have time to open a few jars. Shaoming's store is located in a remote corner. Who besides dogs would go there? Zhao Kongcheng? Lin Qiye? Hong Ying Xiaonan? No way, old Chun. You're ruthless, even cursing yourself. Wu Xiangnan looked at him as if he were foolish. Ahem, I misspoke. Chen Mai realized his error. Just forget what I said. Oh, please click to the next page to continue reading. The following content is even more thrilling. Chapter 20. Fatty opens the divine agent. Opening jars brings joy. Spending money brings happiness. Spend a bit more. How intriguing. Before gate 88, a slightly plump figure looked up at the elegantly inscribed words on either side, his face clearly reflecting interest. Beside him stood several individuals, each holding a box, respectfully standing next to the plump man. Let us go inside to meet the extraordinary shop owner. The plump man led the way, followed by a man in a suit, as they entered the store. What a luxurious sight. The plump man's eyes roamed, taking in the opulent decor, causing even someone accustomed to lavish residences to gasp in awe. Old master, is this where I am? At that moment, Shaoming reclined on a sofa behind the counter, wearing a black mask, having seen no customers all morning. He had dozed off. Just as he was about to reach the climax of a delightful dream, he was stirred awake by the sound of shouting. No need to shout. I'm right here. The plump man hurried to the front, craning his neck, and then saw a young man, not much older than himself, slowly rising from the sofa. What a handsome fellow. Hello, boss. My name is Bailey Tumming, also known as Fatty. You can call me Fatty. It's customary to bring a small gift when meeting for the first time. Hearing this, several men in black promptly stepped forward with boxes. Upon opening the boxes, dazzling golden light erupted forth. Shaoming squinted against the brilliance, barely able to open his eyes, once accustomed to the golden glow. He opened his eyes to scrutinize the plump man. Haha, how polite. Though he said this, his hands did not cease their movement. He picked one up and slipped it onto his hand, feeling that something was amiss. Noticing his left hand was empty, he suddenly realized. His hand instinctively reached for another box, and after a few seconds, his left hand was also adorned. Yet he still felt something was lacking around his neck. So he reached again for a box containing a gold chain. After finishing, he still felt something was missing. Eventually, after more than a minute, he had draped several heavy gold chains around his neck, and his arms were adorned with glimmering watches. He even donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. This perfectly embodied the phrase, big gold chains, small watches, now all I need is a barbecue. Known for his friendships through gifts, he couldn't help but think, look, this is what it means to be shameless. But I like it, hee. Shaoming looked down, feeling quite satisfied. Fatty, consider the gifts as payment for opening jars. There are 4 of you, so you can open 40 jars. Let me explain the rules of this establishment. Currently, we sell only 100 jars a day. 10 jars per person, each priced at 10,000. Finally, I wish you the best in opening items you desire. When Bailey Tumming introduced himself, he already knew who he was, a member of the Nightfall team, a young master living without financial worries. Yet rather annoyed when others referred to him as a young master. In forging friendships, regardless of whether one finds the person appealing, it is customary to offer gifts. He had watched the anime before his transmigration but hadn't finished the original story. He had skimmed through fanfiction that claimed Fatty was a reincarnated big shot. Though he couldn't verify its truth. No problem at all. The gifts for the boss are just that. Gifts, not payment for opening jars. Fatty chided his companions for their lack of awareness. Hurry up and pay. One of the suited men immediately scanned the payment. The funds arrived, 400,000. Shaoming made no attempt to intervene. The items on Fatty alone were worth far more, and 400,000 was equivalent to mere pocket change for him. Boss, I heard these jars can open forbidden zones. Is that true? Fatty inquired with curious eyes. My name is Shaoming. You can just call me Shaoming. Shaoming stepped forward to the counter. It's true. 2 members of the team stationed in Songnan have opened ultra-high-risk forbidden zones and some items comparable to forbidden zones. Is it truly that miraculous? Fatty exclaimed in Cantonese. Then can I open 10, or can I open all 40? Shaoming explained. If your people agree to open, then you can open 40. If they disagree, you can only open 10. That is the rule. Without waiting for Pang Pang to speak, several suited men expressed their agreement. After all, they were still working under this person. If they disagreed, they risked losing this coveted job in the blink of an eye. Such opportunities may not come once in a lifetime, so how could they dare to voice dissent against their superior? Since everyone agreed, Pang Pang, you may proceed. By the way, this is a blind box. Whatever you draw should not come as a surprise, as the jars can also be empty. No need to explain, brotherly. I am well versed in the game of blind boxes. All relying on luck, right? Shaoming nodded with approval, handing over the hammer. Simultaneously, 40 jars floated before Pong Pong's chest. How marvelous. Come on. Let me, Pang Pang, unleash a spectacular treasure. Bang. He smashed 5 jars in succession, and one of them emitted a radiant beam that surged into his body. In that instant, Pong Pong's eyes involuntarily closed, his body levitating in midair, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colors. Moments later, the light transformed into a towering beam, reaching the clouds. Chapter 21. Pang Pang becomes the lucky charm. Honging, Lin Qiye. And old Zhao, you guard these 3 entrances. It's too noisy. Do not let anyone intrude. Chenmai paused just before entering the fog, turning to instruct the 3. Zhao Kongcheng and the others understood the gravity of the situation, nodding and silently directing their attention towards the three entrances. Meanwhile, Chunmai swiftly led the remaining members into the shop. Upon entering, they beheld Pang Pang floating in midair, utterly oblivious to their presence. The three suited men gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless. Shaoming, what divine ability has this little chubby one awakened? Chunmai approached Li Shaoming at the front desk, whispering. The closer he got, the more vividly he perceived the multicolored aura emanating from Pang Pang, signaling a breakthrough in his long-stagnant realm. Lin Qiye and the others shared similar sentiments. Even contemplating leaning against Pang Pang for comfort, it felt utterly delightful. The colorful aura enveloped their bodies as if they were bathing in a warm, soothing ocean, reminiscent of returning to a mother's embrace. Every cell in their bodies rejoiced in this moment, nearly prompting them to moan aloud. However, recalling the mortifying scene, they restrained themselves. Captain Chun, it might be best if you refrain from asking for now. This opportunity is rare. Pang Pang will awaken in no more than 5 minutes. If you approach him and enter a meditative state, it is highly likely you will advance from the peak of the Chuan realm to the Sea realm. Li Shaoming cheerfully suggested. Is it truly possible in my case? Chunmai could hardly resist such temptation, yet he feared exposing the aura of Shiva's resentment. Indeed, upon hearing Li Shaoming's affirmation, Chunmai contemplated before swiftly moving to sit beside Pang Pang, crossing his legs and closing his eyes to absorb the harmonious energy radiating from him. Lin Qiye, being astute, followed suit and entered a meditative state. Wu Xiangnan and the others lagged slightly, but soon joined the ranks. As time passed, the towering beam gradually diminished, disappearing entirely after several minutes, while the heavenly clouds reverted to their white hue, drifting away with the wind. At that moment, the three guards stationed outside noticed the beam had dissipated and, seeing no one pursuing their trail, rushed into the shop. They were puzzled to find Captain Chun and the others seated beneath Pang Pang. Zhao Kongcheng nodded, refraining from further comments as all eyes focused on Pang Pang and the others. When 5 minutes elapsed, Pang Pang gently descended to the ground, his eyes snapping open the moment his feet touched the floor. How delightful. My entire body feels relaxed. He stretched his waist and then looked down at the additional individuals, startled. Pang Pang, come here, do not disturb them. Li Shaoming waved his hand, sending the still meditating individuals to the training room. Hong Ying, Qiye, and the others are in the training room. Do not worry, you can enter whenever you wish. Hong Ying nodded, albeit with lingering concern. She opted to step into the training room. Pang Pang, brimming with excitement, leaped up, eager to embrace Li Shaoming. Sensing this, Li Shaoming quickly dodged, saying, Pang Pang, calm down. If you wish to hug someone, embrace old Zhao instead. Ha! Pang Pang scratched his head in embarrassment. I am just so thrilled. So amazed, so dreamlike. I lost control. As for hugging this old man, I think I'll pass. The changes in his body made him feel as if he were in a dream. He could use abilities without restraint, which felt wonderful, yet this ability, brotherly. What have I awakened? Why is it only one ability? Fortuity? Pong Pong's eyes widened. Brotherly, you just gifted me the power of this divine beast? Zhao Kongcheng and the others stared, astonished. The auspicious beast, Qilin, was renowned as an ancient divine creature, the true emblem of the Great Xia. Who would dare claim that the Great Xia was devoid of gods? The agent stood blatantly before them, challenging anyone to debate. What do you mean by gift? You paid for it, all right? The opening of jars is predicated on fairness. Since I dared to establish a blind box shop, I have no qualms about potential losses. Li Shaoming relaxed in his seat, showing no signs of regret. Those who opened jars, regardless of what extraordinary items they drew, felt no remorse, instead experiencing elation. After all, the abilities could be transferred to him, and the jars were not his possessions. To borrow a phrase from those who often enjoy free meals, this is what we call getting something for nothing. Pang Pang, allow me to remind you. What is it? What ability have you awakened? Pang Pang scratched his head again. The first ability is called Fortuity. It lacks offensive power and serves purely as a supportive ability. Do not underestimate Fortuity. Once you unleash the Forbidden Domain, you can create a space of over 20 meters of heavenly fortune. Those within will experience a twofold increase in their cultivation speed. For those in the Pond realm, it is threefold, and in the Chuan realm, fourfold, and so forth. Not only does it enhance cultivation speed, but those who frequently associate with you will encounter good fortune, while misfortune will be banished from you and those around you. Everything they do will proceed smoothly. Even a simple stroll could result in unexpected treasures. Chapter 22. Zhao Kongcheng's enthusiasm. Little chubby, come give brother Zhao a hug. Half an hour passed, and only Chinmai remained inside. Qiye emerged from the training room, having made significant progress, breaking through from the Lantern realm to the Pond realm. After understanding the situation, he gazed at Pang Pang, his eyes sparkling. Zhao Kongcheng was even more eager, chasing after Pang Pang for a hug. Stay away from me. Pang Gang, sweating profusely, dashed around the table. One uncle was already this fervent. What would happen if thousands more pursued him? Just moments ago, Pang Bang had rejoiced at acquiring the divine domain. Now, he regretted it to the point of wishing to find a block of tofu to end it all. Enough, old Zhao. Li Shaoming lightly tapped the table, instantly freezing the pursuing Zhao Kongcheng in place. If you wish to benefit from some good fortune to open jars, I must make it clear, it won't work. Pong Pong's ability does not extend to the jars, so do not think of relying on luck. Those who hoped to manipulate the jars were merely daydreaming. The jars were immune to all blessings and could only be opened based on one's own fortune. Whatever one drew was what one received. There was no method to enhance the success rate. The mystical practices of the past were merely psychological comfort. Did you hear that from Brotherly? Pang Pang panted. You, old man, must stop chasing me. All right then. Zhao Kongcheng relented. Shaoming, quickly give me 10 jars. I feel that I can still draw something today. Li Shaoming chuckled. The most frustrating aspect of gaming is relying on feelings. If one jar yields nothing, there's always the sense that the next will be lucky. When that one also results in nothing, the feeling resurfaces for the subsequent one. It is this maddening sensation that led him, during his school days, to spend hundreds of yuan of living expenses on games each month. After that experience, he learned his lesson and distanced himself from gaming, prioritizing his health. Pang Yang still had 35 jars left to open. Once he has finished, you may proceed. Li Shaoming once again placed the remaining jars before Fatty. At that moment, 3 men in suits hurried to Fatty's side, their faces brimming with anticipation. Young master, may we be graced with a few openings? You all know what to do today, right? Fatty squinted his eyes. The suited men quickly assured him, rest assured, young master, we will forget everything about today by tomorrow, and not utter a single word about it. All right, I'll divide 12 jars among you, for each, as long as you can keep your mouth shut in the future. The jars will not be lacking. Fatty nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. The 3 men in suits were ecstatic, gazing at the jars with endless gleaming excitement. Fatty paid them no further mind, gently shaking the jars, eager to see what treasures might be revealed after having tasted sweetness before. With a clang, he did not hesitate and shattered every remaining jar in succession. Alas, what a waste. How could you, little Fatty, be so careless with the jars? At the very least, you should wash your hands before opening them. It was unlikely that anything good would come from such recklessness. Upon witnessing a pile of useless items emerge, Zhao Kongcheng could not help but pound his chest and stamp his feet, as if he were the one who had failed to uncover anything of value. Nearly moved to tears. It matters not, just the inheritance of the Qilin alone makes me a great prophet. Fatty tossed the hammer casually to one of the suited men. I'll go first. No, I will. The 3 men in suits began to jostle for the hammer. Fatty, noticing the commotion, called out loudly, what are you arguing about? Have some decorum and do not disturb my friends here. You there, go first, you, second, and you last. If anyone has a problem, then none of you shall open. The suited men quieted down, and the one chosen to go first, excitement in his heart, stepped forward, silently praying for ancestral blessings. With a clang, an item fell into his hands, and before he could inquire what it was, the second suited man immediately snatched the hammer. After another 4 clangs, the same item landed in his hands. The third man experienced the same outcome. The 3 men in suits examined the small, gun-like object, bewildered. What you hold is a firearm, originating from a world inhabited by men in black, its power comparable to that of a bomb, quite fitting for your temperament. Li Shaoming casually elucidated. Upon confirming it was indeed a gun, the suited men walked aside in disappointment. Such items held little value for them, as they already had one tucked away at their waist. What was so remarkable about that? Li Shaoming, it's our turn now. Zhao Kongcheng could hardly contain his impatience. The suited men stepped forward to present a payment of 600,000. Lin Qiye was astonished, silently pondering. Where did such a prodigal come from? Casually handing out 600,000? Surely, he is a second-generation wealthy heir. There are 60 jars remaining. Your team is numerous, so feel free to distribute them amongst yourselves. Li Shaoming summoned the remaining 60 jars, floating them before Zhao Kongcheng and the others. Old Chen has not yet emerged, indicating he is fated to be without jars today. We happen to have 6 people. Shall we each take 10? Zhao Kongcheng chuckled. Turn the page to continue reading. Chapter 23. When Qima, shall we try again? Humph. What do you know, little one? I opened the first jar yesterday, and it yielded a domain. What does that signify? It signifies usefulness. Zhao Kongcheng disregarded the advice and began to dance enticingly, leaping, twirling, and bending, his hands moving in wild abandon. After repeating these motions for several minutes, he finally raised the hammer high above his head and brought it down heavily upon the jar before him. The jar shattered with a resounding crack. Fatty gleefully remarked, I told you there would be nothing. Ignoring Fatty's words, Zhao Kongcheng found himself facing the consequences of his disbelief. If mysticism were truly effective, gaming companies would have closed their doors long ago. As it turned out, the first jar Zhao Kongcheng smashed contained nothing but emptiness, not even a strand of hair. It matters not, mysticism enhances probability. The first being empty means the second must yield something divine. Li Shaoming secretly rejoiced, realizing old Zhao was truly hopeless, overly confident. And he could foresee the impending embarrassment Zhao Kongcheng would face. Indeed, with a heavy strike, the second jar also yielded nothing. No worries, if the second doesn't produce, the third will surely do so. Come on. I wager 20 pounds of Fatty's flesh for a wish to the divine ruins. Fatty, overhearing this, turned dark as he thought. Though he called himself Fatty, he was not truly that overweight. To lose 20 pounds of flesh would warrant a name change to Bony Spirit. No, please. Do not let my elder brother before me open the divine ruins. A great man once said, to eat is a blessing. The meat belongs to him. So he will not part with it. With this thought, Fatty fixated on the hammer, the descending hammer appearing to slow in his eyes. As if it took a century to reach the jar. This was merely his anxious illusion. To the observers, the hammer fell at a perfectly normal speed. From when old Zhao raised it to when it fell, taking no more than a second. Phew. Thank goodness. Fatty breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the jar empty. His 20 pounds of flesh had been preserved, much to his delight. This shouldn't be. Zhao Kongcheng crouched down, sifting through the shards. Is today truly my unlucky day? No. Only 2 empty jars cannot define my fortune today. At least 4 of the remaining 8 must yield useful divine artifacts. Someone else must go first. This is not my lucky time. I'll wash my hands first, and after you all finish, I shall go. After yet another empty jar. He could no longer sit still, abandoning the hammer and heading toward the restroom, leaving Fatty in a state of confusion and disarray. What is this? Is he truly so immersed in mysticism? Fatty struggled to perceive the middle-aged man before him, who seemed to play even more extravagantly than the younger ones. Truly. He had latched onto a belief and pursued it relentlessly. Old Zhao is out. Who will go first? Several of Wu Xiangnan's companions exchanged glances. Wu team. Why don't you go first? Little Nan stepped back, well aware that the one preceding a misfortune often befalls the next. She had just opened a romantic cannon. One used by Lang Xian, she too desired to unveil something she could utilize. After all, who wouldn't he want a divine artifact? Wu Xiangnan took a step back, quietly pushing Wen Qima forward. Qima, you go first, and after you, I will follow. When Qima's face darkened, the previous day's experiences lingered in his mind, and now, seeing the jars and the hammer, he was filled with a desire to try again. He was scared. Yet, there remained a yearning. Everyone else had uncovered splendid items. Yet he had only received a thank you for your patronage or a try again. The only telekinesis he possessed was what Zhao Kongcheng had unearthed for him. Fine. I shall go first. Silently approaching the jar, he trembled as he grasped the hammer, his heart filled with trepidation, hesitating to bring the hammer down. The way he trembled suggested that a demon resided within the jar. Huh. If you were to open over 100 jars in a row and still be met with try again, you would be just as he is. Honging chuckled in reply. So miraculous. Fatty was momentarily at a loss for words. To have opened over 100 jars only to face try again was indeed an extraordinary stroke of misfortune. If you say it's a loss, then it is as if you have gained nothing. If you say it's not a loss, then it is indeed so. For try again ensured that he missed out on none of his jars. Do not be anxious. Who can open try again every day? Open boldly. Li Shaoming reclined, comforting them. Hearing this, Wen Qima wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his brow, then closed his eyes and struck down, feeling a slip of paper materialize in his hand. His heart sank. Is it truly that miraculous? Fatty swiftly approached Wen Qima, snatching the paper and unfolding it. How astonishing indeed. The note clearly read, try again. Li Shaoming silently replenished the jars. In such a scenario, any words of consolation would seem futile. Handsome, let Fatty give you a hug to bring you some luck, and may you continue to strive onward. Gently embraced Wen Qima before quickly stepping back. Wen Qima opened his eyes, his irises a deep crimson, not from anger, but from genuine sorrow. Should I open it? Or not? Perhaps I should. Chapter 24. Sea Shaonan strikes gold, uncovering a fire phoenix? What a treasure. Wen Qima cherished the necklace in his hands. In simple terms, wearing it was akin to gaining an extra life. Moreover, it could withstand an attack from a boundless realm expert for a full minute. Should his rank advance to the sea realm, its efficacy would be greatly amplified. After all, a minute could afford a skilled practitioner ample opportunities. Fatty was exceedingly envious. The guardian of the god of light was undoubtedly vital for someone with his level of experience. However, since the item was procured by another, he felt it inappropriate to covet what belonged to someone else. Furthermore, when compared to life itself, No price he could offer would guarantee acquisition. Hong Ying and a few others approached with smiles to congratulate him. With the guardian of the God of Light, while Wen Qiye's combat prowess remained modest, his safety was considerably assured, unless, of course, someone from the Boundless Realm decided to act against him. Yet, Boundless Realm powerhouses were not common in the Dasha territory. Only 5 individuals were known to surpass the Boundless Realm openly. Such experts would not attack a junior without cause, as even they valued their reputation. Alright, simply wear the guardian of the God of Light. As for the slip of paper in your hand, you can try again. You still have 3 jars to open. Li Shaoming said, presenting 3 jars before Wen Qiye. Wen Qiye, initially elated, felt his expression shift upon hearing this, gazing helplessly at the jars floating before him. Open it. If you can unearth items, it indicates a shift in your fortune. If not now, then when? Zhao Kongcheng urged. Wen Qiye did not oppose this. He raised the hammer and struck the 3 jars open, only to discover no slips of paper flying out. A wave of relief washed over him. Even if he opened empty jars now, he was relieved not to be left empty-handed again. Overall, Wen Qiye's luck was decent, although the last 3 jars were empty. He had previously acquired 2 items, ensuring he would not return empty-handed. Li Shaoming paused for a second before asking, "Who will go next?" Hong Ying inquired, "Old Zhao. Are you going to open? If not, I'll go first. I don't feel it yet. You go ahead, Hong Ying." Zhao Kongcheng waved dismissively. Hong Ying said no more. Seeing the others gesture for her to proceed, she naturally approached the jars. She had no intention of imitating Zhao Kongcheng's antics. For a girl, such behavior felt too shameful. Just the thought sent chills down her spine. Without opening 1 jar at a time, she took the hammer and struck all 10 jars in succession, causing several items to emerge before her. "Oh, Hong Ying, you've actually uncovered a wedding ring. It seems even fate is urging you to find a boyfriend." Zhao Kongcheng jested, eyeing one of the rings. Hong Ying shot him a glare before turning to Li Shaoming. "Don't listen to old Zhao. That is not a wedding ring but a spatial ring. It possesses a built-in 10-cubic space. So you won't need to carry a black box anymore. Just a drop of blood on the ring will activate it," Li Shaoming explained cheerfully. Hong Ying nodded, immediately biting her finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the ring's surface. Instantly, she connected with the spatial ring, her spirit probing inside, and indeed, it contained 10 cubic spaces. With a mere thought, she stored the black box within the ring. Excellent. This will make traveling much more convenient. She was quite pleased with the ring. Noticing more items ahead, she refrained from asking further, recognizing the items and simply storing them in her space. "Now that I'm done, Xiaonan, it's your turn." Hong Ying stepped back. Xiaonan trotted forward, grasping the hammer to strike open the 10 jars. In this seemingly mundane action, 1 jar erupted in a dazzling golden light, blinding the onlookers. "Wow, that light is dazzling. I can tell it's something good without even looking. Congratulations in advance, Xiaonan." Zhao Kongcheng shielded his eyes. "Incredible! This golden radiance was even more brilliant than what Fatty had exuded earlier. It must be a divine object. Why has Tia dissipated yet? My eyes are almost blinded. Is this the fabled golden light?" The golden light persisted for about a minute before fading, allowing everyone to lower their hands from their eyes and rush forward, curious to examine the floating fiery red egg. "Shaoming, what on earth is this egg?" Upon hearing the question, Li Shaoming became intrigued. Stepping forward to touch the surface of the egg, feeling a faint warmth. "This is the egg of a fire phoenix. Xiaonan, your luck today rivals even Fatty S." "What? No way. A fire phoenix? This is unbeatable. Buying a fire phoenix for 100,000 is a steal. Xiaoming, I truly adore you." Xiaonan gazed in at the egg. Hong Ying stared at the egg in astonishment. Lin Qiye, who typically cared little for anything beyond family, now widened her eyes in shock. Earlier, Fatty had received a heritage item, which was not overly rare, as the world had many divine agents. However, this was a genuine fire phoenix egg, one of the mythical beasts. Its flames could scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Unbelievable. "Li Gu, can you get me more jars? I want to see you go bankrupt today." Fatty tightly grasped Li Xiaoming's right hand, his face alight with anticipation. Li Xiaoming shivered, feeling as if Fatty's gaze was that of a lover, sending goosebumps up his spine. The store's policy allows only 10 jars per person per day, no exceptions. This may change in the future, but for now, the rule stands. Chapter 25, The Soul Storage Business, a brain teaser. Little chick, why does the fire phoenix appear so fragile? Fragile? Not at all. The aura emanating from it already suggests it is at the pool realm. That does not align with the fire phoenix's legendary might. It seemed the fire phoenix sensed Zhao Kongcheng's condescension and let out an indignant call before flying into Xiaonan's embrace, its tiny head nuzzling against her. It then gestured towards the scattered eggshells on the ground. "Do you wish to eat the eggshell?" Xiaonan, seemingly in tune with the fire phoenix's intentions. instantly grasped its meaning. The fire phoenix nodded vigorously. Li Shaoming interjected, "The eggshell is a vital essence for the fire phoenix. Consuming it will allow the fire phoenix to evolve into its true form, elevating its power. Currently, it's at the pool realm, but after consuming the eggshell, it could reach the pinnacle of the stream realm." Understanding this, Shaonin gently set the fire phoenix down beside the eggshell. The fire phoenix excitedly pecked at the shell, its beak crunching through the hard surface as if it were a delicate cone. After a while, the scattered eggshells were entirely consumed, and the fire phoenix flew back into Xiaonan's arms, falling into a deep slumber. "Do not worry. The fire phoenix is absorbing energy and should awaken in about 3 days." Li Shaoming reassured Xiaonan, who appeared worried. "Now, let us examine the other items. Besides the fire phoenix egg, there is something else you can use." An object floated towards Xiaonan from beside the jars. This jar contains a teleportation potion. Once consumed, you can instantly travel to any place you have previously visited with just a thought. It's an essential remedy for travel and escape. Before Xiaonan and the others could rejoice, Fatty jumped up excitedly. "If I had countless teleportation potions, no one could ever catch this lucky baby. Fantastic. I want it so badly. I can't wait for tomorrow." Li Shaoming doused the excitement with cold water. There are plenty of powerful beings capable of sealing space. In their presence, a teleportation potion is merely a joke. Of course, if the other party is unaware of the potion's effects, it may yield unexpected outcomes. The plump figure nonchalantly shook his head, remarking that such strong individuals are exceedingly rare. Encountering even one in a lifetime is considered fortunate. Coupled with my own luck, I shall undoubtedly live to a ripe old age in peace. There is no need to concern myself with trivial matters. Let us proceed with the can. Soon, Old Zhao, shall make my grand entrance." Zhao Kongcheng dashed toward the can. Xiaonan summoned the fiery phoenix, granting him an unparalleled sensation, an exquisite feel unlike any other. If not now, when will this feeling remain? Contemplating this, he stepped forward without hesitation to fulfill this noble and glorious task of opening the can. "Come forth, O can. I adore you, much like a mouse cherishes rice. Your emergence illuminates my world. I have expressed my affection for you, so do not let me down, Old Zhao. Divine beast, azure dragon, arise, my beloved creature." As he began to ramble, the plump figure cast a curious glance, then inquired of the stoic Lang Xin beside him. "Cool and handsome. Do you share this old fellow's temperament?" Li Shaoming congratulated him, saying, "Indeed, let us cheer for Old Zhao, who has acquired a genuine Siberian husky. No longer shall he dwell in solitude. Congratulations, congratulations." The crowd could hardly stifle their laughter, observing the little husky bouncing around Zhao Kongcheng, and they couldn't help but chuckle at their own unkind amusement. A creature is a creature, yet it pales in comparison to the divine azure dragon. The little husky is not without its talents. It is quite adept at destruction, and its exuberant nature is a perfect match for Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng smirked wryly, gently nudging the husky aside with his foot, yet it clung to him like a persistent adhesive, utterly speechless. Li Shaoming had no qualms. He rather liked the husky, having owned one before. Aside from the occasional mischief, it was quite pleasant to hold. "Old Zhao, carry on. I'll take care of the husky for you," he said, pulling the Siberian husky close and stroking its soft fur. The husky appeared to revel in the attention. Something had emerged. Though it was a far cry from the azure dragon, yet it was a good omen. Surely the next would be a divine beast. Zhao Kongcheng regained his confidence, brandishing the hammer joyously and bellowing, "Divine beast, white tiger. Ha ha. Hee hee hee. Goose, goose, goose." The onlookers erupted in laughter at the items that had been uncovered. Hong Ying wiped away tears of mirth and said, "Old Zhao, cease your wishes. Soon you'll be opening a stray dog sanctuary." Following their gaze, a lazy gray kitten lounged at Zhao Kongcheng's feet, occasionally licking his shoes with its tongue. If there is any resemblance to the white tiger, it is indeed present. If they looked closely, they would notice a faint royal character on the kitten's forehead. "Allow me to hold it for a moment, Old Zhao. You finish opening the can." Hong Ying cradled the kitten in her arms. It seemed a reversal of wishes was in order. Zhao Kongcheng regarded the dog and cat thoughtfully. "Very well. Let us proceed thus. I wish for a local dog." The others erupted in laughter once more, the plump figure collapsing in a fit of giggles. Before them emerged a local dog, indeed a local dog, which bared its teeth at its new owner. "Scram, if you bark again, I shall stew you for hot pot, and let everyone savor the taste of local dog meat." Zhao Kongcheng scowled, pushing the dog aside, his hand clutching the hammer trembling slightly, hesitant to strike lest more strange creatures emerge. If 10 cans yielded a swarm of cats and dogs, there would be no room left in his home. The local dog appeared startled, barking twice before retreating to the entrance. Alas, it seemed today was not a suitable day for an opening. Yet that could not be right. Old Zhao had checked the fortune today. It was said to be a day of great luck, How could he fail to summon a divine beast? Zhao Kongcheng stood lost in thought. Suddenly, as if struck by enlightenment, he slapped his forehead. I understand now. The fortune also indicated that I must not see blood today. The encounter with the Nantua serpent demon was indeed quite bloody. So that was it. Shaoming, can the can be saved for tomorrow? Li Shaoming shook his head, smiling nonchalantly. This establishment does not store tasks. The only thing we can store is your brain, old Zhao. Care for a free storage? Zhao Kongcheng hurriedly declined. Never mind. I have not yet lived enough to store my brain. Let others do so. Having seen blood today, I shall not open the remaining 5 cans. Let Old Shin handle them when he arrives. With that, he stepped aside. Qiye, you go first. Wu Xiangnan and Lang Xian simultaneously nudged Lin Qiye forward. Chapter 26. Lin Qiye's breach of defense inside store 88. Lin Qiye stepped forward awkwardly, casting a glance back at the two who had pushed him. He noticed their reluctance to open cans behind old Zhao. It was one thing for Zhao to dabble in metaphysics, but why were Wu and Long also superstitious? The opening of cans knows no order. Li Shaoming had already stated that the blessings of the Qilin do not extend to the cans. Yet they still engaged in such peculiar antics. As Lin Qiye turned to face them, Wu Xiangnan and Lang Xian quickly diverted their gazes, one looking to the heavens, the other to the ground. Little Yi, do not mind them. Zhao just carried away the bad luck. You will surely open something good. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled, draping an arm around Lin Qiye's frail shoulder. Go for it. Wishing you success in your aspirations. I have told you not to call me Little Yi. Lin Qiye thought to smack him. What poor choices and friends I have made. He lamented internally, feeling quite embarrassed at being referred to as Little Yi by someone nearly grown. He forcefully removed Zhao's hand from his shoulder, forcing a smile. This is not about social norms. It's simply that the name Little Yi gives me goosebumps. All right then. Qiye, you've changed. You're no longer the Qiye I once knew. To actually disdain your Zhaoge. Zhao Kongcheng feigned a hint of grievance. Of course, this was all an act. Hong Ying and the others were well aware of it. Old Zhao, stop messing around. Don't scare Qiye away. Then it will be you who will be in trouble. I'm just advising. Why should I care? You, Wu Nan, cradling the fiery phoenix, stood nearby, relishing the banter between the two, her eyes crinkling with joy. Lang Xian's lips twitched as he struggled to suppress laughter. The plump figure gazed on with envy, recognizing that their sparring was merely playful, embodying friendship. The hour grows late. If you do not open your cans, I shall be off to prepare dinner. Li Shaoming interrupted. Wu Xiangnan and the others immediately halted their banter, their brows furrowing as they protested, Plump, for your safety. These 3 cannot leave our sight until the higher-ups arrive to take over. Hong Ying nodded, her petite head bobbing in agreement. Understood. They shall remain in my line of sight. You may proceed without worry. When it came to serious matters, she was never careless. Banter was one thing, but it should not lead to mistakes. All were clear-headed. The plump figure said nothing more, having stated it was for his safety. If he insisted on letting the suited man leave, the goodwill built would surely crumble. He may be portly, yet his intellect remained sharp. Once Wu Xiangnan and the others exited the store, Lin Qiye's hand fell as he gripped the hammer, and with the sound of shattering, an item flew from the first can into his grasp. A little overlord learning machine. Not bad. This suits you well, Qiye. The subsequent cans yielded no emptiness. Yet this only deepened his helplessness. Congratulations on receiving 3 years of simulations. Congratulations on acquiring self-development for students. Congratulations on attaining the cultivation of a top student. Congratulations on obtaining a high school examination paper. Congratulations on acquiring an endless supply of pins. Congratulations on receiving comprehensive college textbooks. Goodness gracious. Lin Qiye was thoroughly taken aback. Otherwise, it would be a disservice not to reward me with this entire set of learning materials. With a wry smile, Lin Qiye remarked, when you counsel someone, it's best to temper that smile at the corners of your mouth. If you wish to laugh, just laugh. Why beat around the bush? Ha 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 ha. He he he. My apologies. Upon overhearing your conversation, I, the plump one, could not restrain myself any longer. As Lin Qiye's words faded, the others could no longer hold back, and laughter erupted like the honking of geese. Let us all take a breather. Wu and Lung had not joined in. They had gone to procure food. If you wish for drinks, feel free to fetch them from the front desk. I shall not attend to you. Not tired? You speak of such things. Li Shaoming produced a golden chain and presented it forward. A gift from the plump one. He is indeed too polite. Upon our first meeting, he bestowed upon me numerous gold watches and several chains. I could not bear to refuse and thus graciously accepted. In Chapter 27, the aura of Shiva's resentment became palpable, straddling 2 realms. Within the confines of the modest shop number 88, the gathering sat at the dining table, indulging in the food brought back by Wu and Lang. Engaged in lively conversation, radiating warmth and camaraderie. However, as the gathering progressed, two formidable presences suddenly permeated the training room. One exuded a chilling aura, while the other bore a foreboding essence intertwined with the scent of destruction. The attendees, sensing these ominous energies, halted their actions. Hong Ying furrowed her brow. The chilling presence belonged to Team Leader Chen's forbidden aura, but what of the other? Before she could finish her thought, she hastily entered the training room, with the others following closely behind. Only Li Shaoming remained composed, continuing to savor his delightful meal. The foreboding mixed with destruction indicates that Chunmai could not contain Shiva's resentment during his breakthrough. The narrative has taken a dramatic turn. Sangnan City is about to become lively. Once the aura of Shiva's resentment was released, several towering figures within the mist fixated on Sangnan, their gazes seemingly capable of penetrating through layers of obstruction. Amidst the fog, a figure from a foreign land, emanating an eerie aura, lowered his head slightly and whispered, "Indeed. Shiva's resentment resides in Daxia. This divine artifact is rightfully mine. Patience is key. I shall act when the time is ripe." In another realm, a man wielding a trident also gazed upon Sangnan, declaring, "The threat posed by Shiva's resentment is too great. Daxia cannot withstand it unassisted. It rightfully belongs to me." His words dripped with avarice. The 5 top-tier beings within Daxia were also observing Sangnan. The season was fraught with turmoil. The emergence of Shiva's resentment and the impending invasion of foreign deities posed significant challenges. Yet, the shopkeeper remained an unpredictable variable. Would this incident lead to a transformation in Daxia? Should they dare to approach, they would be met with lethal force. Among those closest was Zhou Ping, who sat on a plain, nearing Sangnan City. Shiva's resentment. There is no need for further farewells. I shall proceed ahead. He casually remarked to the pilot before opening the cabin door and launching forth like a sword. Concurrently, the leader of the ancient divine sect, en route to Sangnan, took note of the developments. How intriguing. Sangnan is destined for unrest once more. Accelerate our pace. Let us arrive and partake in the unfolding events. In Training Room 88, Chunmai sat cross-legged upon the floor, gritting his teeth as if desperately suppressing something. Nearby stood a group of individuals, their faces etched with concern, yearning to approach, yet lacking the capability. The aura emanating from Chunmai was so oppressive that even approaching felt impossible. Previously, during their time in the hall, the intensity had not been as apparent, but within the training room, the despairing nature of the aura became undeniable. Is Team Leader Chen in trouble? Hong Ying inquired anxiously. Her question seemingly directed at no one in particular, yet resonating with all present. Old Chen appears to be struggling to contain it, preventing the aura from leaking out. Lin Qiye frowned. That aura is suffused with annihilation, and have you all noticed? Whether it be the Archangel Michael within me or Team Leader Chen's black impermanence, they all radiate divine energy. Now is not the time for jest. When Chima interjected, "What do you mean by straddling 2 realms? Speak such things lightly, but do not utter them before Team Leader Chen. When he beckons you for extra training, do not blame your brethren for failing to warn you." Enough of your chatter. Hong Ying interrupted. Team Leader Chen has never mentioned anything about dual divine agents. It appears he has managed to suppress the aura. We shall inquire directly when the time is right. Not long after Hong Ying spoke, the oppressive aura was drawn back into Chunmai's body, and he opened his eyes. His expression gravely solemn as he stood. I still could not contain it. This is troublesome. Chunmai's state was clearly amiss, prompting Hong Ying's concern. At that moment, Zhao Kongcheng also voiced, "And I shall assist. Let the remaining 5 jars be opened by the plump one. After all, it was he who financed them." "Very well. Let us proceed," Li Shaoming responded coolly. Without further ado, Chunmai led the group swiftly to the parking area outside the complex, where Zhao Kongcheng would drive them. As they sat in the passenger seat, Chunmai remained silent, reflecting on the miracle that had granted him an additional decade of life. The divine artifact of Shiva's resentment had allowed his black impermanence to be suppressed within the King of Hell's domain for a decade. In Chapter 28, the Sword Saint Zhou Ping returns. What? The legacy of the Qilin? The Fire Phoenix? The guardian of the God of Light? You have broken through to the Sea Realm? The astonished voice of Xiao Pinga resonated through the phone in the peacekeeping office. Indeed, now that Shiva's resentment is revealed, it will undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of foreign gods. Sangnan now requires intervention from higher authorities. I am aware that the Sword Saint Zhou Ping is en route. Yet it may not suffice. We are all cognizant of the power of foreign deities. Understood. I shall report the situation up the chain. Old Chen, we are familiar faces. Speak your mind. This is not your usual demeanor. Then I shall be direct. You must retain the plump one for my squad's use when the time comes. Once the news spreads, it will be difficult to obtain him. You are mistaken. In Sangnan City, I am the law. No one shall take him away. The plump one is destined to remain in Songnan. Should you wish to engage him, you must come to Songnan. There shall be no yielding on my part. Chenmai was no fool. Although the Qilin's legacy had yet to demonstrate significant offensive capability, the blessing it conferred would undoubtedly attract the envy of all factions, making him a coveted prize. Furthermore, having opened jars and understanding his own circumstances, it would be illogical for the plump one to abandon Songnan. Very well. After this, should Songnan still exist, I shall bring my squad for a visit to witness that miraculous jar. For now, I shall report and provide you with a response by evening. Shaoming, do you know what the team leader's situation was just now? In Shop 88, Wu Xiangnan approached the dining table. His curiosity piqued. Cold Xian and the plump one also turned their attention to Li Shaoming. Chenmai's demeanor had clearly indicated something significant had transpired. Otherwise, such a grave expression would not have appeared. Cold Xian had never seen such a look on Chenmai's face. Today was the first. Whatever event could elicit such a reaction from him must be monumental. In any case, Songnan City was poised for a bustling upheaval. The final remark left the trio in eager anticipation, their curiosity heightened, yet Li Shaoming remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge more. No need to fret, let us dine first. After we finish, we shall open the jars. If you happen to uncover something powerful, it may resolve the ensuing matters. Li Shaoming gestured for them to sit. Agreed. After their meal, as they settled on the sofa, Zhou Ping arrived as anticipated, cradling a sword case, calmly striding into the shop. Shopkeeper, we meet again. Oh, how peculiar fate is. Within a single day, we find ourselves reunited. Li Shaoming raised a hand in greeting. Zhou Ping, I shan't invite you to dine. As you have just missed the meal, I would feel remiss to offer you leftovers. Also, you may call me Shaoming. Zhou Ping nodded slightly, then turned to the three standing before him. Whose divine aura emanated this morning, and which deity does it belong to? Wu Xiangnan and the others immediately shifted their gaze to Pang Pang. Before Pang Pang could finish his introduction, Wu Xiangnan preemptively revealed Pang Pang's forbidden domain and his affiliation with the Bailey Group. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow and looked at Pang Pang, asking, could you unfold the forbidden domain? He wished to ascertain whether the blessings would be beneficial to him. If they were, he could not afford for anything to happen to Pang Pang. Just the light realm could double his strength, while the pond realm could triple it, and so forth. Moreover, each realm would bestow an additional ability, making Pang Pang's worth surpass that of combat personnel. As long as Pang Pang remained unharmed, the great Xia would continuously possess formidable fighting power. Very well, Pang Pang replied, closing his eyes. He summoned the forbidden domain within him, and after 2 seconds, he opened his eyes and softly uttered, blessings. In that moment, a serene, multicolored radiance emanated from him, swirling within a 20-meter radius. As the vibrant light flowed, tendrils of it entered the bodies of those present in the forbidden domain. Zhou Ping sensed its effects, his eyes gleaming with light. The previously unyielding realm within him hinted at a potential breakthrough as the light entered his body. Not only did it accelerate his cultivation speed, but it also enhanced his comprehension. Within the blessings of the forbidden domain, his understanding of the laws became clearer, and his mastery of the sword path grew sharper. It was no wonder Chenmai could break through to the sea realm. This young master of the Bailey Group possessed a truly strategic level forbidden domain. Zhou Ping's expression shifted continuously, gazing at Pang Pang as if he were a world-class delicacy. It wasn't until Pang Pang felt uneasy under Zhou Ping's scrutinizing gaze that he finally spoke. Aside from your 136 team, who else is aware of Tu Ming's matter? Zhou Ping instructed, from now on, Pang Pang's situation is classified as top secret. These 3 are entrusted to your team. Ensure they forget what they have discovered today. After issuing his orders, Zhou Ping turned to Tu Ming. You will accompany me to the capital. You need not participate in the upcoming special training. Pang Pang shook his head vigorously, refusing. No, I am merely a source of experience for others. I do not wish to leave until I can produce something that ensures my survival. Zhou Ping frowned. Songnan is becoming increasingly unsafe, and you cannot remain with Shaoming indefinitely. Your safety is paramount, more important than that agent Mijiala. I hope you will not act spoiled. Sword Saint, Pang Pang is part of my 136 team. No one can take him away. Chenmai interjected. Are you unaware of the dangers that lie ahead? Remaining in Songnan will only increase Tu Ming's peril. You know the effects of the forbidden domain's blessings. Zhou Ping's tone carried a rare hint of anger. Sword Saint, that is not my intention. May I have a moment to speak with you privately? Chenmai saw Zhou Ping nod, and the two stepped outside to converse quietly. Hong Ying and the others were left puzzled, unsure of what warranted their exclusion. Chapter 29, The Revelation of the Godless Great Xia. Not a problem. This matter is manageable. The subsequent events are beyond your team's capacity to engage in. They will accompany Tu Ming to the capital. Zhou Ping agreed after hearing Chenmai's words. There is no need for such complications. You may come in first. Just as Chen Ma was about to speak again, a voice from within the shop interrupted Li Shaoming. They exchanged glances and turned simultaneously back towards the shop. Shaoming, what did you mean by your earlier statement? Chen Ma inquired with curiosity. Haha, there are no secrets that cannot be revealed. You may temporarily shield something, but not indefinitely. Hiding Pang Pang is less effective than allowing him to remain in Songnan. The jars contain numerous life-preserving items, if he can access them. Pang Pang will not be left defenseless. Li Shaoming's tone shifted. Zhou Ping, your realm is at the pseudo-god level. A further step will elevate you to the godly level. If you can break through to the godly level, do you have confidence in protecting Pang Pang? Zhou Ping's lips curled into a confident smile. If I can advance further, no one can harm Tu Ming beneath my sword. Such confidence emanated from the Sword Saint in combat against opponents of equal rank. None could evade the sharpness of his blade. Yet, the path to the godly level was arduous. Comprehending the laws was no easy feat. And Zhao Kongcheng's blade laws and physical constitution must also evolve. To be frank, he felt a twinge of envy. Excellent. The experience capsule in Qi Mo's possession will be beneficial to you, coupled with the characteristics of Pang Pang's Forbidden Domain. There is a high probability you will break through your current realm, achieving the transformation from mortal to god. You have experienced the effects of Pang Pang's Forbidden Domain. Not only does it accelerate, but it also enhances your qualifications. This effect perpetually alters your physique, enabling it to withstand the power of the loss. There was no possibility of leaving. If all of them departed from Songnan, what would he do? No way. Zhou Ping was stymied at the pseudo-god realm due to the laws and his body's inability to endure their power. The experience capsule could elevate him. And with the assistance of Pang Pang's Forbidden Domain, he indeed possessed an 80% chance of breaking through to the godly level. The remaining 20% hinged on Zhou Ping's comprehension, but for him, comprehension was not a significant hurdle. A breakthrough was merely a matter of time. If you agree, I can loan you the training ground as a venue for your breakthrough. After making this statement, Li Shaoming fell silent. The seed had been sown. He could see Zhou Ping's eyes brightening with interest. Sure enough, after a moment of contemplation, Zhou Ping declared, feasible. I shall pursue that elusive and ethereal realm. At this moment, when Shima exclaimed in astonishment, the experience capsule is effective even for a powerhouse like the Sword Saint? Yes, it is effective for those at higher realms. But it is not omnipotent. For instance, Zhou Ping must possess the laws to break through to the godly level. The capsule cannot conjure laws out of thin air. Li Shaoming explained. This revelation was astonishing. If there were countless experience capsules, combined with Pang Pang, could the great Xia not produce gods in bulk? Everyone, not being foolish, quickly grasped this point, their eyes widening in shock. Xiaonan covered her mouth, whispering, if the Sword Saint breaks through to the godly level, would that not grant the godless great Xia its first deity? Not quite. Li Shaoming shook his head. What do you mean? Who told you that great Xia is godless? What? Did you know where the gods of great Xia are? Upon hearing Li Shaoming's words, everyone stood up, and in their fervor, when Qima and Zhao Kongcheng's chairs toppled over, you do not believe that the gods of myth are fictitious, do you? Li Shaoming thought to himself, clearing the way. It was time for him to shine, isn't it? Every corner of the world has outer gods manifesting. How could great Xia be devoid of them? Have the gods of great Xia departed this world? Wu Xiangnan inquired, confusion etched on his face. You are mistaken. Li Shaoming shook his head. The gods of great Xia have always existed. Then where are they? Why do they not manifest to thwart the invasion of outer gods? Do you think the mist lingers outside great Xia out of sympathy? It is because the gods of great Xia sacrificed their divine bodies when the mist descended, relinquishing their powers to become monuments, thereby suppressing the mist beyond our borders. They prevented the mist from destroying the foundation of great Xia. Had it not been for the gods of great Xia, this nation would have been utterly ravaged. Boom. This revelation struck the others like a thunderbolt, leaving them powerless to slump into their chairs. Ah, so that's how it is. No wonder the gods of great Xia do not manifest. It is for this reason. Zhou Ping muttered in a daze. As delicate young women, Hong Ying and Xiao Nan's eyes brimmed with tears. Only the three suited men wore expressions of ashen disbelief. Was this truly what they were hearing? Was it too late to leave? Previously, the utmost erasure of memory was a distant notion. Now, their ability to depart lies solely in prayers to the divine. Clarity dawns. Everything becomes evident. The enigma of the Daxia's lack of deities has finally unraveled. They do not perceive Li Shaoming as deceitful, for there exists no necessity for such falsehood. Suddenly, Zhou Ping sprang to his feet, bowing toward the horizon and murmuring, the righteousness of the gods. Chapter 30. Crossing the Bridge of Oblivion, forsaking past lives and memories in store number 88. Within the training room, all gathered in a circle, with the listless fatty seated cross-legged at the center. As an experienced soul, he was requisitioned by everyone. Even without opening the forbidden ruins, he could not easily depart. A kaleidoscope of vibrant light swirled within a 20-meter radius, seemingly conscious, merging into the bodies of those nearby. Among them, one figure radiated sharpness, Zhou Ping. After consuming the capsule, he felt enveloped in a state of fullness. Without further ado, he swiftly pulled Fatty into the training room, entering a state of enlightenment. Lin Qiye and the others, having secured Li Shaoming's consent, did not squander this rare opportunity, hastily entering the training room to meditate. Consequently, only Li Shaoming, Chun Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Lung Xian, and 3 suited gentlemen remained outside. Chun Mai, having just achieved a breakthrough, found it impossible to further advance while stabilizing his realm. Wu Xiangnan and Lung Xian, preoccupied with opening cans, refrained from joining the experience absorption. As for the suited gentlemen, their roles as laborers rendered them incapable of seeking their master's favor. Shaoming, what is this? Chun Mai queried, holding a small, ancient bridge emanating a sinister aura, measuring a mere 10 centimeters. The crescent-shaped bridge rested in his palm, akin to grasping a doorknob. Li Shaoming gazed at the small bridge in astonishment. Goodness! Team Chun, your luck today is extraordinary. This is an artifact from the underworld. It indeed shares a resemblance to the energy of your Black Wuchang. The name must be familiar to you all. It is none other than the Bridge of Oblivion, which ferries souls, both the living and the dead, across. One traverses the Bridge of Oblivion, drinks the Mingpa soup, and forgets past lives and memories. What? Chen Mai and the others stared in disbelief at the small bridge, their eyes wide. No matter how they speculated, they could not fathom that this ancient bridge was the renowned Bridge of Oblivion from the underworld, meant for the deceased. I must tell you another thing. This Bridge of Oblivion is unique. No similar bridge will emerge from the can, and it is part of a set. With your inherent Black Wuchang, coupled with the Bridge of Oblivion, should you also acquire the Ghost Gate, the Book of Life and Death, the Een Mountain, the 18 layers of hell, the platform of nostalgia, and so forth. Chen Mai felt a chill run down his spine. This was beyond imagination. To recreate an underworld, he, an unremarkable middle-aged man, would have such fortune? At this moment, Wu Xiangnan spoke with difficulty. Is this an artifact from our dimension's underworld? If it were from their world, I could already envision the dilapidated state of the underworld. After all, if artifacts like the Bridge of Oblivion were taken away, how could it possibly thrive? Fear not. It is not from your world, but from a completely fallen underworld. Li Shaoming chuckled lightly. It is a pity, however. Your strength is merely at the sea realm. Even if you refine the Bridge of Oblivion, you could not unleash even a fraction of its power. Yet, it will suffice for travel. Standing upon the Bridge of Oblivion, your speed will surpass that of a fighter jet. Only when you break through to the divine realm can the Bridge of Oblivion fully manifest its might. As the saying goes, one crosses the bridge and yet remains. One looks back, and the person is gone. That is the essence of the Bridge of Oblivion. Chun Mai shook his head with a bitter smile. I have little time left. The divine realm is but a dream. Let the Bridge of Oblivion be allocated to Daxia. He hoped that one day he could truly traverse the legendary Bridge of Oblivion. Old Chen, what do you mean by that? Aren't you alive and well? What does time is short imply? That sentiment is far from auspicious. Speak again. Wu Xiangnan frowned. Li Shaoming patted Chen Mai's shoulder. A miracle has vanished, but another will arise. Your breakthrough to the sea realm is, in itself, a miracle. The king contains the artifacts to resolve our situation. Trust in your luck, and it will come. Indeed. How could someone of your caliber not understand? No. Long Xian interjected, exasperated. Could you refrain from speaking in riddles? It is rather vexing for those of us who do not comprehend. The suited gentleman nodded in agreement. Half a conversation is worse than none. When the time comes for you to know, you will naturally be informed. Why ask so much now? Chen Mai regained his composure, speaking with irritation. Li Shaoming was right. The can was yet another miracle. There would surely be a day of resurgence. It was just uncertain whether he would still be alive to witness it. How does one utilize the Bridge of Oblivion? It's rather conventional. One simply drips blood to refine it for use. No need to rush, with your current strength. Refining the Bridge of Oblivion will take at least 10 days. You can refine it after this event. Chen Mai nodded, carefully storing the Bridge of Oblivion. You still have one last can unopened. After that, you can open it for Xiangnan and the others. All right. Chen Mai raised a hammer to shatter the final can, only to find it disappointingly empty. Chapter 31. A Journey Through Time. Is Lung Xian to don women's attire? This can't be. Wu Xiangnan trembled slightly, unable to accept that all 9 cans were empty. Yesterday had yielded a basketball. Today, would he return empty-handed? Was he truly cursed with bad luck? Could he never shed the title of the Black Emperor? Please, no? Chen Mai chuckled, patting Wu's trembling shoulder. Old Wu, face reality. Do not be overly sorrowful. The darkness is not your fault. It is simply your nature. Long Qian crossed his arms, remarking, Captain, has anyone ever told you that you are quite inept at offering comfort? This situation requires my input. Wu, do not be disheartened. The darkness is not your fault, but rather the fault of that elusive fate. After all, it is clear you do not wish for it. Chenmai was left perplexed. Is there a difference between what you said and what I said? I think not. He had expected Long Qian, typically so cold, to offer more comforting words. Is this it? You all are useless. I must take charge. Li Shaoming stepped forward, adjusting Wu Xiangnan's posture. Xiangnan, do not lose heart. Yesterday was dark, today is dark, yet believe that tomorrow shall be even darker. You must embrace the darkness in its entirety. You are like a beacon in the night, guiding Team Chen and the others toward the light. Chenmai? Long Qian? The suited gentlemen exchanged glances, finding merit in Li Shaoming's words. Could it be true? If one person bore the burden of darkness, then their teammates would surely be free of it, as all misfortune would be drawn to the one most afflicted. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan's body trembled further, his face darkening as if armored in a cloak of despair. You three are doing this on purpose, aren't you? You want to see my misfortune? I won't allow you. If the last can does not yield anything, I shall wash my hair upside down. Come forth. Mine. Sighing deeply, Chenmai retrieved his phone, intending to capture the moment of Wu Xiangnan washing his hair upside down for later amusement. However, as a mysterious object shot forth from the can, he realized his plan would not come to fruition. Haha, I told you it would yield something. Old Chen, are you filming me for a laugh? Not a chance. Wu Xiangnan, ecstatic like a child, waved a card in his hand. Li Shaoming and Long Qian quietly withdrew their hands from their pockets. Is that a Forbidden Ruins reset card? Wu Xiangnan noticed the font on the card, and in an instant, he calmed down, eagerly gazing at Li Shaoming, hoping for the answer he desired. However, he cautioned against harboring excessive expectations, as the reset card could not restore his injuries. Wu Xiangnan exclaimed with excitement, enough. Regarding my injuries, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future to reset the Forbidden Realm. Gaining 12 more lives is already quite satisfying. Having used up 11 chances for rebirth in the mist, he had indeed suffered damage to his essence, yet as long as the vessel remained, he believed that recovery would one day be possible. Chenmai sincerely congratulated him, saying, Congratulations, if you can recover from your injuries. The reputation of the undying swordsman of the Blue Rain will be restored. Upon hearing this, Long Qian's mouth gaped in astonishment. He had heard of the Blue Rain special team and the title of Undying Swordsman, but he never imagined it belonged to Wu Xiangnan. What a significant event. He thought to share this news with Hong Ying and the others, certain it would leave them agape. However, he pondered curiously why someone from the special team would serve as the vice-captain in Songnan. What undying swordsman? I am merely a useless person now. Wu Xiangnan's palm bore scars, a bitter expression manifesting on his face. After resetting the Forbidden Realm, he had gained immortality, but he could hardly be called a swordsman, currently. He struggled even to wield a sword. There will come a day, Long Qian encouraged. It's your turn now. Break open these 10 jars. All right. Long Qian took the hammer and shattered all 10 jars, revealing several objects floating before him. A white top and a black skirt ensemble, a blue card, and a green bow without arrows. Bravo, Li Shaoming applauded, and before anyone could inquire further, he explained, indeed. The female outfit is called the Journey of Time. It is a magical attire that grants 3 skills. The first skill is called Fireball, the second Chaos Ember, and the third Radiant Blaze. All skills are fire attributes. And Long Qian, once you wear it, combined with your own freezing abilities, it will yield remarkable effects in battle. Long Qian's lips twitched incessantly. The thought of donning a kawaii female outfit for combat was more unbearable than self-termination. The others shuddered at the mere image of Long Qian in women's clothing, realizing the absurdity of Li Shaoming's suggestion. Yet, there lingered a flicker of anticipation in their hearts. Li Gu, please stop joking. That outfit would suit Xiaonan perfectly. Let her wear it later, Long Qian interjected, sensing that Li Shaoming might utter something earth-shattering again. Chapter 32, Mysterious Invasion. Team 136 strikes again. Wu Go. You possess such an identity. As a member of the special team, why did you join Songnan's Team 136? They had never witnessed the vice-captain in action before. Unaware of his past injuries, after meditation concluded around 7 in the evening, the group exited the training ground. Lang Qian promptly relayed Wu Xiangnan's former affiliation with the special team to Hong Ying and the others. Upon learning of his identity, their astonishment was palpable. Zhao Kongcheng even raised and lowered Wu Xiangnan's hand, attempting to discern if there was any peculiarity associated with the special team. Regrettably, no extraordinary traits were evident, regardless of how closely he examined. Enough already. Old Zhao, you can look, but no stripping involved. Wu Xiangnan's face reflected sheer despair. And Chiemo, where are you touching? It was an embarrassing scene of social demise. Zhao Kongcheng stroked his chin, intrigued. TSK. Old Wu, your forbidden realm allows for rebirth. Can I take a stab at it to see the effects? Get lost. To his surprise, Zhao Kongcheng acknowledged Wu Xiangnan's leadership. Honging nodded in agreement. Xiaonan added, indeed, if Wu Gu could adjust his rigid working style, it would be even more perfect. Work must embody the essence of work. What needs changing? Wu Xiangnan shot her a glare. That's just my personality. It cannot be altered at will. If I change, then who am I? By the way, Wu Gu, why not share tales of your glorious past? Long Xin inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Hearing this, the others also gazed at Wu Xiangnan with eager anticipation. That's enough. Chun Mai interrupted, halting the relentless questioning. Hong Ying and the others reluctantly abandoned their inquiries as they slowly exited the office. Yet, just as they reached the door, Wu Xiangnan rushed out in haste. An emergency alert. Mysterious biological invasion detected. We must immediately eliminate the invading entities. The previously jovial atmosphere shifted dramatically upon hearing the news, prompting everyone to sprint towards the vehicles. It was instinctual. Lin Qiye lagged slightly, but soon caught up with the others. Inside the vehicle, they donned their earpieces. Long Xin swiftly spoke, Captain, what's the location? To the north of Songnan City, the creatures are rapidly advancing towards the city. They will reach densely populated areas within half an hour. You must arrive ahead of time. Half an hour? Long Xian furrowed his brow, mentally calculating the route. That is sufficient. Everyone, buckle up. This will be a thrilling race. The vehicle roared to life, darting down the road like an arrow released from a bow. Are you insane? Driving this fast? Are you in a rush to meet your maker? Pedestrians exclaimed, their frustration evident. Little did they know. These individuals were en route to save Songnan. Meanwhile, hundreds of bizarre creatures scuttled swiftly through the darkness, resembling humans, but with wolf-like heads and claws that gleamed menacingly. This monstrous horde, with eyes filled with savagery, fixated on the vibrant city before them. If Zhao Kongcheng were present, he would instantly recognize them as the Faceless Ones. Behind the creatures, shadowy figures flitted through the night, remaining concealed and elusive. 20 minutes later, Wu Gu, we have arrived at the location. The mysterious entities are the Faceless Ones, numbering in the hundreds and scattered. We need to split up for our mission. Understood. Team Shen is on their way. Proceed with caution. Received. Hong Ying exited the vehicle swiftly, declaring, enough with the chatter. I'm going in first. With a flick of her wrist, a long spear appeared in her grasp, and she launched herself at the Faceless Ones with a burst of vibrant energy. Old Zhao, deploy the void domain to prevent the Faceless Ones from breaching the crowd. Chen Mai's calm voice resonated through the earpiece. Long Xian, swiftly secure the high ground. We must ensure the Faceless Ones do not advance further. Xiaonan, coordinate with Hong Ying. Chiemo and Qiye, form a team and eliminate all Faceless Ones. This is a large-scale invasion unlike any we have encountered before. Do not underestimate it. Especially you, Qiye, as the agent of the divine. This incident may be orchestrated by the ancient god sect because of you. If you encounter something insurmountable, remember that safety comes first. Sometimes, retreating is not a sign of disgrace. Understood. The five quickly disembarked, ready for action. Zhao Kongcheng, like a formidable blade, exuded an aura of combat readiness with each step he took. Void domain, activate. No good. The range of the Faceless Ones is too vast. The void domain cannot encompass them all. No worries, Lin Qiye said coolly. Leave the outside to Chiemo and me. You all focus on eliminating the Faceless Ones inside. Chapter 33, Whispers in the Store. Another wave approaches. The night surrounding number 88 was unusually tranquil, with only the sound of the wind breaking the silence. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of footsteps shattered the stillness as a figure clad in a brown long coat approached the store entrance. Interesting. Opening jars brings joy. Spending money brings happiness. The shopkeeper, seemingly a person of great talent, stepped through the wide-open door with a furrowed brow as he entered. The atmosphere within the shop bore an oddly familiar essence. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to proceed into the training room. Upon crossing the threshold, he was taken aback to find a figure within, the legendary sword saint, Zhou Ping. But something was amiss. Zhou Ping appeared to be in a state of enlightenment. This aura, it resembled the divine energy emanating earlier in the morning. Not only did it enhance the speed of cultivation, but it also augmented one's comprehension. No wonder Zhou Ping was oblivious to my arrival. As he stepped into the plump confines of the forbidden area, he felt the effects wash over him, stirring a tempest of emotions within, tinged with a hint of greed. This rotund individual. The moment he entered the forbidden zone, the plump figure opened his eyes and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Who might you be, handsome sir?" Chuckling, the shopkeeper sat beside the rotund man and asked, "May I inquire as to which deity you represent?" The rotund man, not a fool, responded with a blend of caution and humor. Where do you get the idea that I'm a deity's agent? This forbidden area is merely a high-risk zone of little consequence. Even a 3-year-old would not believe such a tale, the shopkeeper rebuked. I am well acquainted with divine energies, so best be honest with me. Otherwise, I shall invade your mind, and the truth will be revealed. It appeared that the rotund man had no intention of confessing, so the shopkeeper decided to take matters into his own hands. Just as he was about to unleash the Forbidden Zone's power, a voice interrupted. What? You dare to make a move in my establishment? His body stiffened as he turned with difficulty to behold a youthful man in his 20s, brandishing a kitchen knife at his throat. When had this occurred? Oh, brotherly, you finally arrived. This person intends to capture me, the experienced baby. You cannot disregard this. The rotund man quickly maneuvered behind Li Shaoming, glaring defiantly at the stranger. Li Shaoming, who had been cooking in the kitchen, was aware of the intruder the moment he entered. He had refrained from intervening immediately, curious to see what the intruder intended in the training room. He recognized the intruder as a formidable Klein Peak-level expert. Speak, Li Shaoming demanded, striking the man's face with the knife. This establishment prohibits combat. Do you wish to disrupt my rules? Cold sweat trickled down the man's forehead as he realized that, despite his Klein Peak strength, he felt utterly powerless before the young man. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization illuminated his eyes, and he said cautiously, Sir, I had no intention of fighting. I was merely jesting with this delightful rotund fellow. I came merely to open a can. Surely, you wouldn't harm a customer? Li Shaoming, bound by the principle of not killing customers, nonetheless felt no hesitation in delivering a lesson. This punch shall teach you the rules of my establishment. With a resounding crash, the man was sent staggering, bloodied, and unable to mask his anger. Thank you for your mercy, sir. I shall remember these rules. How terrifying. A simple punch had left him severely injured. The shopkeeper must surely be a being transcending the divine. Fortunately, the shopkeeper bore no intent to kill him. Otherwise, today would have marked his demise. You, one of the 3 founders of the ancient deity society, dare to reveal yourself in person? Shall I commend your cleverness, or deem you a fool? To cause chaos without fully understanding the situation, how foolish. Even the characters in the original work would not be so naive. The figure, known as Whisper, sighed inwardly, thinking it is not foolishness, but rather boredom. He had no inkling of the shopkeeper's formidable strength, had he known. He certainly would not have come in person. He enjoyed playing but had no desire for death. Hearing Li Shaoming's words, the rotund man felt a chill run down his spine and muttered, This is bad. This is bad. If the founder of the ancient deity society discovers I am merely an experienced baby, I shall never know peace again. Shopkeeper, please consider me a fool. Whisper chuckled bitterly. Now, may I please try that marvelous can? Initially intending to extend an invitation, he now dared not utter a word. The combined strength of the 3 societies could not match the shopkeeper. Even to ask for an invitation would be a futile endeavor. Li Shaoming shook his head. Unfortunately, today's cans have all been opened. If you wish to try again, please return tomorrow. Then I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Patrick Star? What nonsense is this? Why does the mention of that name send a chill through my being? Whisper pondered, unable to comprehend. Deciding it best to leave and ponder later, he departed. Chapter 34. A complete shift in narrative. Han Xiaoyan emerges. Lin Qiye in peril? Sister Hongying, are these 4 fools? The members of Team 136 formed a circle, with Xiaonan quietly inquiring of Hongying. It seems so. For who have just entered the pool realm, who gave them the audacity? Hongying nodded in agreement. Both she and Xiaonan had long since entered the pool realm, and, having absorbed the auspicious energy from the rotund man that day, were on the verge of breaking through to the river realm. How could these 4 newly initiated shrimp dare to boast so boldly? She could scarcely fathom how they had survived thus far. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled. That odd-looking fellow just now had the audacity to flirt with you, Hongying. Aren't you angry? Pfft. What is there to be angry about with the dead? Hongying spat, a murderous intent gleaming in her eyes. It makes me furious. Meanwhile, the 4 individuals, witnessing Zhao Kongcheng's disregard, found themselves encircled while idle chatter ensued. Fine, let them chat. But must they speak of us as if we are worthless? It was infuriating. We know 2 of you are at the pinnacle of the pool realm, but what of it? After that battle, your stamina must be nearly depleted. Among the quartet, the sole female extended her tongue, licking her hand, casting a flirtatious glance at Zhao Kongcheng. Uncle, shall we play together? I promise to take good care of you. Zhao Kongcheng shuddered at her sultry voice. What a devil! Who dares to disrupt my hardest resolve? They must be dealt with. Hongying shoved Zhao Kongcheng, saying, She has already expressed her affection. Why not let her pamper you a bit? This old man. He must not think they were unaware of how often he frequented the pleasure houses. Given this opportunity, failing to assist him would betray their years of camaraderie. Ridiculous, Zhao Kongcheng thought, envisioning himself in the embrace of that woman, trembling even more violently. Step aside. My sword is about to be drawn. I can't take it anymore. Leave her to you. I'll handle that little dwarf. He pointed at the shortest among them, who stood no taller than 1 meter 2. The man's face bore the age of 50 or 60. He despised being called short, and upon hearing Zhao Kongcheng's words, he bellowed, "You, a mere lantern realm. Dare insult me? You're doomed. Everyone, to avoid any mishaps, let us end this battle swiftly." Agreed. Attack. Seeing this, Zhao Kongcheng grinned as he drew his long knife. I can slay you, a pool realm, as easily as killing a dog. With that, he darted forward, the Forbidden Zone's essence surging to its peak. A crescent moon streaking across the sky, slicing past the dwarf with blinding speed. Hurry. He moves so fast, the dwarf cannot even react. Hiki. Were it not for my intention to spare your life for questioning, that beautiful cut would have claimed it. With his back turned to the dwarf, Zhao Kongcheng slowly sheathed his knife. As the blade returned to its scabbard, a grievous wound materialized across the dwarf's chest. You. The dwarf managed to utter a single word before his body succumbed to gravity, consciousness fading into the abyss of darkness. The remaining 3 were momentarily stunned. They had not realized the uncle was this formidable. Had he somehow leveled up? A lantern realm, after a fierce battle, against a higher-tier pool realm expert, annihilating him in an instant. What could they do now? Charge headlong? Had their instructor not taught them not to be distracted during combat? Honging found herself behind the woman, assuring her gently, "Do not worry, dear sister, my strike will be as light as a feather." The remaining 2 men struggled to turn around, only to see the woman sprawled on the ground, realizing the vast disparity in strength between them. Run, was their instinctive thought. And they acted upon it. However, before one could take more than 2 steps, a flash of light pierced through, leaving a small wound in his abdomen. You. He began to protest. What do you mean you? You should just fall down. Zhao Kongcheng swiftly moved beside him, striking the man on the neck with the hilt of his knife, sending him to join his fallen comrades. Foolish creatures, unable to comprehend the situation. Ha, come at me. The last man, witnessing his companions defeated in mere seconds, knew escape was futile and turned to laugh maniacally. Do not be too pleased. We are merely here to delay you. The divine agent has surely been captured by now. You are the ones who have lost. Alarmed by his words, Zhao Kongcheng and his companions felt their pupils constrict sharply. Quickly report your location. Honging shouted frantically into her earpiece. Honging, stop shouting. Qiye is about 2 kilometers away from you, came Wu Xiangnan's voice over the earpiece. It's strange, he hasn't moved for 3 minutes. You must hurry. Upon receiving the coordinates, Zhao Kongcheng dashed into the car, and as soon as everyone was inside, he slammed on the gas. Meanwhile, he silently prayed that Lin Qiye would remain safe and hold on until they could provide support. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, having dispatched the scattered ghost-faced men, found himself with no further tasks and leaped joyously like a nimble spirit of the night beneath the cover of darkness. Just as he was reveling in his agility, an unseen force suddenly bound his body, rendering him immobile. Even his fingers could not move. The sheer terror of this situation gripped him. In a desolate area, amidst the night, a glimmering spear shot through the air. When Qima understood he could not evade it, he turned to Lin Qiye with a smile and closed his eyes, calmly awaiting his fate. Suddenly, as the spear was about to pierce him, a ray of light emanated from his neck, illuminating the entire street and forming a circular shield around him. Boom! The spear wielded by Xiao Yun struck the shield, only to rebound him back. At that moment, when Qima opened his eyes, fixating on a necklace at his chest. Qiye, hurry. It's the protection of the God of Light. We have only 1 minute. Lin Qiye recalled that when Qima had activated the God of Light's protection, capable of withstanding attacks of the unmeasurable rank or lower for 1 minute. With no time to waste, they began their frantic dash. As when Qima ran, the light emanating from his chest illuminated the darkness, making the 2 of them appear as a giant orb of light. Han Shaoan, not in a hurry to pursue, observed thoughtfully. Interesting. It appears to be a forbidden item. A small shop of jars? Heh. Just as he was about to close in, a beam of light shot forth from ahead, forcing him to halt and dodge. Subsequently, the entire area was enclosed by a protective barrier. Unbounded void? Han Shaoan murmured, gazing at the sky. Ha! It's wonderful that Qiye and Qima are unharmed. Zhao Kongcheng established the unbounded void and approached Lin Qiye and Wen Qima, sighing deeply with relief upon confirming they were whole. At that moment, a vehicle sped towards them, executing a stylish drift as it came to a stop. In the back seat, Long Xian held a romantic artillery piece. The earlier beam of light had been fired from this very weapon. Facing a powerful foe from the sea realm, a high-risk calamity, they were in for a tough battle. Honging, keep your spear to the ground and watch the figures amidst the tempest closely. Captain, When will you arrive? If you don't hurry, you'll be collecting our corpses. Chen Mai's voice crackled through the earpiece. I'll be there shortly. Just hold on for 1 more minute, he reassured. Understood. Hong Ying turned to Long Qian. You and Xiaonan attack from a distance. The 4 of us will engage directly. Once the captain arrives, the followers of the ancient god will pose no threat. Long Qian shook his head, refusing. No need. The range of the Calamity S attacks is too vast for distant strikes to be effective. I will join you in the fray. Do not forget, I am no longer merely a marksman. As soon as he finished speaking, a chill emanated from him, causing the ground beneath to freeze rapidly. All right. Since consuming the frozen fruit, you Haven Tea utilized your abilities much. We almost forgot, Hong Ying acknowledged. Enough chatter. The enemy is advancing. Let me show you how it's done, Xiaonan said, stacking her hands before her and addressing Han Xiaoyun with a charming voice, dynamic light wave. Flames gathered in her hands, transforming into a fiery beam aimed straight at Han Xiaoyun. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden assault. This power, this range. It's astonishing. The destructive force rivaled that of a full-powered strike from a practitioner of the River Realm. Even Xiaonan was astonished by the magnitude of her ability, which was a gift from the Chrono Quest, named Blazing Radiance, and she had not anticipated it to be so formidable. Upon hearing Long Qian's plan, Xiaonan voiced her concerns. Isn't this too risky? What if? Do not worry, there are no what-ifs. This is our only chance, Long Qian reassured her. If we succeed, we may eliminate this powerful being from the sea realm before the captain even arrives. Lin Qiye spoke with conviction. Enough talk. The enemy is upon us. Following his gaze, they saw Han Xiaoyun, having evaded the dynamic light wave, advancing swiftly with his spear. Let us proceed with the plan, Long Qian declared resolutely. Charging forward without hesitation, Han Xiaoyun paused, sensing that the approaching figure was merely from the pool realm, questioning the audacity of such an attack. Yet, he was compelled to act against his will. Brave, but with insufficient strength, recklessly charging in will only lead to demise. Is that so? Long Qian was pierced through by the spear, yet he looked up at Han Xiaoyun with a strange smile in his eyes. It is you who shall perish. Freeze. He grasped Han Xiaoyun's shoulders, releasing a chilling aura that rapidly encased them in ice. Han Xiaoyun replied dismissively, And you think you can kill me with this? No. Long Qian shook his head. I am merely the controller. Your death will be at the hands of my teammates. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Kongcheng had appeared on the right, laughing heartily. Haha. Well done, Lin Qiye. Today, I shall execute a strike from the light realm to the sea realm. Blade domain. Moonlight descending. The dual technique converged as Hong Ying ascended into the air, her spear shimmering with a deep crimson hue, vibrating with energy. A sea realm practitioner? Today, I shall pierce you with my spear. Quaking flame burst. Finally, they could leave the store. Formerly the captain of the Gusu Nightwatch team, your squad had suffered casualties during a mission against one of the 3 founders of the ancient god church, resulting in 3 fatalities and 3 severe injuries. Chen Mai observed the man before him with calm intensity. Hong Ying and her companions were astonished, realizing he had once been a night watcher. Sometimes, death is a form of liberation. Now act. Spare me. If you do not kill me, you will regret it, Han Xiaoyun pleaded, a glimmer of desperation in his eyes. Chen Mai shook his head. I have never regretted my actions. Black Wuchang. Several chains of ominous energy shot forth from him, ensnaring Han Xiaoyun tightly as if they possessed life. How delightful. Zhao Kongcheng sheathed his blade, tilting his head back to the sky in a triumphant howl. Tonight marks my pinnacle performance, a strike from the light realm to the sea realm. I have much to boast about henceforth. Qiye, come. Let me take you to cleanse your feet and rid you of tonight's misfortune. Seriously? Lin Qiye instinctively inquired. When Qima chuckled, by saying that, you must have been to some rather unorthodox establishments. Lin Qiye shot a glance at him, saying, your comprehension skills are impressive. But refrain from interpreting others' words too freely in the future. It may lead to trouble. Would he venture into such disreputable places? What a jest. Besides, he has no money in his pockets. With empty sleeves, how could he dare to mislead such a mature beauty? Hong Ying tugged at Xiaonan, beckoning Lin Qiye to head homeward. Lin Qiye turned to Wen Qima earnestly and said, thank you for earlier. He nodded with a smile, choosing to remain silent, for he had etched tonight's kindness into his memory. The group vanished into the night, leaving behind only a middle-aged man. Zhao Kongcheng scoffed. Humph. I have brother Ha. 80. In store number 88, Li Shaoming was hammering away at a jar, loudly proclaiming 80. Next to him squatted a plump fellow, eagerly fixated on the jar. Li Gu. As the store owner, all the items inside the jar belong to you. Why bother opening it? How about letting Fatty do it for you? And we split whatever comes out? What do you know? Li Shaoming chuckled. It's the allure of opening jars. You think I'm merely opening a jar? You're mistaken. I am unleashing a sense of anticipation. When you truly become invincible, you will understand that everything I do is for the sake of life. In the realm of showing off, I am quite serious. Living a humble life without opening jars, should I ever get the chance to venture out, without sufficient strength, I would be at the mercy of others. But your hands are even darker than Zhao Jiyi's today. You've opened 8 jars, each one empty. Let me open the last 2. I guarantee you'll unveil a divine artifact. Fatty gazed at the last 2 jars, his eyes sparkling, thumping his chest in assurance. I've already told you, I'm not opening items, but rather, life. You should just stay quietly to the side. Li Shaoming ignored Fatty, muttering a silent prayer, then raised his hammer and brought it down with force. In an instant, brilliance erupted, illuminating the dim hall as if it were day. It's out. It's out. Fatty shielded his eyes, more excited than anyone. Once the light faded, Li Shaoming held a card in his hand. The card was entirely white, adorned with an image of a white tiger with yellow accents, its wings spread wide. Beneath the tiger were the words, Sacred White Tiger Summoning Card. Li Shaoming was astonished. Although old Zhao had wished for a white tiger, it was he who had opened it. However, it was not the divine beast of the great Xia, but rather an extraordinary creature from another realm, formidable in its own right, possessing boundless capabilities and specialized in combating malevolent entities. Summon it, quickly. I want to see it. Fatty, well-versed in gaming, instantly understood the words on the card. Forget it, it's just a minor white tiger from the boundless realm. Summoning it would only take up space. Li Shaoming feigned nonchalance, swiftly tucking the summoning card into his pocket, mentally exclaiming, What a treasure, what a treasure. Fatty's eyes gleamed. Li Ge, don't give it to me. Right now, I just lack a powerful bodyguard. Boundless realm. There are hardly any boundless realm experts to be found in the Great Xia. Name your conditions, Li Ge. I'm laying it all on the table today. My family is wealthy beyond compare, and I can pay any price. Li Shaoming slowly stood up, patting him on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, Fatty, don't think about it. Just focus on opening jars. One day, you too will summon a divine beast. Chapter 37. Medusa's arrival. Fortunate Fatty, the morning sun shone brilliantly. Yet little light reached the entrance of store number 88. At that moment, a charming woman stood before the store, gazing at the sign above. Isn't it just an ordinary little shop? It inexplicably warns not to provoke the shop owner without any explanation. I must see what is so extraordinary about this owner. With her curiosity piqued, she called out loudly, Is anyone there? Come out and serve me. Inside the store, a tune played, You are my little apple. Today, I am truly happy. Just thinking about exploring this magical world makes my heart soar. Just as he was brushing his teeth with enthusiasm, he heard the call from outside. Who is it? If you seek a man, this store does not offer such services, Li Shaoming shouted with a mouthful of foam. What are you saying? I'm here to open jars. Li Shaoming paused, then shouted, Guests, please come in and have a seat while I finish brushing my dazzling teeth. Interesting. She saw the door open automatically, raised a finger to her lips, and laughed as she stepped inside. Upon entering, she noticed a plump man napping on the sofa, seemingly lost in a delightful dream, occasionally chuckling to himself. Then she spotted the hundreds of jars neatly arranged on the counter. This must be the place. Is it really that magical? Can it truly yield extraordinary items? She remained skeptical about all she learned. After 5 minutes, as her impatience grew, she saw a young, handsome boy in a dinosaur onesie emerge from the side. So handsome, so adorable. Brother, can I hug you, please? Coming here so early. Should he agree or not? Just a little joke. He found it hard to appreciate the pale, sickly-looking woman before him. To summarize, she was not his type. Brother, don't say that. Don't you think my outfit is charming? She leaned in closer to Li Shaoming. At that moment, Fatty finally noticed some commotion, slowly opening his bleary eyes and, upon seeing her, jumped up in shock. What kind of monster dares to scare me this early? Li Shaoming nodded in satisfaction and said to the woman, See, there is a resonance between people. It's not wrong to enjoy such makeup, but scaring others while doing so is where you went astray. You infuriate me. She glared at Fatty. Come, look into my eyes. Fatty met her gaze, only to witness a bewildering scene, and asked, Li Ge, does this enchantress want me to watch her perform an aerial act? In that instant, as she made eye contact, the woman was blasted out of the door by an unseen force. Interesting. It turns out she was a representative of Medusa, codenamed the Snake Woman. She had attempted to use her petrification ability, triggering the store's automatic defenses, resulting in her ejection. It was fortunate she was unharmed. Forget about that enchantress, Li Ge. Quickly buy me 10 jars. The morning is the perfect time for opening jars. Fatty, puzzled by why the woman would perform in front of him, rushed to the counter, nearly drooling at the sight of the jars. Hurry, I'll transfer you 10 million now, so I won't have to pay for each jar individually in the future. With a clean and swift transfer of 10 million, Fatty excitedly watched as the jars flew up, expertly grabbing the hammer from the counter. Come on, let me summon a powerful bodyguard, and then let us see who dares to target me. I wish for a complete divine beast, the five-clawed golden dragon. Clang. Li Shaoming was rendered speechless, having just told old Zhao that wishing was futile, yet here he was, stepping into that very realm this morning. Indeed, when opening jars, during moments of anticipation, no one can escape this law. He had wished countless times for divine armaments of everlasting glory, only to be met with disappointment time and again. Isn't this just a child's bamboo dragonfly? Fatty examined the small toy in his hand, utterly disappointed. Not a divine beast. What a loss. 1-star review. Fatty. That is not an ordinary bamboo dragonfly. It's a flying bamboo dragonfly. Just place it on your head, and it will work, Li Shaoming explained casually. Oh, could this tiny contraption enable flight? With great enthusiasm, Pang placed the bamboo dragonfly atop his head, exclaiming, now I am a flying little chubby. What bliss. This was a windfall. He soared around the hall, his earlier losses instantly forgotten amidst his exhilaration, though devoid of offensive capabilities. The ability to fly was worth 10,000 coins, a remarkable bargain indeed. Chapter 38, The Serpent Woman's Extraordinary Luck, Unveiling the Trident of the Sea God. A heart aflutter, hands trembling. The serpent woman's grip on the hammer quivered incessantly. Do strike, she urged herself. What an unrefined demeanor. After calming her nerves and harboring a sense of anticipation, she brought the hammer down with force, shattering the jar. Look at you, dressed in a manner that defies reason, neither human nor ghost. What treasures could you possibly unveil? Pang's mocking tone intensified as he observed the empty jar, nearly bursting with laughter. Taking a deep breath, the serpent woman dismissed Pang's incessant jibes. 1,000,000 coins for an empty jar? Even the ancient god church was not so extravagant. Hope. Clink. Yet, still empty. Her disappointment was palpable. At such a moment, it was inevitable that Pang would begin his antics again, suggesting she remove her makeup for better luck. Stay calm. Do not let anger consume you. That fat fool is merely trying to provoke me, hoping for retribution from the shopkeeper. Yes, that was it. The serpent woman repeatedly reassured herself. However, the more she pondered, the more infuriated she became. Hearing Pang's continued taunts drove her to madness. Silence, you insufferable fool. Is it merely insults you can muster? I can do that too. She unleashed a tirade upon Pang for a good 10 minutes before realizing her loss of composure, a faint blush creeping onto her pale cheeks. Brotherly. This woman must be unhinged. She was furious moments ago, and now her face is flushed, Pang whispered to Li Shaoming. Yet, the serpent woman, possessing the cultivation of the pool realm, heard every word, nearly unleashing another round of curses. After a moment's consideration, she redirected her fury toward the jars, smashing 3 more with great force. Suddenly, a pill soared from within a jar and landed in her palm. The serpent woman, trembling with excitement, held it before her eyes. Shopkeeper, could you enlighten me on the properties of this pill? That is a realm pill. You currently reside in the pool realm. Consuming it will elevate you to the river realm without any side effects, Li Shaoming explained, adhering to the shop's regulations. The serpent woman was taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. The realm pill seemed tailor-made for her. If she were to cultivate on her own, who knew when she would break through to the river realm? Yet now, a single pill could solve her plight. To consume or not to consume. Caution prevailed. She feared the shopkeeper might be deceitful. What if it were a poison pill? Better safe than sorry. Suppressing her desire to ingest the pill, she politely thanked the shopkeeper. After expressing her gratitude, she shattered 2 more jars, and at that moment, they erupted with radiant light. Pang was astonished. He recognized this spectacle all too well. Each time a valuable item was unveiled, a brilliant light would accompany it. As the brilliance faded, an aura of divinity emanated from the shop, drawing the attention of powerful beings from across the globe to Tsangnan City. Simultaneously, on a mist-shrouded island, a towering figure seethed with rage, his fury stirring tumultuous waves in the nearby sea. Who dares to reveal themselves? Who has stolen my divine artifact? Brotherly. Does that weapon resemble the trident of the sea god? Could it possibly be what I mentioned? Pang stared in awe at the golden trident floating in midair. Li Shaoming regarded the serpent woman with intrigue, then uttered the earth-shattering truth. Indeed, this is the trident of the sea god, a genuine divine artifact. Pang was rendered speechless. The serpent woman collapsed to the ground in shock, then erupted with joy, quickly rising and exclaiming, Shopkeeper, does this mean all the items I unveil belong to me? She gazed at him expectantly, fearful of hearing words that would deny her claim. Li Shaoming calmly nodded. Indeed, whatever you unveil, you may take at any time. Shaoming, who has unveiled a divine object. At that moment, Zhao Kongcheng and his companions rushed in, their eyes immediately drawn to the trident hovering in the air. Chinmai furrowed his brow, clearly recognizing the trident, and turned to the serpent woman with a contemplative expression. A woman of the Pool realm, unfamiliar to the Night Watchers. Could she be affiliated with the ancient god church? What consequences would arise if the trident were to fall into her hands? He pondered relentlessly. Lo and behold, the trident of the sea god has been unveiled by this woman. Li Shaoming pointed at the serpent woman. Not human. The serpent woman fell silent. Revealing her identity would surely be tantamount to courting death. She recognized them as the Night Watchers stationed in Songnan. Shopkeeper, may I take it now? Chapter 39. Mount my beloved little donkey shopkeeper, my apologies for the intrusion today. I have come to escort this woman away. EU ignored the members of Team 136 and courteously addressed Li Shaoming. You are welcome to leave at any time. However, this is your third warning. You attempted to strike last night. This woman sought conflict this morning. Should there be a next time, I would not hesitate to pay a visit to your stronghold. Li Shaoming replied, narrowing his eyes with a hint of menace. Very well, we have been rude. As EU spoke, he cast a glance at the serpent woman, his eyes glinting with danger. He remembered his earlier warning about not clashing with the shopkeeper. Evidently, this woman had disregarded his advice. Shopkeeper, we shall take our leave now and return another time. You are always welcome. Li Shaoming replied. Michael's agent, and you. He referred to Pang Pang without knowing his name. The gates of the ancient god church are forever open to you, especially to you, dear little chubby. Do give it some serious thought. Chinmai frowned, blocking EU's gaze. To invite someone in my presence is truly audacious. Does he think no one among the Night Watchers can challenge him? EU chuckled softly. Indeed. There are those among the Night Watchers who could slay me. The Sword Saint possesses such power, but you are not among them. Black Wuchang's agent, Chinmai. Has breaking through to the sea realm inflated your confidence? I eagerly anticipate your joining us. With that, he disregarded Team 136 and strode toward the door, entirely unconcerned about whether they would pursue him. What a jest. A mere Klein realm individual would fear a sea realm and several Pool realm opponents. Friends, today may be fatal. Are you afraid? Not in the slightest. Then let us confront the founders of the ancient god church. Qiye. Stay with Pang Pang by Shaoming's side. When the Sword Saint emerges, or tomorrow, someone will come to arrange matters for you. Lin Qiye opened her mouth several times. Yet no words emerged. Pang Pang, lacking significant thoughts, recognized that apart from the individual forbidden item he wore, he was an utterly powerless little chubby, merely a source of experience. Chinmai could not allow a divine artifact to be taken away by EU. The threat posed by a divine artifact was incalculable, and he could not gamble with that risk. Having given his orders, he nodded to Shaoming and led Hong Ying and others away, all the while making a phone call. However, at that moment, Li Shaoming seemed unwilling to let them walk into danger, interjecting, everyone, there is no need to court death. The ancient god church may not be able to retain the trident of the sea god, though I have erased the divine consciousness left upon the trident. Its inherent aura will alert the sea god to its whereabouts. Tell me, what do you think the dear sea god will do? Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled as he quickly pieced everything together. Without a doubt, they would follow the trail of energy right to their doorstep. After all, which deity could endure the loss of their most cherished weapon? The trident had become a hot potato, and anyone who possessed it would inevitably face the relentless pursuit of the sea god. However, his brow furrowed slightly. If the sea god discovered the truth, would it not lead to troubles for brotherly? Zhao Kongcheng stepped forward, placing an arm around Li Shaoming's shoulder. Shaoming, you've handled this splendidly. It was merely the luck of that snake woman. Chinmai still seemed uneasy. You all stay here. I'll go check things out. We can't let the dreamer wreak havoc in Songnan. Li Shaoming interjected. The dreamer won't linger. He tried to make a move on Fatty yesterday, and now he's seriously injured. He won't have time for further destruction, so just relax. He came last night. Chinmai contemplated, relieved. It seems that last night's incursion was not only aimed at Lin Qiye, but also to divert our attention. Whoever wishes to open the jars can do so after paying. Today, I intend to take Fatty out for some fun. Qiye, would you care to join? I'll treat you to a foot bath, Li Shaoming eagerly suggested. You too. Lin Qiye looked at Li Shaoming and Zhao Kongcheng, chuckling helplessly. Why did both of them only call him? Did he appear to be a frequent visitor to such establishments? He was merely a child. There's no need to call me Qiye. I didn't go when you invited me yesterday. We've known each other for a few days, and I've yet to see you venture out. Today, let me, old Zhao, take you to experience the local customs of Songnan. Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed excitedly. Hong Ying and Xiao Nan, the two girls, rolled their eyes at the conversation. Hong Ying, Xiao Nan, do you want to join us? I'll cover all expenses today. Li Shaoming teased, draping an arm around Lin Qiye's shoulder and raising an eyebrow at the girls. If you want to go, go on your own. Sister Hong-ing, and I won't be frequenting such places, Shaoming pouted. Hong-ing quickly echoed, and you too, Brother Qiye, you mustn't go. Don't learn to indulge like an adult before you're of age. What will happen when you actually come of age? Chapter 40, the otherworldly behemoth outskirts of Tsangnan. 2 figures, one male and one female, sped along in a vehicle. Handed over. The dreamer received the sea god's trident from the snake woman and inquired, now, bring forth the items that have been opened. Master, the snake woman swiftly produced 10 jars of boundary pills from her pocket and respectfully presented them. We opened the trident and this boundary pill. The shopkeeper said that consuming it would instantly elevate me to the Chuan realm. Her eyes sparkled with longing as she handed over the pill. The dreamer leaned the trident aside and examined the boundary pill with curiosity. After observing nothing particularly remarkable, he instructed, you should consume the pill. The snake woman was ecstatic. Her previous doubts vanished after the trident's reveal. She had thought the boundary pill would be beyond her reach, but fortune had smiled upon her. The pill dissolved upon entering her mouth, spreading energy throughout her body. A sensation of unparalleled comfort. In that very moment, her realm ascended to Chuan. The dreamer stroked his chin, intrigued. Fascinating. An instantaneous breakthrough in realm. Yet one does not feel the sensation of floating, akin to a long-awaited ascension. Remarkable, if it can be mass-produced. Does this imply we could create a multitude of individuals at the Chuan realm? It seems I must return once my injuries heal. I cannot let the night watchman monopolize this opportunity. Master this. The snake woman's joy was palpable. Let us go. Ah, do you know why I took action? The snake woman quickly rose from the ground, speaking cautiously. Yes, I understand. From now on, I will heed your words. In the mist, a figure surged through the sea at great speed. Indeed, the trident's position has shifted. Its speed is remarkable. Regardless of who you are, you shall bear my wrath. The wave surged as he moved through the water, seemingly traversing space with an astonishing swiftness. Meanwhile, in the great Xia, a figure sensed something, gazing into the distance before transforming into a streak of light. Old Zhao, your middle-aged muscles are quite impressive. In a hot spring establishment in Tsangnan City, a young man, a middle-aged man, and a plump man relaxed in the hot spring. Li Shaoming jested, Fatty, you're out of luck. You're all bulk and no muscle. But it's all right. As the saying goes, being able to eat is a blessing. Zhao Kongcheng flexed his muscles and remarked, what can I say? I'm just that exceptional. Shaoming, your physique is also commendable. When we entered, the receptionist's eyes practically sparkled at the sight of you. You're just a notch below me, Zhao Kongcheng quipped. Fatty, reclining by the pool's edge, interjected seriously, Zhao Gu, I'm not saying this to offend, but you're leagues behind Li Gu. Your skin is just too thick. Ha! I find Fatty's assessment quite accurate. Li Shaoming, in a moment of self-admiration, was about to speak again when his expression suddenly shifted, not in shock, but intrigue. Zhao Kongcheng noticed the change and curiously asked, what's up? Has something good happened? Nothing much. Qin and the others have uncovered a rather remarkable item. What item? Zhao Kongcheng's interest piqued. Fatty straightened his posture. Anything that could elicit such a response from Li Shaoming surely held extraordinary properties. It's not that significant. You'll find out soon enough. Li Shaoming replied with a mysterious smile. Zhao Kongcheng and Fatty could hardly contain their curiosity, abandoning thoughts of soaking in the hot spring. Fine. Li Shaoming sighed in resignation. He should have known better than to stir their curiosity. He'd have to make another trip. Once the trio donned their clothes, they departed the hot spring hotel, each on a small electric scooter weaving through the bustling crowd. The wind whipped through their hair, standing it on end. After about 10 minutes, they entered a shop and spotted Chen Mai and others gathered around a small creature. Just in time. This little thing was opened by Old Will. Doesn't it resemble the behemoth from the Bible? Hey, you hideous human, don't mistake me for one of those foolish behemoths. What they surrounded was a creature less than half a meter tall, its arms disproportionately large, dragging on the ground with black claws gleaming ominously. The little beast glared angrily at Chen Mai and proudly declared, I am the great crystal diamond behemoth, Lord Gaskiki. You may address me as my lord. I'd rather not. You big-headed fool. Wu Xiangnan slapped Gaskiki on the forehead. With a single thought, I could make you wish you were dead. And you want the captain to call you my lord? Should I call you master instead? Chapter 41. Team building with Team 136. Launching you pays a visit, friends, a lifetime together. Those days are gone. Come, let us toast to this. Li Shaoming, Zhao Kongcheng, and Fatty stood by a lake, linking arms and singing loudly, their 6 legs dancing in unison. In the background, Chen Mai and others sat around a table, smiling as they watched the scene unfold. Today, they had opened a crystal diamond behemoth from the jars, while the other jars yielded nothing more than mundane items. Notably, Zhao Kongcheng, who had predicted an explosive streak of luck today, knelt in despair after unearthing several packs of dog food. tears streaming down his face. It was a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. After their jar openings, Chenmai invited Li Shaoming to visit the office, where they lingered until evening. Fatty suddenly suggested a gathering, resulting in the current spectacle. "Captain, have you noticed? Brother Shaoming displayed two distinct emotions just now," Xiaonan commented, sipping her juice. "What emotions?" Everyone's gaze converged upon Xiaonan's delicate face, illuminated by a faint glow. Only Lin Qiye remained detached, propping his head on one hand, lost in thought as he stared ahead. Xiaonan did not mince words. "It is longing, a sentiment that often manifests in your eyes. Each time this emotion surfaces, one becomes momentarily entranced, their gaze wandering. Furthermore, I sense something else, yet I cannot articulate that feeling." At this moment, Lin Qiye completed her thought. "It is loneliness." "Exactly." Xiaonan clapped her hands. "Another emotion is indeed loneliness." For a fleeting moment, Brother Shaoming seemed to embody a sense of existing apart from the world, as if his journey through life allowed for no companionship. "How did you discern that?" Lin Qiye replied softly, almost inaudibly. "In this world, perhaps few understand loneliness as I do." His voice was barely a whisper, a sound only he could hear. After 10 years of blindness, his interactions were limited to family elders, his younger brother, and a small black dog. "What are you all discussing?" Zhao Kongcheng called out excitedly. Hong Ying and Xiaonan exchanged glances before turning away, stifling a laugh. What a shameless game to play. Chenmai and his companions hung their heads in embarrassment, knowing that if word of their antics spread among the night watchers, they would be the subjects of ridicule. Old Zhao should really know better. He acts like a child. After a few moments of silence, Zhao Kongcheng's voice was heard again. "Old Zhao, you can't keep up. Middle age has its limitations, doesn't it? This time, you've definitely lost. Your weight is not insignificant, and your old back will bear the brunt." Just as they were engrossed in their playful banter, a uniformed woman stormed over. Her face contorted with anger. "Littering will incur a fine of 200 for each offender," she exclaimed. "Aha," chuckled Hong Ying and the others, turning to see Zhao Kongcheng and his companions apologizing, resembling three misbehaving children. This scene nearly sent them into fits of laughter. Meanwhile, Li Shaoming sat by the lake, gazing up at the familiar yet strange starry sky. Upon hearing the comment about weight, Lin Qiye seemed to resonate with it and stood up, intending to approach. However, Zhao Kongcheng pulled him back, shaking his head. "Everyone has their burdens. We shouldn't interfere too much. Let Shaoming have some time alone." Chenmai concurred. "It is only natural for someone like Shaoming, who is not of our world, to experience such emotions. After all, no one simply emerges from stone." Xiaonan broke the heavy atmosphere, speaking cautiously. "Captain, that's not entirely accurate. The mythical Sun Wukong did emerge from stone." "Aha. Xiaonan has a point. Just like Shaoming, he will eventually transcend the mountain of emotions." Zhao Kongcheng laughed heartily. The others joined in, leaving the topic behind. The real world. Perhaps. He seemed to have come to a realization, fully integrating into this world without a trace of awkwardness. With his emotions settled, he looked forward to a joyful day of work. The following morning, Li Shaoming rose from his bed. A beautiful day is about to begin, he thought, heading down to open the shop. As he descended the stairs, he spotted Fatty soundly asleep in the lobby, utterly unrefined. Chapter 42. Launching Fish unveils the surgical fruit. With customers arriving, there was no reason to turn away business. 100,000 could buy 10 jars. "Here you go." Li Shaoming beckoned to the jars on the counter, and they promptly floated before Launching Fish. "This time, don't attempt to decode the jars with that one correct interpretation of yours. If you do, no one will be able to save you." "One correct interpretation?" Launching Fish adjusted his glasses, a smile playing on his lips. "That's an intriguing name. I like it. I understand what the shopkeeper means. I am no fool. I won't force the impossible, especially since this fascinating world has yet to be fully explored." "All right." Li Shaoming handed over a hammer from the front desk. "The jars cannot be broken by external force. You need to use this hammer. Begin." "Thank you." The noise startled the slumbering Fatty awake. "Who?" "I'm living at Li Ji's place. Who could possibly open a jar before me?" Fatty rolled off the sofa. "Oh, a stranger. About the same age as my brother and Xia. Hello, I'm Bailey Tumming, but everyone calls me Fatty." With a cheerful grin, he approached Launching Fish, brushed his hand against the space bracelet on his left wrist, and produced a beautifully wrapped gift box. Opening it revealed a pure gold watch. He recognized that the glasses-wearing gentleman before him, who displayed no surprise at the floating jars, was certainly not an ordinary person. Regardless of his identity, it was wise to establish a good rapport. After all, he had just returned from a purchase of watches and other gifts for moments like this. Not fond of watches. No problem. Fatty reached back into the space bracelet, retrieving a hefty gold chain weighing half a pound. "How about this? Wearing it will dazzle everyone around you." Launching Fish regarded Fatty with a quizzical expression, wondering why someone would present gold upon first meeting. He also found Fatty's overly familiar demeanor somewhat unsettling. For a moment, he felt quite taken aback. Feel free to accept it. You need not hesitate, Li Xiaoming shrugged. After a brief silence, Onching Fish shook his head. I appreciate the sentiment, but I will decline the gift. He understood that accepting the gift would entail a debt of gratitude, and in Daxia, reciprocity was paramount. Accepting was easy, but what one would owe in return was uncertain. Fatty sighed, then brightened up, putting an arm around Onching Fish's shoulder. No worries about the gift. Let me show you how to open a jar. Opening jars is an art. Fatty, sharing this knowledge with others may work, but with Onching Fish, it's a different story. After all, he is a true scholar. Discussing metaphysics with him is less effective than sharing scientific principles, Li Xiaoming interjected, cutting off Fatty's next words. An unprecedented realm? This piqued Fatty's interest, as he leaned closer to Onching Fish, curiously inquiring, Brotherin, what is your unprecedented realm? What abilities does it grant you? Li Xiaoming covered his forehead, speechless. To inquire so boldly upon first meeting was rather impolite. However, Onching Fish revealed no hesitation, explaining, the ability of my realm lies in dissecting corpses to analyze genes, thereby acquiring the abilities I desire. Upon hearing this, Fatty shuddered. Brotherin, how should I put it? Your ability seems a bit extreme. Onching Fish chuckled, shaking his head. I don't find it extreme. It suits me perfectly. At that moment, a single item finally emerged from the jar, a fruit adorned with intricate patterns. Li Xiaoming expressed his astonishment. Shopkeeper, what kind of fruit is this? Onching Fish examined the fruit closely before looking up, puzzled. What is this? That is a devil fruit, quite suitable for you. It's called the surgical fruit. Consuming it will grant you a unique ability, like this. Li Xiaoming's right hand transformed, producing a kitchen knife, while his left hand curled into a claw-like shape. A circular, transparent barrier emanated from his palm, encircling both Onching Fish and Fatty. Flash. Whoa. Li Gu, why did you suddenly attack? Fatty yelped, watching in horror as Onching Fish's right hand was severed. Yet, Onching Fish remained remarkably calm. I feel no pain. He lifted his severed hand for inspection, his pupils trembling with excitement. Fascinating, utterly fascinating. Before Li Xiaoming could assist him, he pressed his hand against the severed end, and after performing that action, he flexed his fingers. No discomfort whatsoever. Shopkeeper, is that all this fruit can do? Certainly not. Just wait and see. Swap. The ability of spatial movement is truly remarkable. And Xingyu gazed with excitement, the brilliance in her eyes never dimming. What else is there? Chapter 43. Poseidon pursues with fervent rage. Congratulations. You have acquired a book on the origins of life, which could serve as an interesting diversion in your leisure time. After opening 3 more jars, a book soared out. And Li Xiaoming expressed his delight. And Xingyu flipped through the book for a moment, then closed it with a shake of her head, softly stating, I have read this book before. I could recite it by heart. It would be a waste of time to use it for amusement. Such a sharp mind. Pangkang felt entirely out of place compared to Xingyu, as it would take him half a month to read a single book, let alone memorize it. Haha. It varies from person to person. Li Xiaoming patted Pangpang on the shoulder, offering reassurance. You can do it too. Don't mind the differences between individuals. I have another book to give you later. Believe in yourself. If you can't memorize it in a day, take a year. You will eventually finish it. Keep striving. Li Gu, just be a decent person. Keep the book for yourself, or give it to Brother Qiye. He seems quite the scholar, Pangpang insisted, shaking his head vigorously. He believed that rather than reading, making more friends would be far more valuable. After all, as the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. He vowed to adhere to this principle. Suit yourself. Li Xiaoming ceased his teasing of Pangpang, and the two shifted their focus back to the hammer in Qingyu's hands. Clang. Li Xiaoming's eyes lit up as the items that flew out of the jar were not particularly impressive, but reminded him of the treasures he had hoped to find before his journey. This knife, named Black Force, possessed inherent dark attribute attacks, somewhat enhancing its wielder's strength. It would serve well if one had consumed a devil fruit. During his time in a certain city, he had been fond of this black blade, not necessarily for its strength, but for its aesthetic appeal. The knife was entirely black, slightly longer than an average blade, with intricate patterns adorning the handle, adding a unique flair. And Qingyu wielded it momentarily, remarking, if I were to consume the surgery fruit, this black knife would serve as a medium for my abilities, saving me the trouble of crafting a weapon. It's quite beautiful. However, black isn't to my taste. Brother Zhao's knife is far more attractive. Pang expressed his opinion. Everyone has different aesthetics, but one constant remains. A knife can only serve as an auxiliary tool. One's own strength is paramount. As Li Xiaoming made his way to the kitchen, he added, you can open the remaining 3 jars yourself. Since you just emerged from the sewer, after you're done, go wash up, and we can share a meal together. Pang Pang, you know the way, and since you paid yesterday, feel free to grab whatever you want from the counter. If you find anything, I'll explain it to you once I'm done cooking. With that, he opened the door and stepped into the kitchen. Pang Pang called out loudly, got it. Li Gu, make sure to cook a lot. I feel like I'm starving. Just as they were about to open the jars, in a desolate land, a vehicle was speeding recklessly. The shopkeeper has deceived me, mumbled Yu. His face twisted in agony, resembling someone who had just swallowed a pound of excrement. Originally handsome, his features were now contorted in a grimace of determination. What did the leader say? When will we arrive? He asked the snake woman in the passenger seat. The leader says we must endure for another 5 minutes. He is bringing people over, the snake woman replied, her expression equally grim, filled with terror. From the rear of the vehicle, a figure emerged against a backdrop of a seawater sky, exuding an aura of dread, their face contorted in rage. With your mere Klein realm, and your body severely wounded, you dare to steal my artifact? If I do not slay you today, my fury will remain unquenched. Die. As the figure spoke, the seawater above began to boil, surging toward the speeding vehicle with overwhelming force. He was aware of Poseidon's existence in this world, but had previously thought the trident was merely a counterfeit created by the shopkeeper. Who could have expected that the god's true weapon was hidden within a jar? My lord, should we not return the trident? At this rate, we will die? The snake woman urged in desperation. Are you foolish? It is too late to return it now, even if we offered it back with both hands. It would not quell a god's wrath. Yu glared at the snake woman in anger, then slammed his hands on the steering wheel. Damn it. If it weren't for the shopkeeper's blow, I would not be fleeing in such a wretched state. My lord, be cautious. The snake woman warned. There is no choice left. We must fight. With no escape route as the water surrounded them, Yu reluctantly exited the vehicle. Poseidon strode upon endless waves, glaring down. Run. Let us see how far you can escape. Yu looked up at the sky, his tone filled with defiance. See, God Poseidon, do not be so overbearing. I explained that the trident was obtained from a mysterious shop. If you seek trouble, go after the shopkeeper. I am merely a victim. Chapter 44, Pong Pong's Fortunate Luck in Store 88. This shouldn't be. Pang Pang held 2 tiny straw dolls, one black and one white, in his right hand. Scratching his rear with his left, disappointment etched on his face. Yesterday, I found something good. Logically speaking, the chances of discovering a divine item today should be quite high. How can my luck diminish? And go, can you discern any purpose for these 2 straw dolls? And Qingyu inquired as she leaned closer for a better look. I see nothing special, only the colors black and white, she replied nonchalantly. Pang Pang rolled his eyes at her response. That's just stating the obvious. I'm not colorblind. He sighed. They must just be 2 trinkets. Hopefully, this green necklace will prove useful. He gazed at the utterly commonplace green necklace floating before him, placing his hopes upon it. After opening 10 jars today, he had only acquired the black and white straw dolls and this necklace. If they proved useless, then 10 jars would have been for naught. But surprises often arrive unexpectedly. Pang Pang, your luck is quite good. Li Shaoming emerged from the kitchen, carrying 3 large bowls of noodles. Upon hearing Li Shaoming's words, Pang Pang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Does that mean this necklace belonged to someone important? Or perhaps it's a defensive artifact? He had assumed Li Shaoming was referring to the necklace, given its ordinary appearance yet faint glow. It's not the necklace, it merely possesses some defensive capabilities. Easily bypassed by someone at the lamp stage, Li Shaoming clarified as he handed the noodles to the 2. I was referring to the black and white straw dolls. Do not underestimate their apparent simplicity. Once I reveal their names, you will understand their worth. Li Gu, stop teasing me and just tell me. Pang Pang urged eagerly, his heart racing. What are you so anxious about? The straw dolls won't fly away from your hands, Li Shaoming replied, shaking his head in exasperation. I want to keep you in suspense. The full name of the straw dolls is the substitute straw dolls. What? Is it what I think it is? Pang Pang exclaimed, jumping in shock. Does that mean if I carry the straw dolls with me, I effectively gain 2 extra lives? Not quite. The black and white dolls form a set. Wear the black one and place the white one in a safe location. Upon your death, the black doll will take your place, and you will be transported to where the white doll is, Li Shaoming explained. Pang Pang, in a burst of exuberance, suddenly embraced Li Shaoming, exclaiming, I truly adore you. Is there any place safer than being with you, brotherly? The white scarecrow shall be placed here with you. Nearby, and Qingyu, filled with curiosity upon hearing the explanation, gazed at the scarecrow, pondering whether deciphering its ability to transfer death could imply the possession of countless lives. Pang Pang, release me. The noodles are spilling. Li Shaoming raised his hands high, the noodles wobbling precariously, nearly toppled by Pang Pang's considerable weight. Hee hee. I am simply overjoyed, completely unable to contain my excitement. Pang pang. Feeling somewhat bashful, let go. With this scarecrow, I shall be free. Just as he reveled in his thoughts, Li Shaoming doused him with a splash of cold reality. Do not forget that your Kirin Forbidden Realm is effective against everyone. The ancient God Church will capture you, not kill you. Once captured, you would lose your freedom. It matters little. Pang Pang waved dismissively. I have faced countless assassination attempts throughout my life. The scarecrow can only play a crucial role. I might as well visit the ancient God Church, enjoy myself, and when I'm done, I can simply end it. Compared to freedom, what is a little pain? Today was the day for the students to gather, and Pang Pang decided to make a few friends first. Turning to Qingyu, he said, Brethren, I see you haven't joined the Night Watchman yet. Would you like to come along? After a moment's contemplation, Qingyu replied, No, perhaps another time. Pang Pang did not press further, knowing that after witnessing the wonders here with Brotherly, Qingyu would surely return. There would come a day when they would encounter Qin and his team, and at that time, he could have Qin extend an invitation. Brotherly. The white scarecrow is placed in the front desk. I shall bring my companions now. Pang Pang placed the scarecrow in the counter and quickly opened a portal, rushing inside. Approximately half an hour later, he emerged with 4 individuals. This is my Brotherly. Please introduce yourselves. Hello, Mr. Li. Greetings to you all. Upon saying this, Pang Pang wanted to step outside, losing interest in the noodles. However, Li Shaoming stopped him, saying, Pang Pang, first go and infuse some auspicious energy into Zhou Ping. Then hand this knife to Qiye. He produced a black blade from his possession and handed it to Pang Pang, since he currently had no use for it. The black knife, with its inherent dark attributes, would be beneficial for Lin Qiye. After all, Lin Qiye was the agent of Nyx, the goddess of night. And the black blade would significantly enhance his abilities. In the ominous palace, Mysterious muttered to himself, tightly wrapped like a mummy. The memory of being caught by Poseidon and beaten mercilessly, losing not only his trident but also being pursued by the master, left him feeling utterly defeated. He was engulfed in a tempest of rage. Beside him sat 2 others. Though they bore few injuries, their breaths were subtly unstable. Enough. What good does anger do now? The one seated in the main position, hearing Mysterious' furious outburst, could not suppress his own irritation. Who told you to act recklessly on another's territory? If they do not play with you, whom will they? The matter concerning the jar shop was significant, and the shopkeeper's strength was a mystery. To severely injure someone in peak condition was beyond even Poseidon. Tend to your injuries. I will send someone to negotiate about the jar shop. If our ancient God Church can produce a substantial supply of the elixir that allows instant breakthroughs to the river realm, we can resolve our personnel shortages. Suddenly, another voice chimed in, Hee. To stealthily place Poseidon's weapon into the jar, I would truly like to meet that shopkeeper. Alas, we are all injured currently, and venturing out may not be safe. Mysterious calmed his fury, saying coolly, I accept this incident. I will remember the debt and await an opportunity. As he spoke, a dangerous glimmer flickered in his eyes. The losses had been significant. All 3 of them were injured. And Medusa's agent had narrowly escaped death amidst the aftermath of the battle. Of the people taken to Tsangnan, aside from Han Xiaoyan who was captured, the rest had perished. And that fat man you mentioned must be captured. His abilities are a treasure. The greed in their eyes was palpable, particularly in Mysterious, who had experienced the effects of Pang Pang's forbidden realm and envisioned a path to divinity. Everything proceeded as normal. The meeting was adjourned. In a secret training camp located in Tsangnan City, hundreds of individuals donned special uniforms, both men and women. Chunmai gradually set down his phone, ignoring those standing below, and addressed his companion, Old Yuan, we shall wait a while longer. One more student is on their way. Yuan Gang frowned slightly. Is it that special balatiming? Seeing Chinmai nod, he continued, didn't he the higher-up say he is not suited for training at this time? You seem to be unaware of the situation regarding Pang Pang, Chinmai explained. It's not that he is unsuited for training, rather. The forbidden realm he opened in the jar shop is rather unique. If the ancient God Church learns of it, they will undoubtedly come after him. Intrigued, Yuan Gang pressed for details. What kind of forbidden realm? You will find out shortly. You oversee the session while I fetch him. Pang Pang scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Lin Qiye standing among them. Team Chen, I'm heading over to Qiye. Brother Qiye, I've come to find you. He retrieved the black knife from his space and presented it. As Lin Qiye grasped it, he felt the enhancement from its dark attributes, perfectly attuned to him. Pang Pang, what brings you here? Nothing much. Pang Pang leaned in slightly, whispering, Today, I obtained a life-saving item from Brotherly, and he also gifted me a defensive item. Nothing will go awry. Just then, he caught sight of Yuan Gang's piercing gaze and instinctively shrank back. After a round of exhortations, Yuan Gang inquired if anyone was dissatisfied. A student named Shin Zhuqing expressed his disagreement. Aside from Lin Qiye and a few others, the rest also voiced their dissent. Yuan Gang smiled satisfactorily and turned to Qin. You may let your people step forward. Suddenly, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed through the sky, reverberating across the venue. The students instinctively looked up, witnessing an unforgettable spectacle. A phoenix, over 20 meters long, soared through the heavens, diving gracefully towards them. The flames enveloping it scorched everyone's faces. Yet curiously, those standing atop remained unscathed, perfectly intact amidst the inferno. Ha! Xiaonan, look at their expressions. They are utterly astonished by your fire phoenix. Zhao Kongcheng's playful voice rang out from the phoenix's back. Fortunately, the fire phoenix had completed its evolution that morning, allowing for this magnificent display. Enough chatter, it's time for us to descend. Hong Ying, wielding a spear, leaped down from the phoenix's back. Watch how gracefully I jump. Zhao Kongcheng followed suit, performing several flips mid-air before landing next to Chunmai, confidently lifting his chin. As the spotlight shifted to the squad's shining moment, a sense of arrogance permeated the atmosphere. How audacious. The fire phoenix doesn't even need to perform, and it still suppresses its realm to match ours. Simply put, with over 200 of us, we could exhaust them to death. I can't take it anymore. I have never heard of the 136th squad. I'm eager to see what grounds they have for their arrogance. Hee. I can't help but laugh. Do they truly believe a handful of individuals can defeat hundreds of us? No need for discussion. This round is undoubtedly ours. Thank the chief instructor for granting us this opportunity to shine. Brothers, let us go and show them what we're made of. Yuan Gang's words undoubtedly pierced their proud hearts. A few individuals from the same realm aspired to confront the over 200 of them, secretly vowing to teach the instructors a lesson in humiliation. However, at that moment, a calm yet slightly immature voice interrupted the aspiring uproar of the students. Reporting to the chief instructor. Following the sound, Yuan Gang turned to see the sole divine agent and spoke calmly. Speak. The others ceased their quarrels and turned their attention to Lin Qiye. Please direct the chief instructor's gaze to Wu's shoulder, Lin Qiye pointed out, where a small beast, no larger than a fist, was perched. It was a mutated diamond behemoth named Kaiji, capable of annihilating a being of immeasurable realms with its full strength. If it were to join the fray, we would have to concede defeat. Fighting would be futile. What? Yuan Gang exclaimed in disbelief, scrutinizing it closely. It appears quite ordinary. Not nearly as formidable as you claim. Unbeknownst to him, the diamond behemoth was both a warrior and a defender, concealing its aura entirely. It was entirely normal not to sense its presence. What do you know, human? The great Lord Kaiji sweeps all before him on the battlefield. Just let that group of people attempt to strike him. They wouldn't even scratch him. Kaiji proudly lifted its head, now the size of 2 fingers. Remarkable. Yuan Gang and the other instructors stared intently at the behemoth, while all the students were equally intrigued. Even those standing nearby couldn't resist the curiosity, edging closer to observe. Lin Qiye, enough already. Neither Kaiji nor I will participate in the battle. Surely, that should suffice? Wu Xiangnan, feeling uncomfortable under the collective gaze, offered a wry smile to interrupt this exasperating scene. All is well. At that moment, a teammate with a buzz cut, upon hearing Lin Qiye's name, lit up with excitement, mumbling something about the 8 gods. Haha. I never imagined old Zhao would one day become an instructor of the Forbidden Ruins. Zhao Kongcheng unsheathed his blade and took a couple of steps forward. Everyone be careful, old Zhao is coming. With that, he dashed into the crowd. Haha. A mere being of light dares to rush into the fray? Let's take him down first. Attack. Fire, gales, frost, and various skills erupted from the students. Zhao Kongcheng smiled slightly as an invisible domain radiated from him, and in an instant, all the students felt they were enveloped in a world of dominance and sharpness. It was indeed the domain of blades. The highlight of the moment had officially commenced. Zhao Kongcheng moved through the crowd like an unparalleled sword, leaving a trail of fallen students in his wake. On stage, Hong Ying gripped her spear, her gaze fixated on a girl darting through the domain. Everyone. I shall have some fun with the girl named Molly. You may proceed as you wish. With a presence akin to a rose in bloom, she navigated through the students, closing in on the fleeing girl. At this moment, Chunmai also drew his blade. Xiangnan, though you possess the journey of time, your combat experience is still lacking. Team up with Lin Qiye. As long as you don't get killed, strike with all your might. Hiki. Understood. Once they all engaged in combat, Wang Mian, standing beside Yuan Gang, chuckled wryly. These aren't mere squad members. That guy of light is displaying combat prowess at least at the peak of the pond realm. And that beauty wielding a spear. If I'm not mistaken, she possesses 2 types of forbidden ruins. Such a person has never existed before. Suddenly, Wang Mian pointed at someone. And that one, why can their body transform into ice? This is simply unreasonable. With such a formidable group present, why are we even here? We wouldn't even have a turn to play a supporting role. Yuan Gang? He too was unaware that the entire 136 squad was extraordinary. Only after hearing Chun Mai's assurances did he come to trust them. Who would have anticipated their strength to such an extent? Yuan Gang did not speak. But Tian Ping leaned closer, saying, "Captain, every member of this squad is a talent. Let us recruit them into our team." Hey. I'm still the vice captain here. If you want to recruit someone, you should at least bypass me, right? Wu Xiangnan retorted with annoyance. Hiki. Tian Ping fell silent. The reason I called you here is not solely due to the new students. The matter of the jar shop has spread among the special teams. I'm sure you're aware. The changes within the 136 squad are entirely due to the miraculous items that emerged from the jar. Yuan Gang's anticipation for the evening's visit to the jar shop grew. Yu Gui scratched his head in confusion. Is the jar shop matter real? Chapter 47. Each their own opponent, the helpless Lung Xian. Under the blazing sun, the training ground echoed with shouts of anger, roars, and despair. Various voices intertwined, creating a cacophony that enveloped the entire training area. In a space littered with shipping containers, 4 figures stood facing each other. Hong Ying gripped her spear with a reverse hold, its body trembling at different frequencies, the sharp tip planted on the ground, raising a cloud of dust in a small radius around her. She resembled a warrior goddess amid the dust. Opposite her, Lin Qiye held the black blade gifted by Li Shaoming as a school opening present. The all-black blade reflected the sunlight, emanating a chilling brilliance. To his right stood Molly, wielding the knife gifted by Hong Ying. Clad in training attire and drawing from her understanding of blades, she exuded an extraordinary aura. Molly of the Mo clan. I seek your guidance. With that, Molly lowered her blade, its body pulsating with energy. Zhou Tsongnan's Night Watcher squad, frontline combatant, Hong Ying. Come, let me play with you, dear sister. A slight smile graced Hong Ying's lips as she stomped her feet on the ground, the spear sweeping forward, parting the dust and clearing a path. At that moment, Hong Ying's spear danced through the air, breaking the silence with a swift strike. Be careful. Lin Qiye shielded Molly, raising his black blade to deflect Hong Ying's piercing thrust. Yet, at that instant, a figure rushed at him from the side. Reluctantly, he could only lift the black blade in defense. Aha, little Qiye, let old Zhao play with you. It turned out Zhao Kongcheng had followed Lin Qiye after scattering the crowd on the square. With no one left to obstruct her, Molly, unfazed, immediately aimed her blade at the tip of Hong Ying's spear, attempting to parry. However, she underestimated the force and vibration accompanying the spear. The tip did not deflect. Rather, the recoil sent her staggering back 10 meters before she could halt. Not bad, Hong Ying remarked, patting the stunned Molly. Now, little sister, let us battle again. Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? Molly was also a woman of strength. Since the challenge was issued, she wouldn't back down within the same realm. Thankfully, it seems that the previous gift proved useful. As long as Hong Ying and the others don't come looking for trouble, I'll focus on surviving till the end. Molly patted her chest, feeling relieved, completely oblivious to the fact that Hong Ying and the others merely viewed her as an experience-gaining novice, a plump figure devoid of any combat prowess. Meanwhile, in another building, Chun Mai proceeded cautiously through the floors, occasionally encountering assailants, each dispatched with a single strike from his blade. Suddenly, he sensed the air around him being siphoned away, causing his breath to falter. Shen Qingzhu, High-Risk Sequence 068. Possessor of Qi Min. What? Is this all you have? Chun Mai spoke calmly, as if addressing the emptiness of the building. Yet in the next second, his blade lunged towards the wall beside him. Truly, the embodiment of a squad's soul, his composure was eerily impressive. In a moment of crisis, Shen Qingzhu conjured a fist-sized vacuum domain behind the wall, briefly deflecting the blade before swiftly positioning himself in front of Chen Mai. If you wish to deal with me, then come and try, he declared before darting away, showing no intent to confront Chen Mai head-on. Thus began a game of chase between the two. Suddenly, Shen Qingzhu sensed danger and hastily dodged to the side. At that very instant, a gleaming knife tip appeared where he had just stood. Fear not, fellow students. We shall assist you. 2 more students lunged towards Chen Mai. Observing the swift defeat of the 2 students, Shen Qingzhu's lips curled into a peculiar smirk as he snapped his fingers. Team Chen, is it? Or would you prefer to concede automatically? I doubt those 2 can endure much longer. Childish. And your acting is abysmal. Chen Mai immediately discerned their plan, even if they were not merely feigning an act. In such circumstances, I have 100 ways to rescue them. For instance, like this. As soon as he spoke, 2 black chains shot forth from behind him towards the fallen, writhing students, binding them and tossing them out of the vacuum domain. Or perhaps like this. Chen Mai's figure flickered as he rapidly approached Shen Qingzhu. Before those 2 perish, I can easily render you unconscious. Quick, too swift. His blade skills are formidable. Shen Qingzhu's pupils dilated as he instinctively evaded, yet a thin wound was left on his waist. This won't do. If this continues, I shall inevitably lose. It seems I must expedite my plan. As he fled, Shen Qingzhu contemplated a solution, ultimately signaling in a specific direction, deliberately guiding Chen Mai. The most helpless at that moment were Lang Xian and Xiao Nan, who faced an expressionless wooden figure. What are you searching for? You neither strike nor flee. How can we act? Chapter 48. In this round, Honging prevails. Commander. Chen Mai calmly surveyed his surroundings, unperturbed by the encirclement, the dozens of guns aimed at him, or the mocking expressions of the crowd. He appeared utterly unfazed, as if the surrounding individuals were merely a flock of chicks. Captain, I shall assist you. At that moment, when Qima leapt beside Chen Mai, in the face of the torrential rain of bullets, an invisible telekinetic domain emanated from him. However, his recently awakened power could only block the initial wave of bullets, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed by the subsequent barrage. After all, this was his first experience in combat with telekinesis, and he was still unaccustomed to it. Just as he contemplated evading, Chen Mai radiated an aura of boundless darkness. A colossal phantom materializing behind him, accompanied by a chilling palace inscribed with the words Hall of Yama. In the next moment, numerous chains imbued with dark energy shot forth from the phantom, encircling the two and swaying rhythmically. None of the incoming bullets could breach this chain defense. Suddenly, Chen Mai raised his gaze slightly, pointing a finger, and one of the chains darted towards an approaching rocket, striking it. Boom. Truly, the captain of a small team possesses terrifying strength. There is no need for despair. Quickly reload. Under the cover of heavy firepower, his mental energy would eventually deplete. And soon we shall secure our first victory. This brother speaks wisely. No one can escape the onslaught of firearms. If they could, it would merely indicate an insufficient barrage. Victory is within reach. Charge, brothers. When Qima, observing the fervor of the students, turned to ask, Captain, it seems they are quite confident in their advantage. What shall we do now? Their numbers are overwhelming, and there is even a high-risk user of the Forbidden Domain among them. Is that so? Chen Mai smiled faintly, stepping forward. Then let them witness reality. As his words fell, the numerous chains ceased their defensive stance, scattering and actively engaging the students. When Qima smirked, well said. I find myself at a loss for words. Shen Qingzhu gazed from above, watching as one after another, his comrades were eliminated. His brow furrowed tightly before he shouted, Brothers, retreat. Initiate the plan. Understood. Quickly, let us flee to the next round. Upon hearing Shen Qingzhu's command, the remaining students sprinted in unison towards a single direction, their speed reminiscent of individuals frantically rushing to the hospital after consuming 3 jugs of milk. How intriguing. They have a plan. This user of the Forbidden Domain possesses a unique charisma. I am eager to see what his plan entails. Qima, you need not follow. Assist Lao Zhao and the others. That child, Qiye, is no simple matter. Do not let him catch you off guard. Then I shall take my leave. Captain, do not falter in the midst of chaos. We shall be laughing at you otherwise. When Qima chuckled playfully before departing swiftly, Yuan Gang observed the footage in the monitoring room, his right hand instinctively covering his eyes. Wang Mian and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Old Chen, his strikes are excessively harsh. Those defeated by him would likely struggle for days, finding even normal training a challenge. Sighing deeply, Yuan Gang said, Had I known it would unfold this way, I would have preferred to send Wang Mian and the others down. Captain, do you think we can defeat Team 136 at the same level? Yu Gue intently fixed his gaze on the screen. Not necessarily, we shall only know through battle. The transformed Team 136, aside from the girl who hasn't engaged much, possesses formidable and peculiar abilities. Strange, I am quite eager to spar with that girl wielding the spear. Hong Ying. Chong Wei cracked her knuckles, brimming with fighting spirit. I too wish to challenge that man who uses telekinesis and heart demon binding techniques. Tian Ping remarked with a smile. Haha, no problem. After all, you won't be leaving so soon. I shall arrange for you all a friendly match tomorrow. Wu Xiangnan stood with the crystalline beijing on his left shoulder and a small, fiery red bird on his right, the diminutive phoenix. In the journey of gaining strength, one encounters various formidable adversaries, and abilities are ever-changing. Engaging in combat with diverse opponents is an invaluable experience. As the deputy captain, how could Wu Xiangnan decline such an invitation? Then it is decided. How delightful. Chong Wei clapped her hands, excitement radiating from her. The others, too, exhibited an eagerness for battle. Wang Mian, however, fixated on a particular screen, the one showcasing the clash between Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongcheng. As a fellow divine agent, he was keen to discern the extent of Lin Qiye's prowess. It seems that the girl named Molly is destined to lose first. Yuan Gang remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing his words, those in the monitoring room shifted their focus to the screen displaying Hong Ying's combat. Chapter 49. The Return of the Howling Celestial Dog. In Store 88, as the training ground was ablaze with action, an unusual visitor arrived at the establishment. Why is it deemed unusual? Upon entering, the creature's gaze towards Li Shaoming was rife with unabashed desire. In response, Li Shaoming bestowed upon it a gentle pat on the head. At that moment, the two, one human and one black dog, squatted on the ground, locking eyes in a standoff, neither willing to yield. You are the renowned Howling Celestial Dog. Despite inheriting the Black Emperor's penchant, you ought to exercise some restraint. Li Shaoming was thoroughly amused by the Howling Celestial Dog, whose earlier gaze unmistakably suggested it sought to claim him as its own. Such behavior is indeed infuriating. It could be said that one reaps what they sow. If only Yang Jin had refrained from passing on the inheritance to the Howling Dog. Do you seriously think you can set your sights on Yang Jin? Upon hearing this, the Howling Dog, feeling embarrassed, lay down and spoke human words. Hiki. I did have that fleeting thought, but the moment I revealed that look, the boss gave me a good thrashing and kicked me out of the house, leaving me to spend the night alone in the darkness. Shopkeeper, I feel wronged. The boss no longer loves me. I could see in his gaze that he almost wanted to stew me. What am I to do? Just deal with it. Li Shaoming shot him a scornful glance. Who could endure that glimmer in your eyes? Yearning for affection. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. The Black Emperor was known for his loyalty. You should fully embrace that character, rather than shamelessly seeking affection. If not you, then who? Thankfully, he chose not to utilize the Black Emperor's legacy. The thought of a grown man yearning for affection is simply nauseating. When emotions run deep, they often spiral out of control. The Howling Dog felt extremely aggrieved. Besides this peculiar hobby, I now find myself enamored with those glittering objects. Hee. Fortunately, I was clever enough to stash away some in advance. Otherwise, I would have truly wasted an entire night. Li Shaoming asked suspiciously, You haven't resorted to robbery, have you? Knowing the Howling Dog's current disposition, there was indeed a possibility. Of course not. Do you take me for a petty thief? I've said I'm out there doing righteous deeds. Last night, I took down a casino and collected its boss. That feeling was quite delightful. Of course, under my guidance, that boss has turned over a new leaf, closing the casino and planning to open a restaurant instead. I'll take you there for a meal sometime, shopkeeper. The Howling Dog displayed a smug expression. Otherwise, if the boss finds out, my remaining 10,000 won't be safe either. After saying this, he opened his mouth and spat out 10 bundles of cash onto the ground. We'll talk later. Li Shaoming shook his head in exasperation, then picked up the money and placed it on the counter. Exactly 100,000 tin jars, may you find the items you desire. 10 jars and a hammer floated before the Howling Dog, with the shopkeeper's good wishes. If I really can open something good, I'll cover your meals for a month, the Howling Dog proclaimed grandly. At that moment, Li Shaoming glanced toward the entrance, his eyes rolling. Why not cover Yang Jin's meals for a month too? I'm upset. I refuse to treat the boss. Red-faced, he continued, besides, he's already taken 80,000 from me. Does he still need me to treat him? But that is not fair. Yang Jin raised you from a young age. Shouldn't you have some filial piety? What a joke. I've raised those two brothers all their lives. The Howling Dog protested. Do you think it was easy for me? Not only do I have to entertain them during the day, but I also have to guard the entrance at night. Really? The Howling Dog, upon hearing the voice from behind, felt his words choke in his throat, unable to utter a sound. Slowly, he turned around, only to be met with Yang Jin's frostbitten handsome face. His little canine body began to tremble uncontrollably. BB boss, please let me explain. The Howling Dog felt desolate. Casting a glance at Li Shaoming as if to say, the shopkeeper has betrayed me. He is not a good person, despite appearing quite honest. He was shameless when it came to deceiving dogs. Yang Jin forcefully rubbed the Howling Dog in his arms. After a moment of silence, he looked at the little dog again and eventually shook his head. Let it be. Sometimes, embracing a different way of life can lead to a unique experience. Since you've paid, go ahead. He placed the Howling Dog back on the ground. Chapter 50. The battle approaches its end. Wait. Let him get a bit closer. In a hidden warehouse, Shen Qizhu and his companions concealed themselves, their eyes fixed intently on Chen Mai as he slowly entered the premises. The heavy atmosphere made the hidden observers' hearts race, and they dared not even breathe too loudly. Some even felt sweat trickling down their foreheads, obstructing their vision. Afraid that the slightest movement might alert Chen Mai. Brother Shen, can we strike now? One person beside Shen Qizhu asked cautiously. Not yet. Let's wait a bit longer. He hasn't entered the optimal attack range, Shen Qizhu replied steadily. Time passed slowly, and as they waited without hearing the signal to attack, the tension among the concealed individuals grew heavier. Pat, pat, pat. In the silent warehouse, Chen Mai calmly stepped forward, making his way toward the center. each footfall echoing clearly in the space. Whoosh. The sound resembled wind but also mirrored the intense panting of a person. At that moment, he finally halted, standing perfectly still. Attack! Shen Qingzhu shouted, snapping his fingers. Instantly, the air beside Chun Mai was sucked away, leaving not a sound to be heard. In that moment, the hidden figures emerged from their concealment, each tossing bags of explosives toward the ground. Ha! We've succeeded. They reveled in their triumph, noticing that the individuals below seemed unaware. Their faces alight with joy. Shen Qingzhu's brow furrowed. Too calm. Unusually calm. Just as the explosives were about to land, Chen Mai finally reacted. Is this your plan? I'm a bit disappointed. The sound of explosions roared within the warehouse, intermingled with the cries of the students. The scene descended into chaos. Observing the turmoil, Shen Qingzhu shook his head in resignation. He realized from the brief skirmish that he could not defeat Chen Mai in a one-on-one encounter, with two plans already thwarted. His only chance now was to regroup with the scattered individuals, reassemble, and fight again. With that thought, he hesitated no longer, crashing through a nearby window and leaping down, leaving Chen Mai to continue dealing with the students. Meanwhile, on another side, Fatty, get down here. I won't. You can't hit me. I just can't be hit. Fatty, perched atop a bamboo dragonfly, was skillfully flying through the air, sticking his tongue out at those below. Hong Ying, standing beneath with her hands on her hips, felt exasperated. Knowing she couldn't fly and couldn't reach him with gunfire either. Fatty could deftly evade her shots, and even if he was hit, his protective gear rendered him unharmed. It was a frustrating situation, clearly in sight, yet completely out of reach. Facing this dilemma, Hong Ying was on the verge of losing her cool. Don't worry, Sister Hong Ying. I'll help you. At that moment, Lung Xian and his companions arrived. Seeing the situation, Shaoming cheerfully trotted over to Hong Ying, then looked up at the sky. Fatty, you better be careful. I'm about to make my move. Hey, you can't do this. It's unfair to gang up on me. Fatty cried out. Sister Shaonan, throw your fireball slowly. I can barely dodge. As Fatty watched the large fireballs being hurled upward, he panicked, darting left and right in the air. Then come down. If you come down, I won't throw anymore. Not coming down, huh? Then take this. Dynamic light wave. Shaonan laughed, raising her hands toward Fatty. A blaze of fire gathering in her palms. Within seconds, it formed a fiery beam that shot straight at him. Hong Ying, no longer concerned with their antics, turned to Lung Xian and asked, how did you end up with this guy? Don't ask. I truly have no means to deal with him. All he cares about is finding the 7 Night Brothers, showing no concern for being eliminated. I offered him a knife to duel, but he wouldn't take it. Acting as if he is not afraid of boiling water, Lung Xian recounted his encounter with Zhao Yuan, utterly speechless. After hearing this, Hong Ying covered her mouth. Laughing, he truly speaks no lies. I've seen his records. Atop the Divine Ruins, he ranks 031 in the Forbidden Ruins, the Black King slay. Most importantly, once he wields the knife, he becomes irrational, attacking anyone in sight. Although your current form can elementalize, it may not guarantee victory against him. The master is right. This is precisely why I am reluctant to take up the blade. I have caused too much bloodshed, and now seek to cleanse myself of my sins. Zhao Yuan pressed his palms together. Lung Xian observed him with a curious gaze, a look of compassionate detachment on his face, not resembling someone with a history of excessive slaughter. I am intrigued. What business do you have with Brother Qiye? Well, before I departed, the abbot informed me that there is a noble figure within the training camp who can absolve me of my sins. Zhao Yuan recited phrases akin to the dual trees stand tall. Not quite. The dual trees represent the forest, and 8 gods might be interpreted as 7. But what does 10 years into the night signify? Although it contains the character for night, the reference to 10 years eludes me. Hong Ying expressed her confusion. If Lin Qiye were present, he would surely comprehend. When Zhao Kongcheng was gravely injured and fainted at the hands of the Ghost-Faced King, he indeed mentioned joining the Night Watchers for a decade. However, after the concoction of a mental treatment drug in the jar, he had not broached the topic with the members of Team 136. Chapter 51. Will this strike be impressive? As night descended, only faint moonlight illuminated the training ground. 2 figures were engaged in an intricate dance, their weapons clashing, creating a symphony of metallic sounds. Qiye, you're quite remarkable. Just a few days have passed, and your swordsmanship has advanced significantly. Zhao Kongcheng parried Lin Qiye's black blade, and in the moonlight, one could see the expression of satisfaction and joy on his face. Indeed. The two exchanged smiles before exerting force and retreating about 20 paces. It seems you possess many secrets. Since acquiring the blade's principles, I have become highly attuned to such loss. What you wield is certainly not Michael's divine ruin. Under the cover of night, your capabilities have multiplied. Care to share the details? Zhao Kongcheng inquired with curiosity. Lin Qiye shrugged, Perhaps I am straddling two boats? Dual divine agents? This is unprecedented. Come, they appear impatient. Let us settle this with a single strike. Kid, pay attention. This time, my stylish blade is aimed at you, so be cautious. Zhao Kongcheng raised his blade to his chest, gliding his left hand along the blade's surface, imbuing it with a powerful, domineering force. Observing this, Lin Qiye mimicked the action, murmuring, "In this night, you, of a lower realm, have already sealed your fate. Allow me to demonstrate just how impressive this strike can be." At this moment, Lin Qiye paused, reflecting on how he had grown a bit melodramatic. Truly, after spending a few days with old Zhao, he had caught the infection. Come, fight. In that instant, Zhao Kongcheng transformed into a formidable blade, while Lin Qiye became an apostle traversing the night. Both unleashed their full potential, relishing this friendly contest. Indeed, I have lost this time. Your strike was extraordinarily stylish. Lin Qiye turned, locking eyes with Zhao Kongcheng, who also smiled in return. In the same realm, I may not secure victory. You surpass me in swordplay. Brother Qiye, you are quite impressive. You managed to defeat old Zhao, who possesses the flashing moon and the blade domain. Well done. As Hong Ying and the others rushed onto the battlefield, they exclaimed, "You only won because of the night." Hong Ying? The others were equally perplexed, wondering what was so special about the night that they could not perceive. Zhao Kongcheng explained the dual divine agents, leaving Hong Ying and the others astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. This is remarkable. An unprecedented dual divine agent has appeared before them. Brother Qiye, aside from Michael, which deity do you represent? The plump one asked, blinking his bright eyes. Since the truth was out, Lin Qiye decided not to hide any longer. It is Nyx. What? The goddess of night? Nyx? Indeed. This revelation left everyone even more astounded, as Nyx belonged to the pantheon of creation deities. Another significant figure, one must hold on tight. The plump one gazed at Lin Qiye as if he were the love of his life, nearly drooling. "Haha, Qiye, you have truly outdone yourself," Zhao Kongcheng said, throwing an arm around Lin Qiye's shoulders and shaking him playfully. With Michael's light and Nyx's darkness, you now embody both. If this news spreads, you'll become highly sought after. Lin Qiye forced a smile and shook his head. I have no desire to become a coveted figure. You may not want to, but it is inevitable. This news is crucial, and we will report it to the captain, who will escalate it. Hong Ying stated, "Do as you wish. What now, continue or conclude?" Lin Qiye inquired. The mischievous Shanyan grinned. "Now we have 3 people, and you have only 3. The plump one lacks strength, and that wooden man dares not wield a knife. In other words, you must face us 3 alone. Are you sure you want to continue? If you end up bruised, don't cry." She then stuck out her tongue, looking utterly adorable. Hong Ying clenched her fist, recalling a saying, "Strike while the iron is hot." It will be difficult to do so later. They all recognized Lin Qiye's talent. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed everyone here. Not just the 2 girls. Even Lung Xian cast him a look of mischief. Lin Qiye glanced at the reluctant plump one, then at the compassionate Xiao Yuan, and finally at the strange expressions of Hong Ying and her companions, causing a chill to run down his spine. He quickly shook his head. Forget it, forget it. If anyone is unsatisfied, let them seek out those who are. Lang Xian pointed at Xiao Yuan. No need to search, aside from the captain dealing with Shinqizhu. It's just the 3 of you left. The captain and the rest have handled everyone else. This lad is here for you, claiming you are his noble benefactor. We cannot comprehend it, so you 2 can converse freely. At this moment, Xiao Yuan stepped forward to reiterate the message. Chapter 52. Yuan Gang and the masked man arrive. Plump one, your door is quite a treasure. At the entrance of store number 88, a new door suddenly appeared, from which individuals began to emerge, one after another. Hee, I have another treasure. Zhao Gu, would you like to give it a try? What treasure? Hurry and show us. Zhao Kongcheng approached with curiosity, and the others focused their attention on the plump one, intrigued by his mention of a treasure. This. The plump one produced a gun from his spatial bracelet and aimed it at Zhao Kongcheng. Team 136 had learned much about the plump one over the past 2 days. Aside from his penchant for gifts, he wasn't a bad person otherwise. However, Yuan Gang and his companions were less familiar with him. The members of the Wang Mian team instantly grew wary, prepared to act if the plump one fired. Yuan Gang exclaimed, "Tumming, what are you doing? Guns are not meant to be aimed at our own. Put that down." At that moment, Chen Mai patted his shoulder. Rest assured, the plump one is not malicious. That gun undoubtedly came from the jar and should possess some special effect. Let us hear what the plump one has to say. Indeed, Captain Chen is correct. The plump one beamed, stroking the gun. This gun does not harm people. It has only one function, to shrink a person upon contact and then restore them to their original size. Is it truly that miraculous? Zhao Kongcheng slapped his chest confidently. Come, use me, Zhao Gu, as a test subject? The Wangmian team members stood ready, anticipation filling their hearts. All right, plump one. I will satisfy your curiosity. Behold my invincible treasure gun. The plump one did not refuse this request, aiming the gun at Zhao Kongcheng and pulling the trigger. Instantly, a beam of light shot forth and struck Zhao Kongcheng, visibly shrinking him until he reached the size of a thumb before coming to a halt. The crowd was astonished by the spectacle, gathering around the now diminutive Zhao Kongcheng, their eyes fixated on the tiny figure below. Incredible. It truly shrank. How did the gun achieve this? What is the principle behind it? Old Zhao, can you hear me? I can hear you. It's me, Zhao. I've shrunk, not gone deaf. No need to shout. It's ringing in my ears. Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, lifting his head. And you? Yes, I'm talking to you. Don't lean in so close. Your nose hairs are sticking out. When was the last time you groomed them? The crowd shot him a disapproving glance. No one was interested in explanations or his grooming habits. Fatty, your gun is amazing. Can I borrow it for a couple of days? No problem. You can borrow it. But remember to return it in 2 days. I haven't had enough fun with it yet. Fatty generously handed the gun to Zhao Kongcheng. Though a hint of concern crept into his voice, Zhao Kongcheng laughed heartily. Rest assured, I'll return it on time. Do you doubt my integrity? All right. The shop door is still open. Shaoming is likely still awake. So let us head inside. Shunmai interjected, interrupting their lingering conversation as he stepped into the store. After surveying the space and not spotting Li Shaoming, he called out, Shaoming, are you there? Yes. I'm in the training room. You can come in. Li Shaoming's casual voice echoed from within the training room. Shunmai said no more and walked past the front desk, followed closely by the others. Upon entering the training room, they found Li Shaoming lying on his side with his eyes closed, a plate of sunflower seeds and a plate of fruit before him, accompanied by a cup of soda. A small, vibrant red bird was comfortably pecking at the seeds beside him. As Yuan Gang and the others drew closer, they were captivated. Radiant colors enveloped them, enhancing their abilities significantly. Particularly in their training, they felt that if they entered a meditative state now, they could achieve a 4-fold increase in speed. This was due to Li Shaoming's boredom, as he had activated the Qilin Divine Ruins, which fortuitously offered a quadruple enhancement. Wow, Shaoming, you also have the Qilin Divine Ruins. Zhao Kongcheng approached eagerly, inhaling the auspicious energy deeply. Old Zhao, isn't that obvious? It's all from Shaoming's activation. How could he not possess it himself? Shinmai stepped forward, the implication of his words clear. They desired it. What do you want? Let me remind you, I'm not fond of men, Li Shaoming said. Feeling uncomfortable under their gaze, standing up and crossing his arms over his chest. Neither are we. Yuan Gang and the other men chimed in unison, while only Rose remained silent. Hey, shopkeeper, can we stay by your side for a month? With access to your Qilin Divine Ruins. We could all break through our current limits. Chapter 53. Instructor Yuan opens a can enough crowding around me. Just as Chao Yuan was about to speak again, the encircled fatty could no longer withstand the scrutinizing gazes and pushed past someone to escape to Li Shaoming's side. Li Gu, why did you have to say that? I'm really going to lose my freedom now. His tone was laced with a hint of grievance, reminiscent of a pouting young girl. Fatty, you must understand. Look at how popular you are now. Once the word spreads, you'll be a shining star in the limelight. Isn't that great? I'm doing this for your own good. Not at all. Fatty pouted. Being treated like some magical creature, what is great about that? All right, Chinmai stepped forward, smiling. Usually, we don't spend much time utilizing your divine ruins. At most, we only use them in the evenings. Don't think too ominously about it. Without waiting for Fatty to respond, he turned to Li Shaoming. Shaoming, how many cans do we have left today? We'll take them all. We sold 30 today. There are 70 left. Li Shaoming beckoned with his hand, and the remaining 70 cans and hammers floated before him, accompanied by a QR code. You can distribute them after payment. 70? Besides Fatty, who else came to open cans today? Could it be the followers of the ancient god church? Chinmai pondered. Hesitant to ask more, Shaoming had previously indicated that anyone could purchase cans, so any inquiry could seem accusatory. Old Shun, you've been playing for several days now. It's our turn. Of course, but if you can produce 700,000, these 70 cans are yours. Don't agree so readily. Zhao Kongcheng hurried to the cans. I checked my fortune today. It seems like a day full of luck. Save a few for me. The members of Team 136 turned away in silence at his words. For 2 days straight, checking the calendar and fortune. That's no big deal. The issue is that after checking, it seems my luck has only worsened. Old Zhao has not opened anything good twice now. How about this? We'll take 50 this time, and you can have the remaining 20. Does that sound fair? Yuan Gang proposed his idea. Sure. Zhao Kongcheng nodded eagerly. After some negotiation, the final distribution was Yuan Gang 5, Wang Mian 5, Xuanhua 10, Tianping 10, Yuegawei 10. and rose 10. For Team 136, Chenmai and Wu Xiangnan chose not to open any this time. The 20 were allocated as follows: Zhao Kongcheng 3, Hongying 3, Shaoming 3, Lin Qiye 3, and Wen Qima 3. The remaining 5 were divided, with Lin Qiye opening 2 and Chao Yuan receiving 3. Thus, the 70 cans were fully distributed. Chao Yuan secretly mused that Lin Qiye was indeed his benefactor. Look how quickly he secured him 3 cans. He must foster this relationship moving forward. Now that we've divided them, who will go first? Li Shaoming directed the hammer to float in front of them. The group exchanged glances. Yuan Gang stepped forward. If no one else will, I'll go first. Steadying himself, he picked up the hammer and swiftly smashed all 5 cans. The cans did not disappoint. 2 items floated before him. Team 136's members brightened at the sight of one of the items. Before Li Shaoming could explain, Zhao Kongcheng eagerly exclaimed, "Old Yuan, your luck is remarkable. You've opened a devil fruit." Lang Xian must have eaten the ice fruit to turn his body into ice. I wonder what type this one is. The crowd remained silent, their attention shifting to Li Shaoming. Indeed, your luck is commendable. This is the Paramecia-type tremor fruit. Its abilities resemble those of the universal resonance, both capable of generating tremors. However, the tremor fruit can even shake space itself, creating disaster-like scenes, making it one of the most prestigious fruits. Just like this, Li Shaoming thought it better to demonstrate than explain. He expanded the training ground to over 100 kilometers and conjured a mountain out of thin air. Once completed, he assumed a horse stance, gathering a transparent orb of light in his right hand and then striking outward. The space ahead shattered upon impact, ultimately sending a transparent wave towards the small mountain. After the explosion, the mountain crumbled into rubble. Such power, such range. Zhao Kongcheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Yuegue gasped, her mouth agape. Members of the masked team observed Xuanhua kneeling on the ground and instinctively exclaimed, "Why are you kneeling again?" Wait, why is there an again in that sentence? They couldn't recall a time when Xuanhua had knelt before. Hee. The ground trembled violently, making it difficult to maintain balance. As the year draws to a close, consider this an early New Year's greeting from me. Vortex, feigning composure, stood up and brushed off non-existent dust from his attire. Chapter 54, The Dual-Natured Artifact. In the training room, everyone fixated intently on Li Shaoming. When he spoke of intriguing items, they knew there was something extraordinary about them. This anticipation drove their excitement to a fever pitch. "Hurry up, Shaoming. Don't keep us in suspense," Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, his words tumbling out in a rush. Li Shaoming, no longer withholding, gathered his thoughts and explained, "The full name of this die is the Divine Dice of the Gambling Saint, an artifact from another realm belonging to a legendary gambler." What? This die is an artifact? When a divine object is revealed, shouldn't it shine brilliantly? Why is it so quiet this time? It appears rather ordinary. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussions, their eyes locked on the die, desperately searching for something unique. Yet it seemed to be just an unremarkable die. "Could you please let me finish?" Li Shaoming interrupted those who were eager to continue their debate. Yuan Gang, Chenmai, and Wang Mian also stepped in to silence the fervent discussions. The reason it doesn't radiate light is that this is a companion artifact. When the gambling saint, Zhou Xingxing, was born, this die appeared by his side. Due to its somewhat peculiar effects, it lacks the dazzling display. What makes it peculiar? No need to guess. Lin Qiye interjected, his eyes sparkling with insight. The die serves 2 purposes, one for amusement, the other for gambling. Since Brother Li mentioned it as the companion artifact of the gambling saint and referenced his love for the game, it must be the latter. Therefore, its effects are easy to deduce. It pertains to gambling, and if not wealth, then life itself. Is that so? The occupants of the training room turned their gazes to Li Shaoming, eager to know if Lin Qiye's deduction was accurate. Li Shaoming gave a thumbs up, praising Qiye. "You've guessed correctly. It is indeed about gambling, and it concerns life. Anyone who holds the die and declares, 'I wager my life against you,' cannot escape the fate of gambling against the wielder, regardless of whether they're a deity or below. The stakes are simple. Guess high or low. Win life, lose death. This is the die's function." The gambling saint of another realm engaged in 999 bets with mortals and deities alike, never losing until he encountered a being named the Gambling Hero, where he finally faced defeat. The die has passed through several hands, ultimately landing in mine. Li Shaoming couldn't resist adding another frank truth. Indeed, the only difference is that the die is compulsory, whereas the elixir of resurrection must be ingested. Surely no one would dare to consume it. At this moment, the dual-natured artifact is not something everyone dares to wield, yet in the face of life and death, the die will play a crucial role, half life, half death. When faced with certain demise, who would still care about the death aspect? Wu Xiangnan's breath became heavy. His forbidden realm offered rebirth. Did this mean that as long as he held the die, he could ascend to the high heavens once more? His hands still throbbed with pain. However, Li Shaoming's next words doused his hopes. Old Wu, do not think you can gamble with your forbidden realm. I assure you, 12 chances at rebirth are utterly useless against the die. If you lose, you will leave nothing behind. Currently, only Fatty can utilize the die without harm, as he possesses a scapegoat to evade its lethal decree. Really? Fatty beamed with delight. Does that mean the die is mine? The die was revealed by team leader Yuan. You must inquire with him. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. Ignoring Fatty's eager expression, he said, I will report on the die. Its allocation will be decided by higher-ups. However, Tu Ming, your situation is unique, and there is an 80% chance it will end up in your hands. Got it. Wu Xiangnan sighed, relinquishing his earlier hopes. At that moment, the members of the Moon Ghost team grew restless. Once Yuan Gang finished explaining the two items, they all advanced in unison. I'll go first. Me first. Step aside and let me take the lead. Rose glared fiercely at the three from the balance team. Sure. You go first. Exactly. Rose, you go ahead. Anyone who tries to contest will face my wrath, even the captain. Seeing Rose step forward, the three from balance instinctively took a few steps back, intimidated by her dangerous glint. Team leader Yuan, I have a hammer. I don't need that one. Rose rejected the hammer Yuan Gang offered, instead producing a colossal hammer of her own. Li Shaoming interjected, the jar can only be opened with my hammer. Don't believe me? You could hammer away for a lifetime and still not open it. Rose was skeptical but determined. I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I will use your hammer, Shaoming. Li Shaoming gestured for her to proceed. With each strike, Rose's force intensified, hammering for half a minute without even scratching the surface of the jar, the recoil numbing her hands. Chapter 55. Balance reveals the Sharingan. How intriguing. The hammer was not an artifact. Its full name was the specialized hammer for smashing popes. Others, witnessing this peculiar name, were filled with confusion. What sort of strange name is that? The hammer, entirely pink, was adorned with intricate patterns, emanating wisps of pink aura. It would be more fittingly named the Pink Aura Hammer. Zhao Kongcheng approached Li Shaoming, waving his hand before his eyes. Legend has it that in another realm, there exists a mysterious family whose weapon is this very hammer. This hammer family has an arch-nemesis known as the Pope Hall, and for 3 generations, the leaders of the hammer family have been able to vanquish a pope. The name derives from this history. It is said that a hammer has been passed down for 3 generations, each generation smashing a pope. Most importantly, this hammer possesses a unique trait. During combat, if the enemy is called a pope or holds the title of pope, the hammer will trigger hidden attributes. Fortune favors you. Your strength will increase, while the enemy, if they are called a pope, will diminish, bringing them misfortune. Though this hammer is not an artifact, it is indeed a rare weapon in the world. It is somewhat heavy, Rose. See if it suits you. And if you dislike the name, feel free to rename it. All right, let me give it a try. Rose, intrigued, gripped the hammer's handle, exerting force to bring it before her. She weighed it in her hands, swinging it a few times, satisfied by its manageable heft. Vortex, I noticed you were laughing earlier. Come help me get accustomed to this new weapon. Perhaps not? Vortex involuntarily took a few steps back at her words. I saw Balance laughing as well. Why not ask him? Each team was familiar with their own abilities. And now that Rose had acquired a new weapon, he could foresee the outcome of their upcoming spar. Stop making excuses. It's just a friendly match. You're not a pope, so why fear a hammer? Rose asserted, grasping Vortex by the collar and pulling him away. Shaoming, I'll borrow your venue. Feel free. Moon Ghost, Balance, you two aren't being loyal. You laughed earlier too. Hurry and help your brother. Remember, the outcome of my match today will be your fate tomorrow. With that, he was forcefully thrown by Rose, looking up to see a hammer of colossal proportions descending from above. Rose, don't. The onlookers chuckled at the playful antics of the two, exchanging glances. Tianping stepped forward first, declaring, allow me to begin. The others had no objections, merely signaling for him to proceed. With a hammer in hand, he struck, and both he and Yuan Gang uncovered useful items, with Yuan Gang even revealing 2 divine artifacts, which stirred excitement within him. Taking a deep breath, he shattered a jar before the watchful eyes of the group. What appeared was a small bottle of blue liquid. Tianping scratched his head in confusion, observing the floating vial. Not a bad item. It could prove effective in battle, he mused. Having played numerous games, he was well aware of what a blue potion entailed. With a clang, he broke open 2 more jars, but this time they yielded nothing. Undeterred, he thought. There are still 7 left. Surely, one of them must contain something worthwhile. Resolving to hasten the process, Tianping wasted no more time and smashed the remaining jars in quick succession. A beam of light then surged into his body. The members of Team 136 quickly gathered around him. What did you get? Is it a forbidden treasure? Speak. What kind is it? At that moment, Tianping was closing his eyes to feel the effects. Only when he heard the questions did he open them, revealing a glimmer of light. Oh, why do your eyes resemble a comma, and a golden one at that? Yuegui remarked, lifting Tianping's eyelid for a clearer view. It was indeed a comma. It seems you have acquired these eyes, Tianping. What abilities do they possess? Tianping closed his eyes once more, and upon reopening them, they returned to normal. Hee. This ability is quite impressive. My vision is now doubled. Is that all? The group shook their heads in disappointment. Doubling one's sight merely allowed for distant visibility and clearer observation of slightly stronger opponents' movements, which did not seem particularly useful. Ah. But these eyes appear to have the potential for evolution, Tianping countered with a smile. I can sense that the evolved version will be even more powerful. At this juncture, Li Shaoming interjected. Tianping's eyes are the result of an evolution known as the Sharingan. He then turned to Lin Qiye, assuring him, don't worry, I promise to teach you. Just let me finish this math problem first. Give me 2 minutes. With that, he squatted in a corner, counting on his fingers with murmurs. 1 + 1 = 1. 1 + 2 = 2. 1 father, 1 mother, and 1 child. Team 136 couldn't help but be amused by Zhao Kongcheng's antics. Let's ignore him. Are you going to continue opening jars, or shall we go first? Chen Mai tried to turn away from Zhao Kongcheng, reminding himself to stay calm. After all, he was a teammate and deserved some understanding. It's nothing serious, just a bit absent-minded. Huh, Chen, why don't you go help that fellow with his counting? With just his fingers, he'll never get it right. Yuegui suggested, though his barely contained grin betrayed his sympathy for Zhao Kongcheng. Enough of this. If you're going to open jars, just go ahead. Chen Mai replied, exasperated. Yuegui approached the jars, taking up the hammer with a smile. Then I shall not be polite. Let's see what I get. Congratulations, you have obtained a jar of air. Li Shaoming joked. The first jar being empty was expected. There were still 9 left. Keep it up, young man. Yuegui encouraged himself, smashing another jar. Out flew an item, causing Team 130's eyes to widen instantly. Isn't that the experience capsule used by the Sword Saint? A marvelous find. If consumed by someone at the pinnacle of their realm, it could lead to a breakthrough. I am currently at the pinnacle. Just one experience capsule could elevate me to the next level, but alas, it was not from our efforts. Without needing Li Shaoming to elaborate, Wang Mian and others gleaned the capsule's significance from Team 130's expressions. Upon realizing its potential, their breaths quickened. Several among them were stuck at the pinnacle and unable to advance further. Now it seemed one capsule could resolve their predicament. As Li Shaoming turned to cradle a small bird while Yuegui opened the jar, they suddenly noticed Xiaonan cradling a fire phoenix as well. Li Gu, is that also a fire phoenix in your arms? The 2 birds were nearly identical, making it impossible not to think so. Indeed. It belongs to the same lineage as yours. I even gave this fire phoenix a mighty name, Thanos. What do you think? Isn't it quite powerful? Li Shaoming beamed with joy over the name he had chosen, completely oblivious to the fire phoenix's half-frowning expression upon hearing it. Li Gu, let me offer you a piece of advice, Xiaonan said, her lips twitching. In the future, refrain from naming things so casually. Thanos is just too over the top. Not over the top at all. Look at them. One is named Yuegui, another Tianping, and this one Wang Mian. Don't they sound lovely? Li Shaoming pointed to the members of the masked team who were munching on snacks. Moreover, I plan to give the brothers Qiye and others some grand names as well. How about Night God? For Fatty, I'll name him God of Wealth. For Lung Xian, Ice Lollipop. For Hongying, Shockwave. For Qima, Dream Sorcerer. For Old Zhao, King of Jokes. For Xiaonan, Heavenly Rabbit. For Xiangnan, Immortal Swordsman seems a bit lackluster. Let's go with 12 Knights. As for Captain Chen, how about Death God? Li Shaoming continued, unfazed by the darkening expressions of Team 136. By the way, Yuan, do you have a powerful name? Let me give you one too. No. Yuan Gang shook his head vigorously. Wang Mian and the others gazed at Li Shaoming, momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for such a whimsical personality. The names were just 2, they couldn't find the words to describe it. Shaoming, enough. The others are somewhat acceptable, but what on earth is Shockwave supposed to mean? Hongying exclaimed. Her head filled with black lines. Wu Xiangnan interjected, what do you mean by somewhat acceptable? Shockwave sounds far better than 12 Knights. Humph. I refuse to be called Heavenly Rabbit. It's utterly dreadful. Night God. Li Gu, what were you thinking? Fatty is just an ordinary kid. Doesn't he deserve such a grand title? Shaoming, heed our advice. When faced with someone stronger, do not bestow names. We fear for your safety. Isn't it nice? Li Shaoming replied, perplexed by their strong reactions. Not in the slightest. Team 136 chorused in unison. Even the masked team and Yuan Gang chimed in instinctively. Only Zhao Kongcheng remained in the corner, counting his fingers, too preoccupied to argue. That's not possible. I find it quite pleasant. Back in my hometown, I named all the animals, and they never protested, he exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Even if it sounds terrible, I can come up with another name for you. I guarantee it will be, what wonderful item did you discover? Hurry and share. The group quickly converged once more. Zhao Kongcheng momentarily abandoned his counting, drawn in by curiosity. Now, as for that dagger, it's called the jumping dagger. You'll find out its peculiarities once you hold it, Li Shaoming teased, encouraging Yue to give it a try. All right, let me see what makes this dagger so extraordinary. Yue grasped the dagger, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, this ability is teleportation? Zhao Kongcheng gasped as he witnessed Yue instantly appear 500 meters away. Gawking at the dagger, he could hardly contain his drool. Its instantaneous movement, a spatial leap. The dagger allows one to jump within a distance of 500 meters, disregarding all obstacles. Regrettably, the dagger leap possesses a cooldown period of 1 hour, limiting its use to a single instance within a battle, necessitating its deployment at a critical moment to achieve an element of surprise. Of course, if both sides are evenly matched and the confrontation stretches on for days, the previous assessment loses its validity. The cooldown is rather lengthy, and in his view, the dagger leap leaves much to be desired. Were it devoid of such constraints, it would undoubtedly be deemed a divine artifact. Alas, such a remarkable item, an essential tool for stealthy ambushes, is indeed a pity. Gentle and light. The whirlpool's eyes turned crimson, and after being struck, he declared, "You've had your turn, now it's mine." Bah, I am not greedy. I merely wish for a few hundred artifacts to come my way. Let them fly into my embrace. They belong to me. Hong and her companions shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight, and upon hearing the whirlpool's words, they realized he was about to delve into some esoteric matters again. Zhao Kongcheng and the plump one, however, seemed to have encountered a kindred spirit, their gazes towards the whirlpool resembling that of fellow beings. Good brother, don't leave just yet. We'll take you out for a drink. They exchanged glances, simultaneously harboring this thought. Clang. The whirlpool saw several slips of paper fly out and mistook them for divine artifacts, leaping with excitement to a height of 3 meters. Upon opening them, however, he was met with a plethora of questions. The onlookers, driven by curiosity, moved closer. Hong and her friends observed the peculiar content on the paper, their expressions turning strange, only to turn and see the darkened face of Wenqima. Congratulations on drawing 6 try again cards. Whirlpool, you may open 6 more jars. Oh, I thought it was a joke. So it's really try again. That is somewhat better. The whirlpool collected himself and picked up the hammer once more. Observing his obliviousness, Hong and her companions retreated cautiously. Having discerned a pattern, whenever try again was drawn, the subsequent outcome was likely to be another try again. Just look at Wenqima and you'll understand. It's prudent to keep our distance, otherwise, we might end up ensnared by another try again, which would be rather unpleasant. Wang Mian and his group watched in confusion as the 136 squad withdrew, unable to comprehend the reason behind their retreat. Clang. Congratulations on drawing 5 try again cards. Whirlpool. You can still open 5 more jars. The Whirlpool? Wang Mian and his companions? Hong Ying and her friends exhibited expressions of confirmation. Wenqima and the Whirlpool remained undeterred, resolutely regrouping for another attempt. 10 minutes later, he was finally bewildered, gazing at the 4 remaining try again cards, frozen in place as existential doubts began to creep in. Wang Mian and his companions finally understood why the 136 squad had chosen to withdraw. Surely, some among them had encountered such a scenario before. Was it possible that those who drew closer would also end up drawing try again? Never mind. For safety's sake, it's best to keep our distance. Tianping, Yue, and Xiangwei swiftly retreated, while Wang Mian and Yuan Gang also subtly distanced themselves. The plump one moved cautiously to the right. Brother Zhao, we understood each other's looks earlier. That handsome fellow seems to have poor luck. So let us not invite him for the next round. Zhao Kongcheng, with a serious expression, nodded in agreement. You make an excellent point. We cannot invite him again. Otherwise, we might risk contamination. At that moment, Wenqima approached the whirlpool and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, I understand you. As a fellow traveler, I advise you not to proceed tonight. Let your companions take the lead. I do not believe it. I do not believe it. The whirlpool fervently shook his head. Heaven would not play such tricks on me. It must be my method that is flawed. This time, I shall open it upside down. I refuse to believe it will still yield try again. Alas, ignoring wise counsel leads one to face the consequences. We've done our part. Now let us watch the spectacle unfold. Half an hour later, the whirlpool attempted to open the jars while upside down, sideways, doing push-ups, and ultimately using his feet. As a result, The 4 try again cards dwindled to 3. He finally accepted the truth. Sitting vacantly beside the jars, his mind buzzed incessantly, filled with thoughts of try again. Try again, ah. At this moment, a bowl of fruit lay before the 136 squad and Wang Mian's group, everyone engrossed in the juicy feast. Chapter 58. Welcome to the world of games. The appearance of the scepter clearly indicated it was intended for mages. None among us possessed the ability to wield magic. Although Qima's Forbidden Abyss is referred to as the heart demon binding technique, he is not a mage and cannot utilize this scepter. Wang Mian, as the agent of the god of time, would find the scepter equally useless. Does anyone know a mage? None that I am aware of. In Daxia, individuals capable of wielding magic are exceedingly rare. Let us keep it for now and discuss it later. A group gathered around the scepter, engaged in fervent discussion. Lin Qiye's eyes reflected an inscrutable meaning. If there were anyone knowledgeable in magic, it would be Merlin from the Divine Mental Hospital, a legendary mage. However, that individual is a deity, rendering the use of the scepter irrelevant. Should he recover Merlin and be selected for magic, he might indeed find utility in this scepter. Yet days have passed, and he remains utterly clueless regarding Merlin's condition. It feels as if he is truly a scholar exploring the truths of the world. What use is there in surrounding a mere novice scepter? The true treasure lies elsewhere. Your focus has all gone awry. Li Shaoming stepped forward to grasp the other item unveiled by Wang Mian. This appears to be a toy for children, does it not? Indeed. It is a small iron casing, adorned on one side with an angel and on the other with a demon. Beyond that, it pales in comparison to the scepter's imposing presence. Well, since Shaoming claims it is a good item, it must be so. Let us hear him out. Everyone gathered around Li Shaoming, their eyes fixed on the little iron casing depicting the angel and demon, half white and half black. A few skeptics remained, but the entirety of the 136 squad was convinced. Having spent time together, they recognized that while Li Shaoming occasionally exhibited eccentric behavior, akin to his earlier naming antics, he seldom jested when it came to unveiling jars. If he declares it a good treasure, then it surely must be. You may not have seen one before, and it's normal not to believe. This is called a game card, or fate game. The casing contains 54 cards, including 26 game cards, 10 control cards, 6 defense cards, and 10 attack cards, with the final 2 being trump cards. Observe the switch between the angel and demon. Pressing it allows us to utilize it. Let us engage in a game. Li Shaoming pressed the switch, and immediately, a mechanical sound echoed. The fate game commenced in earnest. As the mechanical sounds resonated, an opening appeared at the top of the iron casing, from which the 54 cards flew forth. At that moment, the surroundings transformed. The 2-kilometer radius morphed into a twilight world, with the 54 cards swirling in the sky above. Welcome to the game arena, where you shall indulge in exhilarating gameplay. Li Ge, do tell us how to play. I am so eager to join. The plump one gazed excitedly at the cards in the sky. Zhao Kongcheng hurried forward, placing an arm around Li Shaoming's shoulder. Hurry, I can hardly wait. The rules of the fate game are as follows. The game arena is activated for the owner, who can include teammates in their roster. For instance, if I consider you all allies, simply calling out card selection will prompt the arena's spirit to distribute cards to you. Card selection. As soon as Li Shaoming finished explaining, the plump one eagerly shouted to the sky, currently selecting cards. Now distributing cards. Please, selectors, receive your cards. The mechanical voice echoed once more as the cards spun rapidly for a second, and one card floated down before the plump one. The result of this selection is a game card. Please initiate a jump rope game within 3 minutes. As the mechanical voice concluded, the floating card transformed into a jump rope. The plump one stared in bewilderment, reluctant to accept it. Pang, you had better start within 3 minutes, or fate will impose a punishment upon you, which could be random and might even cost you your life, Li Shaoming said with a grin. What? There's a punishment for not playing, and I might lose my life? Then I must give it a try. Pang exclaimed as he picked up the jump rope, only to discover this is a 3-person jump rope. Who can help me? I will. Me too. Xiaonan and Zhao Kongcheng quickly stepped forward. Pang, shall we begin? Let us start. 1, 2, 3, jump rope. Everyone watched as Pang wiggled his hips while jumping, nearly bursting into laughter. Haha. The mechanical sound of a nursery rhyme echoed, and joyous laughter flowed from their lips. Memories of childhood flitted through their minds, mingling joy with a tinge of nostalgia. Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten how to jump rope. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. In truth, forgetting wouldn't matter, as this was merely a game. Completing the jumps was all that counted, regardless of how they appeared. Li Shaoming patted his shoulder. Pang, you're quite agile, and your hip movement is impressive. Haha. From now on, please call me Agile Pang. Chapter 59. Zhao Kongcheng's overconfidence and Chenmai's menacing aura as the twilight light bathed the gaming arena. An intense and exhilarating game unfolded. Xiao Nan, with her back to everyone, covered her eyes with her hands and loudly proclaimed, 1, 2, 3, wooden man. He. Yuegue, you moved. You're out. It turned out that as Xiao Nan turned around, Yuegue, in a rush, failed to stop in time. And she caught him in the act. This game is utterly unreasonable. It has sealed all our abilities, and we can't adapt to the functions of ordinary people. Yuegue walked off the field, dejected. Come again, but don't let me catch you. Xiao Nan turned back. 1, 2, 3, wooden man. He. Shaoming. You're out too. Li Shaoming shook his head in resignation. It wasn't that the game could seal his powers, but rather that he had automatically wanted to participate. Thus, the game of wooden man continued for about a minute, with Hong Ying, Pang Pang, and Lang Xian successfully placing their hands on Xiao Nan's shoulders. While the rest were out. Shaoming, this is the third draw, but it's still game cards. There are plenty of other cards too, when Qima asked. Wang Mian. Give it a try. If you draw a strong attack or control card, it could be surprising. Alright. Wang Mian calmly faced the sky. Card selection, now drawing. Please draw your cards. The result was a strong attack card, granting the player the blessing of angels, doubling their combat power for half an hour. A card descended from the sky, inscribed with the blessing of angels, and a holy light emanated from it, merging into Wang Mian's body. Wang Mian felt a surge of power and excitement. It really has doubled. If I draw a strong attack card while battling an opponent of a higher realm, the situation will surely turn in my favor. However, the probability of drawing such powerful cards appeared quite low. If one were to draw the Angel Game card against an enemy, there would be no chance to retaliate. In any case, this card must be used with caution. Captain, you're incredibly strong now. If you unleash your full power, you might even have a chance of winning against a foe of a higher realm, Tian Ping remarked, sensing Wang Mian's newfound strength. Congratulations, Wang Mian, on drawing the strong attack card and doubling your combat power. You've experienced it. Who else wants to try? Li Shaoming stepped forward to congratulate him. I do. For the next half hour, apart from Lin Qiye drawing a defense card, the Guardian of Angels, everyone else engaged in the game. Alright, let us stop here. Wang Mian, remember that the game arena S scale is related to 1's strength, with your current power. It can only last half an hour. This whimsical game, filled with both childlike innocence and devilish intrigue, came to a close. Wang Mian took the shell in hand and asked, by the way, Shaoming, can you explain what those 2 trump cards do? Seeing that he wouldn't get an answer, Wang Mian refrained from pressing further. Understood. Now that we've all finished our jars, it's your turn, Team Chen. I'll go first. Zhao Kongcheng eagerly jumped in, having cast aside any thoughts of calculation. Today, I've consulted the almanac. Even if I've seen blood, the almanac clearly states that good luck won't falter. Please don't let me down, old Zhao. God, Buddha, ancestors, Jar, you are my kin. I wish for divine dragons, artifacts, and treasures to appear. Here we go again. Why is he so obsessed with the metaphysical? The members of Team 136 turned their heads away, unable to bear watching Zhao Kongcheng. Yet Pang Pang gazed eagerly at the descending hammer. Clang. Zhao Kongcheng smashed open his jars, producing no significant noise but yielding an item nonetheless. Thank goodness. Something is better than nothing. Shaoming, take a look at this blank paper. What is its use? It can't be a prank, can it? He stared at the blank sheet, his heart racing, fearing it was merely a cruel joke. Li Shaoming regarded him curiously, pondering if metaphysics truly held any merit. When the blank paper was unveiled, he understood its purpose. Old Zhao, you've struck a stroke of luck today. You even managed to draw this. Huh? So this paper is something good? Zhao Kongcheng rejoiced, his spirits lifted. Indeed, the blank paper, known as the contract paper, has a straightforward use. As long as you're within 2 meters of a mysterious creature, you can write the creature's name on it. For instance, if it's a Fire Phoenix, you write Fire Phoenix. If it's the Ghost Face King, you write Ghost Face King. The contract paper will forcibly bind the creature to a master-servant contract, with strength capped at the Sea Realm. You'd best find a peak Sea Realm entity to establish the contract. Li Shaoming explained the use of the blank paper. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongcheng was overjoyed, fondling the paper affectionately. Who says metaphysics is useless? Chapter 60. Pang Pang, who was exhausted all night. Congratulations, Qiye, on drawing a renowned blade. Li Shaoming smiled as he explained to the bewildered Lin Qiye. The renowned blade is a life-saving weapon. When you suffer a fatal injury, it will automatically shield you once. It is a one-time item, and once the opportunity is used, the blade will turn to ashes. It's quite a valuable item. Your luck today is remarkable. He knew that the renowned blade in the game had a cooldown period, and the information from the jar indicated it was a one-time item. Nonetheless, at a critical moment, Having an extra life was indeed significant. Lin Qiye placed the delicate renowned blade into her pocket. Understood. Pang Pang, envious, drooled at the prospect of such a life-saving item, wishing he could have drawn such a powerful object. Who was next to draw? Li Gu. Everyone, may I go first? Zhao Yuan stepped out from behind Lin Qiye. His request modest, he only wished for a resurrection item. Fortunately, no one could hear his voice, otherwise they would surely respond. That's not asking for much, is it? All right, you may go first. Zhao Yuan took the hammer from Lin Qiye's hands, silently praying for Buddha's blessing, and smashed his jars. Unfortunately, nothing emerged from the jars. Li Shaoming consoled him. Don't be discouraged. Come again next time. There will surely be a day when you draw something. Understood. Zhao Yuan retreated, disheartened. The remaining members of Team 136 who had yet to open their jars seemed to be out of luck, yielding only mundane items without a single practical item. It is worth mentioning that Long Xian playfully produced a small box of umbrellas, resulting in a light-hearted jest. Yuan Gang declined, stating, I have to teach the students tomorrow, so I won't stay. You all decide for yourselves. Wang Mian glanced at him, instantly discerning his thoughts, and discreetly slipped him a card, advising, be cautious, don't go overboard. Understood. Ultimately, apart from Xuanhua, no one chose to remain. Just before stepping into the portal, Chenmai turned and remarked, Shaoming, are you aware? He had reported the information when the trident emerged, and this afternoon during trainings. He had also been informed of the encounter with the murmurs from noon. Li Shaoming shrugged at this, replying, not my concern. The trident was summoned by them. If it fails to protect, it indicates their inadequacy. Go ahead. Filled with a mix of excitement and nervousness, he shattered the first canister. A delectable midnight snack awaited him. Perfect. I was just hungry and didn't need to prepare food myself. As he opened the container, a fragrant aroma wafted throughout the room. After taking a bite, he exclaimed, indeed, it lives up to its reputation for being incredibly delicious. It's absolutely delightful. He continued to eat while breaking open more cans. A world map emerged. A battered longsword appeared. A bottle of ethereal elixir floated forth. Lastly, a one-day store exit card materialized. Upon seeing this item, Li Shaoming momentarily lost his appetite. Springing to his feet in excitement, trembling as he clutched the exit experience card. Wonderful. The heavens reward the diligent. It has finally graced me once more. Tomorrow promises to be a day brimming with vitality. Cans, how I adore you, surpassing 1,000 words. He picked up the fragment of the can that produced the exit card and fervently kissed it. Finally, with anticipation, he indulged in a refreshing bath, donned his impressive dinosaur pajamas, and drifted into fragrant slumber. In contrast to his comfort, a few members of the Tianping group pushed open the door, pulling him down to the ground to activate the divine ruins, forming a circle around him, fervently inhaling the emanating auspicious aura. Xingye, save me. Pang Pang gazed at Lin Qiye, who lay on the bed, with pleading eyes. At that moment, he wished fervently for the person on the bed to extend a helping hand. Lin Qiye indeed rose from the bed, joining the group and absorbing the auspicious energy at Pang Pang's hopeful glance. At that moment, Pang Pang resigned himself, lying flat on the ground while proclaiming, let it be however it may. Thus, Lin Qiye could not escape the fate of enduring Pang Pang's foot odor. Early the next morning, Pang Pang awoke with dark circles under his eyes, glaring resentfully at the spirited Lin Qiye. Last night, he had thought that a single absorption would liberate him. But who could have anticipated that after his recovery, the Tianping group would involve him again, allowing him to sleep only after 3 in the morning. Chapter 61. The cold wind of the vortex blowing all night. Today is a splendid day. In Shop 88, Li Shaoming descended the stairs with a spring in his step, quickly completing his morning routine and preparing to leave the shop. However, as he opened the door, he unexpectedly encountered someone. Oh no, you didn't camp out at the door all night, did you? He exclaimed, observing the person before him, whose red eyes indicated a chilly night spent curled up. As he sniffled, 2 streams of mucus escaped from his nostrils. So that is why? You should have spoken up last night, Li Shaoming remarked, for a friend. I would have allowed you to stay. There was no need to endure the cold wind all night. Understanding his plight, Li Shaoming ushered him inside, pouring a cup of tea to warm his stomach. The vortex took a sip and felt instantly better. Hee, I won't disturb you too late. Besides, my health is robust. A bit of cold air doesn't faze me. Come. I'll pay first. Shaoming, quickly sell me 10 canisters. The payment of 100,000 yuan was made. You dare to open more? Previously, GMO has returned twice. Are you not afraid of another repeat this morning? Li Shaoming, pouring himself a cup, was taken aback by Vortex's words. Hearing this, Vortex's brow furrowed with anxiety as he stammered, it shouldn't happen again, right? He spoke the words with uncertainty, fearing a repeat would be devastating. It would take days to recover from such a blow. He had no desire to wallow in despair. For someone averse to solitude, such a state was the greatest punishment. It shouldn't happen. After all, you are not Chiemo. Even if it can open again this morning, since you have paid, just proceed. Upon finishing his words, 10 canisters flew from the counter and landed before Vortex. He hesitated with the hammer, ultimately closing his eyes and smashing the first canister after 2 minutes. No need to close your eyes. It's not a repeat. Just an empty can. Keep going. Upon hearing this, Vortex let out a sigh of relief. An empty can was far preferable to a repeat, which was truly tormenting. Having spent the entire night outside, his mind fixated on the thought of a repeat. Even hearing those 4 words now made him feel nauseous. If another repeat emerged, he would collapse on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Steady yourself. You must remain calm. It surely won't happen again, he reassured himself, growing increasingly hesitant to utter those 4 words, fearing that the next canister might yield such a result. I can do this. Clang. Clap. Clap. Shaoming began to applaud. Well done. It's not a repeat. Congratulations on obtaining a Songnan travel guide. From the canister emerged a map of Songnan, detailing attractions and less favorable spots, even marking the locations of restrooms. With this map in hand, Vortex would never fear getting lost in Songnan again. Thank goodness, finally something tangible. He carefully folded the map and tucked it into his pocket, marking the beginning of his fortunate streak, as a smile of joy finally graced his face. No problem, Shaoming. You can visit the training camp. Captain Yuan and the others will surely welcome you. Behold my invincible treasure hammer. Vortex excitedly swung the hammer, shattering 3 more canisters in quick succession. In that instant, a beam of light shot forth, entering his body. And he closed his eyes to feel the surge of newfound power, overwhelmed with joy and trembling. Congratulations. Your luck has finally exploded, granting you the Forbidden Ruins, 10,000 phenomena. Shaoming congratulated. Vortex opened his eyes, pumping his fist skyward. Haha. Finally, it's my turn. What a thrill. This morning's fortune was indeed promising. He was determined to seize the momentum. Calming himself, he gazed intently at the remaining 5 canisters, resolutely shattering them one after another. Instantly, another beam of light surged into him, and 2 items floated in the air. Shaoming observed with peculiar eyes, realizing that Vortex had indeed not miscalculated. This time he had obtained the technique of multiple shadow clones. With Vortex's strength, he could easily create hundreds of clones. However, clones only possessed a fraction of the original S power, merely stepping into the realm of the light. What a remarkable ability! In the future, should he encounter formidable mysterious creatures, sheer numbers could overwhelm them, Vortex mused, his body trembling with excitement. Shaoming, what are these 2 items for? The bottle contained gasoline, known as a Molotov cocktail, with limited utility. The scroll was labeled as an enhancement scroll, which could strengthen a weapon's attack power. Vortex's eyes widened with realization. Enhancement was not a foreign concept to him. Generally, enhancements could reach level 10, beyond which there was a risk of explosion. As he opened the scroll, finding no inscriptions indicating a significant enhancement, he understood it was merely a 1 scroll. Yet, one must not underestimate this one. If Captain Yuan were to enhance it, his attack power would elevate to a new level, and if it could exceed level 12, it might even evolve into a divine artifact. This time, I've made a tremendous profit with 100,000. Since we have finished, let us depart. If you wish to freshen up first, the bathroom is available. There are new supplies for your use. All right, please wait for me a moment while I freshen up. I will be ready to depart shortly. After directing him, Shaoming calmly sat on the sofa, sipping tea. Moments later, Xuanhua emerged. Let us go. I'll take you on a thrilling ride. Shaoming mounted his little donkey and patted the rear seat. Without hesitation, Xuanhua plopped down behind him, with the wind whipping past. They arrived at a breakfast shop and ordered an assortment of pastries. As they finished their meal, Shaoming slapped down some money. Boss, the bill is settled. No change necessary. Are you joking, sir? Shaoming, feeling a bit flustered, reached into his pocket and pulled out another bill. No change needed, he reiterated before swiftly pulling Xuanhua out of the shop, unable to endure the peculiar stares from onlookers any longer. That was just a minor distraction. Let us disregard it and head to the training camp now. Shaoming maintained his composure as he rode the little donkey towards the training camp. Chapter 62. The arrogant Xuanhua at the training camp. Chaos reigned. All the trainees stared at a bloodthirsty figure on the stage. Transformations too? This is outrageous. Rolling toward the transformed Chao Yuan, Fatty hurled a forbidden object, but Chao Yuan emerged unscathed from the ensuing explosion. With a furious roar, the irrational Chao Yuan charged at Fatty. 7 Night Brothers, stop spectating and come help me. Fatty called to the composed Lin Qiye beside him. He then retrieved a bamboo dragonfly from his spatial bracelet, placed it atop his head, and soared into the air. Just as he was about to act further, Shaoming appeared before Chao Yuan, pinching his long knife between 2 fingers. Qiye, do you still have the Buddha bead you obtained earlier? That bead can restore this killing machine's sanity. At his words, Lin Qiye swiftly produced the bead from his pocket and tossed it with force. Li Shaoming caught it and placed it into Chao Yuan's hand. Instantly, a radiant light emanated from the bead, accompanied by a faint sound of chanting. Gradually, Chao Yuan regained his senses, and upon fully awakening, he surveyed his body with immense joy. Thank you, brotherly. I have regained my sanity. You should thank Xia. He was the one who acquired the bead. As long as you keep it close, you won't lose your sanity even in the Forbidden Ruins. Li Shaoming released his grip on the long knife. At that moment, Fatty descended from the sky, seizing Li Shaoming's hand. Brotherly, you came to see us. I've had a rough time. Last night, I was dragged by that group of masqueraders and endured their torment all night. It's dreadful. The key point is that Brother Qiye didn't help me. Instead, he joined in on the torment. Chao Yuan, seemingly uninterested in Fatty's lamentations, stepped away from his Black King form and approached Lin Qiye. Fatty, you've had enough. We won't be here much longer. Only 3 days until we leave. Let us indulge for 3 days. I promise to bring you some goodies later. The Masquerade team and Team 136 approached, with Moon Ghost chuckling. Recalling the effects of the Qilan Divine Ruins last night, had our team not had other matters, we could have indulged for months before leaving. 3 days? Fatty squinted. This outcome seemed much more palatable. You can't leave today? No, my sister still needs to open some jars. It will be difficult once other teams arrive, Rose declined. Qiye and the others still need to train. We'll gather them again in the evening. Zhao Kongcheng pulled Fatty's hand apart and led Li Shaoming back in the direction they had come from. After Team 136 and Li Shaoming departed, Moon Ghost turned to Xuanhua. Xuanhua proudly lifted his chin. This morning, I was somewhat fortunate. I opened an unprecedented Forbidden Ruins and even acquired a skill, not too shabby. What? You opened a Forbidden Ruins? An unprecedented one? Upon hearing his words, Moon Ghost and the others encircled Xuanhua, with even King Face curiously leaning closer. Hehe, step aside. It's my moment to shine. Moon Ghost, step back. I'll demonstrate this Forbidden Ruins for you. All right, I'm eager to see what this Forbidden Ruins can do. Moon Ghost retreated over 20 meters. Xuanhua extended his right hand and secretly activated the Forbidden Ruins, Universal Attraction. Moon Ghost furrowed his brow, feeling an invisible force tugging at him, drawing his body toward Xuanhua against his will. The onlooking trainees were puzzled, unsure of what the two were up to. Only Lin Qiye, Fatty, and Chao Yuan, who had visited the jar shop, appeared to understand. But that is not all. Let us try another move. Divine Force Repulsion. Just as Moon Ghost was about to reach him, Xuanhua grinned eerily, and a repulsive force emanated from him, sending Moon Ghost hurtling backward. Attraction combined with repulsion. Quite a formidable ability, King Face chuckled. It seems there is significant potential for development in both forces, which will undoubtedly enhance our team's strength. You mentioned acquiring a new skill. Let us see it. Then let us satisfy your insatiable curiosity. Xuanhua swiftly formed several hand seals and yelled, multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. Over 100 identical clones appeared on the stage. The Masquerade team was stunned. The trainees were astonished. The instructors were shocked. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left utterly speechless, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Goodness, over 100 identical clones. What kind of Forbidden Ruins is this? It's absurd. That handsome fellow and the mysterious fighter must have employed this sea of people tactic. Wait, the clones aren't strong. They barely possess the strength of the initial stage. Such clones would only serve as cannon fodder in battle. Regardless of their strength, they can at least serve to confuse the enemy. If I could do this, I would summon hundreds for a massage. What bliss that would be. Chapter 63. Fatty used a Forbidden Ruins just to make conversation at the main camp. Yuan Gang and his team witnessed everything unfold. It seems that Xuanhua has indeed unlocked a remarkable skill this morning. Wu Xiangnan couldn't help but exclaim. Combining attraction and repulsion, once mastered, he'll surely rank among the ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruins. We'll need to see where he stands. Yuan Gang nodded in agreement. The clones may be a bit underwhelming, but it adds another skill, thereby enhancing Xuanhua's overall strength. Chen Mai also voiced his assessment. The others chimed in with their discussions until they saw the Masquerade team leave the training ground. An instructor entered with several cups of tea. Glancing at Li Shaoming with a hint of inscrutability in his eyes, he did not linger, merely placing the tea down before exiting. Let us have some tea first. Then I'll take you to play with these rookies. A few of them are rather interesting, Yuan Gang gestured. Li Shaoming took a sip from his cup. Sounds good. Since I have nothing else to do today, I'll observe how you train. I just heard from King Face that old Zhao. You'll be heading to Songnan in 3 days. Indeed, Zhao Kongcheng replied, beaming with pride. Didn't we just acquire the contract paper? The captain and the others need to guard Songnan, so we'll have to rely on the Masquerade and other special teams for assistance. Don't you dare. Li Xiaoming quickly interjected. As a grown man, if you have a wife, think of her. If you have family, think of them. I certainly don't want a man pining after me. All right. The bond of brotherhood has faded. I'm heartbroken. Zhao Kongcheng clutched his chest, feigning an expression of profound sorrow. Hong Ying lightly struck him with her spear, rolling her eyes. Stop pretending so early in the morning. Don't make me regurgitate my breakfast. Xiaoan chuckled, covering her mouth. Sister Hong Ying, why do you always speak such blunt truths? You too, ever since Shaoming appeared. You've been relentless in your jibes at me. It seems our bond has indeed grown distant. Zhao Kongcheng struggled to squeeze out a couple of tears. As for feeling sorrowful enough to weep, Wang Mian mused. He is a good comrade and a man of genuine character. Ha ha, when Qima and the others. Seeing the misleading masked team misinterpret Zhao Kongcheng's tears as a sign of impending departure, found it utterly amusing. Yuan Gang smirked. You all have misunderstood. Old Zhao is merely joking with them. He is a true man. Who wouldn't he shed a single tear even in the face of life and death? How could he possibly cry over a brief separation? It seems that despite working with the misleading masked team, one must limit contact with the moon ghost, for if they cannot discern such a simple ruse, lingering with them would only serve to dull one's wits. Well then, a delightful decision has been made. Keep a distance from the moon ghost and nurture one's intellect. The moon ghost appeared momentarily bewildered, then nonchalantly remarked. Ah, so this was just a jest. Brother, your acting skills are quite commendable. You ought to consider a career in acting. You would undoubtedly win awards. The others, upon hearing this, could only facepalm in disbelief. To think that such a performance could earn accolades. Even a 3-year-old could outshine old Zhao's acting prowess. Had the moon ghost spent his entire life watching cartoons? How could he utter such words about old Zhao's skills? Wang Mian observed their expressions and took a deep breath, relieved that he had not voiced his thoughts. How careless. It was merely a jest. Shaoming, the next event for the trainees has yet to commence. Why don't we go ahead and open the jar? The moon ghost gazed expectantly with his sparkling eyes. Having tasted sweetness, they would soon aim to maximize their benefits. Well then, we shall not be polite. Rose quickly rose and pulled the moon ghost and the others along. I shall join as well. Shaoming, feel free to do as you like here. I have already informed all the instructors that you can go wherever you please within the training camp. Yuan Gang stated, hastily following suit. Zhao Kongcheng, unable to contain himself, tossed out a casual Shaoming, do as you wish, and followed suit. Eventually, Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and Hong Ying also joined the fray. After they departed, Xiaonan playfully suggested, Shaoming, would you like to go see Qiye and the others? We can lead the way. No need for guidance, Li Xiaoming waved his hand. I can manage on my own. You all are instructors now, so go about your business. Lang Xian remarked, with Team Chen having left. We indeed have many matters to attend to. Li Ge, if you need anything, just seek us out. Very well, see you later. Li Xiaoming bid farewell and slowly walked out of the room, not long after spotting Pang Pang animatedly conversing with a girl. Upon approaching, he could hear clearly, Miss Molly. How's my ability? Quite useful, isn't it? Pang Pang was currently showcasing the Qilin Divine Ruins. Chapter 64. A playful scene. I'll go first. No way, we'll go first. In Store 88, a playful contest was unfolding, with members of Team 136 and the misleading masked team divided into two sides, staring at a hammer on the front desk. Neither party willing to yield. You 136 team have been at this for days. Our misleading masked team has only had one turn. What's wrong with letting us go first? The moon ghost leaned his face close to Nchima's, just a breath away from romance. So what if you played for a few days? We let you go first last night because you had just arrived, and as hosts, it was only right. But today, it is only fair that we go first. Wouldn't you agree? When Qima glared back, his face mere inches from the moon ghostess, and for some reason, he instinctively licked his lips. After arranging everything in the training camp, he could not help but borrow a portal from Pang Pang and came over, only to witness the standoff with Hong Ying and the others. As a member of Team 136, he chose the scale as his opponent. Exactly. Don't think that just because you're called a special team, you truly are special. Within the same realm, our Team 136 is not afraid of you. And today we must go first. Zhao Kongcheng glared at the comm scale. This morning, I consulted the almanac. Whatever we do today, we must strive for first place, as fortune will favor us. Are you really competing against us? Are you trying to ruin my luck? Hey, brother. You still have to join us in 3 days. Can't you stand with us just once? Furthermore, doing this now, are you not afraid that we might make things difficult for you during our joint operation? The scale stared in disbelief. Oh my, in Sangnan City. Before our beloved Team Chen, you dare to threaten me? Hong Ying, close the door. Let Team Chen in. Zhao Kongcheng placed his hands on his hips and tilted his head. Hong Ying and Rose exchanged slight bows, their faces drawing close. Chen Mai, Wang Mian, Yuan Gang. and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances, none of them anticipating this scene. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we not also glare at them? Otherwise, it might seem rather traitorous. The smile on Wu Xiangnan's face was uncontainable. Yuan Gang, with a sigh, turned to the glaring parties and proposed, "Why don't each of you send one person to compete? Whoever wins gets to go first. A contest, is it? Who is afraid? Come on, let us compete." Rose approached a stool and stepped firmly onto it with her right foot. In an instant, Hong Ying understood and rushed forward, placing her right foot on the stool as well. "Rose, go for it. Rose, you're the best." Zhao Kongcheng and Wen Shima somehow found 2 pieces of red cloth and were now waving them above their heads, shouting encouragement. The moon ghost, not to be outdone, unable to find red cloth, hoisted the scale above his head, creating a whirlwind of excitement. The scale felt as though he were on a roller coaster, dizzy and disoriented. Rose and Hong Ying glared at each other for 2 seconds, and then a flash of red lightning shot from their eyes, colliding with a crackle of thunder. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the referee, Yuan Gang counted down. Both performed their actions simultaneously. Rock, paper, scissors. Again. To everyone's astonishment, both Rose and Hong Ying revealed paper. The first round resulted in a tie. Rock, paper, scissors. "Yay, I won," Rose exclaimed, triumphantly gazing at the scissors extended by Hong Ying. "What do you say now?" Hong Ying glared at her own scissors in exasperation. Why didn't she choose paper? If only she had chosen paper, she would have won. A bet is a bet. You won, and you may go first. My apologies, everyone. I admit defeat. Haha, a loss is a loss. Anyway, they will be leaving with me in 3 days. And at that time, Shaoming, this will still be your home ground. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled. Meanwhile, Rose, like a victorious general, raised her fist high. Everyone, I have secured the initiative for you. Let the celebrations commence. Rose is amazing. Rose is invincible. She defeated Hong Ying and reigned supreme. Rose, I love you. Just like a mouse loves cheese. The moon ghost and the scale jumped for joy. Wang Mian watched them, bemused. It was merely a game of rock, paper, scissors. Why were they celebrating as if they had won a fortune? Yet, he too felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. Hold back. Never let out a laugh. Maintain the dignity of a captain. Come. Rose, as the victor, should be the first to taste the crab. The moon ghost solemnly presented the hammer, cradled in both hands. Rose accepted it without hesitation, saying, "How considerate." She then approached the jar, focused her energy, aligning her waist and horse stances, and finally raised the hammer high before bringing it down with great force. She continued this until she had smashed 5 jars. Upon breaking the 4th jar, a book floated before her. A prize. The moon ghost and others quickly gathered around, with Hong Ying and the others curiously approaching as well. Hammer techniques? Rose opened to the first page, revealing those 5 words. Hong Ying thought for a moment, her eyes lighting up. Clearly, this is a manual on hammer techniques. I previously opened a manual on gun techniques. Rose, since you use a hammer, just place the book against your forehead to learn it. Upon hearing the words, Rose complied. As she placed the notebook against her forehead, a surge of information flooded her mind, accompanied by the incessant rehearsal of a scruffy middle-aged man within her thoughts. Chapter 65. Unable to open. Let's do a headstand Washington clang. The moon ghost furrowed his brow. Why are there no items? The scale struck the back of his head with force. You expect treasures on your first attempt? Do you think you embody luck itself? Stop dawdling. If you cannot open it, let me take a turn. Haha. The moon ghost smirked. Life must possess a certain anticipation, mustn't it? If something remarkable emerges, it would indeed validate my extraordinary fortune. Stop. Don't clench your fists. That beauty named Hong Ying, put the gun down. And you too. Captain, why brandish your weapon? Seeing the crowd's gaze intensify with danger rather than relax at his words, the moon ghost shivered involuntarily. He dared not hesitate any longer and swiftly smashed 4 jars with his hammer. The sound of shattering jars echoed, and the once hopeful moon ghost felt his heart plummet upon seeing the items revealed. Congratulations, moon ghost. You have opened a paper airplane hat. Zhao Kongcheng squinted his eyes in mock delight, though his expression was one of jest. Quite nice indeed. Moon ghost, wear it on your head. I shall capture the moment. The scale raised his phone. Then I must take one too. Rose pulled out her phone. Wang Mian quietly slipped his hand into his pocket, the spirit of photography stirring within him. Chen Mai and the others smiled as they observed the playful banter, feeling a comforting nostalgia for their own youthful days, which had become rare in their current positions. Moon ghost, put it on. I have won awards for photography in Songnan City. I guarantee a stunning shot, Zhao Kongcheng proclaimed, climbing onto a stool to find the perfect angle. I say, enough already. What is so special about a paper airplane on my head? If you wish to see my expression after donning it, let me be honest. You shall not have your wish fulfilled. The moon ghost shot them a glamorous roll of his eyes. The group shuddered slightly at his glare, perhaps anticipating nightmares that evening. Enough of this nonsense. We must train the newcomers this afternoon. Our time is limited. Hurry and finish opening the remaining jars, Yuan Gang interjected, noticing their apparent forgetfulness regarding their duties. As soon as he spoke, Zhao Kongcheng and the others ceased their frivolity. The moon ghost turned his attention to the jars, his expression sharpening. Without hesitation, he shattered the remaining jars. Sighing, he lamented, I suppose luck is not on my side today. Out of 10 jars, I received but a paper airplane, a roll of cling film, and a potted flower. What a loss. Scale, you try opening the next one. He handed the hammer to the scale and placed the 3 items on the table. These were merely ordinary items, easily purchasable for a few hundred outside. He had no intention of taking them with him. However, he failed to notice that the potted flower had stirred slightly, as if questioning its owner's neglect. Do not be disheartened. Let me show you something worthwhile, the scale consoled. The moon ghost's eyes flickered. Can you use the items you uncover? Without a moment's thought, the scale replied, no. Did this fellow think too highly of himself? He had yet to utilize the divine objects he had discovered. Yet he was expected to hand them over? He appeared foolish, or perhaps just a kind-hearted soul. Goodness was not to be taken lightly. However, if he were to uncover flowers or similar items, he could certainly share with the moon ghost, for they were brothers after all. With that thought, he turned away from the moon ghost's speechless expression and swiftly smashed the remaining 10 jars. All right, forget what I just said. You may use these items. The scale chuckled, pointing at the items that had been revealed. The moon ghost gazed at the floating items with increasing disbelief. You may keep those pots and pans for yourself. As brothers, I shall not contest these treasures. Among the floating items was an entire set of tableware, complete with chopsticks. Cut. Now that you no longer want them, I want to give them to you. The scale set the tableware aside. At that moment, Wang Mian stepped forward, taking the hammer from the scale's hands and coolly smashing the jars in succession. 10 jars shattered, releasing 3 new items. The group eyed the 3 newly revealed items with confusion. None of them had ever seen such things. What on earth is this? Maldiccio? I've never heard of such a drink. It sounds peculiar. Could it be from Shaoming's hometown? Indeed, it seems anything can be uncovered from these jars. This is the first drinkable item I've found, and this loaf of bread is so ordinary it is almost laughable. True, but when hunger strikes, a $2 loaf of bread is quite a find. Even more bizarre, this apple has gone moldy. The group gathered around the 3 ordinary items, unanimously deeming them disappointingly mundane. It appears the luck of our mask-wearing team has been depleted by that rascal Vortex. Thankfully, Rose managed to uncover a skill, or we would have returned empty-handed. Chapter 66. Zhao Kongcheng aims to run a couple of laps around Songnan. Zhao Kongcheng was a man of his word. He promptly demonstrated a remarkable feat, the legendary one-finger headstand wash. When Shima, out of kindness, added shampoo, resulting in Zhao Kongcheng finishing with bubbles adorning his face and hair. The promise has been fulfilled. The next jar must yield something. Otherwise, I shall consume that moldy apple. He then quietly picked up the apple, removed a worm from it, and closed his eyes while devouring it in a few bites. The others silently observed his performance, neither speaking nor intervening. With his cultivation level, eating a rotten apple would not be perilous. At worst, he might suffer from an upset stomach, but it was his own choice. No, the approach was incorrect. Zhao Kongcheng suddenly appeared to recall something and slapped his forehead. I forgot one important detail. The almanac states I cannot face south today, and I was opening jars directly southward. No wonder. I was careless. My memory is failing. This time, I shall succeed. He turned to a different direction and confidently raised the hammer. If I do not succeed this time, I shall run around Songnan in the nude. Almighty hammer, I beseech you to grant me success. Zhao Kongcheng smashed a jar, then tightly covered his eyes, unable to bear the anticipation of the outcome. If nothing emerged, he would be left with little dignity to face the world. Shima, you are the most honest. Quickly relay good news to your brother Zhao. Sighing, when Shima replied. Old Zhao, face reality. Nothing emerged from the jar. Songnan is vast. I suggest you wait until nightfall to run naked, lest you frighten the children. Even if you do not scare them, it is improper to startle the flowers and plants. At night, they will be closed. If you run quickly, you will avoid alarming anyone. As when Shima spoke, the others struggled to suppress their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Hearing this, Zhao Kongcheng silently turned and walked toward the door, lifting his shirt. Haha. The group could no longer contain themselves, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Shima was merely joking, old brother. Do not rush to frighten anyone without seeing the outcome first. Otherwise, you may be apprehended for disrupting the peace in Songnan. As Zhao Kongcheng was about to step out after removing his coat, Yuegawei noticed that Chunmai and the others showed no intention of stopping him, so she spoke first. Zhao Kongcheng paused, captivated by the ethereal sound, and turned to where the jar was. He saw an object floating there. "You dare deceive Zhao? Look at that," he exclaimed with laughter. "Haha, I was merely trying to fulfill your peculiar request." When Qima dodged playfully. After about 10 seconds of playful banter, Zhao Kongcheng decided to let him go once when Qima recognized his mistake. He took 2 steps towards the floating object, circling it before deciding to keep it safe for later appraisal by Shaoming. He gleefully tucked the object into his pocket. "Old Zhao, don't delve into those esoteric matters just yet. There are still a few jars left unopened. Hurry up," Hong Ying remarked. Observing his eagerness to engage in superstitions and make wishes, Zhao Kongcheng caught sight of Chen Mai's fierce gaze and dared not hesitate any longer. He quickly opened the remaining jars, only to express disappointment upon discovering they were all empty. "What a pity. If you had let me dabble in the supernatural, I surely would have unearthed something worthwhile. Now it's just a bunch of empty jars," he grumbled to Hong Ying before handing the hammer to Wu Xiangnan, who was closest. Secretly, he thought, "No worries, we'll come back another day when there is more time. I'll bring out the sacred relic to dazzle the crowd. And then Chen and the others will surely be envious." He chuckled to himself. Tianping, noticing his grin, quickly stepped back, wary of catching his enthusiasm. Wu Xiangnan, although with his own thoughts, felt too embarrassed to voice them and merely murmured a prayer for good fortune before breaking all 10 jars. "Well, old Wu, you've struck gold this time. Just the gems on this knife could fetch over 10 million. Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed as he examined the large black knife, admiring the jewels embedded in the hilt and declaring Wu Xiangnan a big winner. "I don't need the knife, old Zhao. You have an electric one that you hardly use. It's yours, really. Old Chen, would you like it?" Chen Mai shook his head. "The blade is too big and unwieldy for me. I'll pass." Zhao Kongcheng agreed. A new knife requires time to adapt. The sharpness of my and old Chen's knives is not inferior to this black one. You should keep it for now. It may come in handy later. If none of you want it, let us put it in Hong Ying's spatial ring. "No problem," she replied, accepting it before taking the hammer. "There are 20 more jars. Qima and I will each open 5, and Captain Chen, you can open 10. Chen Mai and Wen Qima nodded in agreement. They were all allies, and it mattered not who opened what, as they would share any usable items without dispute. Chapter 67. Everyone assists Hong Ying in the entirety of Tsangnan City. The moment the red light radiated, even the very fabric of space trembled slightly. Not only Tsangnan, but all the powerful beings across Daxia turned their gazes towards this source, feeling the overwhelming aura of destruction and sweating profusely. In the midst of the mist, almighty deities and mystical beings found themselves seemingly frozen, their bodies oppressed by the menacing aura, as if they were trapped in a hellish domain. In the training camp, the stout figure and Mo Li clutched their chests, panting heavily. "Li Gu, what on earth is happening? This murderous intent has become tangible." As he spoke, his figure vanished from the training ground. Li Shaoming glanced at Hong Ying, enveloped in crimson light, then at the motionless beings nearby. With a wave of his right hand, he confined the red light to a specific area. Chen Mai sprang to his feet, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and quickly inquired, "Shaoming, which deity's avatar has Hong Ying summoned? This aura is terrifying. Even I, a Black Wuchang with strength at the sea realm, cannot stand." Ultimately, Black Wuchang was merely a ghostly figure, and to survive before this legacy was already a feat. Li Xiaoming's expression grew grave as he slowly revealed 2 shocking words. "Luo Ho. What did you say? The demonic ancestor Luo Ho from the mythological primordial era?" Yuan Gang exclaimed in disbelief. Li Xiaoming nodded. "Indeed. It is the demonic ancestor Luo Ho who attained his path through slaughter." "Incredible! What a monumental revelation!" Yuegui exclaimed excitedly. "Since she is one of us. Once Hong Ying fully inherits Luo Ho's legacy and her strength rises, who would dare disturb Daxia? They would all be eliminated." "Do not rejoice too soon," Li Xiaoming warned, his serious demeanor unshaken. "The path of slaughter is not something everyone can wield. Hong Ying is currently facing a trial of inheritance within her consciousness. If she succeeds, she will be boundless. But if she fails..." Zhao Kongcheng jumped up anxiously. "What happens if she fails? Xiaoming, tell me quickly." Li Xiaoming sighed deeply. "If she fails, Hong Ying will be subsumed by slaughter, reduced to a machine that knows nothing but killing." "How could this be?" Zhao Kongcheng and the others slumped helplessly to the ground, unable to fathom such a fate. If Hong Ying truly failed, what were they to do? Would they have to turn their weapons on their own? Absolutely not. It couldn't come to that. Shaoming would surely have a solution. Zhao Kongcheng quickly rose, gripping Li Xiaoming's shoulders tightly with reddened eyes. "There must be a way, right? You must tell me." Li Xiaoming fell silent for a moment, then patted Zhao Kongcheng's hands, stating, "Awakening. If Hong Ying cannot pass, I will attempt to send your spiritual forms into her consciousness. However, your strength will be slightly diminished within her realm, And if your spiritual forms are harmed, your true bodies will also suffer, though you will not perish. If it comes to that, awakening is the only method. If Hong Ying still cares for someone, you should all approach her now. Chenmai sighed. Hong Ying's family vanished in the mist. Now, her most cherished ones must be us. Having a plan is better than having none. Old Zhao, let go for now and calm down. We cannot do anything at this moment. Shaoming. I'm sorry for my earlier outburst. Zhao Kongcheng apologized, releasing his grip. It's fine. Li Shaoming waved it off. I understand your feelings. I consider Hong Ying a friend and naturally wish for her safety. Just then, the stout figure, Lin Qiye, Mo Li, Chao Yuan, Lung Xian, and Shaonan hurried into the shop, along with Xin Qingzhu and Xuanhua. When the murderous intent manifested, Lin Qiye and the others were chatting when he instinctively thought of the jar shop and brought everyone to find the stout figure. Meanwhile, Xuanhua had been asleep, dreaming of an explosive life, and awoke abruptly to the presence of the murderous aura, quickly seeking out the stout figure. Thus, they all arrived together. Li Gu. What is wrong with Sister Hong Ying? Lin Qiye asked with concern. Before Li Shaoming could respond, Zhao Kongcheng quickly provided a brief explanation. Upon hearing, everyone was utterly stunned, particularly the newcomers Mo Li and Xin Qingzhu, as a tempest of shock churned within them. They all knew of the infamous killing deity, Luo Ho. After the initial shock, Lin Qiye and the stout figure displayed palpable worry. Yet, there was little they could do, merely praying in silence for Hong Ying to pass this trial. Especially the stout figure, who continually murmured, Sister Hong Ying, please be safe. You are a pillar of strength. You must awaken. I'm counting on you. As time ticked by, half an hour passed. Suddenly, the floating Hong Ying opened her eyes, her pupils a crimson hue, and exclaimed, Haha. Kill, kill, kill. Seeing the situation, Li Shaoming swiftly moved in front of her, his fingers gently pressing against her forehead. Hong Ying is on the brink of being consumed by slaughter. Quickly, sit cross-legged beside me and focus your minds on my essence. I shall guide you into her sea of consciousness, to the realm of her inheritance. Chenmai and the others, upon hearing this, dared not delay, swiftly taking their places beside Hong Ying and emanating their spiritual energy. Chapter 68. Awakening Hong Ying. Awaken swiftly. Hong Ying, steady your mind. Recall the people and things you cherish. Do not succumb to the call of slaughter. Hong Ying. Hong Ying. The sincere and worried voices of Zhao Kongcheng and the others echoed persistently. Ah, ha, ha. Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate you all. Hong Ying remained unfazed, her crimson attire swirling as she gripped her long spear. Her eyes blazed with a fierce red. She lunged at Zhao Kongcheng, the closest target. Captain, in this blood-soaked land, we are no match for Hong Ying. You must devise a strategy. Xiaonan's face was etched with anxiety. Grinding his teeth, Chenmai, with his spiritual form, had only barely withstood a blow from the slaughter-driven Hong Ying. He realized that if this continued, it would yield no benefit. They needed to make contact with Hong Ying's physical body. The spiritual form bore no weapons and could only manifest illusions to fight. Spiritual form. Spiritual form. It seemed he had grasped the essence of the matter. Ideas flashed rapidly through his mind, and his eyes brightened with determination. Without hesitation, he plunged into Zhao Kongcheng's fray, delivering a swift kick that sent Zhao Kongcheng flying, stepping forward to confront the incoming spear head-on, without evasion. Captain, get out of the way. Hong Ying, no. With a piercing sound, the spear pierced through his body. At that moment, Chenmai's physical form in reality erupted with a torrent of blood. Yet his spiritual form clung tenaciously to Hong Ying's shoulder. Hong Ying, awaken. Do not allow slaughter to dominate your consciousness. We believe in you. Do not forget the people and things you cherish in reality. Awaken. His impassioned words resonated, causing Hong Ying to tremble, her gaze momentarily clearing. Captain, kill, kill, kill. Yet, just as she regained clarity, Hong Ying was once again overtaken by slaughter, sending Chenmai flying with a kick. Chenmai, however, was unfazed, elated inside. While Zhao Kongcheng and the others recognized the fleeting clarity in Hong Ying's eyes, they understood that this method held promise. Ha, it works. Let me demonstrate for you. Little Ying, come pierce your brother Zhao. Zhao Kongcheng stood defiantly before Hong Ying, abandoning all defense, patting his chest as if daring her to strike. Hong Ying did not disappoint. The spear sliced through the air, a flash of crimson light heralding its approach. Zhao Kongcheng, undeterred by the agony of his spirit being torn, gripped Hong Ying's shoulders tightly. Awaken quickly. Brother Zhao will ensure that old Shin cooks you braised pork every day. Old Zhao. Get away. Do not attempt to control me. Kill. Get away. Kill, kill, kill. Hong Ying withdrew her spear, her expression oscillating between the impulses of slaughter and awakening. Hong Ying. Awaken quickly. Seizing the opportunity, Shaonan rushed over, wrapping her arms tightly around Hong Ying's form, tears streaming from her eyes, splashing onto Hong Ying's neck, where red and white intertwined. Xiaonan. The coolness on her neck prompted Hong Ying to instinctively turn towards the familiar yet alien figure before her. Memories of joy, playful moments, and cherished individuals flashed vividly in her mind, as if a film were unfolding, real yet surreal. Suddenly, she shuddered, the red, tangible aura of slaughter casting Xiaonan away, her form lifting into the air as she clutched her head tightly. Get away. My body is mine to command. Merge. Lin Qiye and the others hurried to Chen Mai's side. At this moment, both Chen Mai and Zhao Kongcheng's spiritual forms had been struck, appearing somewhat ethereal. Yet, their focus remained unwavering upon Hong Ying's figure. After half an hour had passed, Hong Ying let out a fierce cry, emanating an endless crimson light once more. At this juncture, her eyes had regained their usual hue, though now tinged with a sense of solitude. She descended slowly from the sky, casting an apologetic glance towards Chen Mai and the others. Hong Ying, you have awakened. Xiaonan threw herself into her embrace, her shoulders heaving with emotion. Tears mingled with joy. Hong Ying, you are all right. Lin Qiye approached, his eyes filled with genuine concern. Though they had known each other for only a few days, he already regarded all members of Team 136 as family. Soon after, the entire Team 136 gathered around, their faces alight with smiles as they jested with Hong Ying. Light-hearted banter flowed freely, particularly from the plump member, who, having been unable to assist earlier, now made faces and performed silly antics to elicit laughter from Hong Ying. My friends, Captain Chun, old Zhao, I apologize. Hong Ying suddenly bowed, remorse flooding her. Despite being under the sway of slaughter, she recalled piercing Chen Mai and Zhao Kongcheng with her spear, leaving her overwhelmed with guilt. Chen Mai chuckled, patting her shoulder. Do not dwell on it. That was not your true intent. Besides, we are but spiritual forms. Even if we fade, our physical bodies will merely sustain minor injuries. It is of no great consequence. Zhao Kongcheng laughed heartily. Hong Ying, what you just did was undoubtedly the pinnacle of your glory. I, old Zhao, could not withstand even a few strikes from you. Impressive. Truly impressive. Chapter 69. Everyone assists Hong Ying in ascending within the realm of inheritance in Hong Ying's sea of consciousness. All had temporarily withdrawn from battle, gathering together to strategize. Reaching the foot of the mountain was not a daunting task. There, Hong Ying pointed to a location at the base of the mountain. However, that area is guarded by hundreds of sea realm monsters. I must have perished there dozens of times. It is the most challenging obstacle. With our numbers, and considering you are the only one who can exert full strength, the prospect of breaking through seems bleak. Yuan Gang frowned. Hundreds of sea realm monsters? This is troublesome. Do they act in unison or individually? This is dire. A swarm of hundreds of sea realm monsters would spell certain doom. Tian Ping shook his head helplessly. No. Lin Qiye analyzed. It is unlikely that all will rush in at once. Our mission is not to engage in battle, but to ensure Hong Ying reaches the summit. If we can carve a path, with the captain, team leader Yuan, and Wang Mian, alongside your masked team, the likelihood of success is substantial. Chen Mai nodded in agreement. Qiye is correct. Our primary role is to protect, not to fight. As long as we guard diligently, the chances of success are considerable. What are we waiting for? Zhao Kongcheng clapped his hands. Hong Ying stands at the center. We shall encircle her and forge our path upward. Let us consider a fail-safe strategy. Lang Xin interjected, shaking his head. If our spiritual forms dissipate, we risk leaving Hong Ying alone in this cursed place for years. We have but one chance. We cannot afford to err. Indeed. Zhao Kongcheng, having realized this, ceased his calls for reckless charges. Yet, despite their discussions, no alternative strategies emerged. Their numbers were limited. Guarding seemed the best course of action. After a prolonged silence, old Zhao is already itching for action. Hong Ying, press forward boldly. We have your back. Zhao Kongcheng turned his back to the others, gazing at the seemingly endless horde of monsters below, his fighting spirit soaring. Hong Ying, rest assured. Even if I possess little combat strength, I will not permit any monster to approach you, even at the cost of my spiritual form. The stout member thumped his chest with determination. This time, we shall give our all. Failure is not an option. Yuan Gang stood beside Zhao Kongcheng, while Lin Qiye silently aligned himself resolutely alongside them. Lang Xin, Wen Qima, Xiaonan, and Chen Mai, all members of Team 136, stood resolutely before the monstrous adversary ahead. This time, they could not afford to lose. Suddenly, a surge of fervor ignited within them as they prepared to engage in battle for the first time alongside each other. Shall we have a friendly competition to see who can slay the most? Yu Gui suggested casually. Tian Ping playfully tapped the back of his head, rolling his eyes in response. Have you forgotten your earlier words? Our mission is to protect, not merely to kill. Just a jest, just a jest. No need to take it to heart. Shin Qizhu remarked calmly. What does it matter if there are many? Without intelligence, numbers are meaningless. All right, everyone, let's move. Shenmai conjured 2 blades, and Hongying followed suit. In unison, they charged into the sea of monsters. Hongying found herself in the midst of the group. A tear glistening in her eye as she felt enveloped by the warmth of her comrades, her heart brimming with happiness. An hour later, Yuan Gang shouted as monstrous creatures from the sea surged toward them. Be cautious. If a path opens, Hongying, seize the opportunity. They spoke just as the foremost creature approached, fixating solely on Hongying. You wish to harm my teammate? Have you consulted me first? Begone. Shenmai swung his blade, sending the unprepared monster flying. Yet, 3 more were quick to surround them. At that moment, gravity intensified. Well done, Tianping. Feel the force of my strike, Zhao Kongcheng declared, unleashing a powerful blow. Together, they momentarily repelled the trio of sea monsters. But soon, an endless wave of creatures continued to advance. One managed to breach their defenses, aiming directly for Hongying. Leave it to me. A spatial portal emerged, allowing the descending creature to vanish and reappear elsewhere. These mindless monsters are no match for me. Shen Qizhu snapped his fingers, igniting one of the creatures in flames. Although the damage was minimal due to the disparity in power. In that instant, each member utilized their unique abilities to carve a path for Hongying. However, just 100 meters from the mountain, an unexpected event transpired. Chapter 70, the place of inheritance. After more than 2 years of accumulation, Hongying, at the peak of the river realm, felt a sudden awakening. Shenmai and the others regained consciousness, spitting blood as they focused intently on Hongying hovering above. Success hinges on this moment. Yuan Gang exclaimed in shock. She's breaking through to the sea realm all at once? She hasn't awakened yet. Could it be a failure? Zhao Kongcheng asked anxiously. Li Shaoming chuckled, shaking his head. No, she is avenging you all. As they counted down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, awaken. Hongying opened her eyes, gracefully descending to the ground. Although she had not broken through to the sea realm, her prowess had reached the pinnacle of the river realm. Ready to ascend at any moment. Bravo. Li Shaoming clapped. Congratulations on successfully passing the inheritance. After over 2 years of preparation, you've attained the peak of the river realm. At this rate, you'll soon break into the sea realm. More than just uncomfortable. Hongying replied with a bittersweet smile. Every day steeped in slaughter, it's a miracle I haven't lost my mind. Thank you, Captain. Shenmai quipped, attempting lightheartedness. Pang Pang gazed at her with wide-eyed curiosity. Sister Hongying, show us the god-slaying spear. Intrigued, the others leaned in closer, eager to behold the legendary weapon. Without hesitation, Hongying reached into the air, summoning a dark red spear radiating a fearsome aura. The sight alone was enough to send chills down their spines, compelling them to maintain their composure. That is terrifying. Just a glance nearly drove me to madness. It truly is the god-slaying spear. Spectacular. Sister Hongying, you must protect me. What other powers have you gained besides the spear? With my current peak in the river realm, I can easily defeat an average sea realm peak combatant. Not just that, Li Shaoming interjected. The god-slaying spear can only unleash a fraction of its power at your current level. Once you reach the Klein realm, not even Poseidon could withstand your might. Understood. Hongying nodded. Old Zhao, weren't you going to make braised pork? I haven't eaten in over 2 years. I'm starving. Of course, Zhao Kongcheng replied, wrapping an arm around Shenmai. Let us prepare a lavish lunch for Yingzi. You all stay too. Today's training is cancelled. Enjoy yourselves. With that, he waved goodbye to Li Shaoming and led Shenmai to the kitchen. Once they left, Li Shaoming gestured for everyone to sit, pointing to several items on the table. These 3 items were opened by Yugue, right? Are you not interested? What is there to be interested in? Yugue shrugged. A paper airplane, a roll of cling film, and a pot of flowers. Take them if you want. Ordinary? Li Shaoming pushed the 3 items toward Pang Pang. These are rare artifacts from another realm. The paper airplane grants flight when worn on the head. The pot of flowers is even more remarkable. It's a tracking artifact. Place an item used by the target inside, and the flower will guide you to them, no matter the distance. Treasure. Such a treasure. Pang Pang exclaimed, his face alight with glee. Even a cup of plain water would be cherished. I was just joking earlier, don't take it seriously. As he hugged the pot of flowers, his grin widened. What he thought were trivial items turned out to be treasures. The prospect of flight needed no further discussion. Who didn't dream of soaring through the skies? The cling film, a sealing artifact, would fetch a fortune in the market, and the flower pot was priceless. He chuckled to himself, contemplating how fortunate he was not to have discarded them. Pang Pang pouted, feeling annoyed that the prize he thought was his had flown away. Shen Qingzhu and Mo Li observed in silence, their hearts echoing the sentiment. Truly astonishing. Good brother, I just shared with you. Aren't you going to reciprocate? Tianping sat next to Yugue, a mischievous grin on his face. Chapter 71. Shen Qingzhu opens the can come on, Pang Pang. Your sister Honging has returned safely. You must perform a talent show. As they sat at the dining table, joyously feasting on delicious dishes, Li Shaoming playfully draped his arm around Pang Pang's shoulder. Pang Pang slammed the table, his face flushed with excitement. Absolutely. 7 nights. Chao Yuan, cool brother. Let us dance for Sister Honging. Let us go. Twist left, twist right. Brother 7 nights. Loosen up. Shake that behind. And cool brother, lighten up those movements. Look at Chao Yuan. He dances so gracefully. Pang Pang dragged Lin Qiye and the others away from the table, turning his back to the audience as he performed an exceedingly eye-stinging dance. Lin Qiye and Xin Qingzhu wished for nothing more than to sink into the ground. Only Chao Yuan and Pang Pang were lost in their dance, reveling in the moment. Miss Emily, come join us. Let us shed our burdens and let loose. Oh yeah. Ultimately, aside from Honging and Chenmai, everyone, including Li Shaoming, joined this unconventional yet profoundly heartwarming dance. Initially somewhat awkward, the group soon became increasingly spirited, descending into a delightful frenzy. Particularly, the quartet of Li Shaoming, Zhao Kongcheng, Pang Pang, and Chao Yuan danced with such exuberance and flamboyance. Honging, resting her chin on one hand, smiled for a while before herself joining in the revelry. Chenmai, covering his eyes, remarked that it would be less tiresome to engage in a few rounds of combat than to participate in this. Chen, don't just stand there. Look. Even Honging has joined in. You can't escape now. He was reluctant to dance, yet Li Shaoming and Zhao Kongcheng had no intentions of letting him off the hook, pulling him into the ranks of the spirited dancers. They had all gone mad. At that moment, they cast aside their burdens and wholeheartedly enjoyed this joyous and passionate game. It was not until half an hour later that everyone finally ceased this exhilarating and spirited display. In retrospect, it evoked a sense of social embarrassment. What a blast! Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. After another half hour, dinner was finished. Chenmai glanced at the remaining 15 jars and then at Shinqizhu, Emoli, and Chao Yuan. There are still 15 jars unopened. Consider them a back-to-school gift from our team 136 to the 3 of you. Is that really appropriate? Emoli responded bashfully, having just learned the rules regarding the jars, 10,000 each. 15 jars means 5 for each of you, totaling 50,000. Chenmai waved his hand dismissively. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Once you unveil something good, I plan to tie you to Tsangnan. Despite Emoli's hesitation, Chao Yuan and Xin Qingzhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. There was no need for politeness at this juncture, especially for Chao Yuan, who was secretly hoping to unveil a resurrection item. Then I shall not be polite. Chao Yuan quickly stepped forward, grasping the hammer, closing his eyes, and reciting Buddhist scriptures. After a considerable wait, he shattered one of the jars. Congratulations, you've obtained a wooden fish, an unrivaled choice for chanting and reciting. Chao Yuan was momentarily disappointed but quickly rallied his spirits, knowing it was unlikely to easily obtain a resurrection item. Congratulations, you have acquired a cassock. He opened another jar, and the others began to regard him with peculiar expressions. Both items were related to bald-headed monks. One had to admit, it seemed Chao Yuan had a remarkable affinity for Buddhism. Seeing yet another monk's item, Chao Yuan sighed deeply, inwardly pleading, please, no more bald heads. Grant me a resurrection item. I would willingly shave my head on the spot. Buddha, do not toy with me. Come forth. Mine. Congratulations, you've received a Zen staff. Congratulations. You've acquired a monk's hat. Congratulations, you've obtained a scroll of Buddhist scriptures. With a continuous stream of items from the Buddhist realm, everyone was now fully convinced that Chao Yuan would indeed end up shaving his head. Noticing his apparent disappointment, Li Shaoming offered consolation. Don't be disheartened. If you can't unveil something good, it simply means you haven't opened enough yet. One day, your wish will surely come true. Thank you for your encouragement. Chao Yuan collected himself and handed the hammer to Shinqizhu. Shinqizhu weighed the hammer in his hand, swinging it a couple of times. Not bad. Quite fitting. If used for a brawl, it would surely deliver a crushing blow. Upon this realization, he noticed the odd looks from others and restrained himself, expressionless as he smashed another jar. Empty. He was not concerned. Blind boxes are expected to contain emptiness at times. Bro, you won't unveil anything good like that. Over the past few days, I've figured out a trick, Pang Pang said as he observed Xin Qingzhu's lack of enthusiasm. First, you must maintain a smile. Then make a wish in your heart. Of course, you can say it aloud too. It's best to wash your hands or take a shower first to rid yourself of any bad luck. After completing all this, you are sure to unveil something good. Pang Pang's words resonated. Zhao Kongcheng, with earnest eyes, chimed in, it's best to wear something festive underneath. That could enhance the probability of revealing items from the jars. This is the result of my research over the past few days. Trust us, you won't be disappointed. Chapter 72, Guan Yu is here. Salute the Lord 5-star General Summoning Card? What on earth is this? Shinchiju held a colorful card, a look of confusion on his face. The others gathered around, equally perplexed. They had never encountered such a card before, but its name clearly suggested it was a summoning item. You are in luck. This is your first time opening a character summoning card. Simply crush it, and you can summon a general to serve as your subordinate. The summoned character will be absolutely loyal to you. Even if commanded to perish, they will not hesitate for even a second, Li Shaoming clarified, seeing their bewilderment. How miraculous! You can even summon a person. Shinchiju, no longer hesitating, forcefully crushed the card in his hand. At the moment the card shattered, a middle-aged man with a long beard and a ruddy complexion appeared in the store. Guan Yunchang, presenting myself before my lord. He held a green dragon crescent blade, exuding a majestic aura as he knelt before Shinchiju on one knee. Well, you summoned the righteous Guan Eryi, Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the red-faced figure. A living, breathing Emperor Guan. Idol, come let me embrace you. The others quickly surrounded Guan Yu, their hands eagerly exploring his armor. Even Pang Pang was itching to leap up for a hug. Seeing this, Guan Yunchang swiftly sidestepped, furrowing his brow. My lord, are these individuals your subordinates? Such a lack of decorum. And you, where do you think your hands are going? It's fine. He has one too, just not meant to be touched. He can touch his own later. Shinchiju was equally bewildered, never anticipating that he would summon Guan Yunchang. What merit did he possess to have such a formidable figure as a subordinate? Upon hearing this, Guan Yunchang fell silent, positioning himself behind Shinchiju like a living statue. His sole mission was to protect his lord at all costs. Based on the imposing aura emanating from Guan Eryi, it was evident that his realm was mid-level in the Chuan realm. Shinchiju had unwittingly gained an additional bodyguard. Shinmai observed, indeed. Guan Yunchang is at the Chuan realm, a potentially growing general. His unique skill is called Righteousness Above All, along with 3 abilities, Sky Splitter Slash, Soaring Slash, and the ultimate move, Blade Drag Slash. Chiju. You should find a good horse for Guan Yunchang. He would be even more formidable mounted. Hearing this, Shinchiju felt somewhat embarrassed. He was barely managing to afford meals, let alone buy a good horse. He wouldn't even have enough money to buy one if he sold himself. Shinmai, familiar with the circumstances of these students, suggested, why not have Guan Eryi serve as an instructor at the training camp? We'll handle the horse situation. Sounds good. Shinchiju agreed without a second thought. Being an instructor would not only provide meals and accommodation but also a decent salary, at least temporarily solving his issues with food and shelter. He let out a deep sigh of relief. Emily, it's your turn. Let Pang Pang teach you how to unveil something good. Come, take the hammer, and chant my mantra with me. O Jar of Mystery. You are the beacon illuminating my darkness. Your emergence banishes the shadows from my side. Now I pray, grant me the treasures of the divine. Wishing for divine treasures, divine ruins, divine beasts, let everything with the word divine emerge. Pang Pang closed his eyes, speaking to the jar, and upon opening them, he noticed Mo Li's face filled with disdain. Zhao Kongcheng also noticed her disapproving expression and pulled Pang Pang aside. It seems this classmate is not pleased with your wish incantation. No worries. I have also organized a professional method for opening cans. Follow my lead, and you shall not go astray. Observe closely. He gazed at the can for 2 seconds with utmost seriousness, then began to flail his limbs in a disordered dance, occasionally bouncing on the spot. He resembled a charlatan performing beneath a bridge. Redding, despite having spent 2.5 years in the Sea of Consciousness, could not help but find Zhao Kongcheng's antics, akin to a shaman's ritual, exceedingly cringeworthy. Meanwhile, the other members of Team 136 diverted their gazes from Zhao Kongcheng's performance, suppressing their urge to drag him out and give him a good thrashing. My lord, what is that person doing, jumping around in front of some broken cans? Is he praying? Guan Yu inquired, his curiosity piqued by the eccentric figure ahead. Severe delusions of grandeur? Guan Yu pondered, my lord, what kind of ailment is that? You may consider him a madman, somewhat foolish. Does that clarify things for you? Guan Yu suddenly comprehended, understood. We should keep our distance from him. We cannot associate with fools. Their hushed conversation was overheard by Wu Xiangnan and Wen Shimon nearby, who exchanged glances and simultaneously thought of a shared sentiment. Chapter 73. Extreme Training Ha. This book is perfectly suited for you and old Zhao at this very moment. Yu Gui leaned in for a closer look and burst into laughter. The others, intrigued, gathered around to see the contents of the book, nodding in agreement upon reading it. Indeed, with all that singing and dancing, is he not a lunatic? Pang Pang gave them a dramatic eye roll before setting down the lunatic's book and resolutely stated, Miss Molly, there are 3 more. Trust me, you won't regret learning this. And you won't be easily deceived. Be bold. Unleash your true nature and shout out your wishes with fervor. Showcase your aspirations. The divine ruins are right before you. Call out. The mythical beasts are within reach. Make your wishes. The divine treasures are at your fingertips. Molly observed the fervently devoted Pang Pang before her. Her teeth grinding together, her small hands clenched tightly as the incessant chatter filled her ears. She steeled herself, her fist hardened, under the watchful eyes of the others. She executed a swift side kick, striking Pang Pang squarely in the face, sending him hurtling towards the door. With a crash, he flew out, landing awkwardly on the ground. Motionless. Violent. Too violent. Molly felt a sense of clarity wash over her. The world had fallen silent. Chunmai and the others chuckled and shook their heads. Pang Pang had brought this upon himself, and it was clear Molly's kick had lacked force, akin to a Tai Chi technique, more of a push than a strike. Forget about Pang Pang. You still have 3 more opportunities to unlock something valuable. Redding placed a reassuring hand on Molly's shoulder. Understood. Without further hesitation, Molly shattered the remaining 3 cans, aware that lingering too long might subject her to another bombarding from Pang Pang. Indeed. Those 3 cans have yielded a useful skill for you. Li Shaoming pointed to a floating book. This skill is called Concealed Blade, a form of sword drawing technique. It consists of only 1 move, yet it is immensely powerful. The longer you hold the blade, the greater the might of your strike. After hearing the explanation, Molly imitated their method, placing the book against her forehead, and in an instant, she grasped the essence of the Concealed Blade technique. She softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Brotherly. Just as you gifted me a sword earlier, it serves as an excellent vessel. The sword was your welcome gift, which you already thanked me for during training camp. The Concealed Blade technique is yours, unlocked from the cans provided by Team Chen, if you wish to express gratitude. Direct it towards Team Chen. I was merely compensated. This was a fair transaction. Fair? Spending tens of thousands for a skill, is that truly fair? Purchasing a legacy of Luo Ho for several tens of thousands, how can that be fair? Molly felt somewhat perplexed. Do not dwell on it. A boy with glasses mentioned earlier that any transaction based on mutual consent is fair. Li Shaoming waved away the shattered can fragments and dishes, clearing the hall. Any transaction based on mutual consent is fair? That is quite a profound statement. Molly ceased her contemplation of trivial matters and, after thanking Team 136, stepped aside to remain silent. Zhao Kongcheng approached, draping an arm around his shoulder, offering comfort. Do not lose heart, Pang Pang. There will come a day when you encounter kindred spirits. We must not give up. Brother Zhao, you truly understand Pang Pang. Pang Pang tiptoed to embrace Zhao Kongcheng's shoulder, and the two exchanged their experiences with opening cans, putting the previous incident behind them. The others took a glance at the peculiar pair and chose to ignore them. Shaoming. Since matters here have concluded and the cans have been dealt with, and you have nothing further to do in the shop, why not head back to the training camp for some fun? Chenmai suggested. Today had been filled with twists and turns, yet the outcome was ultimately favorable. Redding not only acquired the legacy of Luo Ho, but her strength also reached the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, with the potential to break into the Sea realm at any moment. A bountiful harvest indeed. Absolutely. Li Shaoming nodded in agreement. Had Redding not unlocked the legacy of Luo Ho, he would still be at the training camp. Even if Chunmai had not extended the invitation, he would have revisited, for this rare day of freedom should not be squandered. Seeing Li Shaoming's acquiescence, Chunmai smiled and nodded before turning towards Pang Pang, who was still embracing Zhao Kongcheng, sharing their kin-opening experiences. Pang Pang appeared somewhat reluctant, but upon noticing the curious looks from the others, he obediently retrieved the portal device. As evening fell, all the trainees were thrust into the scene of extreme training. Pang Pang and his companions were now desperately sprinting. Didn't they say we wouldn't have training today? Why have we been tossed into this desolate place during dinner time? Pang Pang grumbled, while dodging the bullets from the drones overhead. Chapter 74. The masked team takes the stage. Are they hunters? In the training camp's main hall, everyone was glued to the large screen. Seven Knight was quite astute, realizing that the number of drones would diminish as the 4 dispersed. When Chima nodded in agreement upon seeing Lin Qiye and the others separate, then shifted the conversation. However, they are still far from the finish line, and their stamina may not suffice to reach it. That is where you are mistaken. Chenmai observed the screen. Those who know the rewards Li Shaoming provides are acting as if they have received an adrenaline shot. This is precisely when they will push their limits. Everyone. Could we also participate? At that moment, Yugui chimed in. The generous rewards were too tempting, and aside from the useless psychotropic substances, everything else was invaluable to their team. Yuan Gang slammed the table, stating sternly, "You are not trainees. What do you mean by participating?" Chenmai halted him from continuing and quickly added, "How about we amend the rules? Your masked team and my team will both take the field. Your masked team will focus on interception, while mine will prioritize protection. As long as you can eliminate Seven Knight and Shin Qingzhu from my team, all rewards will belong to you. What do you say? That does not seem fair." Yugui replied with a wry smile. Currently, Only the captain can contend with Red Ing. The rest of us combined may not stand a chance against her. At this moment, Li Shaoming remarked with a smile. Then let us do this. Chen's team will not enter the field, nor will Wang Mian, and you will all wear suppression items. Under equal circumstances. If you can eliminate 7 Knight and Shen Qizhu, I will gift you a portal device like Pang Pang's. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Yu Guwei and the others were elated. A portal device was far more practical than a jump knife. A fair duel? They had never feared such a challenge. Hee. Shaoming. You said it, so don't go back on your word. Vortex grinned mischievously. Without any regrets, just make sure you don't get backstabbed. Otherwise, we'll have a good laugh at your expense. Li Shaoming remained calm. Under equal circumstances, the masked team had at most a 50% chance of defeating Lin Qiye and his companions. Let's call it a draw. Moreover, he mentioned eliminating Lin Qiye and his group. But given their cleverness, it was highly likely that the masked team's 4 members would return empty-handed. So, what are we waiting for? The moon ghosts donned their sealing artifacts and hurriedly made their way outside. Teleportation. They were determined. Wang Mian chuckled softly. Shaoming, you might be in for a loss. My team members are seasoned warriors. Even in hand-to-hand combat, their strength surpasses that of special forces. Huh. What good does that do? Zhao Kongcheng scoffed. With Qiye's current skills, your 4 team members might not even be able to contend with him. And then there's Shen Qizhu, a natural leader with a large entourage. Your 4 are merely fodder. Beside the stout figure was Molly, who wielded a knife with remarkable skill. In this confrontation, it was far from certain that you would emerge victorious. Look. In the dim forest, a car was speeding furiously. Tianping gripped the steering wheel, not bothering to turn his head as he asked, what direction is the nearest target? Right now, the best targets are the stout fellow and Molly, not too far away. However, they too have found a vehicle and are moving swiftly. Report the coordinates. At the upcoming intersection, turn right and accelerate to about 160. We can catch up in 10 minutes. Understood. Tianping slammed the accelerator, and the vehicle soared forward. Undeterred even by a small hill. Unbeknownst to the stout figure, danger was imminent. Molly, why have the drones stopped pursuing us? Molly, upon hearing this, glanced in the rearview mirror and, seeing no drones, slammed on the brakes. Once the car came to a stop, she opened the door and stepped out. Bathed in moonlight, she surveyed her surroundings, hearing only the chirping of insects. Something felt amiss. Very amiss. Her brow furrowed, for this tranquil scene hinted at an impending threat. Molly, there's a cliff ahead. Why don't we sit by the edge and enjoy the beautiful moonlight? The stout figure, oblivious to any danger, was lost in thoughts of sitting by the cliff with Molly. At that moment, he had even decided what to name their future child. Get lost. You can admire it by yourself. Without hesitation, Molly rejected him and opened the car door again, just as she was about to drive off. The sound of an approaching vehicle caught her attention. Turning her head, she saw a car speeding towards them. It should be our companions. Let's see why they're driving so fast. Do they not value their lives? The stout figure assumed it was a classmate and casually stood by. The vehicle approached swiftly, soon stopping beside them. Hey, good evening, classmates. Tianping turned to the 2 standing still, flashing a bright smile that sparkled in the moonlight. What on earth? Chapter 75. Step on the gas. Come on, Lucien. Now that you're eliminated, you must accept our punishment. This is a question and answer game. In a dimly lit room in the training camp, several instructors mockingly observed a male student seated on a stool. One of the instructors asked, confess all the wrongdoings you've committed in the past. Upon hearing the question, Lucien was about to retort when the ring on his finger gleamed, compelling him to speak. When I was 5, my family couldn't afford food, so I stole a chicken from the neighbor's house and roasted it. At 6, in kindergarten, I cut the hair of a sleeping girl, and my father hung me up to beat me all day. At 8, after an incident involving burnt hair, I took a year to reflect. In 2nd grade, I kissed my female classmate against the wall, only to be caught by the teacher, who notified my parents, resulting in another beating from my dad. After tasting sweet success, I became unstoppable. By the 1st year of middle school, I had 3 girlfriends, and by the 3rd year, I had over 10. The instructors' faces darkened. The earlier confessions were bearable, but the latter was downright infuriating. The conversation was also clearly audible to the other students. Lucien, I remember you. Truly a role model for our generation. Here I am, still single, while Lucien has had over 10 girlfriends. What does he have that I don't? Kill Lucien. Kill Lucien. Kill Lucien. Scoundrel. Molly, speeding down the road, noted these remarks and silently vowed to confront Lucien when they crossed paths. What is this nonsense? Even after elimination, there are punishments? It's evident that the truth ring is at play. Thankfully, I have nothing to hide, the stout figure thought, well aware of these forbidden items. A normal person would certainly not divulge such information. It was clear the instructors had employed forbidden artifacts. Molly, You don't have anything to hide, do you? Under the influence of the truth ring, no one can lie. If you keep blabbering, I'll kick you out right now. Molly, noticing the masked team drawing closer, pressed the accelerator to the floor. The stout figure, upon hearing her words, obediently fell silent, sitting quietly in the back seat. The two cars pursued and fled, alternately drawing closer and then separating. This contest would likely take some time to determine a victor. At this moment, Lin Qiye and Xiao Yuan were hiding in a dense thicket, their lips curling in amusement at Lu Xian's confession. What a character. Qiye, what should we do next? Staying here isn't a solution. You decide, Xiao Yuan said softly, turning to Lin Qiye. There's no rush, Lin Qiye replied calmly, shaking his head. There are quite a few drones outside. We should wait until their numbers dwindle before venturing out. Although we cannot utilize forbidden items, my senses are heightened at night. Currently, I perceive at least over 20 drones. If we go out now, we cannot guarantee our safe escape. After a while, Xiao Yuan curiously inquired, Did you hear something? I did, and I even saw it. Lin Qiye pointed in a certain direction. It's the stout fellow and Molly. They're being pursued by a car. Follow me. We need to assist them. With that, he stealthily led Xiao Yuan towards the path the car was taking. Wait for the right moment. Once they pass, we'll throw these two hefty logs to obstruct their pursuers. Understood. The two lifted logs thicker than themselves, holding their breath and waiting. The car approached. And once the stout fellow's vehicle passed, they shouted, Now! Both hurled the logs into the road. Tianping, quick to react, slammed the brakes to a halt. His gaze shifting to see Lin Qiye and Xiao Yuan sprinting through the darkness. This kid is lying in wait here. Wang Mian, why didn't you report Qiye's position? Enough talk, Yugue interrupted. If we keep chatting, we might let the stout fellow escape. Do you not want the teleportation? Then let us hurry up and chase. Without further ado, Tianping calmly shifted into reverse, maneuvered around the logs, and resumed pursuit of the stout fellow and his companions. Meanwhile, the stout figure exclaimed, Haha, it's Brother Qiye. Well done. Molly, stop the car. Brother Qiye and Xiao Yuan are chasing us. Let them hop in. Molly remained silent but pressed the brake. Why did they join this training? Chapter 76. Brothers, let us take them down. We're out of fuel. Lin Qiye and his companions reacted swiftly. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, they promptly opened the doors and dashed into the thicket. Since the vehicle could not traverse the dense forest, they had not driven, and neither could the masked individuals. This ensured a fair competition. Ah, splendid. The hunt had truly commenced. Soon, the masked figures arrived at the location where Lin Qiye and his group had parked. Yuegue watched the individuals gradually vanish into the foliage, showing no signs of urgency. Although it was night, as a semi-assassin, this was his domain. Victory was assured this time. Everyone, I shall proceed ahead. Keep close behind. Tianping, noticing this, furrowed his brow. Why was this fellow so impulsive? Had he forgotten that Lin Qiye was still the agent of the night goddess Nyx? Although his powers were sealed as Nyx's agent. The arrival of night was indeed Lin Qiye's advantage. How dare he venture forth alone, oblivious to the danger? Let us hurry. We must not allow Yuegue to get ahead. Rose and Vortex, upon hearing this, silently pursued the direction Lin Qiye had fled. Both sides raced through the darkness like phantoms. Whoosh. While fleeing, Lin Qiye distinctly sensed the sound of something slicing through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, he yanked the plump companion aside. At that very moment, a rather sharp branch sliced through the night sky, narrowly missing where the plump one had just stood. What the heck? Are you serious? Do you wish to turn me into skewers? The plump one gazed at the branch embedded in the ground, relief washing over his face as he turned to Lin Qiye. His gratitude evident. Had it not been for Lin Qiye's timely intervention, the outcome would have been dire, perhaps not fatal, but certainly painful. This friendship was indeed fortuitous. He truly had someone watching his back. Fear not, my friend. I exercise great restraint. That strike would have merely stung a bit. Yuegue's voice echoed from various directions, clearly indicating he was swiftly maneuvering around them. What will it be, everyone? Will you surrender, or shall I personally escort you out? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For more branches shot forth from the darkness, aimed directly at Lin Qiye and his companions. Lin Qiye, remaining composed, picked up several stones from the ground and forcefully hurled them, intercepting the incoming branches mid-flight. Well done, Brother Qiye. Keep firing, cheered the plump one, clapping enthusiastically. Emoli and Xiao Yuan remained vigilant, acutely aware of their surroundings, unwilling to let their guard down for even a moment. Wow, little Qiye, you're impressive. You managed to accurately intercept my attack in this darkness. Have you forgotten that Qiye is still the agent of the night goddess? Wherever he is, Qiye likely knows. How dare you flaunt your arrogance here? Wait, isn't his divine realm sealed? Indeed, but the sensory enhancement from the night goddess's divine realm cannot be sealed. The sounds of Wei Gue and Tianping discussing echoed through the night, filled with confusion, as if they were conversing with a fool. Observing their ongoing discussion, Lin Qiye subtly signaled to his companions and propelled the stones he held into the air before swiftly retreating with the plump one and the others. You should stay and entertain us a little longer. In the dim light of the moon, Rose was seen descending with both hands grasping a branch thicker than her thigh. Lin Qiye deftly sidestepped and continued to sprint forward. After running for a while, a small bird suddenly fluttered by, whispering something in his ear, causing his eyes to gleam in the darkness. Plump one, stay close behind me. With that, he darted towards the direction of the bird. The plump one and his companions followed closely, not questioning his intent. The 4 members of the masked team pursued closely behind. After more than 10 minutes of this chase, the plump one spotted several individuals ahead being pursued by a drone, his eyes lighting up. It's Brother Xuan. Over here. Quickly. Help us tackle the 4 from the masked team. Upon hearing the call, Shen Qizhu turned his head, and upon seeing Lin Qiye and the others running towards him, his eyebrows lifted in surprise. He was currently preoccupied with evading the drone and could hardly spare the attention to deal with the masked individuals. However, upon glancing up at the drone, he noticed it had halted in midair, ceasing to fire bullets. Ah, now you're all so brazen. Come out and face Brother Qiye and his companions one-on-one. The plump one dashed behind Shen Qizhu, triumphantly shouting towards the rear. Lin Qiye and Emily, seeing the drone inactive, also halted, calmly observing the direction from which they had come. Ha! Lost your courage to show yourselves? Dream on if you think you can escape. Seeing no one emerge from the shadows, the plump one shouted a few more taunts. They had been fleeing moments ago. Now was the perfect time for retribution. Go, Brother Qiye. Go, Chao Yuan. Go, Emily. Zhuang, let us take them down. The plump one, witnessing the clash, picked up 2 branches adorned with green leaves, raised them above his head, and waved them while cheering. Don't just stand there. Join in to cheer for Brother Qiye. Here they come. Shun, go for it. Unmatched skills, rule the world. Chao Yuan, throw a right hook at Vortex's jaw. Come on. And Miss Emily, unleash your feminine prowess, scratch her face. The atmosphere erupted into chaos, with everyone rallying for support. Those who had been shouting suddenly ceased, turning their attention skyward, whistling. Only the plump one continued to cheer. Ah, the world has fallen silent. Ignore them. Let us fight again. Rose leaped high, aiming a powerful strike at Emily. Her ferocity was palpable. Those nearby wondered if this violent woman would seek them out for trouble tomorrow. What would they do if she did? Would they resist? Or simply lie back and enjoy the chaos? In the training camp, Wang Mian remarked, it appears your team is struggling against Qiye and his companions. Zhao Kongcheng, observing the screen, reveled in the sight of Lin Qiye overpowering Tianping. Look, just as I said, Wei Gue has just taken a punch from Shen Qizhu. Should we halt this match before they truly find themselves in a predicament? Wang Mian, eyeing the screen, maintained a calm facade, although a sense of unease brewed within. Given the current situation, the likelihood of his team facing defeat was alarmingly high. What to do? Waiting online, feeling quite anxious, Li Shaoming chuckled, popping a piece of fruit into his mouth, deeming this turn of events entirely normal. Lin Qiye and his companions were undoubtedly the protagonists of fate. Even when on the brink of defeat, they could still turn the tide with mere luck, like slipping on a banana peel and achieving a miraculous comeback. Aren't T protagonists always like this? They can't be killed, find treasures while walking, and even encounter wise elders when leaping off cliffs. As for Tianping and his companions, playing the role of side characters, it was nearly impossible for them to triumph against the protagonists under equal circumstances. Haha, Chao Yuan, who often chanted mantras, surprised everyone by displaying cunning tactics in the brawl. Wen Qima laughed heartily as she watched Chao Yuan deliver a low kick to Vortex, her laughter echoing through the room. The female students, seeing Vortex hopping around, turned away with a smirk, though their smiles remained intact. At that moment, Chao Yuan appeared more like a rogue than Shen Qizhu, employing devious tactics that were quite the eyesore. Wu Xiangnan couldn't help but cover her eyes. At this moment, Kage on his shoulder spoke up, indeed. This lad is quite remarkable. In a brawl, one must resort to cunning tactics. In my earlier days, I encountered a bone dragon of a higher rank than myself, and it was by employing deceit that I emerged victorious. As he spoke, he held his head high, a look of pride adorning his face, as if recounting a glorious chapter from history. However, no one opposed him. The truth was self-evident. When faced with formidable opponents on the battlefield, one must employ a myriad of strategies. Pride must be set aside, for the alternative could be fatal. All right, you arrogant creature, why raise your head so high? Is there food on the ceiling? Wu Xiangnan gently patted Kage's head. Mentioning food made Kage irate. You, my negligent caretaker, have failed in your duties. I used to consume 4 meals a day, and since following you, I find myself starving for 3. I demand a protest. Furthermore, you cannot restrict my viewing time at night, and you must refrain from snoring during sleep. If this persists, I insist on living alone. The protest fell on deaf ears. Wu Xiangnan lifted Kage from his shoulder to eye level. Are you not aware of your own appetite? Consuming over 100 pounds of glass-like sustenance in a single meal. And our team considers it a success to provide you with just one meal a day, let alone 4. And really, you ought to watch less of those domineering dramas. What? Do you wish to find a matriarch to enact a performance? Regarding the issue of snoring, your noise rivals that of a train. So, you wish to live alone. Do you? His words utterly subdued Kage, who shrank back, cautious. Perhaps we can renegotiate. I can settle for 1 meal a day, but you cannot limit my viewing time. Negotiate? You can discuss terms once you contribute something worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Kage became animated, thumping his chest. That is simple. Just tell me where the enemies are, and I shall eradicate them for you. Chapter 78. The rigorous training concludes, and the celestial hound returns as one evening passed. Dawn broke. On a sheer cliff, Team 136. Along with the massed team and several instructors, including Li Shaoming, Fatty, and Shinchiju, gathered atop the precipice, due to physical exhaustion. Fatty and his companions had not managed to reach the finish line. Only Lin Qiye remained uneliminated. Where's Brother Qiye? Could something have happened? Fatty anxiously gazed ahead. Here he comes. Li Shaoming pointed in the direction. There, a figure clad in training attire advanced step by step. Despite appearing weary, each stride was resolute. Lin Qiye surveyed the crowd on the cliff, a knowing smile gracing his lips, then summoned his last reserves of energy to sprint forward. How beautiful! Is this the entirety of Songnan? Before he could greet anyone, he was captivated by the sunset illuminating the landscape behind the cliff, filling his heart with tranquility. Chenmai approached him, standing quietly, gazing at Songnan City. This is your first time viewing Songnan from this angle, isn't it? Chenmai remained silent. But his heart felt heavy, pondering how long such beauty could endure. I hope the jar can change Songnan. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Kongcheng joined Lin Qiye, now quiet, simply observing. Hong Ying, Xiao Nan, and the entire Team 136 stood together. After about a minute, Fatty and the masked team also converged. They all remained silent, quietly gazing at the Songnan before them. The sun continued to rise. However, Li Shaoming had to shatter this serene moment as his time to leave drew near. Congratulations, Qiye. You have secured first place in this training, for you are the only one to reach the finish line. All 5 prizes are yours. He produced a dagger, a pill, a bracelet, a large black knife, and a growth-enhancing elixir. Lin Qiye understood the purpose of these items but only took the mental enhancement drug. Without the help of Fatty and the others, I would not have reached the end. I will take the mental drug, give the dagger to Fatty, and the bracelet to Molly. As for the black knife, it belongs to Chao Yuan. He won T lose control with it now? And the growth elixir is for Shinchiju. Li Shaoming nodded with a smile, and the items floated to their respective owners. Brother Qiye, Fatty, I truly adore you. Fatty exclaimed, clutching the dagger, wanting to shower Lin Qiye with affection. Thank you. Shinchiju and the others, aware of the item's uses, expressed their gratitude upon receiving them. No need. Li Shaoming waved his hand. You all can carry on. I shan't linger. With that, his figure vanished from the cliff. Chenmai smiled gently as he observed Li Shaoming's departure, then turned to descend the mountain, with others following suit. Fatty walked beside Lin Qiye, whispering, Brother Qiye, the least valuable item among the 5 is the mental drug. Why did you choose it? He remained curious. Typically, one would select the most useful item. Yet Lin Qiye opted for what they deemed the least valuable. I have a friend suffering from mental illness, so the mental drug is the most valuable to me. Lin Qiye succinctly explained, preferring not to delve further into the topic. No need. Fatty grinned, saying, Li Gu said he'd take care of things during training. We should just enjoy this collective training session. What are you two whispering about? Hurry up and get in the car. Hong Ying called from the vehicle, waving them over. Coming. They ceased their hushed conversation and swiftly boarded the vehicle, which then set off toward the training camp. The sun shines brightly, and the birds sing for me. Inside store 88. Refreshing. He slurped. It was another vibrant day. After spending over 10 minutes preparing a bowl of noodles, he slurped his way to the front counter. Having not slept the previous night, he felt no weariness. Instead, he experienced a sense of elevation. The jar from yesterday did not open. However, it mattered not. For the jar could not buy my happiness. With no customers around, let us open today's 10 jars. 80. Not bad. The first jar yielded a fine item, indicating a stroke of good fortune today. Li Shaoming set down his bowl and examined the item he had unveiled. It was a card adorned with a sword, inscribed with the word sword path clarity physique. Perfect. With this clarity physique for Zhou Ping, neither Fatty nor I will need to explore the divine ruins to enhance him anymore. Chapter 79. Boss, trust me, I still love you. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Li Shaoming chuckled as he watched the celestial hound devour his meal voraciously. What were you up to last night? Why are you so ravenous? Did Yangjin not feed you? The celestial hound swallowed the noodles and replied, that fellow didn't withhold food. It's just that I spent the entire night doing righteous deeds, sweeping through the underbelly of Tsangnan with my newly recruited minions, too busy to take a bite. Plus, boss, your noodles are delicious. I couldn't resist slurping a bit more. Enough with the flattery. Li Shaoming lightly tapped the celestial hound on the head. But don't you worry about revealing Yangjin's identity? The celestial hound raised its proud head. Didn't I mention before that I watch crime dramas? Everything is arranged meticulously. No trace remains. It's virtually impossible to find me. Impressive. Li Shaoming gave a thumbs up. But don't underestimate others. There is no perfect crime. Once something is done, there will always be clues left behind. When the time comes, let us see how Yangjin handles it. The situation is dire. Should anyone discover my whereabouts, I would willingly strip myself bare and run 2 laps around Tsangnan. The confident hound of heaven boasts of evading all surveillance cameras. And those pursuing him might as well be dreaming. Lost in thought, he raised his head higher, resembling a proud little swan. Li Shaoming shook his head in resignation. He sensed that if Hound of Heaven had truly uprooted the criminal elements of Tsangnan last night, his exposure was inevitable. Such a significant event would surely attract the attention of the Nightwatchers. If exposed, Hound of Heaven would certainly face repercussions. Boss, enough of this chatter. Just give me 10 jars. I'm certain I'll uncover something remarkable this morning. Hound of Heaven tossed 10,000 yuan onto the table. All right, with your wealth? You are indeed a deity. 10 jars it is. Li Shaoming summoned 10 jars, placing them before Hound of Heaven. He cared not how the money was acquired. Business is business. This is the rule of the jar shop. Hee. Whether it's porridge or a feast, we shall see this time. Let us go. With excitement, Hound of Heaven smashed the nearest jar. As it shattered, an object soared from within. Boss, quickly tell me, what is the use of this item? He exclaimed. Pointing at a floating, sci-fi-like sphere, his face alight with anticipation, sensing its significance. At that moment, Li Shaoming wore a peculiar expression. This sphere, known as the Spirit Capture Ball, is quite a treasure, particularly beneficial for your interests. It is designed to capture minions, but only of mysterious creatures. Should you incapacitate an enemy, you can ensnare them within this spirit ball. It is a nifty little gadget, albeit with the limitation that it cannot capture humans. Upon hearing this, Hound of Heaven gleefully cradled the spirit ball in his paws. A splendid item, indeed. Fortune has finally graced me. Delighted. He carefully stowed the spirit ball and proceeded to shatter another jar. Hound of Heaven stared intently at a bag that emerged from the jar, deep in thought. Boss. This bag isn't a human capture bag, is it? Li Shaoming rubbed his forehead, appearing reluctant to speak, yet he explained, indeed, this is a human capture bag. You can now collect as many people as you desire. Overjoyed, Hound of Heaven felt as though he were on the brink of euphoria. Capture people, capture people. I shall amass countless individuals. He reveled in his delight. More, bring me more treasures. It would be splendid to unearth that bald monk's realm of bliss. Then, I shall confine Yangjin beneath the mountain for thousands of years. The mere thought filled him with glee. Lost in his daydreams, he envisioned Yangjin guarding him, serving him, treating him like a revered lord. As he pondered, he began to float. Boss, I was merely jesting earlier. Do you believe me? Not at all. Why does this always happen so fortuitously? It shouldn't be. Fate is toying with me. I must think of how to survive this calamity. With this realization, Hound of Heaven's expression shifted to one of a hapless dog. Boss, you know, ever since I fused with the personality of the Black Emperor, my greatest passion has become idle chatter. You must trust me. My utmost affection lies with you. How could I ever entertain the notion of imprisoning you for millennia? Chapter 80. The return of the ancient god cult. Yangjin gently picked up the hammer resting on the table. The endless passage of time had granted him an air of calm and composure. While the jars were indeed marvelous, they failed to ignite a sense of excitement in those who had little need for them. Even if something were to restore his powers immediately, it wouldn't overly thrill him. In truth, it wouldn't be long before his strength returned. With a resounding crash, he smashed the remaining 8 jars, and 4 items soared forth. Li Shaoming applauded. Fortune smiles upon you. A longevity pill that extends life by 50 years, a beauty elixir that preserves youth, a type of spinach that temporarily enhances strength, and a necklace called Eternal Tear, etched with protective runes, a defensive artifact. However, it holds little utility for you. It can only shield against attacks from the sea realm and below. Perhaps you could gift it to your mother. Understood. Just as he was about to speak again, he noticed 4 individuals entering the shop, momentarily silencing his thoughts. Hello, boss. We're here to open jars. The 4, 3 men and 1 woman, sported eclectic attire. Welcome to the jar shop. It was only then that they recognized Li Shaoming as the proprietor. A nonconformist dressed in a hedgehog costume stepped forward, politely addressing, "Hello, boss. We each wish to purchase 10 jars." With a projection and 3 true selves, Li Shaoming discerned that one among them was a projection and swiftly deduced their affiliation. Those who had visited the jar shop were either night watchers or members of the ancient god cult. Their attire unmistakably indicated an association with the ancient god cult, particularly with the Dreamers. The man before him was most likely Lu Liang, a staunch supporter of the Dreamers. "Very well, it seems you are aware of my conditions. Payment is required to proceed." His assumption was correct. Lu Liang had been dispatched by the Dreamers, unable to come himself due to injuries. With Lu Liang's cautious nature, he had opted for a projection to assess the situation. "Transfer 4 million yuan. Li Shaoming chuckled. Previously, the Dreamers and the Snake Woman had sought to act against him, prompting him to raise the price to 1 million per jar. To his surprise, they assumed that the ancient god cult would also be charged 1 million per jar. Let this misunderstanding linger. 4 of you, each to open 10 jars. Proceed. 40 jars floated from the counter, hovering before them. Lu Liang pondered, having arrived with skepticism, but now felt a flicker of belief. The eyes of the other 3 narrowed in intrigue. Use the hammer to open them. Noticing Lu Liang raise his fist, Li Shaoming offered a reminder. Understood. Lu Liang took the floating hammer and struck a jar. With a resounding smash, a card flew from within. He examined it closely, confusion washing over his face. "Boss, what is this mother entwined?" "Ah, the name is peculiar, but this card represents a skill. Once shattered, you will learn it. Since your form is a projection, the skill will automatically transfer to your true self." Lu Liang was not surprised that Li Shaoming could discern his projection. If the jars truly held magical properties, the boss must indeed possess extraordinary abilities. It would be odd if he couldn't see through it. He reasoned that since it was merely a projection, should he be deceived, the worst outcome would be a loss of that projection, no great harm done. With that thought, he crushed the card in his hand, and in an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the moment the card shattered, he acquired a control-based skill. 1 million is truly worth it. Did you learn the mother entwine skill? The only woman among them inquired curiously. Indeed, I learned a skill in an instant. How marvelous. However, upon hearing her words, Li Shaoming furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of mother. Before he could dwell on it further, Lu Liang spoke up again. "Boss, may I continue?" "Go ahead." With a resounding crash, the adventure continued. Li Shaoming gazed at the card he had drawn, his expression a blend of bewilderment and intrigue. Moments ago, he had been contemplating ways to outsmart these individuals, only to discover that even the jar shop harbored a disdain for them. "Congratulations. You have drawn a task card for the first time. Complete the task indicated on the card, and you may randomly select an item. From something as trivial as sanitary pads to various divine artifacts, a plethora of choices awaits, contingent upon your fortune." Upon hearing this, Liang took the card into his hands, raising an eyebrow, and as he turned to glance at the trio beside him, a flicker of sympathy crossed his features. "I must remind you, failing to complete the task will result in punishment." "There is punishment as well?" Liang pondered, initially contemplating abandoning the task. However, the road ahead was now blocked. To avoid personal repercussions, he would have to impose upon these 3 individuals. The trio, driven by curiosity, leaned closer to examine the card, their expressions darkening. Chapter 81. The legend of Chelsea. Liang's heart raced as he beheld the array of divine artifacts, his entire being trembling with anticipation. Meanwhile, the 3 battered individuals on the ground managed to rise, their hearts also pounding in response to the items displayed on the spinning wheel. "Boss, if we actually draw a divine artifact, will you truly provide it?" asked a robust man, his expression one of incredulity. The variety of artifacts was astonishing. Hailing from various nations, among them were the 4 swords of the immortal slaying from the Great Xia, the Amano Murakumo no Tsurugi from Japan, and even the Cross of Jesus. If this were to be real, it would utterly shatter their worldview. Indeed, if you draw it, the artifact is yours to claim. Li Shaoming squinted, lost in thought. Liang steadied his nerves. Having been startled, he now considered the odds. With thousands of items on the wheel, the probability of landing on a divine artifact was less than 1%. Such odds were unfavorable. Nevertheless, even if he did not draw a divine artifact, there were other useful items to be had. If he could procure just one desired item, he would surely prosper today. "Boss, how do we begin?" "Simply press the start button in the center," Li Shaoming explained, gesturing towards the wheel. Filled with anticipation, Liang lifted his still trembling right hand and gently pressed the start button. As his finger made contact, the wheel began to spin, gradually accelerating. The motion heightened the heartbeat of Liang and his companions. The immortal slaying sword. The stabilizing needle. The Amano Murakumo, no Tsurugi. With each passing artifact, the hearts of the four rose and fell in tandem. It's south getting close. Just one more space. Stop. They watched as the wheel slowed. The pointer hovering over the 12-tiered black lotus of Great Xia, their eyes wide, unblinking. Yet fate played a cruel trick. The pointer glided past the 12-tiered black lotus and directed itself towards the next item. No, don't move any further. Congratulations. You have received a box of ultra-thin chewing gum. Li Shaoming cheerfully presented a box of gum. El Liang collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the disparity. The 12-tiered black lotus, ultra-thin chewing gum. He repeated those two names in disbelief, his mind adrift. Don't be disheartened. There are still 8 jars left to open. Perhaps among them lies the item of your dreams. Li Shaoming, noticing El Liang's despondence, couldn't he help but offer consolation, even as he struggled to suppress a chuckle. Right. 8 more jars, surely I can obtain a divine item. El Liang snapped out of his stupor, rising with renewed vigor as he gazed at the jars. Come on, my treasure awaits. My request is modest. Just grant me a pill that will allow me to break through to the sea realm. With excitement, El Liang raised his hammer and swiftly shattered 3 jars. Congratulations! You have drawn a collection of non-mainstream quotes. Congratulations! You have drawn a set of blue rose attire. Congratulations! You have drawn an endless supply of green hair dye. Li Shaoming nearly burst into laughter at the 3 items El Liang had unveiled. The non-mainstream quotes were inconsequential, but what on earth was a blue rose? Coupled with a pair of Chelsea boots, it was simply absurd. The most useful item was the never-ending hair dye, but that color. Fine. Green paired with blue rose was somewhat fitting. El Liang was momentarily stunned as the Chelsea boots glimmered before his eyes, their surface radiating a dazzling light that nearly blinded him. The dazzling blue rose set incessantly provoked his resilient spirit. Boss, are you mocking us? The woman from the small day group spoke with a hint of aggression, her eyes glinting with menace. Li Shaoming narrowed his eyes in response. You all understand the rules of the jars. What you draw is purely a matter of luck, a transaction of mutual consent. How can you accuse me of playing with you? You. Smack. Just as she was about to retort, El Liang raised his hand and struck her face, silencing her. My apologies, boss. You know how these small day people can be. Please don't take offense. He maintained a facade of politeness while inwardly cursing her family lineage, deeming her ignorant of the situation. To speak so boldly on another's territory was a fool's errand. Li Shaoming sensed the impending threat as he narrowed his eyes. Had he not struck her, he would have been preparing a coffin for her now. I'm glad you understand. He lightly tapped the counter, casting a glance at the still defiant woman. You have 5 jars left. Will you continue? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, El Liang exclaimed, seizing the hammer to shatter 2 of the remaining jars. Congratulations! You have drawn a book of martial arts techniques from the wuxia world. Chapter 82. Love has vanished. El Liang, exhilarated, opened the last 3 jars, his heart racing with anticipation as the jars did not disappoint, revealing yet another book. He trembled with excitement as he approached it. Phantom Shadow? Boss, is this a martial arts technique as well? He glanced at the title, recognizing the individual characters but failing to grasp their combined meaning. Indeed, Phantom Shadow is a technique of movement. Once mastered, your body will become elusive and unpredictable. It's a reasonably good technique. Li Shaoming did not withhold the truth. Upon receiving the explanation, El Liang wasted no time. He pressed the book to his forehead, and as information flooded his mind, his physical form, situated at a distance, instantly learned the Phantom Shadow technique. After digesting the knowledge for a while, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips, and he felt a surge of joy within. Spending 10 million for 2 techniques was a bargain, after all. Wealth was but an external matter for individuals like them, while an enhancement of strength was eternal. With sufficient power, who would fear a lack of riches? He was merely a peak-level Karami of the river realm. Such thoughts were somewhat unrealistic, but he was not foolish enough to believe otherwise. Thank you, boss, for this opportunity. After contemplating various thoughts, El Liang respectfully expressed his gratitude. It's merely a transaction. What you draw relies solely on individual fortune. Li Shaoming waved his hand dismissively. Sir, you're finished. It's our turn now. The young boy, seeing El Liang had completed his draws, eagerly approached the jars. El Liang promptly handed him the hammer. Hee. My request is modest. Please reveal an item that will indicate the whereabouts of my soulmate. O God of love, grant me your blessing. Wish upon you, my beloved. Come forth, my love. Let me see. His cries elicited remarkably peculiar expressions from those present. While being devoted to love is commendable, a boy so obsessively dedicated as he is truly a rarity in this world. With a resounding crash, as the jar shattered, the onlookers returned to their senses. The 4 individuals, upon witnessing the items emerging from the jar, displayed renewed expressions of bewilderment. Before they could voice their inquiries, Li Xiaoming preemptively explained that it was a vial of teleportation potion, which, when consumed, would allow one to instantly arrive at the place their heart desires. Before the young boy could grasp it, Lu Liang snatched it up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What a marvelous item! You have no objections, do you? Though he asked. His hands were already in motion, slipping the potion into his pocket without hesitation. The other three dared not voice any dissent, especially since what Lu Liang said held merit. The funds originated from the church, and they were merely acting as intermediaries. However, they had to bear the risk of being caught by the Nightwatchers. Let us continue. If we can unearth something valuable, the church will not treat you poorly. After securing the teleportation potion, Lu Liang gently patted the young boy's shoulder, not forgetting to impart a motivational saying to the trio. The young boy, opting for silence, raised the hammer once more and smashed open 4 more jars. Unfortunately, all 4 were empty, yielding nothing. At that moment, he decided to take action. Heaven, earth, my dear matchmaker, please bless me with my one true love. As he made his wish, Li Xiaoming, observing his fervent demeanor, surmised that metaphysics would gain yet another disciple. However, the items that emerged from the jar surprised him, leading him to ponder whether metaphysics might indeed hold some truth. Aha, I knew it. I knew wishing would work. Boss, tell me, can this item help me find my true love? The boy's face lit up with ecstatic joy as he saw an item flying out of the jar. The 3 onlookers began to believe in the power of wishes. Otherwise, why would the jars be empty before a wish was made, yet yield items afterward? This provoked their curiosity. Indeed, this is a love detection stick. While it cannot directly lead you to your beloved, if you encounter a woman you fancy in the future, simply have her hold the stick. If she truly loves you, it will emit a pink glow. If not, it will remain inert. Li Xiaoming regarded the peculiar stick, recalling a movie featuring a similar item, albeit one that discerned purity instead. The boy's stick, however, was designed to verify a woman's sincerity. Chapter 83. Reverse Heaven and Earth. The girl gazed at the small kitten that emerged, her eyes sparkling with delight, her heart racing as if struck. Congratulations! This cat is called the Wind Spirit Cat, a mysterious creature with peak abilities in the pool realm. While its attack power is modest, its speed is unmatched. Even ordinary river realm beings may struggle to keep up with the Wind Spirit Cat. Li Xiaoming had not anticipated that the girl would unveil a pet from her first jar. Its abilities were average, yet its speed was commendable, making her investment of 1 million not a loss. At that moment, Lu Liang attempted to extend his greedy hand once more. But just as he reached for the Wind Spirit Cat, it swiftly leaped onto the girl's shoulder, baring its teeth at him in a feisty display. The pet belonged to whoever opened it, and the Wind Spirit Cat would exhibit absolute loyalty to her, refusing to allow anyone to touch it without her consent. Li Xiaoming explained, and Lu Liang suddenly understood why it evaded him. Seeing that Lu Liang no longer harbored intentions of seizing the Wind Spirit Cat, the girl felt elated, and her subsequent jar openings were filled with joy. One jar after another was shattered, each yielding new treasures. Congratulations, you have acquired 3 vials of teleportation potion. You all know their effects, so I shall not elaborate further. Afterward, he gestured towards another item. This is a ship. When placed in water, it will expand and is worth several million on the market, so you have profited. Lu Liang eagerly pocketed the teleportation potions, visibly delighted, while the girl, engrossed in her new companion, paid no mind to the potions, neglecting even to take the ship, and instead began to play with the Wind Spirit Cat. At that moment, a burly man stepped forward. Now it's my turn. Without hesitation, he seized the hammer and smashed open 10 jars. Li Xiaoming observed with a peculiar expression. What you have opened are also task-related cards. Whether to accept them is your decision. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang noticed the enigmatic glint in Li Xiaoming's eyes, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind as he leaned closer to inspect. His expression darkened, more so than ink. The other 2, curious about their lack of action, approached to see the contents of the cards, which rendered their faces grim. Yet, they simultaneously felt a sense of anticipation. Great one. What if we were to inconvenience you just a little? They suggested. Indeed, they are correct. I imagine you would choose the artifact over your pride, right? With our strength. Even if we were to assault you for 3 minutes, your projection would not dissipate. Please consider it seriously. The task card read, viciously beat the individual who just attacked your trio for 3 minutes. This explained why Lu Liang's expression had darkened, hearing their words. He began to analyze the situation. Indeed, they were right. When weighing pride against an artifact, the latter was evidently more significant. If you dare to speak of this matter outside, you shall face dire consequences, mark my words. The 3 rejoiced at this, clearly interpreting Lu Liang's statement as consent. The burly man, especially, was thrilled. Should he fail to complete the task, he would face punishment, and Lu Liang's agreement delighted him more than the others. Forgive me, great one. Brothers, let us go. They lunged at Lu Liang, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. You bastards! Who kicked me there? What the hell? Which son of a gun stepped on my face? Whoever did it, step forward. Lu Liang lay on the ground, eyes shut tight, feeling the humiliating blows inflicted upon him, his rage boiling. Li Shaoming watched with amusement, discerning that the trio held nothing back, evidently harboring personal grievances, especially the woman, who relentlessly targeted Lu Liang's sensitive areas, confirming the adage that it is wiser to offend a petty person than a woman. The boy, perhaps seeking revenge for Lu Liang's theft of his love, was equally relentless, forcing Lu Liang to endure his foul feat. The burly man was more merciful, merely stepping on Lu Liang's face a few times, while his other attacks were directed elsewhere. This comical scene evoked a chuckle from Yang Jin, who remained seated in the hall. 3 minutes swiftly elapsed, yet to Lu Liang, it felt like an eternity. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the task card transform into a spinning wheel. Noticing that the trio still wished to continue their assault, he was furious. Upon hearing Lu Liang's furious roar, the trio finally ceased their attacks, glancing around nervously, unwilling to meet his gaze. After a moment, the burly man broke the oppressive silence. Kiki, great one, please don't be angry. It's all for the task. Let me see what I can draw for you to appease your anger. Chapter 84. The Howling Celestial Dog blocks the way, boss. Tell me. This black rope is not an ordinary rope, is it? The burly man gazed at Li Shaoming with eager anticipation, hoping to hear the answer he longed for. However, upon seeing the simple phrase black rope inscribed on the roulette, his life seemed to dim. Yet, surprises often arrive unexpectedly, catching one off guard. Li Shaoming produced a black rope, pointing it towards the burly man, and it instantly floated before him. You guessed correctly, this was no ordinary rope, despite its mundane name. In truth, the black rope was a forbidden object, a tool of control. When wielded against an enemy, it would ensnare them, capable of restraining even the most formidable individuals at the peak of their prowess. To illustrate, if it were to bind someone like Liang, he would find it nearly impossible to break free in a short amount of time. The burly man was overwhelmed with joy. It was indeed a moment of clarity amid the chaos of life. Who would have thought that an ostensibly ordinary black rope was, in fact, a forbidden item? Although it paled in comparison to divine artifacts, it was undoubtedly useful. Surely, this would spare him from impending disaster. He shifted his gaze to Liang, and upon noticing the murderous intent recede from his eyes, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. My lord, might I inquire, he asked. Was it you who kicked me in the groin? Did you attempt to stuff your foot into my mouth? As Liang posed these questions, the murderous glare in his eyes flared once more. The burly man instinctively glanced at the two companions beside him, who were shaking their heads, signaling him not to betray them. However, at this moment, self-preservation took precedence over the fate of his allies. My lord, it was Liangzi who kicked you in the groin, and it was Wang Jun who tried to stuff his foot into your mouth. Please believe me, I merely struck you inadvertently, and it was only by accident that I struck your head twice. My lord, do not heed Guotao. He is speaking nonsense. Wang Jun and Liangzi hurriedly attempted to clarify, yet Liang interrupted them with a dark expression, waving his hand dismissively before turning to Li Shaoming. Shopkeeper, since we have concluded our business, we shall take our leave for now. Until next time. Please, replied Li Shaoming, no longer wishing to engage in further conversation. As he moved to sit across from Yang Jin, Liang, maintaining his grim demeanor, exited the shop. Wang Jun and Liangzi exchanged glances, then shot a fierce glare at Guotao before resignedly following Liang out. Once the four had departed, Yang Jin clapped the bag of human seed, and instantly, the howling celestial dog was released. Haha, I am free once more. Boss, you truly do love me. The howling celestial dog exclaimed, bouncing excitedly on the table. Go. It is time to work. You know what to do, Yang Jin instructed, presenting the bag. The howling celestial dog instantly comprehended his meaning. Boss, just let me kill them, and that will suffice. Yang Jin's expression remained impassive. Li Shaoming was aware of their intentions, but he felt no concern. Once the transaction was complete, it was no longer his affair. If Liang and his companions were indeed slain by the howling celestial dog, it was merely a result of their own inadequacies. Rest assured, I will handle it expertly, boasted the howling celestial dog as it secured the bag, leaping off the table like an arrow and speeding toward Liang and his companions. Shaoming, my apologies. Ever since the howling celestial dog fused with the personality of the Black Emperor, it has been rather clumsy in its tasks. Yang Jin sincerely apologized as he observed the howling celestial dog knocking over a cup in its haste. Li Shaoming waved dismissively. It is of no consequence. The howling celestial dog's nature is quite endearing. Have you had breakfast? There are still noodles in the kitchen. Would you care for a bowl? The howling celestial dog raved about it earlier. Haha, I have already eaten at home. so I shall pass. I need to head to school, so I won't linger. Yang Jin replied as he rose to take his leave. Ha! The illustrious Xianxing Jinjuan off to school. How amusing life can be. Li Shaoming quipped as he stood as well. Yang Jin shrugged casually. Indeed, it is rather delightful. Had this been in the past, attending school would have been unthinkable, but now I find great joy in this existence. To forget that I am Yang Jin, to live wholly in the moment, to be with my mother and brother, this life is truly wonderful. As he spoke, he reached the door, pausing to turn back and inquire, Shaoming, how long do you think I can maintain this lifestyle? Those who fight for protection are seldom cursed by misfortune. I believe your current life can endure until the very end of your days. Li Shaoming flashed a broad smile. Yang Jin nodded thoughtfully at this, then walked out in silence. To fight for protection? He mused. Indeed, everyone has someone or something they cherish. And even if it requires the sacrifice of one's life, they would not retreat a single step. My lord, please do not be angry. One must not let their temper cloud their judgment. Wang Jun, if you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. What do you mean by clouding judgment? Even if my lord were to be angered, it would only be detrimental to his health. Spare me your nonsense. You should be the one to keep quiet. How could my lord possibly harm his health? Chapter 85, The Identity of the Howling Celestial Dog Exposed? Half an hour later. Li Shaoming was lost in thought within the shop when he caught sight of a small shadow slowly entering, pouting with a glimmering gold chain around its neck. Without needing to guess, the Howling Celestial Dog's expression indicated that the mission had failed. Indeed, it had been careless. The Howling Celestial Dog leaped onto the counter and lay sprawled across the table, visibly displeased. Boss, this instant teleportation potion you provided is utterly unreasonable. I was only held up for a moment by that projection, and the other two vanished in an instant. Well, judging by your words, it doesn't seem to be a complete failure, as you managed to eliminate one, Li Shaoming replied, placing his hands flat on the table and resting his head upon them. Exchanging glances with the disgruntled Howling Celestial Dog. I am quite curious, of the three, which one did you manage to eliminate? It was that muscular man. He practically delivered himself to me. It would have been a disservice not to send him off after taking those 2 steps forward, the Howling Celestial Dog admitted without reservation. Li Shaoming chuckled. The muscular man had fervently hoped for a favorable outcome, narrowly escaping from El Liang, yet he could not evade his grim fate. Such is fate. It delights in playing tricks on people. Boss, let me stay here for a while. I'll leave after the boss finishes school. The Howling Celestial Dog said as it jumped off the table and sprawled out on the sofa. Are you not worried that Seven Knight might encounter you? Not at all. This way, I have nothing to fear. Suddenly, the Howling Celestial Dog began to transform, shifting from a small black figure to a grand and imposing black dog. Its form sprawled across the sofa, occupying half of it. Li Shaoming chose to ignore him, pondering the absence of customers. Though he had not slept a wink the previous night, he felt invigorated and alert. Nonetheless, he decided to close his eyes and rest. One man, one dog, one sofa, one counter. The positions were clear, and the goals were defined. In the training camp, Chun Mai was currently frowning, his gaze fixed intently upon a screen. He remained silent for quite some time. Just then, a group entered through the door. Zhao Kongcheng, yawning, appeared as though in a daze. Old Chen. I barely just fell asleep after a sleepless night. Why did you summon us? The group included those from 136 and Yuan Gang. Chen Mai pointed at the image displayed above, then adjusted the screen to replay from the beginning. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying swiftly stepped forward, and Xiaonan bounced to the screen. Concerned about Songnan, Chen Mai was personally handling this matter, indicating it was no ordinary event. It was highly likely that a mysterious creature was wreaking havoc in Songnan once more. Zhao Kongcheng and the others ceased their banter, gravely approaching the screen. The group gathered to watch intently. A dog? Its speed is remarkable. Could it be that this dog has traversed the lawless regions of Songnan? He is indeed like a mere dog, yet we have never encountered a mysterious creature of the canine kind, adorned with a golden chain, resembling a street rogue. The screen displays a scene of a dog wreaking havoc in a somewhat colorful establishment. The image is not very clear and flickers, evidently captured by a pinhole camera discreetly attached to its collar. Since Zhao Kongcheng arrived at the screen, he has remained silent, feeling an increasing familiarity with the little black dog, as though he had seen it before, but he cannot recall when. If the celestial dog were present, it would undoubtedly recognize that the imposing little black dog on the screen is none other than itself. Li Shaoming is correct. A crime always leaves traces. The video was recorded by the manager of the establishment, whose greatest passion in life is to secretly film. Having installed a pinhole camera in his collar to capture images of the ladies, he never anticipated that one day he would record a divine dog. As the video nears its conclusion, Zhao Kongcheng suddenly slaps his forehead. Old Zhao, have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting your own head so hard? Hong Ying. standing beside him, notices his action and appears somewhat bewildered. My mind is perfectly fine. Zhao Kongcheng fixates on the screen without turning his head. Just now, I felt a sense of familiarity with this little black dog, and now I finally recall. Everyone's gaze turns to him. I visited Qiye's home before. There was a dog just like this one. As he speaks, Zhao Kongcheng's expression shifts to one of confusion. But it seems somewhat different. Qiye's little black dog was silly, clumsy, and a bit dull. This one on the video clearly possesses intelligence, adorned with a golden chain. If it were to encounter Pang Pang, they would surely become good friends. Should we call Qiye to take a look? If it truly is his dog, he should recognize it. Chen Mai taps his fingers rhythmically on the table, ultimately shaking his head. No need to call. If it is indeed Qiye's dog and has managed to evade our scrutiny, its abilities must be formidable, and its intentions unclear. Since you believe it to be Qiye's dog, the investigation at his home will be entrusted to you over the next few days. When you are ready to set off with the masked man, Lin Qiye will take over for you. Everyone else must remain vigilant until we locate this mysterious canine. We must be prepared for combat at all times. Lao Yuan, given the recent events in Songnan, the training will be your responsibility. We need to advance into the city for further investigation. Chapter 86, the Canine Manual exclusive to Zhao Kongcheng in Store 88, a man and a dog. Two pairs of large eyes glare at each other, refusing to yield. The celestial dog awakens and scans the surroundings. Noticing Lin Qiye is absent and recalling the changes it has undergone, thus nonchalantly confronting Zhao Kongcheng. On this front, it has never feared anyone, after all. How could human eyes be larger than those of a dog? Just one word, glare. Shaoming, you're awake. Where did you find this large dog? By the way, the golden chain around its neck resembles that of the little black dog involved in last night's incident in Songnan. He casually mentions the previous night's events while keeping his gaze fixed on the large black dog before him. This question seems directed at Li Shaoming, yet it subtly probes the dog's reaction. For some reason, he feels an uncanny resemblance between the large black dog and the little black dog from the previous night. The celestial dog, upon hearing his words, is equally startled. It shouldn't be possible. Last night it evaded all cameras flawlessly. How could this person know? Its mind is filled with confusion, unable to fathom that it had fallen prey to a perverse establishment manager. However, as the saying goes, humans grow wise with age, and dogs become spirit-like. Zhao Kongcheng's trivial tricks are no match for the illustrious celestial dog. Woof woof. As long as it doesn't admit to anything, no one can touch the celestial dog. Hee. I am indeed quite clever. Li Shaoming, grasping the situation, realizes that the celestial dog was undoubtedly recorded last night. There is no such thing as a perfect crime, after all. Just earlier, the celestial dog mentioned watching some detective series. He must take the time to mock it thoroughly. He has no intention of revealing the celestial dog's identity. Woof woof woof. The celestial dog is now indignant. The term imposing is quite apt. But what does it mean to be pathetic? Has it seen the golden chain around its neck? I pity you, you big-headed fool. It only scoffs at Li Shaoming internally, refraining from vocalizing its thoughts. Zhao Kongcheng, intrigued, observes, Shaoming, this dog is clearly mocking you. Don't mind it. Li Shaoming pours 2 cups of tea. You Haven tea slept all night, yet you're here instead of resting in the training camp. How do you still have the energy to come here? Hee. Your tea is delightful, Shaoming. Zhao Kongcheng takes a sip, the weariness from the sleepless night vanishing instantly. I have a task to accomplish. He does not elaborate on the nature of the task, glancing at the celestial dog as he speaks. Regrettably, he still cannot discern anything amiss. The resemblance of the golden chains may simply be coincidental. You have a task and you're here? Aren't you worried about wasting time? And that Team Chen will come looking for you afterward? Li Shaoming sets down his cup, raising an eyebrow. In truth, he has realized that Zhao Kongcheng has come specifically due to the celestial dog. Only Zhao Kongcheng has seen the little black dog's appearance, and he must have recognized it while watching the video. He simply lacks the confidence to confirm it, and thus comes to the old residential area for surveillance. Don't worry, the task won't be delayed. There is plenty of time. We'll open the jar first and then attend to the task. Zhao Kongcheng turns to gaze at the jars on the counter, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Shaoming, sell me 10 jars. If we don't open them now, I might not even get a turn this afternoon. You've come at a good time. We sold 50 today, and there are still 50 left. If you all come this afternoon, you might not even get to open one. After Zhao Kongcheng made the payment, Li Shaoming promptly brings out 10 jars. Zhao Kongcheng is taken aback at the prospect of having 10 jars opened, but he refrains from asking further, his gaze fixed intently on the jars, as if recalling something. He reaches into his pocket and, upon withdrawing his hand, holds a book. Shaoming, let me tell you, 2 days ago I watched a live stream featuring a genius. That streamer also engaged in a lottery game and even authored a manual for it. I bought one too, and combined with my wishful sayings, the divine artifacts will surely emerge one after another. Zhao Kongcheng cradles the book in his hands as if it were his beloved. Li Shaoming rubs his forehead. With the book in hand, Zhao Kongcheng's somewhat lewd expression evokes an uncanny resemblance to a certain streamer in the gaming world known as Baby. Could that person also be in the world of godslaying? I should check the live streaming platform sometime and pay my respects. Shaoming, keep your eyes peeled. Zhao Kongcheng approaches the jars, reverently holding the manual, and then begins his flamboyant dance while chanting fervently. Li Shaoming. The celestial dog cannot comprehend a word. Entirely lost in the language, Zhao Kongcheng grows increasingly fervent, and at the moment he shatters the jar, he buries his head in his clothing, seemingly afraid to witness the outcome. Li Shaoming and the celestial dog exchange glances, both understanding each other's thoughts. That's quite the fool. Shaoming, quickly. Let me know if a divine beast has flown out of the jar. Zhao Kongcheng, still hiding in his clothing, lacks the courage to peek at the result. Li Shaoming chuckles, intending to tease him, and feigns a tone of astonished joy. Old Zhao, you've struck gold this time. You've actually summoned a divine beast. A 5-clawed golden dragon. Chapter 87. The charming Zhao Kongcheng, it shouldn't be like this. The first jar yielded an item. The subsequent ones should have a high probability of yielding something as well. How could it be an empty jar? Zhao Kongcheng rummages through the shattered jar, finding nothing but emptiness. Woof woof woof. The celestial dog could no longer bear the tediousness and expressed its annoyance. However, it was still a mat, and the next one would surely yield results. Zhao Kongcheng steeled himself. Li Shaoming quietly observed his performance. After opening 2 more cans, to his dismay, not a single hair was found within. Zhao Kongcheng couldn't help but wonder if all his luck had been spent on that swordsmanship manual today. No, that couldn't be the case. Shaoming, wait a moment. I'll wash my hands first, and then come back to open the remaining cans. Meanwhile, Hong Ying had arrived at the largest entertainment venue in Songnan City, vigilantly watching the entrance. At that moment, Shaonan approached with 2 cups of milk tea, handing one over. Sister Hong Ying, you don't need to keep watching constantly. It's broad daylight, and that little black dog likely won tea show up. Have some milk tea to relax. Hong Ying accepted the cup and quickly drank it, even sucking up the pearls inside. She then pressed her earpiece and asked, Old Zhao, how is it going over there? Any progress? Despite her calls, Zhao Kongcheng's voice did not come through the earpiece. No need to keep calling. I can see Old Zhao's location. He is currently at Shaoming's shop, definitely busy opening cans and has tea put on his earpiece. Instead of Zhao Kongcheng's voice, Wu Xiangnan's slightly exasperated tone came through. It was expected. The Qiye family was not far from Shaoming's shop, and it would be odd for Old Zhao to resist the temptation. The earpiece then relayed Wen Qima's cheerful voice. Shall we make a guess about what Old Zhao might uncover today, or how he'll wish for it? Shaonan scoffed. There's no need to guess. Knowing Uncle Zhao, he'll certainly be performing some sort of ritual combined with a bunch of nonsensical wish phrases. Lung Xin agreed. All right, let us not concern ourselves with him anymore. We'll deal with him in the evening. Everyone, take your positions and report anything unusual. All is normal. The calm is unbroken. Received, stay alert. Understood. After that, they ceased their idle chatter and focused intently on their respective responsibilities. Meanwhile, at the ancient divine church, El Liang recounted everything that had transpired at the shop. The murmuring figure, wrapped like a mummy, sat in the main seat, keenly observing a few items in hand. Indeed. Good. You mentioned you uncovered a type of movement skill. Show us. The murmuring figure inquired again. Fascinating. A small vial of potion can allow one to traverse space instantly. This shop seems quite significant. It can even enable one to learn a skill instantaneously. And it appears to be entirely familiar. Another individual at the main seat displayed interest as well. Moreover, it seems the owner is neutral. This makes things intriguing. Such an opportunity should not be monopolized by the great Xia. We should make our presence known. Excellent. Just when we were being pursued by the Confucian master and Yi Fan, let us pay them a visit and discuss the shop. The murmuring figure sighed. I'm not in good shape. I want to make an appearance this time. Just talk will suffice. You two will be sufficient. Very well, since that is decided. Let us adjourn. We should also clarify who emitted that overwhelming killing intent in Songnan yesterday. Understood. But that wouldn't prevent him from giving the two a good lesson. With narrowed eyes, he grasped Wang Jun and the other's collars and led them away. Soon, piercing screams filled the vicinity. Truly heart-wrenching to hear. In shop number 88, Li Shaoming was idly teasing the celestial dog. I told you, causing such a commotion would surely attract attention. Watching detective dramas? I think you're more suited for action films. The celestial dog glanced at the restroom, and seeing Zhao Kongcheng had not yet emerged, whispered, last night. I avoided all cameras. Only a few people caught sight of me, and I had the new recruits keep an eye on them. Could it be that my subordinates betrayed me? Indeed, there was such a possibility. He would check on his subordinates later. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zhao Kongcheng. Chapter 88. Mission Card. Entering the instance, fighting zombies at this moment, Songnan was once again enveloped in a vibrant, divine aura. Chenmai and the others quickly sensed it. Calling old Zhao, quickly tell us what divine artifact you've uncovered. Li Gu. What did Uncle Zhao find? The aura emanating is quite pleasant. Shaoming, wait for us. We'll arrive in 10 minutes. Everyone, temporarily abandon your posts and rush over to witness the spectacle. Received. Back in shop number 88, Zhao Kongcheng was somewhat perplexed, utterly bewildered. Shaoming, is this tree also a divine artifact? How am I supposed to fight with it? Am I to swing it like a club? What nonsense. Li Shaoming stepped forward to gently caress the tree's branches. This is the mythical ginseng fruit tree. Swing it like a club? Why not fly? You're saying this little tree is a ginseng fruit tree? Zhao Kongcheng's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing, and his body trembling uncontrollably. Even a trickle of saliva escaping from the corner of his mouth. The sudden joy left him momentarily dazed, muttering to himself, I'm rich. One bite will grant longevity, another will bestow immortality. If I sell it, I could instantly become the world's richest man. He was lost in his thoughts. However, Li Shaoming doused him with cold water again. Old Zhao, you're getting ahead of yourself. This ginseng fruit is in its seedling stage. Even if it reaches maturity, it takes 3,000 years to bloom and another 3,000 to bear fruit. It will take around 10,000 years from flowering to tasting it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongcheng's expression froze. 10,000 years? Right. I remember the introduction to the ginseng fruit states that after 10,000 years, the grass on my grave will reach the cosmos. What a disappointment. Though it's not useful now, it is a divine tree born at the dawn of chaos. You could find a scenic place to plant it. In 10,000 years, you could taste the ginseng fruit. After saying this, Li Shaoming pushed the fruit tree in front of Zhao Kongcheng. Don't be disheartened. Cultivation knows no time. As long as you keep improving, 10,000 years is but a fleeting moment. 10,000 years is far too distant. Zhao Kongcheng carefully cradled the ginseng fruit tree. I can't even imagine what the great Xia will be like by then. Li Shaoming smiled lightly. Who can say? As they continued to chat, Hong Ying and Xiao Nan, who had arrived close to the old residential area, were the first to reach the shop. As soon as they entered, Xiao Nan sprinted forward. Uncle Zhao, is this the divine object you uncovered? Why is it just a tree? What purpose does it serve? Hong Ying also curiously examined the ginseng fruit tree. Don't rush. Let us wait for everyone to gather before explaining. It would be too troublesome to explain to each person individually, Zhao Kongcheng replied. Xiao Nan and Hong Ying, hearing this, had no choice but to suppress their extraordinary curiosity. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. Over 10 minutes had gone by. Chenmai and the others had now all arrived at the shop. Only then did Zhao Kongcheng explain that the small tree was a ginseng fruit tree. Upon hearing this, their excitement was palpable. Yet, upon learning it was merely a seedling, their mood shifted to disappointment. Chenmai scrutinized the ginseng fruit tree seedling, pondering for a moment before stating, let us hand the ginseng fruit tree over to the higher-ups and have them find a place to plant it. All right, then I'll leave it to you, old Shen. To arrange. Zhao Kongcheng held the ginseng fruit tree out. For him, it made no difference who planted it. 10,000 years was far too long, and he had no idea if he would even have a chance to taste it. Chenmai carefully accepted it. I'll go to the training camp to discuss the ginseng fruit tree with Yuan Gang. You all finish opening the cans before proceeding with your tasks. Received. After Chenmai departed, the entire Team 136 finally noticed the howling dog. Wu Xiangnan observed the golden chain around the dog's neck and raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, look at this large black dog with its golden chain. Doesn't it resemble the little black dog that committed the crime last night? Indeed, it bears an uncanny resemblance. Wen Qiye remarked, stroking his chin as he circled the howling dog twice. Are you the little canine hero who roamed the southern rivers last night? Wong wong wong. The howling dog barked a few times, thinking to itself, I shall not confess. What can you do about it? Not confessing? Hong Ying summoned the godslaying spear. Then I'll force you to admit it. Wong wong wong. The howling dog broke into a cold sweat, realizing how violent they were. It couldn't afford to provoke them. So it swiftly darted behind Li Shaoming, grinning mischievously at the members of Team 136. Don't scare this big black dog, Zhao Kongcheng interjected. I already tested it. It's merely a somewhat intelligent big black dog. If it were the one from last night, its performance just now would surely win an award. The howling dog took Zhao Kongcheng's words as praise, secretly delighted. Hong Ying was merely attempting to tease the big black dog. Chapter 89. Battling monsters, slaying zombies, and looting equipment in a pitch-black void. Lin Qiye and the others eagerly gazed at the virtual screen suspended in midair. How intriguing. Each character has a description. But I shan't dwell on that. The gunman will perform best in my hands. Lin Qiye was the first to select the male gunman. Next, I choose the mage. Shaoming announced, scanning the options before ultimately selecting the female sorceress class. I haven't wielded a sword in ages. I'll choose the swordsman. Wu Xiangnan promptly followed suit with her selection. Only when Qiye remained unselected. After pondering for a moment, his gaze settled on the fighter clad in yellow. Once everyone had finalized their selections, their surroundings shifted, and they found themselves in a verdant landscape filled with the cacophony of zombies' moans. Ha ha ha. Even our appearances have changed. This is delightful. Shaoming chuckled as she looked at her companions and then herself, her laughter ringing out joyfully. Our skills have been sealed. And we now possess only the innate abilities of our classes, so let us be cautious and avoid any pitfalls, Wu Xiangnan said with a hint of seriousness. When Qiye nonchalantly swung his fists, a fresh experience awaits us. Let us relish in battling monsters. Bang! As his words echoed. Lin Qiye raised his gun and fired at a distant zombie. This is easy. These zombies move sluggishly and lack reason, even though our strength has been sealed. With a judicious strategy, we should clear this challenge swiftly. Got it. Enough of the chatter. I'm going in first. Watch my fireball spell. Shaoming exclaimed as she initiated the attack, and the others promptly followed suit into this fantastical journey. Meanwhile, over at Li Shaoming's side, the three of them, along with the dog, found themselves in the void of character selection. Zhao Kongcheng and Hong Ying were utterly fascinated, their eyes darting across the various classes. Hong Ying's gaze landed on the female fighter. There are no characters wielding long spears here, so I'll choose the fighter. Ha ha ha. A brand new experience. This time, I want to opt for the swordsman. I'll take a page from Lin Qiye's book and try the gunman. Zhao Kongcheng initially intended to select the swordsman, as he typically wielded a blade, but considering the rarity of such a unique experience, he decided on the gunman instead. Wong Wong Wong. Big black dog. You have no idea what this is, do you? No worries. I'll help you choose. Just go with the swordsman and follow us as a tag-along. I'll take you for a ride, Zhao Kongcheng declared, placing the howling dog's paw on the swordsman class. The howling dog thought, whatever. I'll just treat this as an impromptu dream journey. Shaoming, what will you choose? After the two and the dog made their selections, Hong Ying inquired. The scene shifted once more. The four of them now found themselves in a zombie dungeon. Hong Ying clenched her fists, stating, our powers are completely sealed. This class seems rather weak. Li Shaoming chuckled, of course. The game is balanced. This dungeon is rated for level 10, and according to the game's settings. We are also level 10 now. These small monsters are easy to dispatch, but the big one at the end will be a challenge in our current condition. Enough talk. Let us get started. He swiftly moved, dispatching two zombies in quick succession. Let us go again. Upward strike. Well done, Shaoming. Zhao Kongcheng cheered as he dashed to where the zombies had fallen. Watch this. He executed a knee strike on a descending zombie, sending it soaring into the air before a Gatling gun appeared in his hands, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the airborne creature. As Zhao Kongcheng reveled in a shooting spree, a zombie figure approached him at an alarming rate. Even without a long spear, I can still obliterate you wild monsters. Take this. With a flicker, Hong Ying arrived beside Zhao Kongcheng and sent the attacking zombie flying with a punch. At this moment, the howling dog had transformed into the guise of a swordsman, yet it lay sprawled on the ground, exhibiting no inclination to engage, content to be a passive observer. It thought, Wong Wong Wong. Slow to act, abundant in health. It takes considerable time to eliminate one of these zombies. It seems the larger foe ahead will be quite formidable. After exhausting his ammunition, Zhao Kongcheng noted that the health bar above the zombie's head had barely diminished. Issuing a sigh of exasperation. Red Ing, don't be so aggressive. Be careful or you might find yourself unwanted later. He turned to see Hong Ying pounding a zombie into the ground and jested. Li Shaoming, wielding a rusty longsword, struck the zombies relentlessly. Upon hearing Zhao Kongcheng's remark, he momentarily stepped back. Don't listen to Zhao. Be a bit more forceful. In the future, you'll need to keep your husband in check. You two are straying off topic. Let us focus on clearing the monsters. Hong Ying shot them a glance. Isn't there a monster aggro system in the game? There are 7 zombies in this room. Let us lure them into a corner and then concentrate our fire. Ah, you understand aggro mechanics. It seems you've played quite a bit, Hong Ying. Li Shaoming remarked as he lifted a zombie with a sword and tossed it into the corner. Chapter 90. The Outsider, Li Shaoming. Wow. There are even forced knockback skills. This is going to be tough. And this health is excessively high, Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed as he rose from the ground. His gaze fixed intently on the formidable zombie before him. Li Shaoming and Hong Ying also briefly distanced themselves from the zombie. After eliminating the surrounding smaller zombies, they began to unleash a flurry of strikes on the large one. only to find themselves blasted away by the big zombie's explosive rage. Li Shaoming recognized the situation. It was a skill intrinsic to the big zombie, akin to a repulsion aura. No worries, it's just this one skill. Once we knock the zombie down, we simply need to dodge at the right moment. It shouldn't be a problem. Let us go again. Attack. The trio resumed their assault on the big zombie. Meanwhile, Wu Xiangnan and her group faced a similar challenge, albeit with a different tactic. They opted for Cold Xian to engage in ranged attrition, relying on a strategy of attrition. Good job, Cold Xian. Keep firing shot after shot to take down this ugly creature. Xiaonan applauded from the side, occasionally tossing a fireball into the fray. When Qiye and Wu Xiangnan, as melee classes, found themselves entirely free at this moment. When Qiye gazed down at the items in his possession, nodding in satisfaction. After clearing a dungeon, they had garnered a decent haul. Before entering, Shaoming had mentioned that any items obtained would belong to them if they opened a chest. Although the items might not be particularly potent, they were unlikely to appear otherwise. What they had earned through hard-fought battles was undeniably the best. With a third of the big zombie's health remaining, 5 more minutes, and Cold Xian and Xiaonan would be able to vanquish the creature. We're merely lounging about here. Not wanting to lie down is also an option. Both of us joined in to enhance our kill speed. Otherwise, Shaoming and the others might finish before us, and we cannot afford to lag behind for too long. No problem. The two exchanged brief words before swiftly entering the battlefield, unleashing a flurry of blows on the towering zombie. Moments later, amidst the zombie's wails, a multitude of items erupted forth. If it weren't for the items still in their hands, they would have thought it was merely a dream. Oh, you four finished as well? Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, joyfully clutching the items in his arms. Come on, let us place everything into Hongying's spatial ring. We've struck it rich this time. Next time something like this happens, Shaoming, you must call us. Li Shaoming chuckled and nodded. At that moment, the 2 task cards in his hands transformed into a spinning wheel as the task concluded. Wow, Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed. There's a lottery too? Are the items on there real? 12 grade black lotus, 24 sea god pearls, even the Pangu axe is there. I want it so badly. Not just Zhao Kongcheng. Even Hongying and the others gazed at the items on the wheel with yearning eyes. The Hound of Heaven leaned closer to the wheel, its greedy spirit nearly bursting forth. If it weren't for the reminder that it couldn't speak at the moment, it would have shouted, all of this belongs to me. Shaoming, why can't I seem to spin the wheel? Xiaonan asked, trying to tap on the start button, but the wheel remained still. Li Shaoming stepped forward, approached the wheel, and explained, the task card is mine, so of course, you can't spin it. Step aside and let me draw the divine artifact. Shaoming, you're opening a shop and still want to play? Shouldn't we discuss giving this opportunity to us? How about I have Hongying give you a massage? Zhao Kongcheng raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. In the next moment, he experienced the sensation of flying. Just as his words fell, Hongying ruthlessly kicked him out of the store, leaving him sprawled at the door. At that moment, tranquility enveloped the world. Hongying gently lowered her right foot, feeling utterly content. Xiaonan and the others couldn't help but applaud. The Hound of Heaven felt a tightening in its rear, instinctively distancing itself from Hongying. Li Shaoming ignored their playful banter. His keen gaze fixed on the wheel, and then he tapped one of the segments. The wheel began to spin, and everyone's hearts raced in unison. Come on, keep going, just one more space. Yes, stop on the Pangu axe, don't go past. No. As the pointer slowly glided past the Pangu axe, Li Shaoming felt as if his heart plummeted from a great height, shattering into pieces. Why? Oh heavens! My Pangu axe! Just a step away. Why did the pointer have to move one more space? Despite it being Li Shaoming's draw, Zhao Kongcheng felt a greater sense of loss. As the pointer passed the Pangu axe, he collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent. Old Zhao, why are you so excited? If Shaoming doesn't win, he doesn't win. I've seen him acquire Pangu axes wholesale. This is merely a way to pass the time. Chapter 91. Wu Xiangnan grasping the sword again. Hey. A promise is a promise, and you've seen the names on the wheel. The artifact, the cloud-piercing shuttle, embodies both flight and defense. Li Shaoming held the drawn cloud-piercing shuttle, toying with it for a moment before casually tossing it to Nqima, since the wheel was his. This artifact wouldn't have a 1-to-1 return unless they opened cans in the future and drew another one. Otherwise, this one was unique. Once you refine the cloud-piercing shuttle, traversing 1,000 miles will be but a blink of an eye. Of course, that was a bit exaggerated. After all, your strength hasn't reached the level to fully operate the cloud-piercing shuttle. You'd at least need to be in the late stage of the infinite realm to wield it completely. However, with your current strength, as long as you refine the cloud-piercing shuttle, you could cover a distance of 1,000 miles in about an hour. When Nqima caught the cloud-piercing shuttle, examining it with great affection, its body was entirely gray, with a pointed tip, resembling a bullet-shaped vessel. Now, in his hand, it was merely the size of a palm. But he didn't need Li Shaoming to explain. He understood that once refined, the cloud-piercing shuttle would assume its true form. Hey, Shaoming, you've really splurged. This is quite extravagant. Extravagant? Indeed it is. At that moment, Li Shaoming felt as if his heart had been scalded, flushed with embarrassment. Yet, he had to maintain the facade of this extravagant display. What do you mean by extravagant? Since it's the opportunity one promised. This cloud-piercing shuttle is easier to refine than the bridge of hell that Team Qin drew. A day's time should suffice. Oh, didn't you just say that Shaoming can wholesale artifacts? Why are you being so polite? Hurry and refine it. Let us soar through the skies tomorrow. Zhao Kongcheng's words were not entirely unfounded, yet they dealt another blow to Li Shaoming. Uncle Zhao is right, Qima. You should swiftly refine it so we can fly tomorrow. Shaonan urged when Qima, Hongying and Wu Xiangnan said nothing. Yet their expressions clearly conveyed a desire to ascend to the skies. Even aside from the prospect of flight, acquiring the cloud-piercing shuttle would undoubtedly benefit the great Xia. They could provide rapid support wherever there was a mysterious incursion. Go refine it in the training room. Li Shaoming pointed towards the training area and then gestured to the jars on the counter. There were still 40 jars remaining in the shop, with Hongying, Shaonan, Old Wu, and Lin Qiye. It was perfect, 10 jars each. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that someone had gotten ahead of him again. All right, Qima. You go refine the cloud-piercing shuttle, and the four of us will open the jars. Sure. When Qima didn't say much, having acquired a divine artifact today, he felt he had already struck a jackpot, so whether they opened jars or not was inconsequential. Upon entering the training room, he saw Zhou Ping radiating an overwhelming sword aura. To avoid any mishaps, he chose to keep his distance from Zhou Ping. Meanwhile, after Ping, Wu Xiangnan stepped up to the jars first. Old Wu, what are you hesitating for? You're too serious. Why not adopt a style like mine? Paired with the wish technique I organized, I guarantee you'll draw divine items. Zhao Kongcheng pointed at his distinctly layered hair, grinning confidently. Hongying and Shaonan couldn't help but chuckle at his appearance. Lin Qiye's mouth twitched as he struggled to suppress his laughter, feeling quite uncomfortable. That style is better suited for you. Wu Xiangnan thought of adopting Zhao Kongcheng's hairstyle and felt a shiver run down his spine. Zhao Kongcheng was unwilling to give up. No worries, just wear this red scarf, representing good fortune. Come on, let me put it on for you. Get lost. Wu Xiangnan pushed Zhao Kongcheng away, who was trying to drape the red scarf around his neck, deliberately avoiding his pitiful expression. With swift motions, he shattered 5 jars within seconds. Hongying and the others watched as a card flew out of the jars, their eyes lighting up. They understood that as long as it was a card, it would not be a mere item. Great restoration spell? Wu Xiangnan took the card and examined it, feeling a mix of confusion. The others gathered around. While the words were easy to comprehend, their utility required further explanation. Luck is on our side. Li Shaoming clapped his hands in delight and congratulated. The card seals a one-time great restoration spell, a type of Western divine magic. Old Wu. The injuries on your hands can be healed by the great restoration spell. Upon hearing the explanation, Wu Xiangnan's breathing quickened. He had never expected that in just a few days, not only had the Forbidden Ruins been reset, but even the wounds from the Tian Song Yun sword could be healed. This was an incredible surprise. Being able to return to my former self. I would never accept being a cripple. Not bad. Old Wu, your wishes come true. Congratulations. Zhao Kongcheng was the first to express his heartfelt congratulations. Following closely, Hongying and her companions also joyfully extended their well wishes. After exchanging pleasantries, he no longer hesitated, and with a slightly trembling right hand, he crushed the card he held. A green radiance enveloped him instantaneously, gathering entirely in his hands, while the life principles within the emerald glow continuously penetrated his palms. This aura felt so delightful. Shaonan, sensing this vital energy, comfortably squinted his eyes. Chapter 92. The clash with the dressed cold Qian. Indeed, it was a bird, but not just any ordinary bird. Was there a twist in the tale? Wu Xiangnan and the others listened attentively for more. This fruit belonged to a rare class of phantom beasts, known as the undying bird form. The undying bird possesses the abilities of healing and restoration, which aligns perfectly with your Forbidden Ruins, Old Wu. It embodies the characteristics of the phoenix's rebirth. If developed properly, its blue flames could serve both offensive and defensive purposes. Li Shaoming ceased to jest and briefly explained the characteristics of the undying bird. The development path depends on the individual, and no matter how much he elaborated, he could not predict how Wu Xiangnan would evolve it. Such a marvelous treasure. Old Wu, you should consume the fruit quickly. Cold Qian urged Wu Xiangnan to eat, his eyes glimmering with ambiguous intent. At that moment, Zhao Kongcheng echoed, Xuanzi is right, Old Wu, Eat it quickly, or else let Xiaonan have it. After all, he possesses a phoenix, making it a perfect pair. Ugh, how could it taste so terrible? In truth, upon hearing its resemblance to his forbidden ruins, Wu Xiangnan had already intended to eat it. After hearing the encouragement from both, he opened his mouth and took a bite. Instantly, a taste flooded his mouth that was indescribably revolting, causing him to gag repeatedly. How refreshing. Cold Xian wore an expression of as expected, finally having someone else to share this flavor after Yuan Gang. We are not alone. How wonderful. How intriguing. So this is the ability. After gagging, Wu Xiangnan immediately sensed the newfound power within him. Tendrils of blue flame erupted from his body, quickly enveloping him entirely. It bore no heat. Placing his hand within the blue flames felt surprisingly soothing. Hongying attempted to place her hand near the blue flames, and upon feeling no heat, she boldly thrust her entire arm into the flames. You all should try this. It feels exquisite. Xiaonan quickly followed suit, immersing his hand in the blue flames. Feeling no heat, only a warm healing energy coursing through his hand, undeniably pleasant. Soon, Cold Xian and Zhao Kongcheng also ventured to try. It was at this moment that a call rang out, and Wu Xiangnan transformed into a magnificent bird wreathed in blue flames, perching atop the roof. How beautiful! Xiaonan gazed upward at Wu Xiangnan's full beast form, speaking to himself. The undying bird in its full beast form bore no resemblance to the fiery phoenix. Now old Wu can fly. I wish to ride upon him for a while. Hiki. Zhao Kongcheng cast a brief glance before returning to his playful demeanor. Old Wu. Come down, let me ride on you, and take me for a flight in the sky. Get lost. Wu Xiangnan reverted to his human form, but could not resist extending a foot. Zhao Kongcheng flew again. Congratulations, Wu team, your strength will advance further. Hongying glanced at Zhao Kongcheng, who was outside, playfully sticking his rear out, then once again congratulated Wu Xiangnan. Everyone, no need for formalities. The sword old Wu has drawn is indeed a fine blade. Li Shaoming interjected, unable to restrain himself as he saw them still exchanging courteous remarks. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the 3-foot green blade emanating an ancient aura and gleaming with cold light. The name of this sword. You should all have heard of it. The Chengying sword, Li Shaoming revealed. Wu Xiangnan's eyes sparkled. The Chengying sword, one of the 10 famous swords of antiquity. Indeed, while the Chengying sword may not be a divine artifact, its sharpness surpasses that of most swords. If it could later be enhanced with items like reinforcement scrolls, it might even evolve into a divine artifact. Li Shaoming nodded and briefly explained the sword's trajectory. It suits your grip well. Whether it can evolve into a divine artifact is left to fate. Wu Xiangnan grasped the Chengying sword, performed a flourish, and then stepped back with satisfaction. Cold Xian and the others exchanged glances, with Cold Xian speaking first. Xuanzi, would you like to learn from me? I assure you will be able to produce something good. Zhao Kongcheng could not resist stirring trouble again. No, no way, no. Ultimately, Zhao Kongcheng observed the icy expressions of everyone except for the beaming Li Shaoming and awkwardly stepped aside. If he continued, he could imagine becoming airborne once more. 3 times was sufficient. He had no desire to experience a 4th. Seeing that the annoying fellow had finally departed, Cold Xian seized the hammer and smashed open 3 jars. A puppet? It looks identical to the fighter from earlier. Shaoming, is this a figurine? He held the puppet in his hands, inspecting it for any uniqueness. Not a figurine. Li Shaoming shook his head, then explained, this is a human puppet. When in combat, you can toss it out, and it will transform into a fighter to battle for you. Unfortunately, this puppet is of the lowest tier, equivalent to a peak blazing realm, and lasts only 90 seconds, making it somewhat impractical for you. Cold Xian realized and then tossed it to Hongying to keep safe. After all, it was a blazing realm puppet, and it might be useful in the future. Best to store it safely. Next, he shattered 2 more jars, revealing another item. Congratulations, you have obtained a stylish women's bodysuit. Cold Xian, holding the clearly feminine garment, shook his head in resignation. Twice now. Previously, I opened the time's strange journey that Xiaonan is currently wearing, and now I have unearthed a set of women's bodysuits. Chapter 93. The Healer, Xiaonan. What abilities have you acquired? Hurry and tell us. Zhao Kongcheng eagerly inquired as Xiaonan opened her eyes. Sensing her newfound abilities, she explained, it seems similar to the Forbidden Ruins, yet not quite. I now possess 2 additional skills. One is amplification. At my current blazing realm level, I can enhance someone's attack power by 20%, affecting up to 3 individuals at once, disregarding their levels. Furthermore, each time I advance a realm, the amplification increases by 10%, and so forth. She still refrained from revealing the full extent of her situation. Upon hearing about the level-ignoring trait, Hongying's eyes sparkled brightly. Do not underestimate this 20%. For the strong, it could turn the tide of battle. What about the second skill? Zhao Kongcheng asked. Isn't this akin to a healer from a game? Hong Ying quickly connected the dots. Xiaonan, you will be like Fatty, a treasure. At that moment, Li Shaoming spoke. Indeed, both skills are commendable. With Xiaonan in your team, battles will be significantly easier. He had no intention of disclosing Xiaonan's true circumstances. She would reveal them when she chose to. And he would not overstep. Xiaonan, quickly heal. Zhao Kongcheng initially intended to ask her to heal him to test the effects, but realizing how that could be misconstrued, he swiftly changed his words. Hurry and amplify Uncle Zhao. Let me experience the effects. All right. Xiaonan raised her hand and pointed at Zhao Kongcheng. A blue aura emanating from her fingertip and swiftly merging into Zhao Kongcheng's body. Ah, that feels good. Zhao Kongcheng felt a surge of power, his eyes narrowing in comfort. The amplification indeed raised his power by 20%. In this state, he felt confident to face a peak blazing realm opponent and emerge victorious. Xiaonan, is there a time limit on the amplification? Yes. Xiaonan replied. The duration of the amplification depends on my mental energy. If it is depleted, the amplified individual will also lose the effect. Xiaonan waved to terminate the amplification and subsequently explained. In summary, these two skills function like this. That's sufficient. Hong Ying placed her hand on Xiaonan's shoulder. In future battles, you must prioritize amplifying me first. Understood. Several items remain. Little Ming, please clarify whether these are all ordinary objects. She gazed at the familiar items, uncertain, for even a pair of common shoes might possess enhancement effects. Perhaps these items do too. The pair of glasses, known as X-ray glasses, would grant one unparalleled luck while playing scratch-off games when worn. Li Shaoming stepped forward, eagerly toying with the X-ray glasses, contemplating wearing them for a moment, but ultimately decided against it. He was, after all, a man of integrity. How could he engage in such behavior? What a treasure! Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, snatching the glasses, intent on trying them on. Hong Ying and Xiaonan, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, instinctively crossing their arms over their chests, casting wary, almost lethal glances at Zhao Kongcheng. After a brief pause, Li Shaoming innocently raised his hands. This is not my doing. Humph. Little Ming, you are not a good man either. All men are the same. Xiaonan huffed, placing the X-ray glasses into Hong Ying's spatial ring. Li Shaoming felt utterly innocent, but knowing Xiaonan and the others were unaware of the jar's true nature, he chose not to explain. In truth, Xiaonan was not entirely wrong. What man does not harbor a desire for a pair of X-ray glasses? He had realized that wish, receiving an identical pair in return. At that moment, several other men, including Lin Qiye, felt just as innocent. Considering themselves to be good men, definitely not like Shaoming. Were Li Shaoming to know their thoughts, he would surely. All right, let us turn our attention to the other items, he declared, determined to shift the conversation and divert their attention. Especially since the label of not a good man had been solidified by the jar store. The wooden stick was a weapon with a hardness akin to steel, possessing a stunning effect, albeit with a low activation probability of just 1%, and the stunning duration was a mere second. If you do not want it, it can be given to Shen Shizhu. I believe he would find it quite suitable as a weapon. Hong Ying and the others were indifferent. None of them intended to use a wooden stick as a weapon, so gifting it was fine. After all, they would be allies in the future. And it was not a loss. Finally, there was something intriguing. Li Shaoming's gaze landed on the last item. Zhao Kongcheng, hearing Li Shaoming's remark about it being interesting, felt a rush of excitement. Xiaomi, come out and greet everyone. As soon as Li Shaoming finished speaking, a mechanical female voice emanated from the floating watch. Greetings, everyone. Xiaomi is here to serve you. Chapter 94. The dog-catching operation officially begins. Sister Hong Ying. Fate is unavoidable. Why not try it on? Xiaonan suggested, holding a deep crimson ancient Hanfu, smiling at Hong Ying. After shattering 10 jars, Hong Ying had revealed 10 sets of Hanfu, vibrant in color, each set distinct and visually appealing. Li Shaoming quickly explained that all 10 were merely ordinary clothes, devoid of special properties. Yet, the group remained eager to see how Hong Ying would look in them. After all, they were not revealing garments, and their intentions were innocent. Upon hearing Xiaonan's words and noticing the sparkling eyes around her, Hong Ying sighed. What is so special about a few sets of ancient attire? Please, stop teasing. Since we have finished with the jars, we should proceed to our tasks. We shall take our leave now, Shaoming. Wu Xiangnan, ever mindful of their mission, indicated it was time to depart. Feel free, the jars have all been sold, and I too must rest, Li Shaoming nodded. After a brief interaction with Xiaomi, and with the jars now sold out, he had no choice but to retire for the night. Once Wu Xiangnan and the others departed, the Hound of Heaven let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, they were gone. It had been stifling. As he walked away, He contemplated revenge against any subordinates who might betray him, ensuring they understood why flowers bloom so vividly. Relaxed and satisfied, Li Shaoming stretched leisurely before closing the shop door and making his way to his room. After a brief discussion with Yuan Gang, he reported the matter of the ginseng fruit tree to the higher-ups. After over an hour of deliberation, it was ultimately decided that the ginseng fruit tree would be planted in Kunlun Mountain. I say, Captain Shin, you lack loyalty. In the headquarters, Yu Gui pouted. You took advantage of our slumber to secretly open the jars. How cunning. Fortunately, they could not possibly open all 100 jars. Captain, let us go and open the rest. Before they could rise, Chinmai rapped on the table. It is pointless for you to go now. Shaoming's jars were opened by someone this morning, 50 of them. The remaining 50 have already been opened by my team. What? Yu Gui and the others paused, frowning. Wang Mian turned around. Now that we know about the jars, it can only be us or the ancient god church who opened them. No need. Chinmai shook his head, a confident smile gracing his lips. As long as no one beyond the infinite realm comes to Cangnan, my presence alongside Hong Ying is sufficient. In another 10 days or so, Hong Ying will break through to the sea realm. Even infinite realm experts would find it challenging to disrupt us then. You can focus on guiding old Zhao and searching for mysterious creatures. You need not worry about matters in Cangnan. Wang Mian calmly nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent. They all understood that if Hong Ying, who wielded the path of slaughter, broke through to the sea realm, even typical infinite realm beings would struggle against her. Not to mention the presence of a sea realm agent of He Wuchang. Should Hong Ying desire, she could effortlessly form a special squad. Not only Hong Ying, but the entire 136 team possessed the potential to establish special squads. The discussion soon shifted to training the recruits. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was after 11 at night. The Hound of Heaven stealthily glanced at the sleeping Yang Jin, then cautiously moved its short legs toward the door, careful not to make a sound that might awaken the slumbering figure. However, unbeknownst to him, the moment he stepped outside, Yang Jin opened his eyes, glanced briefly, and then drifted back to sleep. Zhao Kongcheng had been keeping watch near Lin Qiye's residence since leaving shop 88. As the clock struck 11, his eyelids grew heavy, and he rubbed them vigorously to stay awake. Just as he thought the day would yield no results, a small black shadow caught his eye, igniting a spark of excitement. Finally, the little creature was making a move. After waiting all day without any outcomes, he was determined to uncover everything about it. With that, he stealthily followed the little black dog. The Hound of Heaven trotted along the darkened streets, a sly grin forming at the corners of its mouth. You foolish dog. You've ultimately drawn attention to yourself. I shall indulge in a game of cat and mouse. With its short legs scampering, it meandered slowly through the old residential area. 3 hours later, the clock edged past 2. Zhao Kongcheng was on the verge of madness. After more than 3 hours, what had he witnessed? The little black dog had led him on a wild goose chase, either urinating on the streets or chasing after mice, nothing out of the ordinary. At that moment, he began to doubt whether this little black dog was simply an ordinary dog. Chapter 95. The Hound of Heaven, acting like a lord. Humph. You think you can follow me? Enjoy your time in this night. Using my abilities would surely raise your suspicions, but that is fine. As long as I don't admit it, I shall forever remain a delightful and charming little black dog. The Hound of Heaven proudly lifted its head, its short legs bouncing as it dashed into an entertainment venue undergoing renovations, striding in with confidence. Unbeknownst to him, a figure on a distant rooftop was observing his every move through a telescope. Lin Qiye set down the telescope and subsequently took out his phone to compose a text message. The target had been located at the Royal Dynasty entertainment venue. Upon receiving the message, he responded, "Keep a close watch. We will arrive shortly." Finally, it was confirmed that there was an 80% chance that it was the little black dog belonging to Lin Qiye's family. How dare he play games with me? Xuanzi. Keep an eye on him while I, old Zhao, confront the little black dog. Everyone, pay attention. Head to the Royal Dynasty entertainment immediately. Understood. We are on our way and will arrive in 10 minutes. Once the message was sent, it was as if a hornet's nest had been stirred, with information rapidly disseminating. Upon entering the entertainment venue, the howling celestial hound made a beeline for the upper floors, where his numerous subordinates resided. Sleep? Sleep, my foot. Get up this instant. He entered a room to find his subordinates in a deep slumber, and with a swift paw, he struck down. With a loud clap, a fierce-looking man awakened. Still bleary-eyed and furious, which rascal dares to disturb my sweet dreams? Who do you think you are? The howling celestial hound was equally enraged, his canine form hovering in midair, delivering blow after blow with great delight. Dog Lord, I was wrong. I didn't realize it was you. The man, known as Huaji but born Ma Shaoan, had surrendered to the howling celestial hound's might on a moonless night, thereby opening the door to a new world. Previously, He had only encountered monsters in novels or on television, never anticipating that one would seek him out. The creature had even proposed to recruit him as a subordinate, promising to help him conquer the heavens. As a mere mortal, he had no strength to refuse and thus resigned himself to the role of a subordinate, fully aware that this might also be an opportunity for cultivation and ascension. Please, Dog Lord, spare me. If you continue, you will lose me as your obedient subordinate. After a brief while, the howling celestial hound ceased his assault and reclined on the couch, declaring, I'm thirsty and hungry. Wake everyone up. I have matters to discuss. Yes, I will take care of it right away. Ma Xiaoyan quickly leaped from the bed, hastily exiting the room to shout, Everyone, rise. The Dog Lord has arrived. Bring food and drinks. Using all his might, he bellowed, and within seconds, 7 or 8 individuals emerged from adjacent rooms. The Dog Lord is here? Rest assured. We'll ensure everything is adequately arranged. Get moving. Don't keep the Dog Lord waiting. Ah Fong, you go fetch drinks for the Dog Lord. The rest of us will get food. Received. The group responded swiftly, assigning tasks and dispersing to attend to their duties. Shortly after, a woman in her 20s named Ah Fong approached the howling celestial hound with a glass of juice, handling it carefully. Ah Fong, why are you still made up at this late hour? You look rather lovely. Upon seeing the straw presented to him, the howling celestial hound took a sip and teased lightly, Hee hee. I just want to present my best self to you, Dog Lord. Ah Fong covered her mouth, giggling. Come, Dog Lord, have another sip, and let me give you a massage. The howling celestial hound closed his eyes in comfort. Very well, you've spoken well. In a few days, I will bring you a gift. Ah Fong was instantly elated, knowing that gifts from the Dog Lord were extraordinary. Just last night, she had seen him present a necklace inscribed with runes to Ma Xiaoyun, which enhanced physical strength, a sight that made even her envious. Thank you in advance, Dog Lord. She exerted herself even more in her massage. Ma Xiaoyun watched from the side, feeling a pang of envy. Before long, a table laden with delicacies was brought in by the subordinates. Just as they were about to dig in, the howling celestial hound, eyeing them with an intimidating gaze, spoke. Now, tell me, have you betrayed me? Upon hearing this, the subordinates trembled, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Ma Xiaoyun wiped away the sweat and replied, Dog Lord, where is this coming from? Our loyalty to you is unwavering, a truth known to heaven and earth. Brother Ma is right. Our loyalty has never wavered. How could we betray the Dog Lord? If we did, we would surely descend into the 18 layers of hell. You must believe us. There is absolutely no treachery. Ma Xiaoyan's earnest words were echoed by the others. The howling celestial hound, observing their sincerity, furrowed his brow and inquired, What became of the individuals I instructed you to monitor? Ma Xiaoyan smacked his forehead, exclaiming, One of them fled last night when you departed, Dog Lord. Surely, that rascal has spilled the beans about you. How could you be so careless? The howling celestial hound finally began to piece together how his cover had been blown, though he remained puzzled as to how the Watchers had managed to track him despite his evasion of all cameras. As night enveloped the Royal Dynasty Entertainment, several figures were stealthily surrounding the establishment. The target has appeared, the front entrance. Move quickly. Lung Xian observed a small black figure emerge once more through the telescope and swiftly communicated via earpiece. Received. Xuanzi, stay close. I, Old Zhao, am on my way. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's command, the encircling figures immediately set off towards the front entrance. In less than 2 minutes, they had all converged. Zhao Kongcheng gazed at the small black dog strutting confidently down the street, feeling a sense of foreboding about the evening's events. Old Zhao, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, activate the voidless space. A voice from beside him, Wu Xiangnan, prompted. Understood. Zhao Kongcheng produced a forbidden item and, with a series of deft maneuvers, clapped his hands together. The voidless space was initiated. As he completed the action, an invisible barrier enveloped the area. The howling celestial hound was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, proceeding forward with calm determination. I was careless. I didn't anticipate losing one and that another would be waiting here. No matter, I shall not concede. Dog Lord, you have truly outwitted me. Zhao Kongcheng landed atop a building directly in front of the howling celestial hound. Shortly thereafter, Hong Ying appeared on the rooftop to the left, gun in hand. Alongside them were Xiaonan, Lin Qiye, Wu Xiangnan, and Wen Qima, all except Shen Mai, who was still en route, forming a complete encirclement around the howling celestial hound. Woof, woof, woof. The howling celestial hound feigned trembling, lying on the ground and barking incessantly. Ha! Still pretending. Do you think we're fools? As Zhao Kongcheng prepared to approach, Wu Xiangnan calmly intervened. Old Zhao, refrain from advancing too close until we ascertain the situation. There's no need for concern. If this dog intended to attack me, I would already be gone. Zhao Kongcheng waved dismissively and continued toward the small black dog. Lin Qiye swiftly stepped in front of Zhao Kongcheng, cautioning, "What if this is not the little black dog belonging to the Qiye family?" "There is no doubt. He is indeed the one." Zhao Kongcheng gently pushed aside Lin Qiye and approached the small black dog, lowering himself to its level and poking its shivering head with a finger. "Little one, there is no need to pretend any longer. It's losing its charm." "Woof, woof, woof. Ah, still pretending, are we? You intend to deny it, don't you?" The howling celestial hound gazed pitifully, thinking to himself, "I shall not admit it." As the others approached, reassured by the absence of danger, they crouched down to observe the small black dog. "I find this idea quite appealing," when Qima concurred. As the temperature began to drop, they decided to enjoy a hot pot to stave off the chill. Shaoming smiled. I squinted with delight. "Perfect, perfect. I adore dog meat. Save me a leg." Speaking of which, Lin Qiye pointed at the little black dog. "The dog is exceedingly small. We few cannot possibly share." Wu Xiangnan interjected. "You all eat the meat. Just leave me some broth to warm myself. I'll take the front leg." "I want the hind leg. Old Zhao isn't quite right in the head. Let him handle the dog brain." "The celestial dog? These fellows are utterly inhumane. Brazenly divvying up the spoils before him. Have some decency. And that little girl, for heaven's sake, don't truly start a fire and set up a pot. Do you intend to scare me into a sumptuous dog meat feast? I can't provoke you, but can I not avoid you? You think a mere small barrier of the Karamis can stop me? Dream on." With that thought, the celestial dog swiftly slipped away from the encirclement. Just as he was reveling in his escape and planning to break the barrier, a voice from behind halted his steps. "Go on, leave if you wish. Do you think I was merely tapping your head in jest?" Zhao Kongcheng held a strand of fur in his right hand and cradled a pot of flowers in his left. "Coincidentally, I borrowed this forbidden object from the moon ghost at noon. It has no other function, but its tracking capabilities are exceptional. No matter where you wander, we shall find you." "Uncle Zhao, how can you say that?" Little South gazed ahead at the halted little black sea, her face aglow with delight. "Let him go. Tomorrow we'll catch him red-handed at his home." Upon hearing this, the celestial dog felt a shiver run down his spine. He harbored no doubts about Zhao Kongcheng's words. The pot of flowers must have sprung from a jar. This is the end. Too far gone. What to do? If the boss finds out, he wouldn't want a taste of dog meat too, would he? "Let us go. Why aren't you moving?" The entire Team 136 once again surrounded the celestial dog, with Hongying approaching, pot in hand, and reigniting the fire. The celestial dog felt utterly helpless. He could neither fight nor kill this band of rascals, who were even more unscrupulous than he. They wouldn't relent until they had their feast, would they? Forget it. Chapter 97. A night in the human species bag. Chenmai stormed into the unlimited realm, expecting a fierce battle, only to be taken aback by the sight of everyone feasting and drinking in a cozy scene. This left him momentarily baffled. "Old Shen, you're here." Quickly persuade him to admit it. This fellow is impervious to reason, and I'm at my wit's end. Zhao Kongcheng tossed a chicken leg to Chenmai and walked disinterestedly to Hong Ying's side. "Woof, woof, woof." The celestial dog blinked his innocent eyes, internally exclaiming, "All right then. Let us see what you can do to me." He hesitated. "Songnan is my territory, and anyone entering must abide by my rules." Chenmai lifted the celestial dog effortlessly. "Hong Ying, speed up. I don't care what creature it is, we'll cook it first." "Understood." "Woof, woof, woof." The celestial dog wriggled free, darting aside to warily observe the fierce-looking Chenmai. "Damn it, a more ferocious one has arrived. Do they think I'm easily frightened? Watch as I take care of you. If the sky falls, I have a tall one to lean on." With that thought, and recalling the teasing he endured for half an hour, the celestial dog finally decided to retaliate, opening his mouth to expel the human species bag and tossing it into the air. The bag swelled against the wind, emanating an unparalleled gravitational pull. Chenmai and the others were instantly alarmed. "Be careful, this fellow is making his move. Quickly retreat. Don't come near." Everyone employed their abilities, but it was futile. The gravitational force of the bag relentlessly clung to them. "Damn, this is serious. Dog brother, quickly retract your powers." Zhao Kongcheng sang out, just before being sucked into the human species bag. "Humph. Let us see if you can still frighten me." Inside the human species bag, several individuals lay in disarray at the bottom. Zhao Kongcheng struggled to conceal himself, pondering, what treasure is this? It can create its own space and even contain living beings. "Old Chen, think of a way out." Chenmai frowned and suggested, "Everyone concentrate your attacks. See if we can break through." "Understood." Slaughter style. Gun pierces the firmament. Dynamic light wave. Blade domain descends. Moonset. All launched their full strength at a single point, yet not even a ripple was stirred. After a considerable time, they surrendered. There was no signal inside. They couldn't even call for help. Zhao Kongcheng, seated atop the human species bag, glanced at his phone and helplessly set it down again. However, there was no need for concern. That little black sea means no harm. Let me call out to old Zhao a few times. Dog brother, please let us out. We were merely playing a little joke. Don't take it to heart. Hearing this effeminate tone, Hong Ying and the others felt their hairs stand on end. Enough. Old Zhao, stop disgusting us. Let us quiet down and think of a way to escape. Unable to hold back, Chen Mai kicked Zhao Kongcheng. Yet, no matter how they pondered, they couldn't devise a means of escape. Reluctantly, they had to abandon the effort and simply lie back. A night passed. Li Shaoming cheerfully awoke, went through his usual routine, and opened the shop door, only to find the celestial dog sprawled at the entrance. He crouched down and nudged the celestial dog. The celestial dog immediately opened his eyes. Brother, save me. Li Shaoming, save you from what? Aren't you just lying here? Just as he was about to speak further, the celestial dog trotted into the shop, sensing something amiss. What on earth? How did you get Chen and the others into the human species bag? Kiki, here's the thing. The celestial dog recounted the events of the previous night, finishing with a pitiful, innocent gaze. Brother, I'm leaving them to you. Don't tell my boss about this, or I'm finished. I'll come back for the human species bag tonight. You must help me fabricate a story. I'm off now. With that, he didn't allow Li Shaoming a chance to refuse, scampering away towards home. Otherwise, he would truly keep Chen Mai and the others locked up in the human species bag. If Yang Jin found out, he might very well break his legs. Once the celestial dog departed, Li Shaoming opened the human species bag and peered inside. He was amused. Following his gaze, Team 136 lay half reclined, each clutching snacks, chicken legs, ice cream cones, bread, and milk. This scene utterly delighted Li Shaoming. I say, old Zhao, you lot seem to be living quite well. Hearing that familiar voice, the munching individuals swiftly looked up. Brother Shaoming, please let us out. Little South's head was held high. Chapter 98, The Ups and Downs of the Moon Ghost. Outside Store 88. A portal appeared out of thin air and was opened in the next moment. The masked team emerged from within, not pausing as they filed into the shop one after another. It was Moon Ghost speaking. Upon entering, Moon Ghost and Vortex quickly darted to the counter, their sparkling eyes fixated upon the jars. Yuan Gang and Wang Mian approached Chen Mai, inquiring, how did last night's operation go? Did you catch that slippery dog? He glanced at the accompanying Lin Qiye, but ultimately refrained from revealing that his dog was a mysterious creature. Li Ge, it feels like ages since we last met. Pang Pang sidled up to Li Shaoming, his eyes gleaming. Quickly give me 10 jars. This morning is bound to be filled with good luck. Li Shaoming, unable to bear Pang Pang's pleading gaze, took a step back, raising his hands. There are only 100 jars. You'll need to distribute them after payment. At this moment, Chen Mai exchanged a few casual words with Yuan Gang. Upon hearing Li Shaoming's remarks, he nonchalantly stated that the masked squad, along with old Zhao, would depart from Songnan that afternoon, hence their team would refrain from opening jars today. Team leader Chen displayed a broad-minded demeanor, while Yue Gui was overjoyed. Rest assured regarding Zhao Ji's matters. We will ensure everything is meticulously arranged, he assured. The other members of the masked squad also wore cheerful expressions. Their team had come to Songnan with an allocation of funds for jar openings, with Wang Mian directly transferring 1 million. Thus, with 5 of us plus Team Yuan, each person would open 10 jars, leaving 40 for Pang Pang to open 10, the 7 Night Brothers to open 10, and the remaining 20 for your squad. Chen Mai expressed no objections. Zhao Kongcheng immediately interjected, let us not divide the 20 further. I, old Zhao, shall take the responsibility of opening them, and afterwards, old Chen can handle the distribution. How does that sound? He winked, his eyes sparkling. I have no objections, Chen Mai waved dismissively. Hong Ying and the others also agreed, allowing Zhao Kongcheng to open the 20 jars, knowing they could open jars after the masked squad's departure in the following days without being overly fixated on this occasion. With the distribution settled, Yue Gui eagerly approached the jars. The crowd presumed he would engage in something trivial, but to their surprise, he produced a book from his bosom. Zhao Kongcheng's eyes lit up upon seeing the cover, and he promptly retrieved a similar book from his own attire. Brother, we are kindred spirits. We both possess a manual. Victory is assured today, he exclaimed. Just then, Xuanwu approached, holding an identical book. The onlookers, including Tianping, were left speechless, realizing that Yue Gui and Zhao had stealthily slipped out of the training camp the previous night, not for leisure, but to procure these items. Pang Pang chimed in, excitedly exclaiming, you 3 are not true friends. How could you keep such delightful news from me? Quickly, share the address. I must acquire one as well. I purchased mine online for $12.80, Zhao Kongcheng replied, while he and Yue Gui had procured theirs from a physical store for $3.20. Now, I shall open the jars. Yue grinned sheepishly, turning away from the discussion about the manual and facing the jars. He opened the book and uttered a series of incomprehensible phrases. After a while, he threw his head back and shouted, "O spirit of fortune! I sacrifice a single strand of hair. Grant me the identity of the Pangu agent." Well said indeed. Zhao Kongcheng and the others could hardly contain their enthusiasm, wishing to make grand wishes regardless of the outcome. However, the rest of the group found themselves at a loss for words. Why not wish for the creation of the heavens and the earth instead of merely the Pangu agent? The price of a single hair was absurd, surely. He must have dreamed of such grandeur the night before. They were convinced that Yuegui's jar would yield nothing of value. As expected, when the jar shattered, Li Shaoming's voice rang out, "Congratulations, you have received a pack of Weihu spicy strips." We knew it, they thought, instead of the Pangu agent. It was merely a spicy strip. Yet, Yuegui remained unfazed, tossing the snack in the direction of Rose. "Here, enjoy." He recalled the first page of the jar opening manual, which assured that if one did not achieve success on the first attempt, the subsequent openings would yield even better results. "Exactly, my manual says the same." After this, the four of us shall personally seek out the creator of the manual for guidance. Zhao Kongcheng's group cheered, resonating deeply with Yuegui's sentiments. Brothers and sisters, behold. This is the path of jar opening. Chapter 99. Lin Qiye, one more pendant? Li Shaoming's statement left others bewildered. Shaoan tugged at Hong Ying's sleeve, whispering, "Sister Hong Ying, have you ever seen such a brilliantly glowing light bulb?" "Where would I have seen that?" Hong Ying shook her head, her mind boggled by the absurdity of the situation. However, it is not surprising that Shaoming's jars yield such items. Shaonan nodded, directing her gaze toward the kneeling Yuegui. This poor fellow has experienced quite the roller coaster. I hope he doesn't succumb to despair. Especially Tianping and Rose, who struggled to suppress their laughter, fearing that an outburst would further demoralize Yuegui, thus losing such a quirky comrade and diminishing their enjoyment in the future. No way. Shaoming must be pranking me. He wants to give me a grand surprise. Yuegui reassured himself, increasingly convinced of this possibility. However, the truth remained unchanged. Li Shaoming, hearing his self-comforting words, approached and patted his shoulder. "Yuegui, face reality. I'm not deceiving you. That is indeed a light bulb. You haven't truly lost. The bulb will never lose power. Just imagine, during a battle, if you were to hold that bulb above your head, regardless of whether it enhances your combat ability, it would undoubtedly elevate your prestige." The others, upon hearing Li Shaoming's words and envisioning Yuegui with a light bulb radiating brilliance during combat, could no longer hold back their laughter. When Qima, Tianping, and Rose clutched their stomachs in laughter, while Lin Qiye and Chinmai struggled to contain their grins, finding Li Shaoming's remarks particularly mischievous. Those words felt like salt rubbed into Yuegui's wounds. Nonetheless, this incident served as a cautionary tale for them, reminding them that dazzling brilliance does not necessarily equate to divine artifacts. They took note of this lesson. "Brotherly, are you truly not joking?" Li Shaoming casually shrugged. "Does it look like I'm jesting?" After repeated confirmations, Pang and Zhao Kongcheng finally reconciled themselves with the fact that it was not a divine artifact, but merely a light bulb. They exchanged glances, shifting their gaze between Li Shaoming and the jar, utterly perplexed. Yet Yuegui still could not accept the reality of the light bulb. Kneeling on the ground, his eyes once again lost their luster. After a considerable time, Rose, unable to bear the sight, grabbed him by the collar and hoisted him up. "Snap out of it. There are still 8 jars left to open." "Right. The manual. Upon hearing the word manual, Yuegui's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. He broke free from Rose's grip and bent down to retrieve the manual from the ground. The third page of the jar opening manual stated that if one were fooled by the game once, fortune would surely favor them on the next attempt. Yes, that is correct. The manual also advises maintaining a smile before opening jars. "I must not let my emotions sway me. Only the cheerful boy shall attract good fortune. O Pangu, I call you father. Please grant me a divine artifact." With that, he smashed the remaining 8 jars in one go, seemingly too afraid to witness the outcome. He wrapped his arms around Pang, as if embracing a life buoy, murmuring, comforting, "Everyone, please tell me some good news. Did the 8 jars yield 8 divine artifacts?" Yuegui buried his face in Pang's plump neck. Pang finally registered the situation, feeling the warmth radiating from his neck, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. "Brother, you should be hugging Sister Rose, not me. This could easily be misinterpreted." As he spoke, he pushed Yuegui away with force, finally relieved when the warmth dissipated. Even among kindred spirits, such privileges are rare. "How dare you?" Rose glared at him, ready to break his third leg. "Is it really that severe?" The men in the shop, upon hearing those words, instinctively tightened their legs and could not help but distance themselves from Rose. "I dare not. Moon Ghost noticed the murderous glint in Rose's eyes and shook his head vigorously, like a pile driver, to divert the topic. His gaze shifted to the jars. At that moment, Li Shaoming spoke up. Congratulations. You have received a large bag of 3 packs of puppy treats. Congratulations, you have won a golden spoon. Congratulations, you have acquired a dozen brightly colored underwear. Congratulations, you have received a serving of seaweed soup. Congratulations, you have obtained a space necklace. 8 jars, none empty. No, it was 10 jars, all full. Upon hearing about the space necklace, Moon Ghost felt a surge of joy and hurriedly inquired, is the necklace similar to the chubby bracelet, a treasure used for storing items? Chapter 100. The show begins? What is this? Inside store number 88, Lin Qiye floated in midair, exuding a myriad of emotional auras. The weaker Cold Su and the others desperately shook their heads, trying to escape the overwhelming emotions. Only Hong Ying, Wang Mian, and Chun Mai remained unaffected. The crowd collectively sighed in relief. Shaoming, what on earth has Qiye unleashed? Wu Xiangnan questioned. This aura is simply tormenting. Li Shaoming shook his head. Wait until Qiye regains consciousness, then you can ask him. Interesting. A dreamlike collaboration? Is the show about to commence? The others, seeing that Li Shaoming had no intention of explaining, had to suppress their curiosity and fix their gaze on Lin Qiye. In the asylum of the gods, Lin Qiye, clad in a white coat, rubbed his aching head, gazing at the newly erected stage in the courtyard. Danados, where did you find these 7 gods governing emotions? Nyx, adorned in a starry gown, curiously observed the 7 clusters of multicolored light seated beneath the stage. Merlin, holding a book, adjusted his glasses and remarked, interesting. I cannot deduce the origins of these beings. Are they gods from beyond the world? Am I about to have 7 more grandfathers? Li Fei stared blankly ahead. The affairs of the asylum were far from over, and now there was a stage, along with 7 gods governing emotions as the audience. Fortunately, it was situated within the asylum. Otherwise, it would have been quite the headache. A 22% expectation value? Falling below 20 would mean the takeover of his body, which was not a favorable outcome. However, being controlled by emotions was generally not a pleasant experience. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Too many debts don't weigh one down. If they wish to watch the show, let them. Mother, I will explain this matter to you later. I have to leave for a while. As soon as the others saw him regain consciousness, they quickly formed a circle around him. Chubby hurriedly asked, Brother Qiye, have you summoned a divine agent? Lin Qiye glanced at the eager expressions of the crowd, then at the smiling Li Shaoming, thought for a moment, and explained, not 1, but 7. He had no intention of concealing the matter of the stage. Keeping the asylum a secret was sufficient. There was no need to hide what had emerged from the jars. Upon hearing his words, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Chubby and Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed in disbelief. What? 7 divine agents? So, counting Nyx and Michael, you now have 9 divine realms? Qiye, please tell us, which 7 deities? Lin Qiye sighed and shook his head. They are not agents. What I have summoned is a theater, with 7 gods governing emotions as the audience. They are pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Moreover, there is a concept called expectation value. My current performance's expectation value is 22. If it falls below 20, the 7 gods as spectators will take over my body. At this moment, Li Shaoming, seeing that Lin Qiye did not intend to conceal the theater's existence, clapped his hands and said, remarkable. The gods formed by the 7 deadly sins do not possess physical forms, they are merely clusters of gas. Each one governs a specific emotion. The god of pride can sever a person's prideful emotions or amplify their inherent pride indefinitely, and the others function similarly. They exist because of emotions. And all emotions in the world serve as their sustenance. Lin Qiye acquiring them is akin to granting himself a cheat. After hearing Lin Qiye's words, Chun Mai frowned deeply. After listening to Li Shaoming, he remarked, this is not a good thing. If his body is taken over, will Qiye still be Qiye? Li Shaoming cast an ambiguous glance at Lin Qiye. In that glance, Lin Qiye confirmed that Li Shaoming was aware of the asylum's existence. Is that so? It seems little Qiye has quite a few secrets. Chun Mai pondered, casting a thoughtful look at Lin Qiye. Everyone has secrets. He had no intention of probing further. Brother Qiye, you have truly outdone yourself this time. Chubby exclaimed, grabbing Lin Qiye's right hand, 9 gods in one body. As a good brother, you must protect me from now on. Lin Qiye discreetly withdrew his hand. Chubby, you are already adorned with protective treasures, even without us. It would be difficult for anyone to harm you. Haha, just a little, just a tiny bit. All right, with those 7 gods within you, it will be hard for you to even think about dying. Even in the face of fatal harm, those 7 gods will not let you perish. After all, they still wish to watch the show and experience various emotions. For now, let us focus on the items that have emerged. Li Shaoming pointed to the other items Lin Qiye had summoned. Right, Zhao Kongcheng interjected. Chapter 101. Chubby unleashes a divine artifact? Li Shaoming examined the 3 items, stroked his chin, and explained that high-tech sphere is a pair of wings named mechanical wings. Do you see that button in the middle? Anyone can use it. Simply press that button, and the sphere will unfold into a pair of mechanical wings attached to your back. However, there is a significant drawback. The mechanical wings require source crystals to operate, and this dimension lacks such items. Nonetheless, it is still useful. These mechanical wings come with a source crystal that allows for continuous use for 6 months. Excellent item. Brother Qiye, let me try it out. Chubby eagerly snatched the mechanical sphere and pressed the switch. An invisible energy enveloped Chubby. With a thought, the mechanical wings immediately unleashed a gust of wind, propelling him onto the rooftop. Haha, this is fun, even better than my bamboo dragonfly. Brother Qiye, from now on, you will be a flying Qiye. Lin Qiye caught him, rolling his eyes but saying nothing. The others, seeing that he had summoned 7 gods and so many remarkable items, were envious to the core. Qiye, can I borrow it for a couple of days? Zhao Kongcheng chimed in. Who doesn't he have a flying dream? Love you. Zhao Kongcheng joyfully received the item and immediately hugged Lin Qiye tightly. Slap. Hong Ying, noticing Lin Qiye's awkward expression, smacked Zhao Kongcheng on the back of the head. Let go. Look at how you're suffocating, Brother Qiye. Hee. Isn't this just too much joy? It's completely involuntary. Zhao Kongcheng released his grip. Lin Qiye seized the opportunity to swiftly move beside Li Shaoming. Li Gu, what about the other 2 items? Oh, that black one is celestial meteorite iron. You can forge it into weapons, but since you have the black blade, it may not be of use to you. Li Shaoming explained while looking at the large piece of black material. Lin Qiye nodded and instructed Hong Ying to store the celestial meteorite iron in the space ring. The meteorite was quite large, making it inconvenient for them to carry. The final item, known as the Heart of the Starry Night, possesses a tranquilizing effect. Lin Qiye suggested that Qiye could string it onto a cord and wear it, alleviating any future concerns about insomnia. Li Shaoming elucidated the last item, noting how Wu Dui often appeared fatigued. Hence, the Heart of the Starry Night was designated for him. Lin Qiye handed the small black pendant speckled with white to Wu Xiangnan. Thank you, Qiye. I've been struggling with insomnia lately, so I shall not be modest. Wu Xiangnan accepted it with a cheerful demeanor. Old Wu, is your insomnia due to loneliness at night, yearning for a girl? Zhao Kongcheng teased, raising an eyebrow. Oh, hush. Stop your nonsensical chatter, Wu Xiangnan retorted, playfully kicking Zhao. Hong Ying and the others stifled their laughter, as it was rare to see Wu Xiangnan flustered. And they couldn't help but give Zhao Kongcheng a thumbs up for his clever jibe. After a brief bout of playful banter, they remembered their purpose. Pang Pang, cradling the can opening manual, approached the jar with a solemn expression and slowly turned to the 4th page. The first rule on page 4 stated that one must flip their hair back before opening the can. Following the instructions, he swept his hair back with one hand and continued reading. The second rule required a 10-second prayer to the heavens before opening the can. That's manageable. He closed his eyes, gazing upwards, a look of devout sincerity on his face. Well done. Your form is impeccable. We are proud of you, Zhao Kongcheng, Yue Gui. And Xuanhua observed, their hearts racing with excitement, each of them casting their gaze skyward as well, offering their own silent prayers. The others, however, felt a deep sense of exasperation and bewilderment at the scene unfolding before them. Pang Pang, do you really think you can manage this? At this rate, you won't finish opening 10 jars before nightfall, Chang Wei finally exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Please wait just a moment, Sister Chang Wei. There is one last gesture to complete, Pang Pang replied, glancing back at the manual. The 10th rule on page 4 insisted that one must loudly recite their wishes before opening the can. Oh, deity of the jar, I heed your guidance. Please bless me. O deity of the jar, should I unveil a divine artifact, I shall offer a tribute. I wish for a divine artifact, a guardian spirit, unparalleled power, a celestial dragon, and a white tiger. Arise. His voice resonated loudly, echoing through the shop and far beyond. Chapter 102. You play me, I play you. Zhao Kongcheng cautiously approached, crouching down to lightly pat Pang Pang on the shoulder. That divine artifact is rather indescribable. You should see for yourself, Pang Pang. The others stepped back, wary of getting too close. Hearing the words divine artifact filled Pang Pang's heart with joy. If Zhao said it was a divine artifact, it must indeed be one. Finally, it's my turn, he thought joyously, lifting his head to gaze at the divine artifact. Pang Pang's expression shifted as he beheld a familiar yellow object rotating before him. Why did it evoke such a sense of familiarity? And why did it emanate a sweet aroma? In a daze, he instinctively extended his tongue to taste the surface of the yellow object. Impressive, Yue Gui exclaimed, wide-eyed and astonished. I never would have guessed your palate would be so adventurous. From now on, I will yield to no one but you in the realm of food. The others were equally taken aback by Pang Pang's bold action. Lin Qiye, unable to contain his laughter, felt his stomach churn, while Hong Ying and the other girls doubled over, nearly retching at the sight. They couldn't fathom how Pang Pang had managed to consume such an item. It was far too intense for their liking. It seemed they would need to maintain their distance from him during meals in the future, otherwise, the memory of this moment would haunt them. At that moment, Pang Pang noticed the expressions on their faces and finally came to his senses. He recognized why the yellow object felt so familiar. It was none other than, "Oh no," he exclaimed, and promptly heaved. The retching was explosive, as if a tempest had unleashed within his stomach. "Pang Pang, it's all right. Everyone has their peculiar tastes. Zhao Gu enjoys visiting specialty shops alone," Zhao Kongcheng reassured him, pinching his nose. "It's nothing to be ashamed of. Just be mindful of your choices in the future." With Zhao's words, Pang Pang's retching intensified, as if he wouldn't cease until his very insides were expelled. Zhao Gu is right, having an unusual taste isn't a fault. But let us avoid eating in front of us. It's rather off-putting, Xuanhua added, though his words hardly sounded comforting. The others exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say in response. "Pang Pang, please stop retching," Li Shaoming chuckled, stepping forward. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, he inserted his middle finger into the yellow object. Zhao Kongcheng and Xuanhua stepped back in disbelief. "Shaoming, how could you?" they gasped. "We never imagined our dear Shaoming would have such unusual tastes. Pang Pang, you are no longer alone in your peculiarities. Li Gu, that's just disgusting. Surely, only you and Pang Pang share such a fascination," Xiaonan said, retreating behind Hong Ying, still feeling queasy. Hearing their remarks, Li Shaoming wore a mischievous grin. "For Pang Pang's sake, why don't you all have a taste?" His voice was devilish, shattering their mental defenses. The mere thought of consuming that item sent everyone scrambling for the exit, desperate to flee from the demon clutching the yellow artifact. But Li Shaoming was not about to let them escape. He pointed his finger. "Freeze." As the word left his lips, they found themselves frozen mid-stride, unable to move. Just a half-meter from the door, Ling Su caught sight of the approaching demon and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. "Shaoming, don't come any closer," he pleaded, his voice cracking. Yet, the demon continued its advance. In their eyes, Li Shaoming appeared as a devil with horns and a forked staff, adorned with a sinister smile. "Huh, yell as much as you want. No one will come to your rescue. Now open wide. No, don't come any closer." They were left with no choice but to accept their fate, as Li Shaoming compelled them to open their mouths. In utter disgust, he extracted the yellow object, flicking it with his fingers. Everyone was helpless as a small, soft morsel found its way into their mouths. At that moment, they regained their mobility, all rushing out the door, bent over and retching. Eventually, Chenmai noticed a peculiar taste. Why is it sweet?" Upon hearing his words, the others realized there was no unpleasant flavor. Instead, it possessed a delightful sweetness akin to familiar desserts. They ceased their retching and turned to see Li Shaoming cheerfully tasting the yellow object. "Ha, you all overthought it. How could there be such a thing in the jar? It's merely a rather uniquely shaped cake." Chapter 103, Zhao Kongcheng, the master of esoteric arts. "Pang Pang, your manual is quite ineffective," Tian Ping remarked, her tone laced with mockery as she observed the peculiar items Pang Pang had managed to produce. Fatty smashed open the remaining jars, and a few items flew out, all common garments typically seen on the streets. Tian Ping initially assumed they were mere clothes, and recalling Fatty's eccentric demeanor, he couldn't help but speak with a tinge of mockery. However, a twist soon unfolded. Upon seeing those garments, Li Shaoming's eyes filled with a strange light as he glanced back at Fatty. Lin Qiye, noticing Li's expression, inquired, "Brotherly, judging by your look, these clothes must possess some special purpose, right?" Fatty's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he lifted his head, eagerly asking, "Brotherly, please tell me, are these garments magical artifacts?" "Not exactly magical artifacts, but these are far from ordinary clothes," Li Shaoming replied, pointing to a gray undershirt. Hong Ying's eyes brightened. "So, that shirt is akin to the reflective armor in the game? A divine garment." Fatty understood, clutching the clothes tightly against his face, a glimmer of drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. "Once I wear this, who would dare to strike me? I'll retaliate with lethal force. Anyone could dare." Lung Xin crossed his arms skeptically. "You only reflect 1% of the damage. You still bear 99% of it. In that light, the reflective armor isn't particularly useful." Realizing this, Fatty's enthusiasm waned, and he chewed on a bottle of soy sauce. However, Li Shaoming's next words instantly lifted his spirits. "While a single piece of reflective armor may not hold much value, collectively, these garments form a set. The other pieces, in game terms, enhance health, if Fatty dons them." He could transform into a veritable bulwark, as formidable as a pure-blooded powerhouse from the Chuan realm. Even if he stood still while a peak-level opponent from the Pool realm struck him, it would ultimately be the latter who would perish. Hearing this, Fatty broke into a broad grin, lovingly stroking the garments. Had the situation permitted, he would have changed into them on the spot. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret regarding their muted grayish-blue colors, which he did not particularly favor. Still, when weighed against the value of life, the issue of color seemed trivial. Enough with the foolish joy. Yuan Gang approached. All right. Fatty stood up, and Li Shaoming nodded. Go on. With a couple of claps, Li Shaoming signaled for them to leave. Now, who will take the next turn? I will. Zhao Kongcheng hurriedly stepped out of line, striding toward the jars. Hold on, brother. Don't break it yet. The guidebook. Did you forget the guidebook? Yue called out as he raised his hammer. What do you know? There are 20 jars. The guidebook isn't urgent. I can guarantee that the first few jars won't yield anything good. We should save the guidebook for later to increase our chances of unearthing a magical artifact. Ignoring the advice, Zhao Kongcheng smashed 3 jars in quick succession. Congratulations, old Zhao. You've won a portion of exquisite roasted meat. Congratulations, old Zhao. You've won a case of Waha ice beer. Congratulations, old Zhao. You've won a pair of disposable gloves. Li Shaoming cheered. Yet, Zhao Kongcheng was far from pleased. Why are these things coming out? I wanted my first few jars to be empty, not filled with food. Empty jars are ideal. Let us not keep getting useless items. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances. Yet a common thought surfaced. Old Zhao has leveled up. The metaphysics are growing increasingly extravagant. Come. Li Shaoming approached the bemused group, holding out the roasted meat and Waha, freshly made and far more appealing than that previous mess. Come, give it a try. It's extraordinarily fragrant, though it could use a bit more spice. The group rolled their eyes in unison. Having been reminded of it repeatedly, they wondered if he was trying to disgust them. Nevertheless, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting from the roasted meat, everyone took a piece to sample. This is quite delicious. The mutton bears no gamey taste at all. Wu Xiangnan praised after savoring a bite. Others nodded in agreement, and within a mere minute, the roasted meat had been entirely devoured. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongcheng had already opened 10 jars, staring blankly at the array of food before him. Why is it that every time I open a jar, it's either roasted meat or some other food? This shouldn't be happening. Slurping, Hong Ying, holding a bowl of noodles from the jars, took a bite and mumbled. Old Zhao, keep going. The food you're opening is quite tasty. Pick up the pace. We haven't had enough yet. Chapter 104. The Rose reopens the jar. Good. Very good. To use our lifespans as a price, what a splendid notion. Yue and his companion clapped incessantly, their hands turning red. Brother. Although we didn't summon a divine dragon, this token summoned at the cost of our lifespans is clearly no ordinary item. We struck it rich. Zhao Kongcheng felt the same, examining the token in his hands. It was entirely purple, adorned with mysterious patterns, the front inscribed with the word contract, and the back with dissolution. It exuded an air of sophistication, clearly not a mundane object, and while it might not be a magical artifact, it was surely close. Shaoming, your time is up. Please elucidate the purpose of this token. Isn't it written on the token itself? Li Shaoming set down the bun he was holding, swallowed, and continued. The front reads contract, the back dissolution, which when read together signifies contract dissolution. It is a token for nullifying contracts. Holding it doesn't provide much utility. You can stow it away for now. In case someone tries to impose a contract upon you, this token will prove valuable. Its usage is straightforward. The token is made of wood, and it can be activated simply by crushing it. Upon hearing this, Chen Mai's eyes lit up, and he exchanged a glance with his teammates. This token is indeed useful. Are we not holding someone who is bound by a contract? Initially, when they captured Han Xiaoyan, they had intended to send him to a reformatory, but after hearing his story during interrogation, they felt a pang of compassion and decided to keep him in a secret location for the time being. Now, the issue had a resolution. Chen Mai was aware that EU belonged to the Klein realm and was uncertain if the token would work. He asked Shaoming, can this token dissolve a contract made by a Klein realm powerhouse? Yes, Li Shaoming affirmed, as long as it's not a contract imposed by a divine realm entity. The token can dissolve it. All right, then it's yours, old Chun, Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, tossing the token forward. Perfect, that brat has been enjoying our hospitality. Once we dissolve the contract, he can start working to pay off his food expenses. That sounds feasible, when Shima agreed. After all, he is a formidable expert from the sea realm. The Forbidden Ruins are still an extremely dangerous storm. Having him in our team adds another layer of muscle. What are you two thinking? Wu Xiangnan said sternly. Even if Han Xiaoan's contract is dissolved, We cannot employ him until we've thoroughly investigated what he did while part of the Ancient God Society. We've already violated protocol by not reporting this. Oh, woo. You're at it again. You never seem to be flexible when it comes to work matters, Zhao Kongcheng chuckled, with Captain Chun and hanging around. And your pet Kai-Chi, what trouble can a Sea Realm individual stir? At that moment, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow and asked, Are you referring to the captain of the original Suzhou City team, Han Xiaoyan? Indeed, Chunmai confirmed as he decided not to conceal any further. A few days ago, he came to Cangnan, targeting Lin Qiye, and he is currently being held in a secret location. Upon hearing this, Wang Mian sighed. I've heard of their team's exploits. During a mission, they encountered EU from the Ancient God Society. Some were killed, some captured. I never anticipated Han Xiaoyan would join the Ancient God Society. This complicates matters. He had no choice. We inquired, and he joined to protect his team members. This is precisely why we didn't report his situation. Chunmai echoed Wang Mian's sentiment with a sigh. He was uncertain if their actions were right or wrong. But upon hearing Han Xiaoyan's story, his heart had softened. Certainly, the matter must be reported. Yuan Gang retrieved a ring from his pocket. Once the jars are opened, I shall don the true word ring and accompany you to meet him. If no wrongdoing has occurred, the higher-ups will not take action against Han Xiaoyan. Very well. Let us proceed after the jars are opened. Chunmai did not object, urging, Old Zhao, stop dilly-dallying, open the remaining jars quickly. All right, Zhao Kongcheng replied, pouting. We are all of a certain age. What is the rush? That lad isn't going anywhere. Zhao Kongcheng lifted the hammer and, in a matter of 5 seconds, had opened the remaining jars. Congratulations to Old Zhao for obtaining a nail clipper. Congratulations to Old Zhao for acquiring a Demon Slayer comic. Congratulations to Old Zhao for winning a box of apples. Congratulations to Old Zhao for receiving a serving of chicken stew with mushrooms. With each item revealed, Li Shaoming joyfully expressed his congratulations. Zhao Kongcheng shot a displeased glance at Chunmai, saying, See, if I had a go at it, I wouldn't have ended up with this pile of useless items. All right, brother. Yuegawei then resumed eating the chicken stew with mushrooms. This also proved that our compendium is indeed useful. We can call upon it again later, but for now, let us allow Rose and the others to open the jars first. Agreed. Zhao Kongcheng, carrying the apples, moved aside, flipping through the Demon Slayer comic, captivated by its contents. Not bad. This young fellow has a bit of my flair, especially that line. Woman, pay attention. This blow will be quite the spectacle. The comic's fresh cultivation system and thrilling narrative entranced him, immersing him to the point of becoming oblivious to his surroundings. Whenever he encountered something impressive, he would take a hearty bite of the apple. The members of Team 136, seeing this, decided to abandon their own jar opening and gathered behind Zhao Kongcheng to watch. Hey, Sister Hongying, this character in the comic looks just like you. Xiaonan pointed to a female character wearing red and wielding a long knife. Chapter 105. Want to sacrifice me? Inherit the jar shop? Not a chance. The bottle of red liquid is a fruit wine that, when consumed, enhances all personal attributes by 30% for 1 minute. Li Shaoming recalled that this was a type of resistance-enhancing item found in a certain city. What a fine treasure. With this fruit wine, our battles will be significantly easier. Rose remarked with satisfaction. Wang Mian and the others also smiled. They would gladly take a truckload of such items. In summary, the more, the merrier. Shaoming, what is the use of this coin? Rose inquired, holding up an ancient coin. Or is it merely an ordinary coin? No, Li Shaoming replied, his interest piqued. This coin is quite valuable. Upon hearing him, everyone became eager, including all members of Team 136. But temporarily set aside the Demon Slayer comic and focused intently on the coin in Rose's hand. The coin was known as the Resurrection Coin. Li Shaoming, no longer keeping them in suspense, revealed its name. At the mention of resurrection, everyone was momentarily stunned, their minds consumed by the implications. The concept was straightforward. The 2 words explained everything. Yet, the question remained, would it truly be effective? It should be useful. After all, Shaoming previously mentioned that there are resurrection items in the jars. The excitement made the necks of Yuegawei and the others flush. If this coin were to be opened by that brat Chao Yuan, he would surely wake up laughing in his dreams. Do not get ahead of yourself, Li Shaoming said with a calm smile. The resurrection coin has usage restrictions. It is only effective for those who have died within the last 10 minutes. As for the person Chao Yuan wishes to revive, it is likely they have been gone for quite some time, leaving not even ashes behind. In such cases, the coin would be of no use. Well, that is still quite good. With this coin, Rose effectively has an extra life. The members of the masked team were not disappointed. As long as they carried it, the coin would play a crucial role should any member of their team perish. Today, They not only opened a set of battle gear, but also acquired a resurrection item, a tremendous gain. At that moment, Vortex hurried forward. Rose has finished. Now it's my turn to open. Good brother, we three have opened ours, and you are the last. Please summon the sacred relic. This time we shall pray together. And surely the divine artifact will come flying into our pockets. Zhao Kongcheng handed the Demon Slayer comic to the nearby Lin Qiye and rushed to Vortex's side. Yue, unwilling to be left out, followed suit. United in brotherhood, we shall conquer all. Brothers pray, divine relics, come swiftly. At that moment, their brotherhood was united in purpose, collaborating solely for the captivating artifact. Good brothers, Vortex placed his hands on the shoulders of the two, deeply moved. Let us pray together. All right, together. Good brothers. This time we are bound to win. Zhao Kongcheng and the others placed their hands on Vortex's shoulders, their excitement palpable. They each retrieved their respective compendiums, crouched around the jars, raised their books high, and murmured for 10 seconds before lowering them and reciting incantations. God of the jars, please heed the prayers of our three brothers. We offer our lifelong singlehood as the price. We wish for a divine artifact. The scales trembled with rage upon hearing their words. Well, you open jars while I bear the curse. You take the divine artifact while I remain single for life. Unable to contain himself, he raised his fist and left a sizable bump on each of their heads. Yet, Vortex and the others paid no heed, continuing their fervent oaths. God of the jars, we further offer our captain, Wang Mian, as a representative. We wish for a divine beast. Wang Mian gritted his teeth, glaring at the three before the jars. Captain, do not act impulsively. Hold your ground and maintain your dignity as captain. Do not stoop to their level. God of the jars, let us add Rose to the price. Rose's expression darkened as she released Wang Mian. What nonsense. Captain, let us deal with them. Bang, bang, bang. Soon after, Vortex and his companions were left with bumps on their heads, yet they were undeterred. Hong Ying and the others brought chairs to watch the spectacle. But as they listened, they realized the three were also offering them as sacrifices. How outrageous. We shall join in and give them a thrashing. Their fists cracked ominously, their gazes flashing with danger, their bodies emanating a chilling aura as they stepped forward with resolve. 1 minute later, the three who had sacrificed all were left bruised and battered, staring at the jars. God of the jars, you must see our earnestness. If this is still insufficient, how about we offer Li Shaoming? Li Shaoming? The unfolding drama suddenly turned to him as they sought to sacrifice their boss, hoping to inherit his jar shop upon his demise. How audacious. These three wretches dare to scheme against him. This will not stand. I shall teach them a lesson. Li Shaoming joined the fray against the traitors. Hong Ying, make some room for me. Let me take a couple of kicks first. No, I haven't had my fill yet. Shaoming, step aside. I'll kick him for you. Chapter 106. The Unparalleled Palm Technique. Great Might of the Heavenly Dragon. Shaoming, you wouldn't have me carry old brother around for a couple of laps in Songnan, would you? Yue blinked, revealing a confident grin. Li Shaoming shot him a glance. You all wish to sacrifice me for a divine artifact. You might as well run a couple of laps. He knew there was a useful item inside, but recalling the earlier scene of them trying to sacrifice him, he ultimately decided to toy with them. That's impossible, Shaoming. You must be joking. Yuegui's confidence evaporated, replaced by disbelief. Old brother isn't light. Carrying him for 2 laps would be exhausting. Worry not. I weigh just over 140 pounds. I'm not that heavy. You can manage. Zhao Kongcheng directly lay upon the back of Yuegui, demonstrating that a man must fulfill his promises. Charge ahead, he commanded. Alas, Yuegui, unable to discern the deceit in Li Shaoming's words, resigned himself to fate, mustering his strength to rise and bear Zhao Kongcheng out of the shop. Soon, they found themselves on the bustling street, heedless of the peculiar gazes from passers-by. As he surged forward, outpacing one vehicle after another, the pedestrians were left in astonishment by this spectacle. A little girl, holding her mother's hand, watched in disbelief as a gust of wind toppled her ice cream. Instinctively, she turned towards the direction of the wind and exclaimed, Mom, look, there's a superhero. Stop watching those cartoons all day. There are no superheroes in the world, her mother replied skeptically. Yet, as she shifted her gaze to the rapidly sprinting figure, she found herself momentarily stunned. In that instant, even she began to believe. Inside Shop 88, Su N.W. wielded a sword composed of blue laser light, thoroughly engrossed in the experience. Haha, I told you it was no ordinary item. This lightsaber is astonishingly sharp, truly a remarkable treasure. Per brothers, you should focus on honing your bodies. After Zhao Kongcheng and Yuegui departed, Li Shaoming elucidated the purpose of the items, particularly the lightsaber in Su N.W.'s hands. Upon learning of this exceptional artifact, the others gazed at Li Shaoming with unrestrained delight. This is how it should be done. They brought everyone to sacrifice, after all. It's a pity Su Nw didn't swear allegiance. If he had joined as a traitor, everything would have been even more perfect. But never mind them. Now, only Wang Mian, Tianping, and I remain to unveil our treasures. Who shall go first? Yuan Gang glanced at Wang Mian and Tianping. Tianping chimed in, Yuan team, you go first, we'll follow after you. Then I shall not hold back, Yuan Gang declared, a hint of excitement stirring within him as he approached the jars. Steeling himself, he raised the hammer and, after calming his nerves, shattered all 10 jars in succession. Oh, Li Shaoming exclaimed, observing the blade that emerged. Yuan team, your fortune is remarkable. That knife is an emperor-grade weapon known as the Noble Chariot, originating from the same realm as Long Xian's romantic artillery, once recognized by its master. The knife transforms into a mech that enhances both strength and defense. However, with your current cultivation level in the sea realm, the Noble Chariot would only grant you the ability to fly at best. Fly? Yuan Gang's eyes lit up. Yet, as he grasped the emperor-grade weapon, it showed no sign of transformation. The members of Team 136 quickly understood the situation. The weapon clearly did not acknowledge Yuan Gang as its master. They all took turns attempting to wield the emperor-grade weapon, but none succeeded. Yuan Gang had no choice but to keep it for the time being, awaiting a teammate capable of utilizing it. He shifted his attention back to the items revealed from the jars. Before he could inquire, Li Shaoming pointed to one of the items, saying, that stack of paper is a detonation talisman, powerful enough to rival a bomb, and can be detonated using mental energy. Not bad. Shaoming, what about this notebook labeled Great Demon Dragon? Is it a skill? The others gathered closer, peering at the notebook. Li Shaoming explained, indeed. It is a Buddhist martial art, a secret technique of a monk dedicated to subduing demons. As soon as the Great Demon Dragon appears, all demons retreat. He mused that the skill was more suitable for Yuan Gang to wield, especially given the monk's supplies previously uncovered. Was it not a perfect embodiment of Fahai? Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang wasted no time. He placed the Great Demon Dragon upon his forehead, and as the notebook transformed into a beam of light, it entered his mind. He mastered the formidable technique. Such power. Yuan Gang marveled at the effectiveness of the martial art. This single technique has made today a success. Now you two, take your turns, he declared, stepping aside to make room for Wang Mian and Tianping. Tianping, you go first. I'll go last. Wang Mian nudged Tianping toward the jars. He was indifferent to the order of their turns, believing that whether one went first or last, the outcome would be the same. Luck would reveal itself, and he was not particularly swayed by the mystical beliefs of Zhao Kongcheng and his companions. Tianping accepted without hesitation, raising the hammer to shatter all 10 jars. Chapter 107. Li Shaoming. My stage is filled with amusing creatures. Is this success? It even shines beautifully. Rose gently caressed the surface of the Yuan, its blade radiating a captivating glow, prompting a sigh of admiration from her. Wang Mian held the Yuan, experiencing an unprecedented sensation. Indeed, it has succeeded. With the addition of 10, the Yuan has more than doubled in strength. Congratulations, Captain. Your combat prowess has elevated once more. Tianping was the first to offer sincere congratulations. Following suit, the others expressed their joy to varying degrees, acknowledging that as members of the Great Xia, their enhanced strength was undoubtedly positive news. Shaoming, are these 4 items ordinary, or do they possess special significance? Wang Mian, graciously accepting the congratulations, inquired about the remaining items. The toy, pen, shoes, and phone are all ordinary items. Only your enhancement scroll holds any value, Li Shaoming replied, shaking his head lightly. Understood. Wang Mian gathered the 4 everyday items and stepped aside. Once everyone had opened their jars, casual conversation ensued until noon, when Yue Gui, drenched in sweat, and Zhao Kongcheng, dizzy and disoriented, entered the shop, prompting their chatter to cease. Wow, Yue Gui, have you already run 2 laps around Songnan? Tianping, seated on the sofa with a cup of tea in hand, jested, surely you didn't cut corners? It was obvious that he hadn't completed the full distance. Running 20 kilometers in a few short hours was already a feat, let alone the entirety of Songnan. Although Rose's words seemed casual, a hint of mockery laced her tone. When Shima, crossing his legs, glanced at Zhao Kongcheng, looks like you had it easy, Zhao. While Yue Gui is exhausted, you remain unfazed. Of course I'm unfazed. You have no idea what I just did, Zhao Kongcheng replied, as Yue Gui approached the table, gulping down tea to dispel his fatigue. You all don't understand. I had to carry my brother while he didn't lift a finger to help. He even activated the domain of blades, pushing me to run faster. It nearly killed me. Well deserved. Rose snatched the tea from his hands. Let us see if you dare to speak recklessly in the future, suggesting we sacrifice ourselves to the jar god. I think you should be the first to offer yourself. Hiki. Brothers, among those lighters, there was indeed a useful item. Don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. You all ran too fast. Su NW revealed the truth. Uiguay slowly turned his head to Li Shaoming, who stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of calm. Shaoming, you've deceived me. Indeed. Li Shaoming admitted outright, then continued, if you dare to scheme against me, why would I not take advantage of you? In contrast to Uiguay, Zhao Kongcheng appeared considerably more relaxed, as he had been carried the entire time. His only contribution was to threaten Uiguay with his domain to hasten his pace, quite an enjoyable experience. Were it not for their impending departure in the afternoon, he would have liked to repeat the venture, for it had been rather amusing. Once their conversation concluded, Wang Mian finished his tea and stood up. Come here. Zhao Kongcheng spread his arms wide. Li Shaoming stepped forward, embracing him casually before smiling. Safe travels. Thank you for your kind wishes. Their brief embrace ended almost immediately. Within moments, Li Gu, we meet again. Pang Pang emerged from the door of randomness. Quickly tell me, did they uncover anything good? All right, we'll take our leave now. Li Gu, farewell. Goodbye. As the last of the staff departed, the store once again fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by the faint whisper of the wind. Sensing an unusual sensation within, I slowly entered the training room, raising my hand to my chest and, with a gentle outward motion, conjured a theatrical stage. Expanding the training room once more, I cast aside the central piece of the stage. Upon landing, the stage transformed into a grand, jubilant spectacle. How absurd. I gazed at the throng of genuine merrymakers both on and off the stage, my mind momentarily bewildered. Bear, look over there. That clown on stage is hilarious. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Bear too. Look. That cat is being outwitted by a mouse. Pikachu. Boss, you've arrived. When will the show commence? We've been eagerly waiting. Hello, boss. You're marvelous. Truly a sight to behold. Boss, you must intervene. Baldy is using the stage chairs as firewood. As Li Shaoming approached, the merry performers on stage greeted him in unison. Boss, don't heed Bear's words. I merely noticed the chairs were a bit worn and thought to repair them. I swear it's not out of mischief. You must trust me. Upon hearing Bear's report, Baldy, who had been resting his right foot on a chair, promptly placed it down and discreetly concealed the chainsaw behind his back. Chapter 108. The Enchanted Circus in the training room. Baldy lay listlessly on a chair beneath the stage, his eyes wide as saucers, fixed on Bear and Bear too as they munched on snacks while watching the clown's antics. Their reports had led to the confiscation of his tools by that scoundrel Black Cat, thus robbing him of his enjoyment. How would he endure the days to come? Come on, Brother Chong, just smile. It's just a few chainsaws. Once the boss leaves, help me catch those sheep. I'll handle the chainsaw issue. At that moment, a completely gray wolf sauntered over to Baldy, draping an arm around his shoulder. His gaze remained fixated on the flock of sheep in the front row, drool pooling at the corners of his mouth. Dear, wait for me. Once I form an alliance, capturing the sheep will be a breeze. You? There's no material here for chainsaws. Can you even make one? Baldy whispered, still skeptical. The gray wolf thumped his chest in assurance. Leave it to me. You can count on it. Fine. I'll assist you, but not only do I want a chainsaw, you must help me deal with those two foolish bears. Deal. The hushed whispers between the man and the wolf were so quiet that even the nearby bears barely caught the conversation. Yet, within the store, every action was perceptible to Li Shaoming. He sat in the front row, a fire phoenix perched on one shoulder, a mouse on the other, cradling Pikachu, flanked by the flock of Happy Goat on one side and several squirrels on the other. Both groups were natural adversaries, with Happy Goat and the bears as protagonists, while Baldy and the gray wolf played the antagonists. Their attempts to outsmart Happy Goat and the bears would be utterly futile, not to mention the presence of Black Cat and other beings. The conspiracy between the man and the wolf would ultimately yield no results. However, he was aware that the store was about to become lively, and not in a quiet manner. Boss, this walnut is delicious. Come and try it. Li Shaoming turned to see a squirrel holding a walnut larger than its own body, gazing at him with longing. I can see you're not offering it to me, but rather struggling to open it, aren't you? Noticing the bite marks on the walnut and the squirrel's eager expression, he quickly understood. Here, go ahead and eat. I wonder what your stomachs are made of. You never seem to get full. Thank you, boss. We three squirrels adore you. The squirrel joyfully clutched the walnut meat, expressed gratitude, and began sharing the treat with its companions. Pikachu, feeling rather idle, watched the clown's performance for a while, but soon succumbed to sleep, collapsing onto the chair. The other creatures, recognizing the cue, quieted their movements. Cats ceased their meowing, humans fell silent, and wolves became still. The training room quickly transformed into a tranquil haven, with only the silent expressions of the clown on stage remaining. The audience below watched in silence, their faces adorned with smiles, yet the sounds were minimal. Joyful moments flowed seamlessly into the fabric of time. As evening approached, around 7 o'clock, Lin Qiye and the others, weary from a day of training, made their way to store number 88. Li Gu, where are you? Fatty called out as he entered, noticing the absence of people. After a few seconds, Li Shaoming's voice reached their ears. In the training room. Come on in. They exchanged glances, then bypassed the front desk to open the door to the training room. Stepping into another realm. What is happening here? The group's eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld the vibrant lights illuminating the stage, upon which a clown was performing. What else did they see? A cat wielding a mop in pursuit of a mouse. A bald man and a gray wolf buddying up. A group of standing sheep engaged in hushed conversation. 3 little squirrels joyfully leaping on the stage. Thinking they must have misperceived the scene, they rubbed their eyes vigorously. Yet, upon reopening them, the spectacle remained unchanged. At that moment, Black Cat, the police officer, approached them with measured steps, standing tall and proud before them. Dear guests, welcome to the Enchanted Circus. A splendid performance awaits you shortly. If you wish to enter, please pay an entrance fee of 168 per person. After speaking, he courteously presented a QR code to Chun Mai, who stood at the front. Fatty instinctively stepped forward, poking a finger at Black Cat's shoulder, feeling the plush texture, and gasped, "It's real, a standing, talking Black Cat. How marvelous." When Chima and the others soon followed suit, examining Black Cat from head to toe. Guests, please maintain decorum. Are you entering or not? Black Cat growled, clearly vexed. To enter, it's 168 each, correct?